So, I never thought I'd be the type to get petty revenge on family, but here we are. Strap in, because this is a wild one. A few months ago, my golden child of a younger brother, let's call him Jake, came to me with a sob story. He was struggling financially, needed help paying rent, utilities, blah blah blah. He promised he'd pay me back as soon as possible, once he got back on his feet. Now, I've helped him before, and let's just say, his track record for repaying debts is trash. But, since I stupidly believed in family loyalty, I agreed that I loaned him $5,000. Not pocket change. I even cut into my emergency fund to help him out, thinking I was keeping him off the streets. Then came family dinner. We're all sitting there, having a normal night, when my dad casually asks Jake how his new car is treating him. "Excuse me?" I stare at Jake. "What car?" Jake smirks and shrugs. "Oh yeah, I got a new ride. 2023 model, fully loaded." He says it like it's nothing. I'm still trying to process this when my mom, completely oblivious to the tension, gushes about how Jake deserves something nice for himself after everything he's been through. At this point, my jaw is on the floor. "Wait, you bought a new car?" I say, my voice probably a little louder than I intended. Jake just shrugs again. "Yeah, man. Found a good deal. Payments aren't too bad. Needed an upgrade." I blink. "With what money, Jake?" He has the audacity to smirk at me and say, "Well, technically, I used the money you lent me. But don't worry, I'll pay you back eventually." I think my brain short-circuited. "You spent my loan on a new car." The table goes silent. My parents look uncomfortable. My mom gives me this "don't start drama" look. My dad sighs like I'm the one being difficult. Then my mom, bless her tone-deaf soul, actually says, "Honey, you shouldn't have given him money if you weren't okay with how he spent it." What the absolute hell did I look at Jake, who was just sitting there, looking so damn smug, eating his food like this is all hilarious. I can feel the rage bubbling up. Then Jake, probably feeling invincible at this point, laughs and says, "I mean, come on, you've got a stable job. $5,000 isn't a big deal to you." Yo. Oh, okay. Now it's Ward. I don't say another word for the rest of dinner. But in my head, I'm already planning my revenge. See, Jake might be an entitled little brat, but he's also stupid. He bought the car on a loan that he hasn't even made the first payment on yet. And, as it turns out, I have a way to make sure he regrets every smug little word that came out of his mouth. After that family dinner, I went home absolutely fuming. I felt like an idiot for trusting Jake, and I felt even worse knowing my parents were just letting him get away with it. But instead of blowing up, I decided to be patient. I wasn't just going to yell at him. I was going to make him regret every smug little word that came out of his mouth. First, I needed to figure out how he even got the car. Jake was terrible with money. He was always late on rent, dodging payments, borrowing from anyone who would lend to him. There was no way he had magically saved up enough to buy a brand new car. So I started digging. I knew he had taken out a loan. There was no way a dealership would let him drive off the lot otherwise. But Jake's credit was awful. So how did he get approved? Then it hit me. Jake wasn't smart enough to figure out complicated financial workarounds, which meant he had to have a co-signer. And there was really only one person dumb enough to do that for him: our dad. Now, my dad has always had a soft spot for Jake. I could work my ass off, be responsible, save my money, and it wouldn't matter. Jake could mess up over and over again, and my parents would still bail him out. It wasn't even surprising anymore. But what was surprising was how careless Dad had been. Because by co-signing that loan, he wasn't just vouching for Jake. He was on the hook for it. If Jake missed even one payment, the bank would come after Dad next. And that's when I knew exactly how I was going to get my money back. I waited 2 weeks. I didn't mention the loan. I didn't mention the car. I didn't even bring up money at all. I wanted Jake to feel safe, to think I had just given up and moved on. And then, just as he was getting comfortable, I started making my moves. First, I made a call to the bank. I wasn't stupid enough to do anything illegal, but I did ask some very pointed questions about what happens when a co-signer realizes they've made a mistake. I might have accidentally let it slip that Jake had a history of financial irresponsibility, and I might have mentioned that he had a tendency to blow through large amounts of cash. Banks don't like hearing things like that. I could practically hear the concern in the loan officer's voice. They told me they'd be reviewing his account. Then, I decided to take things a step further. Jake wasn't exactly careful with his personal information. He had a bad habit of using the same passwords for everything, and let's just say I knew a lot more about his accounts than he probably realized. I didn't steal anything. I wasn't that reckless, but I did make a few adjustments. His car insurance? Yeah, I might have updated a few details, just enough to raise his monthly premium significantly. Nothing too crazy, just enough to hurt. But the best part? That came when I had a little conversation with Dad. I didn't come at him aggressively. I didn't yell or accuse him of anything. I just sat him down and calmly explained that if Jake missed even a single payment, the bank wasn't going to chase Jake for the money. They were going to come after him. Dad went pale. I could see the wheels turning in his head. For the first time, I think he really understood what a mistake he had made. And that's when things started to fall apart. A week later, I got a very angry phone call from Jake. Apparently, the bank had reached out to him about changes to his loan status, and he was furious. He was yelling about how I had ruined his life, how I was meddling in things that weren't my business. He kept screaming about how his insurance had shot up, how he was getting calls about potential loan adjustments. And then, in the middle of his rant, he slipped up. "You had no right to mess with my loan," he shouted. "I was going to make the payments. I just needed more time before the first one was due." I froze. Jake hadn't even made his first payment yet. And if that was the case, then the bank was already seeing him as a risk. And that's when I realized I didn't need to take his car. The bank was about to do it for me. I could barely hold back a grin. Jake had no idea just how deep he was in. If the bank was already breathing down his neck before his first payment was even due, then things were about to get very interesting. But I didn't let him know that. Instead, I played dumb. "Wait, you haven't paid anything yet?" I asked, my voice all fake concern. "That's weird, because usually when you get a car loan, they expect you to, start paying for it." Jake stammered, backpedaling. "I was going to. I am. Things got complicated. I had to take care of other stuff first." Yes. Other stuff? Translation. He had probably blown through the rest of my loan money on absolute nonsense and was now realizing that responsibility wasn't optional. But here's the thing about banks. They don't care about excuses. They don't care if you're gonna pay. They care about results. And right now, Jake had none. And neither did Dad. Because not even an hour later, I got another phone call. This time, from my father. "What the hell did you do?" His voice was tight, furious. "The bank just called me. They're saying there's a problem with Jake's loan. They're asking if I want to." He cut himself off, like he couldn't even bring himself to say it. I leaned back in my chair, feigning ignorance. "A problem? Huh. That's weird." Dad wasn't in the mood for games. "Don't. I know you had something to do with this. You've been holding a grudge ever since that stupid dinner." "Oh, so now I was holding a grudge?" I let out a slow breath, keeping my voice calm. "I don't know what you're talking about. I just think it's interesting that you'd co-sign a loan for someone with Jake's track record. Really makes you liable for his mistakes, doesn't it?" Silence, then, the sound of Dad inhaling sharply through his nose. "Fix it." I let out a short laugh. "Fix it? Me? Dad, I'm not the one who got into a financial mess. You are." "That's not how this works," he snapped. "You don't screw over your family." I felt my stomach twist, not with guilt, but with pure rage. Because wasn't that rich? I didn't screw over my family? Me? The one who had been lied to, used, and tossed aside the second it was convenient. I clenched my jaw, my patience razor thin. "No, Dad. Jake screwed over his family. He screwed over me. I was trying to help, and he threw it back in my face. You want someone to be mad at? Look at him." Dad started to argue, but I didn't have the energy for it. I ended the call. And that's when the real fallout began. 3 days later, Jake called me again. This time, his voice was different. He wasn't just mad. He was desperate. "The bank, they're saying they might take the car," he stammered. They're telling me I need to make an immediate payment or." I could hear it in his voice. "Panic." I smiled. It made me want to laugh, but I didn't. I just let the silence drag on for a moment, enjoying the fact that he was finally facing the consequences of his actions. You should have thought about this before you bought a car you couldn't afford, I said, my voice cool and calm. Before you took money from me that you never planned on paying back. Jake's breath hitched. Look, I didn't mean for it to go this far. I was planning to pay you back, okay? Just help me out, please. I'll pay you back as soon as I can. I swear. I could hear the desperation building, but it didn't faze me. I was past the point of feeling sorry for him. He wasn't getting any sympathy from me this time. You're begging me now, but where was this when you were spending my money on a car you can't afford? Where was this when I was asking for the money you promised me? He was silent for a second, then muttered, I made a mistake. I know I messed up, but I just need more time. Please. I leaned back in my chair, smirking to myself. More time, huh? Funny how that works. You keep promising more time, but it's my money that's been sitting in your pocket while you keep not paying me back. The bank doesn't care about your more time, Jake. They care about getting their money. And right now, that car is their payment. Jake started to get more frantic, his voice rising. No, no, no. They can't take it. I need that car. It's the only way I can get to work. It's the only thing I've got left. I can't lose it. I could hear the panic in his voice, the desperation, the fear. It was almost delicious. Oh, I get it now, I said, playing the part of the understanding sibling. You don't want the car to go. You need it. But you're not thinking about the fact that you never bothered to think things through. You never cared about how this would affect anyone else. You've just been using people, and now it's catching up to you. And guess who's left holding the bag? He was stammering now, barely able to form coherent words. I'm not using you. I swear. I need help, please. Please just help me. I'll fix it. I'll do anything. Just don't let them take it. I paused. For a moment, I almost felt bad for him. Almost. But then I thought about how I'd been the one to help him. How I'd given him money that he had no intention of paying back. How he'd been so quick to take, but never so much as offered to pay me back. My jaw clenched, and my grip on the phone tightened. Jake, I said slowly, letting the words hang in the air. I think it's a little too late for that. You had your chance. But now, you're going to have to face the consequences. He didn't say anything, but I could hear him breathing hard, his mind racing to find some way out of this. You know what? I continued, my voice lowering, as if I were sharing a secret. I think it's better if I handle this for you. I'll make sure that car gets taken. That way, you won't have to worry about paying for something you can't afford. And trust me, the bank, they won't care about your excuses. They'll take it the second you slip up. He was silent for a long time. Then, in a broken whisper, he said, You wouldn't do that to me. But I could hear the doubt in his voice. And that's when I knew I had him. Jake's voice was almost a whisper now, but the desperation was clear. Please don't do this. Please, I can't lose the car. I swear I'll pay you back. I will. Just don't let them take it. I leaned forward, my finger tapping lightly against the phone, the tension in the air almost suffocating. I had all the control now. And honestly, it felt kind of good to see him squirm. Jake, you're not hearing me. I gave you plenty of chances. You were too busy buying a car you couldn't afford while I was asking for a little bit of responsibility. I warned you, and now you're asking me to bail you out? Again? It's not going to happen. I paused, letting the weight of my words sink in, hearing him struggle to find an answer. He was quiet, but I could feel him trying to think of something, anything to get me to relent. I wasn't sure what he expected. Maybe he thought I would be the same person who forgave him every other time. Maybe he thought this time would be different. But it wasn't. You've already messed up, I said, my tone cold, methodical. And the bank? They won't care about your sob story. They'll take the car, and there's nothing you or I can do to stop it now. It's already in motion. There was a long, drawn-out silence on the other end of the line. I could hear him breathing, shallow, uneven. It was a sound I never thought I'd enjoy hearing, but now? It felt like sweet victory. He had no more moves to play. He had backed himself into a corner with no way out. I'll make a payment today, Jake said finally, but his words were shaky. Just give me a chance to get the money together. I can do it. I almost laughed. Jake, you've been saying that for weeks, for months, and now you expect me to believe you'll have it today? No, it's too late for that. You had your shot. I could hear the panic begin to rise again in his voice. Please, please, I'm begging you. I can't lose this car. I need it to get to work, to get my life together. Don't make them take it. I'll do anything, please. At that moment, I realized how far he was willing to go. The guy who once casually borrowed my money and ignored his debt now was completely at my mercy. It was the ultimate power play, and the best part was, he knew it. But I wasn't done yet. No, I said, my voice sharp. You know what? I think I'll handle this. I'll make sure everything goes according to plan. Wait, what do you mean by that? Jake's voice was frantic now. You can't just leave me like this. Oh, I can, I replied, a dark grin spreading across my face. And I will. I hung up without saying another word. The next morning, I got a text from Dad. It was short but direct. Jake said you've been messing with his loan. What did you do? I smirked at the message but didn't reply immediately. I was already setting things in motion. There was a plan in place now, one that would make sure Jake would never pull something like this again. And this time, I wasn't going to stop until I saw it through. The way I saw it, this wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about teaching him a lesson he wouldn't forget. I didn't care if I had to make a few uncomfortable moves to do it. I was done being the one who bailed him out, and I wasn't about to let him get away with it again. I didn't respond to Dad's text. Instead, I sat there for a moment, watching the notifications on my phone buzz, each one more urgent than the last. Jake had clearly gone into full panic mode, calling me multiple times, sending texts begging for help. The truth was, I couldn't care less. I had made my decision, and there was no turning back now. By the time I got to the bank, Jake had called again, but I let it ring out. I wasn't picking up anymore. When I walked into the office, the bank manager, a no-nonsense woman named Karen, was already expecting me. I had made arrangements earlier in the day. The loan was in my name, because, let's face it, Jake had probably put the whole thing on his credit card or took out some shady loan he couldn't pay back. He wasn't exactly known for being responsible. Karen was ready to take action. We've already begun processing the repossession, she said, flipping through her papers. Once the payments aren't made, we follow the protocol. But we can always expedite the process. I nodded, my fingers tapping against the counter, barely able to contain the mix of excitement and satisfaction bubbling inside me. This was it. The car would be gone, and Jake would have to face the consequences. Later that afternoon, I got a call from Jake. His voice was different this time, quiet, broken. What did you do? He asked, his words trembling. I could barely hold back a smile. I did what I had to do, Jake. You never learn. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to mess things up. Please just stop them from taking it. Please, I'll figure this out. I will pay you back. I could hear the raw desperation in his voice now. And then, like the floodgates had opened, I heard the thing I didn't expect. His voice cracked. I can't lose it, please. I just wanted something. For once, I wanted something to go right. I'm sorry. I messed up. I need that car. The vulnerability in his voice hit me harder than I thought it would. But I couldn't back down now. I wouldn't. You never cared about the people who helped you, Jake, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. You never thought about the consequences. You just take and take and take. And now, here we are. I'm sorry, but there's no turning back. He was silent for a moment, and then I heard it. The sound of him crying, Please, please don't let them take it. I'm begging you, Jake sobbed into the phone. I can't lose it. Not like this. I closed my eyes, the weight of the situation settling over me. I had expected him to be angry, maybe even try to fight back. But I didn't expect to hear him breaking down like this. It was almost pathetic. I gave you chances, Jake. You had your time. You think I don't care? I do. But you never learned. You had everything handed to you, and you just threw it all away. Another sob escaped from him, and I heard him sniffle, trying to regain some composure. but it was no use. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm sorry, please. I didn't know what to do. I didn't think you'd—" "Yeah, well, you should have thought about that before you made the decision to buy a car you couldn't afford, huh?" I cut him off, the coldness of my words washing over the situation. Jake's crying grew louder, and part of me almost felt like I was going too far. But the other part, the part that had been pushed too many times, felt a sense of relief. I had finally taken control. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry," he repeated. "Please, I don't want to lose it. I can't. I can't lose everything I have left." The finality of his words hit hard. He was finally realizing that he couldn't run from his mistakes, that he would have to face the music. I was done trying to save him. "I'm sorry, Jake. I really am. But this is your lesson. You're going to learn what happens when you make promises you can't keep." Just as I was about to end the call, I heard his voice one last time, barely audible through his tears. "Please, don't do this. Please." And I hung up. That I watched the hours tick by, feeling a sense of power and relief wash over me. But I knew this wasn't over. The moment I saw the tow truck pull up to his driveway, I knew Jake would come to me, once again, pleading for mercy. But it wasn't mercy he needed, it was accountability. And I wasn't going to let him get away with it this time. The next morning, I woke up to dozens of missed calls from Jake and a few messages from Dad, but I was beyond caring. I knew what was coming to be by the time I checked my phone again. I had a message from the bank. Jake's car was gone. Repossession complete. I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me, like a weight I didn't realize I was carrying had finally lifted. I didn't hear from Jake for a while after that, but I could guess what was happening. He was likely pacing around his empty driveway, staring at the spot where his car used to be, probably realizing he'd lost not only the car but his last chance at regaining any respect. Later that evening, I received a long voicemail from him. His voice was quiet, but I could hear the anger bubbling beneath the surface. You really did it. You took it. I don't even know what to say. You said you were going to help me, and now it's gone. Everything is gone. I hate you. You ruined me." I almost felt bad for him, but I knew this was the only way he would learn. For once, he needed to face the consequences of his actions. That night, Dad called me, angry, of course. "What the hell did you do to Jake's car? He says you had it repossessed. He's devastated." "I didn't do anything he didn't deserve," I said, my voice steady. "He never learns. Every time I help him, he messes up again. I gave him every chance. It's not my fault he can't take responsibility." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then Dad sighed. "I get it. I really do. But I don't think you realize just how bad this is for him." "Maybe he needs to realize that for himself," I replied. "Maybe he needs to hit rock bottom before he can climb back up." The next few weeks were awkward. Jake avoided me like the plague, and I could tell he was struggling. He finally came to me one day, looking defeated, his eyes red from crying. I get it now," he whispered, his voice small. "I should have listened to you. I'm sorry. I really am." And just like that, I saw the change in him. Maybe it took losing everything to get him to realize what I had been trying to teach him all along. I didn't give him any money this time, but I could see that he was learning. Slowly. Sometimes, revenge doesn't come in the form of getting back at someone. Sometimes, it's about making them realize their own mistakes and forcing them to take responsibility. And for once, I felt like I had done just that. What do you all think? Was I too harsh, or did Jake finally get what he deserved? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. My name's Callum, I'm 27, and I never thought I'd end up writing something like this. Honestly, for most of my life, I tried to be the easygoing kid, the one who didn't cause trouble, who kept the peace at family dinners, who brushed off the little digs and favoritism that always seemed to tilt toward my younger brother, Ryan. He was the golden child, plain and simple. If he wanted something, he usually got it, and if I wanted something, well, I was told to be patient, to wait my turn, to not be selfish. You'd think once you're an adult that sort of dynamic would fade, but in my family, it only got worse. The setup to all of this happened just a few months back, on my birthday. It was supposed to be a quiet evening. Cake at home, a few relatives dropping by, nothing big. I was actually looking forward to it because, after years of saving, working double shifts, and living way under my means, I had finally bought my own car and moved into a small house not far from the city. That house and that car represented years of me saying no to vacations, nights out, and every temptation that drained money. They were mine, fully in my name, and I was proud of that. But my pride wasn't exactly shared in my household. Ryan, who was 23 at the time, had a different approach to life. He floated from one thing to another. College courses he never finished, jobs he quit after a few months, hobbies he dropped as soon as they got difficult. Every time he crashed into a dead end, Mom and Dad bailed him out. When he blew through money, they covered his rent. When he wrecked his secondhand car in a weekend joyride, they dipped into their savings to get him another one. I told myself it wasn't my problem, until the day it suddenly became mine. That birthday night, Ryan showed up late, wearing that smug grin he always had when he was about to make an announcement. Everyone had just finished singing when he clinked his glass and said, "By the way, I'm taking Callum's car." Mom and Dad already agreed. The room went quiet, then burst into this awkward half-laugh from my relatives, like they weren't sure if he was joking. But Ryan wasn't the type to joke about things he wanted. He had this look in his eyes, like he was daring me to challenge him. I remember setting my fork down and staring at him, thinking maybe I'd misheard. "What did you just say?" I asked. "I'm taking your car," he repeated, more casually this time, like it was already settled. "You've had it long enough, and I need something reliable." Mom and Dad said it's only fair. Fair. My voice cracked. "I bought that car with my money, Ryan. You don't get to just." Dad cut me off. "Callum, don't start. Your brother needs the car more than you. You can manage without it. You've got the house, after all." That stung more than I care to admit. They said it so matter-of-factly, like my hard work didn't matter, like Ryan's needs were automatically more important. I tried to laugh it off, thinking maybe they'd hear how insane it sounded if I put it back to them. "So because I worked my tail off to buy something, you think he should just get it handed to him? That's what you're saying?" Mom just gave me this look, the same one she'd been giving me since I was a kid whenever I dared to question her decisions. "Stop being dramatic, Callum. Family shares." But what really cut deep was what came next. Ryan leaned back in his chair, all smug satisfaction, and said, "If you don't want to hand over the keys, then maybe Dad's right. You should give us the house keys too. You don't deserve all this space to yourself." I felt my stomach twist, but I kept my face neutral. I didn't shout, didn't argue. I just nodded slowly, pushed my chair back, and said, "All right." The table went silent again, but not because they realized how wrong they were, more because they thought I'd finally given in. In their eyes, I just accepted my role as the one who sacrifices, who bends. What they didn't know was that something inside me had shifted. That night, lying awake in my own bed, I thought about every time I'd been told to let Ryan have the bigger slice, the better toy, the easier path. Every time I'd been told to be grateful while he got rewarded for doing nothing. And for the first time, instead of swallowing the bitterness, I let it grow. I let myself plan. And when morning came, I knew exactly what I was going to do. The next few weeks after my birthday felt like living in a pressure cooker. On the surface, things were normal. Family dinners, phone calls from Mom, Ryan dropping by unannounced. But underneath, there was this constant hum of entitlement buzzing in the air. They had taken my silence at the table as a green light, as if me nodding and walking away meant I had accepted their terms. And the more they thought they had me, the bolder they became. Ryan started borrowing the car without even asking. The first time, I walked outside on a Saturday morning to find the driveway empty. No text, no note. I called him, and he answered like nothing was wrong. "Relax, Callum, I'll bring it back later. You weren't using it." He hung up before I could say another word. That became a pattern. He'd grab the car, leave it low on gas, sometimes littered with fast food wrappers, and then look at me like I was uptight for even mentioning it. When I brought it up to Mom and Dad, hoping they'd finally see how ridiculous it was, they brushed it off. "He's your brother," Mom said in that clipped, matter-of-fact way she always used when she wanted to shut down a conversation. "Stop being so possessive. You've always been selfish with your things." Selfish. That word burned. I had spent years scrimping and saving, working jobs that left me exhausted just to build a life of my own. Meanwhile, Ryan coasted, and somehow I was the selfish one for not letting him reap the benefits of my work. It didn't stop with the car. One evening, I came home from work to find Ryan lounging in my living room with his shoes on the coffee table, scrolling through my streaming accounts. Mom gave me the spare key, he said with a shrug when I asked how he got in. She said I should have access, since we're family. That night, I lay awake replaying those words. Mom gave me the spare key. She hadn't asked me. She hadn't even told me. She just decided, like my house wasn't mine, but some family-owned timeshare that Ryan could stroll into whenever he pleased. From then on, Ryan started treating my place like his second home. He'd crash on the couch without warning, raid my fridge, even invite his friends over once while I was at work. I walked in to find 3 strangers drinking beers in my kitchen, laughing like they owned the place. Ryan clapped me on the back and said, "Don't worry, bro." I told them it's cool. You've got the space. I didn't argue. I didn't explode. I just smiled tightly, went to my room, and shut the door. But inside, my thoughts were boiling. Every new violation, every dismissal from my parents, every smug smirk from Ryan added another brick to the wall I was building inside myself. A wall that separated me from the version of me who had always given in. The manipulation from my parents grew subtler, but sharper. They'd drop little comments whenever I pushed back. "You've changed, Callum," Mom would say, her voice heavy with disappointment. "You used to be so considerate." Or Dad, shaking his head with that practiced look of fatherly disapproval. "You're making family life harder than it needs to be. We all need to support each other." But support always meant me giving and Ryan taking. And if I dared to resist, I was painted as the problem. The moment that really drove the knife and happened on a Sunday dinner. We were all at my parents' house, and Ryan complained, loudly, that I never let him properly use the car for trips out of town. "It's like he thinks he owns it or something," Ryan joked, smirking as everyone chuckled. Dad set his fork down and said, "Actually, Ryan has a point. If you're not willing to share, Callum, maybe it's time you handed the car over to someone who will use it responsibly." I felt the air leave my chest. Responsibly? Ryan had already racked up parking tickets, dented 2 of his own cars, and nearly lost his license. And yet here was Dad, looking me in the eye and calling me irresponsible because I wanted to keep the car I had worked for. I didn't argue. I didn't raise my voice. I just chewed my food slowly, nodded once, and let them all think they'd won. But inside, something snapped. That was the night I realized there was no reasoning with them. No convincing them to see me as anything other than the family doormat. If I wanted to protect what was mine, I couldn't wait for them to come to their senses. I had to play by their rules, the unspoken rules where power belonged to whoever took it first. And from that night forward, I started planning. It was about 3 weeks after that Sunday dinner when the betrayal happened, the kind of betrayal that, even now, makes my chest tighten when I think about it. Up until that point, the mistreatment had been steady but almost predictable. Ryan helping himself to my car, dropping by uninvited, my parents backing him up no matter what. I had been swallowing it, tucking my anger away in neat little boxes, telling myself I'd bide my time. But then they crossed a line I didn't even realize they were willing to cross. It was a Tuesday evening, and I was dead tired after a long day at work. I pulled into the driveway, already picturing myself collapsing on the couch, maybe ordering takeout. But as I got closer, something felt off. The porch light was on, and there were voices inside, voices that didn't belong. My stomach sank. I unlocked the door and walked in to find Ryan, Mom, and Dad sitting in my living room. Spread out on the coffee table were papers. My papers. I froze in the doorway, and Ryan looked up with that infuriating grin. "Oh hey, you're home. We were just talking about the house." "The house? My house? What are you doing with my things?" I asked, my voice tight. Mom waved her hand dismissively. "Don't be so defensive, Callum. We're just trying to help you manage. We've been looking over your documents, and it's clear you can't handle all this on your own. It's too much responsibility." I stepped closer and realized what they were looking at. The deed. My mortgage papers. Even bank statements I kept in a locked drawer in my desk. My heart started pounding, because that drawer had been locked, and I hadn't given anyone the key. "Where did you get these?" I asked, my voice sharper now. Ryan leaned back like he was king of the castle. "You really should hide your keys better. Bro, Mom found the spare, and we figured it was time to step in before you mess things up." I felt my blood run cold. "You broke into my room?" Dad didn't even flinch. "Don't make this bigger than it is. We're your parents. We have a right to be involved in these decisions." And frankly, you've been selfish keeping this house all to yourself while your brother struggles. We think the better option is to sign the house into all of our names. That way, it benefits the family." I laughed, not because it was funny, but because it was so unreal I couldn't process it any other way. "You want me to what? Hand over my house to you? After I worked for years to afford it?" Ryan shrugged like it was obvious. "You've had your chance. You don't even use half the rooms. I could move in here with my friends, and we'd actually enjoy it. And you'd still have a roof over your head. You're just being greedy." Greedy. That word hit harder than selfish ever had. Greedy for wanting to keep what I had poured my youth, my sanity, my savings into. Greedy for not letting my reckless brother and enabling parents strip me of the only stability I had. I remember standing there, my fists clenched at my sides, every instinct screaming at me to throw them out of my house that second. But I didn't. I swallowed hard, forced my voice to stay calm, and said, "You need to leave. Now." Mom narrowed her eyes like I was a misbehaving child. "Don't talk to us like that, Callum. We're trying to do what's best for you," Dad added. "And if you keep resisting, don't be surprised if we take steps ourselves. Family comes first." They left eventually, but not before Ryan scooped up one of the papers, my bank statement, and folded it into his pocket like it was his by right. That night, I sat in the dark living room long after they'd gone, staring at the empty space where my documents had been. I felt violated, not just because they'd broken into my private things, but because they'd shown their hand. They didn't just want to leech off me anymore. They wanted control. And in that moment, the last piece of my old self, the son who tried to please, the brother who stayed quiet, burned away. They had made it clear they saw me as nothing more than a resource to be drained. That was the night I promised myself they would regret underestimating me. But the fallout of that betrayal didn't end in my living room. Just days later, they escalated things in a way that forced me to confront them head-on. That's where things really started to unravel. The days after that night were some of the darkest I can remember. It wasn't just the invasion of privacy. It was the realization that my own family, the people who were supposed to protect me, had decided I was nothing more than a bank account and a deed with legs. For a while, I felt paralyzed. I'd go to work, come home, and sit in the quiet of my house, half expecting to walk in and find them there again. I started double-checking the locks every night, then triple-checking. I slept lighter, waking at every noise, my chest tight with the fear that Ryan or my parents might show up in the middle of the night. It didn't take long for their pressure campaign to start. Ryan began texting me daily, sometimes multiple times a day, about when he could move into his room. He wasn't asking. He was announcing, casually, like it was already decided. "Hey bro, thinking I'll take the upstairs bedroom, better light for streaming. Or, need to bring some boxes by this weekend. Don't worry, I'll only use the garage for a bit." At first, I ignored him, hoping he'd get bored and move on. But ignoring only made him escalate. Soon he was calling me at work, leaving voicemails about how I was dragging this out and how Mom and Dad were on his side. And they were. Mom called one evening with her voice laced in that sugary guilt trip tone I knew too well. "Callum, honey, you've always been the responsible one. You know your brother needs stability. Why are you making this so difficult? We're only asking you to do what's right." When I told her I wasn't comfortable with Ryan moving in, she sighed deeply, like I'd disappointed her in the worst way. "I can't believe how selfish you've become. Your father and I raised you better than this." That word again. Selfish. Dad was more blunt. When I went over for Sunday dinner, he pulled me aside in the kitchen. "You're being stubborn, Callum. Family property should benefit everyone, not just you. If you don't start cooperating, don't be surprised if Ryan takes matters into his own hands." It was a threat, thinly veiled but clear enough. And sure enough, the following week I came home from work to find Ryan's old futon sitting in my garage, along with 3 boxes of his clothes. He had a key now, one I hadn't given him, and he didn't even try to hide it. When I confronted him, he smirked. "Mom said I could. Besides, you've got plenty of space. Stop acting like it's a big deal." That night was my rock bottom. I sat on the floor of my bedroom, staring at the wall, the weight of it all pressing down on me. It felt like no matter what I did, they would find a way to push further, to twist the knife. I couldn't go to the police. On paper, Ryan was family with a key, and they'd laugh me out of the station. And if I changed the locks, I knew my parents would show up with their endless lectures, their guilt trips, their threats of cutting me out entirely. But somewhere in that darkness, a quiet thought flickered. If they wanted to play this game, fine. I'd play. I realized fighting them head-on was pointless. They thrived on confrontation, on guilt, on making me look like the unreasonable one. But what they didn't realize was that I had been listening, observing, taking notes my whole life. I knew their patterns, their weaknesses. So instead of yelling, I started smiling. When Ryan dumped his things in my garage, I told him it was fine. When Mom scolded me for being selfish, I nodded and said I'd think about it. When Dad threatened me, I kept my voice even, almost apologetic. I let them believe they were winning, that I was retreating into the role they'd assigned me. Inside, though, I was planning. I started small. I pulled my most important documents, the deed, the mortgage papers, my banking info, and moved them to a safety deposit box at the bank. I tightened up my finances, rerouting my paychecks and shutting down the joint savings account my parents had once insisted I keep open for emergencies. I even started discreetly meeting with a lawyer friend from college, asking vague questions about property law, about how to protect assets from family disputes. No one knew. Not Ryan, not Mom, not Dad. On the outside, I was the same quiet Callum, sighing and going along with their pressure. But in my head, I was drawing the outlines of something bigger, something they wouldn't see coming until it was too late. And the funny thing is, their constant mistreatment only gave me more fuel. Every cutting remark, every smug grin from Ryan, every guilt-laden phone call from Mom hardened my resolve. I knew I couldn't stay in this stalemate forever. The day would come when they pushed too far, and when it did, I would be ready. I didn't know it at the time, but that day was coming sooner than I expected. The months that followed were some of the strangest of my life. On the outside, if you had looked in, you'd have seen the same old dynamic. Ryan swaggering around, my parents playing favorites, me nodding along and not putting up much of a fight. To them, I was beaten down, slipping back into the old role of the quiet, compliant son. But beneath that mask, things were shifting, slowly, steadily, in ways they couldn't see. It started with my job. I had been grinding away at the same company for years, always reliable, always showing up early and leaving late, but never really noticed. That changed when a manager suddenly quit and my supervisor tapped me to take over some of their responsibilities temporarily. I saw my opening and poured myself into the role. Within 3 months, I wasn't just doing it temporarily, I was officially promoted. My salary jumped, and with it came a new level of stability. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't living paycheck to paycheck. I could breathe. I started upgrading little things, better suits for work, healthier groceries, a gym membership. And I could see the difference it made not just in how others treated me, but in how I carried myself. For so long, I had let my family's opinion of me weigh me down, but at work, I was respected, valued. That feeling was like fuel. Meanwhile, Ryan was spiraling in the opposite direction. He had tried to move into my house, but since I quietly moved his futon and boxes into a storage unit and claimed it was just temporary until I had space, he never got a foothold. His job prospects kept crumbling. He'd land something decent, then quit within weeks because it was too boring or beneath him. He'd call me sometimes, fishing for help, but I always kept my responses vague and noncommittal. I'll see what I can do. Maybe later. He didn't realize that by stringing him along, I was keeping him off balance, always thinking he was close to winning me over, never realizing I was pulling further away. I also began expanding my social circle. For years, my parents had painted me as the loner, the one who wouldn't survive without family. But I started reconnecting with old college friends, networking at work events, even joining a local community group. Slowly, I built relationships outside the family shadow. These people saw me for who I was, not through the lens of favoritism and manipulation, and their respect gave me confidence I hadn't realized I was missing. Financially, I became more careful and more strategic. Every bonus, every bit of overtime went straight into savings or investments. I met with my lawyer friend more seriously this time, setting up protective measures around my house and assets. Quietly, I prepared for the possibility that my parents or Ryan might try something drastic. And as my life grew stronger, their control over me grew weaker. The shift was subtle at first. I'd show up to Sunday dinners looking sharper, speaking with more authority, and I could see it in their eyes. They noticed. Ryan would make his usual snide remarks about me acting fancy, but they didn't land the same way anymore. Mom's guilt trips seemed to roll off me. Dad's stern lectures started sounding hollow. The moment I truly realized I was changing was one night when Ryan showed up drunk at my place, pounding on the door at 2 a.m. demanding to be let in. Old me would have opened the door, tried to calm him down, maybe even let him crash on the couch just to avoid conflict. But this time I didn't. I stood at the window, watching him stumble and curse, and then I simply called a cab for him and shut the blinds. By morning, when he texted me furious messages, I didn't even reply. It wasn't just about ignoring him. It was about reclaiming control. Each time I chose not to bend, not to give in, I felt stronger. But of course, my parents didn't take kindly to the change. They doubled down. More calls, more guilt, more comments about how I was forgetting where I came from. They were losing their grip, and they knew it. And when people like that feel their power slipping, they don't go quietly. That's what set the stage for what came next, the moment when they tried to force their hand in a way that would have destroyed me if I hadn't been ready. And that's when everything I had been building in secret finally came into play. It was late spring when the opportunity finally revealed itself, though at first, it didn't look like an opportunity at all. It looked like yet another attempt by my parents and Ryan to tighten their grip. I had stopped by my parents' house one evening out of habit more than anything else. By then, I was showing up less and less. Work, friends, and my own life kept me busy, but I still felt that tug of obligation. When I walked into the living room, I saw Ryan leaning against the mantel, smirking like he had just won a game no one else knew they were playing. On the coffee table was a thick folder. Dad gestured for me to sit. "We've been talking, Callum, about the house." My stomach tightened, but I kept my face calm. "What about it?" Mom folded her hands like she was delivering good news. "We think it makes sense for you to sign it over into a family trust. That way, it belongs to all of us equally. It's safer that way." I raised an eyebrow. "Safer for who?" Ryan chimed in, grinning ear to ear. "For me, obviously. You've been hogging that house long enough. This way, I get my share, and you don't have to worry about handling everything. Win-win." They slid the folder toward me, and I flipped it open. Sure enough, it was paperwork, half-baked legal forms they must have downloaded off the internet, already filled out with my address and my name penciled in as grantor. The plan was simple. I'd sign, and suddenly my house wouldn't just be mine anymore. It would belong to all of us. I closed the folder slowly and looked at each of them in turn. Old me would have panicked, maybe argued, maybe stormed out. But this version of me, stronger, calmer, sharper, just smiled faintly. "I'll think about it," I said. That answer seemed to satisfy them for the moment. But later that night, as I sat in my own living room, the folder still burning in my memory, I realized something important. They weren't just trying to bully me anymore. They were desperate. Desperate enough to put things in writing. Desperate enough to leave a paper trail. And desperate people make mistakes. I decided then to stop simply playing defense and start setting up my own board. First, I brought the folder to my lawyer friend. He flipped through it, chuckling. "These aren't even legally binding. They tried to copy a trust agreement, but it's laughably incomplete. If anything, it's evidence. Evidence they're trying to coerce you into signing away your property." Evidence. That word stuck in my head. I hadn't thought of documenting things before, but from then on, I started keeping records, texts, voicemails, even subtle recordings of conversations. Ryan's late-night demands, Mom's guilt trips, Dad's threats, they all started piling up into a neat, undeniable archive. Second, I began looking into my house itself. I learned something I hadn't known before. Because of how I'd structured the mortgage and deed after my promotion, I had far more leverage than I'd realized. I was sitting on equity, serious equity, that I could use if I needed to. With the market heating up, the value of my home was rising faster than I could have imagined. That's when the idea began to form. What if I used the very thing they were trying to take from me as the weapon to turn it all around? Meanwhile, life kept improving. My promotion led to bigger projects, more recognition, and eventually an offer from another firm trying to lure me away. I suddenly had bargaining power I'd never had before. For the first time, I wasn't just secure, I was in demand. That financial and professional cushion gave me freedom. If I wanted to, I could walk away from my family entirely, cut the cord. But I didn't want to just walk away. I wanted them to feel it. The more they pushed, the more leverage I quietly stacked. Ryan's texts grew nastier. If you don't let me move in by summer, I'll just show up with my stuff. Mom left me voicemails about how I was breaking the family apart. Dad accused me of acting like a stranger. I didn't delete any of it. I saved every word. And then came the tipping point. One afternoon, Ryan let slip something that tied everything together. He'd been bragging to one of his friends on speakerphone while I was nearby, not realizing I could hear him. "Don't worry, man. I'll have the house soon. Dad says Callum's on the ropes. It's only a matter of time. Once it's in my name, you can crash there anytime." "In your name?" I asked from the doorway, my voice low. Ryan froze, then recovered with a smirk. "Yeah. What? You thought it was going to stay yours forever. You'll see. Just a matter of time." That was it. That was the moment I knew exactly what I had to do. I won't give it all away yet, but let's just say the same house they thought they could steal out from under me was about to become the stage for a very different ending. When the moment came, it wasn't with fireworks or shouting or me storming into a room demanding justice. That would have given them too much satisfaction, an emotional outburst they could twist back on me, painting me as unstable or dramatic. No, when my revenge finally unfolded, it was with a calm so quiet it scared even me. By early summer, the tension between us had reached a breaking point. Ryan had all but declared the house his, bragging to friends about where his new room would be. Mom was pressuring me daily with guilt trips about family loyalty. Dad had started using sharper language, warning me that if I didn't comply, I'd regret making things difficult. And through it all, I smiled, nodded, and let them believe they were cornering me. What they didn't know was that weeks earlier, I'd met with a realtor. The housing market was climbing fast, and my little house, modest as it was, had appreciated to nearly double what I'd paid for it. The equity was enough to change my life, and with my career on an upward trajectory, I knew this was my moment. So, quietly, I listed the house. No family knew. No friends slipped the secret. Within days, I had multiple offers, and within weeks, I had a buyer. Cash. Fast close. The final papers were signed on a Thursday afternoon. The ink was barely dry when I drove home, parked my car in the driveway, and hammered a large for sale sign into the yard. That evening, I didn't answer calls. I didn't text anyone back. I simply went about my night as if nothing had happened. The real performance came the next morning. At exactly 9 a.m., I heard the familiar sound of Ryan's car pulling up, tires crunching on gravel, a car door slamming, and then his voice, loud, entitled, already annoyed. He'd come to collect his room. He marched up the driveway, his phone out like he was live streaming a victory. But when he reached the top of the drive and saw the bright red "for sale" sign planted in the yard, his steps faltered. "What the?" he muttered. He spun to face the house, then back to the sign, like his brain couldn't process what he was seeing. "What is this?" I stepped onto the porch, coffee in hand, calm as can be. "Oh, that? House is sold. Papers signed yesterday." His jaw dropped. You can't do that. This is our house." Mom said, Dad said. I took a slow sip of my coffee. "No, Ryan. This was always my house. And now it's not even that. It belongs to someone else. Completely out of reach." That was when Mom and Dad pulled into the driveway behind him, their expressions a mix of confusion and triumph, until they saw the sign. Mom's face went pale. Dad's mouth actually opened and closed like a fish, no words coming out. Ryan turned on me, sputtering. "You can't just sell it without telling us." "You." I cut him off, my voice steady. "Actually, I can. It was never in your name. Never in theirs. All those times you told me I was selfish, greedy. Turns out, those words don't mean much when you don't have a single legal claim." For once, Ryan had no comeback. Mom's voice finally cracked through the silence. "Callum, how could you? This was supposed to be." "What? Yours?" I asked, tilting my head. "Funny, because as far as I remember, I was the one who worked for it. I was the one who paid every bill, every mortgage payment. And you? You treated me like an ATM with a spare bedroom. So no, you don't get to be shocked that I made a decision without your blessing." They all stood there, stunned. The reality was hitting them harder with every passing second. The house they'd staked their entitlement on was gone. Not theirs to invade, not theirs to manipulate me over. Gone. Ryan's face twisted with rage, but underneath, I saw fear. Fear of losing the leverage he thought he had. Mom tried one last time, her voice trembling. "You've broken this family, Callum." I smiled faintly. No, you broke it years ago. I just stopped pretending to hold the pieces together. With that, I turned and walked back inside, leaving them standing in the driveway, staring at the sign like it was a headstone. But this wasn't the end. Because as satisfying as that moment was, there was still the fallout to come. Their desperation, their attempts to claw back control, the way the balance of power shifted completely after that day. And that's where things really got interesting. The silence in the driveway didn't last long. The moment I closed the door, I heard muffled shouting, Ryan yelling at Mom and Dad, Mom trying to calm him down, Dad insisting they could fix this. For years, I had been the one absorbing their chaos, their disappointment, their endless demands. This time, I let it wash over me from the safety of my living room, a barrier of walls and locked doors between us. The next few days were a storm of phone calls, texts, and visits I didn't answer. Ryan sent dozens of angry messages. You betrayed us. You can't just sell the house like that. You'll regret this. Mom's calls were layered with guilt, as if rehearsed. Callum, families don't do this to each other. Dad's messages were sharper. This isn't over. But legally, it was. The new owners closed within the week. By the time my family realized there was no loophole, no way to undo it, the money was already sitting safely in my account, untouchable. I had secured a new place across town, a condo that was smaller but mine alone, hidden from their reach. The locks, the keys, the deed, all under my control. The real fallout came the following Sunday. Against my better judgment, I went to dinner at their house, one last time. I walked into a scene of quiet devastation. Ryan was sulking at the table, arms crossed, face twisted in anger. Mom's eyes were red, as if she'd been crying. Dad sat stiffly, jaw clenched, a man who wasn't used to losing control. Ryan was the first to speak. You ruined everything. I told my friends I was moving in. Do you have any idea how stupid you made me look? I didn't flinch. Maybe you shouldn't count on things that don't belong to you. Mom reached across the table, her voice shaking. Callum, we just wanted to feel included. You didn't have to shut us out like this. I leaned back, calm, collected. No, you didn't want to be included. You wanted to take. Every step of the way, you called me selfish while draining me dry. And when I finally stood up for myself, you acted like I betrayed you. That's not family. That's control. Dad's voice was low, dangerous. You've turned your back on us. I met his gaze steadily. No, you turned your back on me the moment you decided Ryan's wants mattered more than my hard work. I just stopped pretending not to notice. The table went silent. For once, there were no comebacks, no guilt trips that could pierce through. They were cornered not by my words, but by their own actions, the years of favoritism, the entitlement, the arrogance. All of it had led here. I stood, placing my napkin neatly on the table. This is the last dinner I'll come to. I wish you well, but I'm done playing the role you wrote for me. Ryan scoffed. You think you're better than us now? I looked at him one last time, not with anger, but with clarity. No, Ryan. I just finally realized I don't have to be less than myself to make you comfortable. Then I walked out. Weeks later, I heard through a mutual acquaintance that Ryan had been forced to move back in with my parents after defaulting on yet another lease. My parents' finances weren't strong enough to keep bailing him out, and the tension in their house had only grown. The house they thought they could claim from me was gone, and with it went the illusion that they could control me forever. As for me, I settled into my new condo, surrounded by quiet and freedom. I built routines that were mine alone, late-night reading without interruptions, weekend mornings with coffee on the balcony, evenings spent with friends who respected me for who I was. Life wasn't perfect, but it was mine. And for the first time, that was enough. The finality of it all hit me one morning when I looked out over the city from my balcony. The skyline stretched wide and open, and I realized I wasn't looking back anymore. The house, the family battles, the years of swallowing their mistreatment, it was all behind me. And in that stillness, one thought rose above all others. Sometimes the sweetest revenge isn't loud or cruel. It's walking away with your head high, your life in your own hands, and leaving those who tried to control you standing in the wreckage of their own entitlement. That was the last time I ever let them mistake me for someone they could own. My name is James, I'm 27, and if you've ever had that moment where the people you thought you could trust revealed just how little they valued you, then you'll understand why I'm writing this. For most of my life, Family was supposed to mean safety. It was supposed to mean shared meals, support in hard times, and that unspoken loyalty you fall back on when everything else feels uncertain. At least, that's what I wanted to believe. The truth, though, was far uglier. And I didn't realize just how deep the rot went until the night after my cousin's wedding. The wedding itself was fine, I guess. My cousin Claire had always been the golden child in the family, the one who could do no wrong. Every family gathering was another opportunity to talk about her grades, her career, her upcoming marriage. Meanwhile, anything I did was dismissed as cute or unrealistic. I'd started my own business 2 years ago, a small but growing company that I'd poured everything into, but my dad, my uncles, even my grandmother, they treated it like a silly side hobby. At the wedding, the favoritism was almost comical. The speeches were filled with praise for Claire, but when it came to me, I was just the cousin who showed up. No one asked about my work, no one cared what I was doing. It stung, but I kept my head down, forcing a polite smile while sipping cheap champagne. I told myself it didn't matter. That's what I always told myself. But the truth is, it did matter. It mattered every single time I caught my dad looking at me with that mixture of disappointment and amusement, like I was some underachieving child instead of a grown man building something of my own. It mattered when relatives leaned across the table to whisper about how proud they were of Claire while ignoring me sitting right there. I tried to bury those feelings during the wedding, but they didn't stay buried for long. That night, I drove home tired but oddly relieved it was over. I remember kicking off my shoes, changing into sweats, and sitting at my desk just to check emails before bed. That's when I noticed something was off. My banking app wouldn't load properly at first, and when it finally did, I froze. My account balance, wiped clean. Every cent I had worked for, every bit of savings I'd built, gone. At first, I thought it had to be fraud. Some hacker, some glitch. My heart was hammering as I scrolled through the transactions, but what I saw made me sit perfectly still. The withdrawals weren't random. They were transfers. Transfers made directly into an account with a name I knew far too well. My father's. I felt my throat tighten, my vision blur. I actually thought I was going to pass out right there at my desk. For a long minute, I just sat in the glow of my laptop screen, whispering to myself, no, 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 no. When I finally called my dad, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely press the buttons. He picked up on the second ring, his voice calm, almost smug. "James," he said, like he'd been waiting for this call. "What did you do?" I managed to choke out. He didn't hesitate. "We took it for the family. You'll survive." Just like that. No apology, no hesitation, no shame. My stomach dropped. My entire body went cold, and then hot, like I'd been set on fire from the inside out. I tried to speak, but the words caught in my throat. He chuckled, a low, satisfied sound that made my skin crawl, and said, "Don't look so shocked. Everything you have, it comes from us anyway. You'll be fine." I don't know what came over me, but I stood up so fast my chair slammed into the wall behind me. My voice cracked when I shouted, "Then you won't survive what happens next." And I meant it. My father laughed. I could hear other voices in the background, my uncle, maybe my mother too. They were all in on it. They thought it was funny. They thought I was powerless. The call ended with their laughter echoing in my ear, and I stood there in my living room, shaking so hard I could barely breathe. That's when the sound hit. A deafening bang, like thunder inside the walls. The whole house seemed to tremble, and before I could even process it, the front door burst open. The bang that rattled my walls wasn't what I thought it was. No, it wasn't police or some random break-in. It was my family. My father, my uncle Peter, and even my younger brother, Caleb, standing there in the doorway as if they owned the place. They didn't even knock. They just barged in, my father holding up his hands like he was entering a room he'd already claimed. "Relax, James," he said, brushing past me like I was nothing more than furniture in his way. "We came to talk this out in person. We didn't want you doing anything rash." That word, rash, burned into me, as if I was some unstable child prone to tantrums. As if the theft of my entire savings was something that required me to calm down, not them to explain. My Uncle Peter followed close behind, his booming voice filling the room. "You should be thanking us, James. Really, we're keeping the money safe. Do you honestly think you could handle that kind of responsibility? Come on. You've always been careless with your choices." Careless. That word cut deep, because it was the same word they'd used for years. When I chose not to go into the family business. When I invested in my startup instead of going to law school like Caleb. Every independent decision I'd ever made was painted as reckless or stupid. And now, with the smirk on my uncle's face, it was clear they hadn't taken the money because they needed it. They took it because they thought they had the right to. Caleb stayed quiet at first, shifting uncomfortably near the door until Dad nudged him. Go on. Tell your brother why this is necessary. My brother finally spoke, his voice laced with that mix of arrogance and insecurity I'd grown used to over the years. Dad's right, James. Look, the wedding was expensive. Claire deserved the best. She's the future of this family, not you. You're always talking about your company, but you barely make enough to keep yourself afloat. This way, at least the money's being put to good use. I felt the air leave my lungs. Claire's wedding. That's what my life savings had been reduced to, paying for flower arrangements, an open bar, and a dress that probably cost more than my car. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw them all out of my house, to tell them they had no right. But my father's voice cut through my rage like a blade. Don't look so betrayed, James. You're part of this family, and family sacrifices. You'll understand one day, when you stop chasing fantasies and accept your role. My role? I snapped, my voice louder than I expected. What role is that exactly? The ATM? The joke everyone laughs at while Claire gets the praise and Caleb gets the support. Dad's eyes narrowed, and his voice turned cold. Your role is to contribute. You don't get to question where the money goes. It's not really yours, anyway. Everything you've done, every opportunity you've had, it all started because of us. Never forget that. It was always the same manipulation. Every accomplishment I had, they'd trace back to themselves. If I landed a client, it was because they raised me to be persuasive. If I saved money, it was because they taught me the value of hard work. Nothing was ever mine. Nothing I did could stand on its own. Uncle Peter clapped me on the shoulder hard enough to make me flinch. You'll get over this. You're young, you've got time to build it back. Meanwhile, we'll make sure the family name shines. Claire's wedding was just the beginning. People are already talking about how perfect it was. That's because of you in a way. Be proud of that. Proud. He wanted me to be proud that I'd been robbed for the sake of their image. Caleb, emboldened now, leaned against the wall and smirked. Besides, James, you never really belonged in the spotlight. You're too quiet, too soft. Let the real leaders handle things. You do better when you just follow along. My fists clenched so tightly I thought my nails might break skin. But I stayed still, my heart pounding against my ribs. They thought they'd beaten me into silence. They thought I would swallow this like I had swallowed every other slight, every other insult, every other dismissal. Dad finally sat down on my couch, crossing his legs like he was king of the castle. Now that we've cleared that up, you'll sign over the rest. Any investments, any savings tucked away, we'll manage it. That way, you won't be tempted to waste it. The room spun. The rest. They didn't just want what they had already taken. They wanted everything. And as I looked at their smug faces, at my father lounging in my living room as though it already belonged to him, a quiet realization took root in my mind. This wasn't just about money. This was about control, about crushing whatever independence I had left. I stayed silent, letting them think they'd won another round. But inside, something shifted. I wasn't just trembling anymore. I was planning. And that was the last time my father mistook my silence for weakness. I didn't sleep that night. Not even a minute. After they finally left, smug, satisfied, and absolutely certain they had me under their thumb, I just sat at my desk staring at the empty account on my laptop screen. My chest felt hollow, like someone had scooped out every ounce of hope I had left. I replayed their words over and over. You'll survive. You're careless. Sign over the rest. Every syllable crawled under my skin like poison. By morning, I was numb. My phone buzzed nonstop, texts from relatives, group chats about how beautiful Claire's wedding had been, photos of champagne glasses raised high. And then, like a knife in the gut, I saw my dad had posted a picture online. Claire beaming in her white dress, Caleb beside her, and my father in the middle, his caption reading, "Family comes first." Always. Family. That word had never felt so twisted. Later that week, the betrayal deepened in ways I hadn't thought possible. I went to the bank in person, thinking maybe, just maybe, I could reverse what had happened. But when I sat across from the manager, a woman I'd known since high school, She gave me a look that made my stomach churn. "James," she said carefully, "your father came in with paperwork. You signed over power of attorney last year, didn't you?" My heart stopped. What? No, absolutely not. But she slid a document across the desk, and there it was, my signature. Except it wasn't mine. The lines were shaky, uneven, the way my father's handwriting always looked when he tried to mimic someone else. I knew instantly what had happened. He had forged it. He had gone so far as to fake my consent just to take control of everything I had. I felt dizzy. This isn't real. You can't honor this, right? But the manager just shook her head, her voice low. "James, it's already been processed. The accounts are drained. Legally, it looks authorized." I walked out of that bank in a haze, the sunlight blinding, every step heavy with the realization that my own father had committed fraud against me, and the system was letting him get away with it. When I got home, the situation worsened. A thick envelope sat on my doorstep. Inside, neatly folded, was a new contract, my father's handwriting all over it. It was a family agreement, demanding that I redirect all future business profits into a joint account he controlled. At the bottom was a signature line with my name already scrawled there. Forged again. And tucked behind the contract was a handwritten note. "Stop fighting this, James. You'll only make things harder for yourself. Do the right thing for the family." My hands shook so badly I dropped the papers on the floor. I just stared at them, heat rising behind my eyes. This wasn't just theft. This wasn't just favoritism. This was a deliberate, calculated move to strip me of everything. My savings, my business, my independence. And he'd done it all with that same self-satisfied smile. But the true breaking point came 2 nights later. I had gone to visit my grandmother, the one person in the family I thought might understand, maybe even stand up for me. She was sitting in her floral armchair, the same one she'd had since I was a kid, her frail hands folded neatly in her lap. For a brief moment, I thought I saw sympathy in her eyes. "Grandma," I whispered, "Dad drained my accounts. He forged my signature. He's trying to take my business. I don't know what to do." She reached for my hand, her touch soft, and for half a second I thought she might comfort me. But then her words cut me deeper than I could have imagined. "James, don't be dramatic. Your father knows best. He's protecting you from yourself. You should be grateful." Grateful? My throat closed up. Even she was on his side. Even the one person I thought might have my back. I left her house in silence, the betrayal heavy in my chest. It was like losing her twice, once as a grandmother, and again as someone I could trust. When I got home that night, there was one final blow waiting for me. An email forwarded from my dad's account. It was a notice from the state business registry. My company, the business I had built from scratch, the thing I had poured sleepless nights and endless effort into, was no longer under my name. Ownership had been transferred to him. I stared at the screen, my vision blurring with tears I refused to let fall. My father had stolen everything. Not just the money, not just the savings, but my identity, my livelihood, my future. And in that moment, something inside me broke. The boy who had always swallowed the insults, who had always played the quiet role, who had always been told he was soft, he was gone. All that was left was silence. And under that silence, a fire that would not go out until I got everything back. Rock bottom doesn't come all at once. It creeps in slowly, moment by moment, until you wake up one day and realize you're not standing anymore. You're on the floor, looking up at a world that seems determined to crush you. That's where I found myself in the weeks after my father took everything. At first, it was denial. I kept thinking there had to be some mistake, some loophole, some way to undo the damage. I spent long nights calling lawyers, only to be told the same thing. The documents looked valid, the transfers were processed, and without a drawn-out, expensive legal battle, there wasn't much to be done. Even if I fought, they said, my father had more resources, more influence, and more support. I was just one man. Then came the bills. My rent, my utilities, the loan I'd taken out for equipment for my company. Every reminder of the life I had built showed up demanding money I no longer had. I sold off what I could. My laptop, my camera, even the watch I'd been given for graduating college. Each item felt like a piece of myself being chipped away. I lived on instant noodles and canned soup, my fridge humming emptily in the corner. The hardest part wasn't the hunger or the exhaustion. It was the humiliation. Friends I had once helped support asked why I was suddenly avoiding outings. Clients who had trusted me with their projects sent emails asking why my company wasn't responding anymore. I couldn't tell them the truth, that my own family had gutted me from the inside out. So I said nothing. I let the silence swallow my reputation. One evening, desperate and drained, I walked into my parents' house. I don't even know what I was hoping for. Maybe some scrap of humanity, maybe a chance to beg. They were sitting at the dining table, laughing over wine like nothing had happened. My father looked up at me with that same condescending smile. "Ah, James. Finally decided to visit. Have you come to your senses yet?" I swallowed hard. "Dad, please. You've taken everything. I don't have a company anymore. I don't even have enough to pay rent. I need something back. Anything." He leaned back in his chair, swirling his glass of wine. "James, this is what responsibility looks like. You think life is about chasing your little dreams? No, life is about sacrifice. You'll understand that once you stop fighting us. Until then, this is the lesson you need to learn." My mother sat quietly beside him, nodding, her eyes cold. Uncle Peter grinned. Caleb smirked. The entire room seemed to close in on me, the walls pressing tighter and tighter. I left that night feeling smaller than I ever had before. On the drive home, I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white, every breath shallow. By the time I pulled into my empty apartment, I couldn't even cry anymore. I just sat there, staring at the dark, listening to the silence. Days bled into each other. I stopped answering calls. I stopped checking emails. I was a shell of myself, moving through life like a ghost. Rock bottom wasn't a crash, it was quicksand. The more I fought, the deeper I sank. But here's the thing about quicksand. Eventually, you stop thrashing. You go still. You breathe. And once you're calm, you can think. That's when the planning started. Quietly, in the back of my mind, almost without me realizing it at first. A thought would slip in. They forged your signature. What else have they left exposed? Another thought. They underestimate you. They always have. That's their weakness. I started keeping notes. Late at night, when the city was quiet, I'd sit at my desk with a cheap notebook, writing down everything I knew. Dates, transactions, names, patterns. It wasn't much, but it was a seed. A map of betrayal. And slowly, through the exhaustion and humiliation, a different feeling began to grow. Resolve. They thought they'd broken me. They thought I was finished. But rock bottom has a strange way of clarifying what really matters. I had nothing left to lose, and that made me dangerous. The climb back up wasn't quick, and it wasn't pretty. At first, it was like trying to move after breaking every bone in your body. Slow, painful, but necessary. I knew I couldn't fight my family head-on yet. They had money, influence, and the smug confidence of people who believed they were untouchable. So I did the only thing I could. I disappeared into the background and started rebuilding in silence. I picked up work wherever I could. Freelance jobs, odd tasks for people who didn't ask too many questions. I stayed quiet, kept my head down, and saved every cent I could. The meals were still simple, the nights still long, but for the first time in weeks, I felt purpose creeping back in. Each small payment, each new skill learned, was a brick in the foundation of something bigger. One of the first breaks came when an old client reached out, asking if I'd be willing to take on a small project under the table. "I don't care what name you use," he said. "You're the only one I trust to get it right." That line stuck with me. The only one he trusted. My family might have stripped me of everything, but they couldn't take away the trust I'd earned, the work ethic I had, or the mind they'd spent years belittling. So I reinvented myself. I registered a new company under a different name, one that had no ties to my family. I used a friend's address as the business mailing location, and I built quietly, project by project. No announcements, no social media posts, no bragging. Just work. Silent, steady, and relentless. While they drank wine and boasted about Claire's perfect wedding, I was poring over contracts, designing late into the night, and meeting clients in quiet cafes. The money started trickling in and then flowing. I wasn't rich, far from it, but I was moving again. Each invoice paid felt like reclaiming a piece of my dignity. Months passed, and the silence worked in my favor. My family thought they had beaten me into submission. They thought I had nothing left, which meant they weren't watching me. And in that shadow, I was growing stronger. The turning point came when a project I'd taken on for a small local business caught the attention of a larger firm. They reached out, impressed with the work, and offered me a contract that could keep me afloat for years. I remember staring at the email, my hands trembling, not from fear this time, but from the rush of possibility. I accepted, of course, but carefully, quietly. Every paper trail, every dollar, I kept under lock and key, away from the greedy hands of those who had already tried to strip me bare. As my work grew, so did my confidence. The shame I'd been carrying began to peel away. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was building a future on my own terms. My bank account slowly filled again, though this time I split it across multiple places, all under names my father didn't know existed. He couldn't touch this. Not now. Not ever again. And with each success, I started to notice something I hadn't before. People respected me, not because of my last name, not because of my family, but because of me. Clients referred me to their friends. Partners asked for my input. For the first time, I wasn't just the overlooked son or the failure at the dinner table. I was someone worth listening to. The irony was, my family still had no idea. They thought I was licking my wounds, stumbling through life, barely holding on. And I let them think that. I played the part of the struggling, beaten down son when I saw them. I let Dad lecture me about responsibility, let Caleb smirk about his better prospects, let Grandma pat my hand and tell me to be grateful. I swallowed it all with a blank face. Because while they sat in their comfortable chairs, basking in their imagined superiority, I was climbing, higher and faster than they could see. And as I stood on that invisible ladder, looking down at the people who had pushed me into the dirt, I realized something crucial. They hadn't just stolen from me. They had given me the greatest gift of all, motivation, a fire that would never go out until justice was mine. It started with a whisper, one I wasn't meant to hear. I had been keeping my distance from the family for months, showing up only when absolutely necessary. I played my part well, shoulders hunched, eyes tired, wallet supposedly empty. To them, I was still the struggling son who hadn't learned his lesson. But beneath that mask, my new company was thriving. The contract I'd landed had opened doors to even bigger projects. And while my father smirked at family dinners, I was wiring five-figure payments into accounts he didn't even know existed. Then came Claire's engagement party. Yes, she'd already had the wedding. They'd drained my savings to fund it. But now there was another event, another excuse for them to parade wealth and superiority. I didn't want to go, but part of me knew that staying in the loop meant staying one step ahead. So I went, blending into the crowd with a drink in hand, pretending to be invisible. That's when I heard it. My father and Uncle Peter were standing near the back patio, voices low but not low enough. "The deal has to go through soon," Uncle Peter muttered. "If the numbers don't add up, the investors will walk. We've already sunk too much into this." "Don't worry," my father said smoothly. "James's money covered more than they realize. They think we've got assets lined up. We'll make it work." I froze. Investors? Deals? This wasn't just about Claire's wedding. They had funneled my savings into something else, something risky enough that they were whispering about it in shadows. I edged closer, careful not to draw attention. "But what if the audit flags it?" Uncle Peter pressed. "The transfers, the signatures. If anyone digs too deep." "They won't," my father snapped. "And if they do, James will take the fall. Everything's under his name, not mine. He doesn't have the backbone to fight it." The words hit me like a slap. Not only had he stolen from me, he'd set me up as the scapegoat. If their so-called deal collapsed, if the investors uncovered fraud, I'd be the one left holding the bag. I walked away from that conversation with my heart pounding, a storm brewing inside me. For the first time, I saw the full picture. This wasn't just greed. It was calculated exploitation. My father hadn't simply drained my accounts. He tied my name to their shady dealings, betting that I'd stay too beaten down to defend myself. But what he didn't know was that while he thought I was powerless, I had been building power of my own. Through my new company, I had gained access to resources I never had before, lawyers who actually respected me, accountants who knew how to dig into hidden numbers, clients who trusted me enough to share contacts in high places. And as my contracts grew, so did my understanding of business structures, loopholes, and the fragile threads that held deals together. One night, sitting at my desk with the same cheap notebook I'd started months ago, I connected the dots. My father and uncle's investment deal wasn't solid. It was a house of cards. And I now had enough knowledge, enough leverage, to blow it over with a single push. But I didn't push. Not yet. Because revenge isn't just about striking. It's about striking when they least expect it, when the fall will hurt the most. So I started gathering. Quietly, methodically, like a hunter setting traps in the dark. I collected every piece of evidence I could find. Emails forwarded accidentally, scraps of conversation overheard, business documents carelessly left in drawers at family gatherings. Each detail went into a growing file, neatly organized, waiting for the day I would use it. And then came the moment that sealed my resolve. A client I had been working with, someone high up, someone with influence far beyond what my father could dream of, leaned across the table one afternoon and said, "You've got a sharp mind, James. Have you ever considered what you could do with the right backing?" I smiled for the first time in weeks. Because with his backing, I wouldn't just be a son fighting a family war. I'd be a man with allies, resources, and the kind of power my father had always claimed I lacked. For the first time in my life, the balance was shifting. They thought they had buried me, but I wasn't buried. I was planted, and now, I was ready to grow into something they would never see coming. Revenge, I learned, isn't about anger. Anger burns too quickly, leaving you reckless. No, real revenge is about patience, quietly weaving the net until the moment comes when you can pull it tight and watch your enemies thrash. By the time that moment arrived, I was calm, almost frighteningly calm. It started small, subtle moves, the kind no one notices at first. I began leaking pieces of information about my father and uncle's investment deal to the right ears, never directly, never in a way that pointed back to me. Just quiet nudges to people in positions of power, auditors who loved chasing down inconsistencies, competitors who would pounce at the first sign of weakness. It was like sprinkling breadcrumbs, each one leading toward the rotten core my family had tried so hard to hide. Meanwhile, I secured my own position. My client with influence had introduced me to contacts who understood how to protect assets, how to shield income, how to move money in ways no one outside the circle could trace. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just surviving, I was insulated. Even if my family tried to come after me again, they'd find nothing to take. The real strike came at a quarterly family dinner. I had kept up appearances, still playing the part of the struggling son, shoulders heavy, voice quiet. Dad loved those dinners because it gave him a stage. He held court at the head of the table, glass of wine in hand, bragging about how his business sense was keeping the family afloat. That night, he was particularly smug. "It's a good thing James has finally stopped wasting time on his little projects," he said loudly, enough for the entire table to laugh. "He's finally learning that family comes first. Isn't that right, son?" I looked around at their faces, smirking, nodding, some even pitying me. For a moment, I let the silence stretch, let them bask in their imagined superiority. Then I smiled. Not the broken smile they expected, but a calm, steady smile that made a few of them shift in their seats. "You're right, Dad," I said evenly. "Family does come first. That's why I thought you should all know something before you hear it from someone else." The room stilled. I pulled out a neat folder from my bag and slid it across the table. Inside were copies of the forged documents, my signature in my father's shaky handwriting, the transfers to accounts under his control, the shell companies he and Uncle Peter had been funneling money through. Pages of evidence, each stamped with official seals from lawyers and auditors who had quietly verified everything for me. Funny thing, I continued, my voice calm, almost conversational. Turns out, forging your own son's signature is still illegal. And siphoning his money into a fraudulent deal? Well, that doesn't look too good on paper either. Especially when investors start asking where their money really went. My father's face drained of color. Uncle Peter sputtered, reaching for the folder, but I pulled it back with a steady hand. "Don't worry," I said, my tone razor-sharp beneath the calm. "The right people already have copies. In fact, they've had them for weeks. I just thought you deserved to know before the calls start coming in." The silence was deafening. Caleb stared at me, his smirk gone, replaced by wide-eyed disbelief. Claire shifted uncomfortably in her seat, for once without a spotlight to save her. My grandmother's fork clattered against her plate. My father finally spoke, his voice low, trembling with fury. You wouldn't dare." I leaned forward, my eyes locked on his. I already did. It wasn't a shout. It wasn't dramatic. It was simple, undeniable truth. The fallout didn't happen all at once, but I saw the cracks forming right there at the dinner table. My father's hand shook as he set down his glass. Uncle Peter's face turned a dangerous shade of red. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't the one shrinking under their gaze. They were shrinking under mine. And the best part? I wasn't done yet. The call started 2 days later. I heard about it first through whispers in the family group chat. My Uncle Peter had been questioned by one of the investors. They demanded proof of where the funds had gone, and the numbers didn't line up. Then another message. Dad hadn't shown up to his office. By the end of the week, the floodgates had opened. Auditors swarmed through their accounts, investors pulled out, and the very people they had boasted about impressing were suddenly demanding explanations. I didn't need to lift a finger. The net I'd woven tightened all on its own. My father tried calling me at first, leaving message after message. His tone shifted with every voicemail, furious in one, pleading in the next, trying to guilt me in another. James, you're ruining the family. Do you understand what you've done? You're destroying us. But I didn't answer. Not once. Uncle Peter wasn't as subtle. He showed up at my apartment one evening, pounding on the door until my neighbors peeked out into the hallway. His face was pale, sweat beading on his forehead. You've got to fix this, James, he hissed when I finally cracked the door open. We'll give you a cut. We'll make it right. Just pull the evidence back. I let him ramble, his words spilling out in desperation. When he finally stopped, I looked him dead in the eye and said quietly, "This is me fixing it." Then I closed the door in his face. The unraveling was quick after that. My father lost his position on the board of the company he had bragged about leading for years. Uncle Peter filed for bankruptcy within months. Caleb, who had relied on their support for everything, suddenly found himself scrambling for work he wasn't qualified for. Claire, whose perfect wedding had been funded by my stolen savings, discovered that her dream life was built on money that no longer existed. Even my grandmother, who had dismissed my cries for help, had to watch as the empire she'd been so proud of collapsed into dust. Meanwhile, I flourished. My new company continued to grow, untouched by their scandals. Clients trusted me more than ever, impressed not just by my work, but by the quiet resilience I carried. The friends I thought I had lost returned, not out of pity, but out of genuine respect. For the first time, I stood on solid ground, and it was ground I had built myself. The last time I saw my father, he wasn't the towering figure who had stolen everything from me. He wasn't the man with the smug grin and the wine glass in his hand. He was sitting alone in a diner, shoulders slumped, staring into a cup of coffee that had gone cold. He didn't see me at first, but when our eyes met across the room, something flickered in his expression, recognition, then shame. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but I shook my head. There was nothing left to say. I walked out without a word, the bell above the diner door jingling softly behind me. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't carrying his weight anymore. My family had taken everything from me, but in trying to break me, they had given me something far greater than money or approval, freedom. And as I stepped into the cold air that night, I smiled. Not the quiet, strained smile they used to mock, but a real one. Because they had finally learned what I had known for months. I was never the weak one. They were. My name's Julian, I'm 27, and this all started with a voicemail I almost didn't check. It was a Monday afternoon, gray skies, drizzling. One of those days where everything feels like it's moving in slow motion. I was elbow deep in invoices at the accounting office I work for when my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I almost let it go to voicemail again, but something in me, maybe the weird quiet of the office, told me to check. I stepped out into the hallway and played it back. It was a law firm in the city. They were calling to notify me that the reading of my grandmother Eleanor's will was scheduled for Friday. My presence, they said, was formally requested. Now, let me be clear. I hadn't spoken to most of my extended family in years. After my mom died when I was 16, things got tense. My Aunt Melinda and Uncle Ron made it pretty clear I was only family through my mother and that I shouldn't expect much from them. After the funeral, they didn't even call. No holidays, no birthdays, just silence. The only person who kept in touch was Grandma Eleanor. She called me every few months, sent cards on my birthday, and once even wired me $500 during my third year of college when my laptop died during finals week. She never said much about the rest of the family, just that she loved me and missed my mother. So when I got the message about the will reading, I assumed it was just a courtesy. I figured Eleanor had left some things to my aunt and uncle, Maybe a few keepsakes for me out of sentimentality, a music box, maybe an old photo album. Still, I took the day off work and drove into the city. Not because I expected anything, but because I knew it would have meant something to her. The law office was one of those places that looked more like a museum than anything legal: wood-paneled walls, antique lamps, even a little fountain in the corner. I walked into the waiting room and immediately felt it. The stare. My Aunt Melinda, decked out in pearls and her usual lemon-faced glare, barely gave me a nod. Uncle Ron was flipping through a magazine like he couldn't be bothered to acknowledge I existed. My cousin Lydia, who I hadn't seen since I was a teenager, gave me a smirk that I could only describe as oily. She whispered something to her brother, Corey, and they both snickered. I ignored it. When the lawyer, Mr. Prescott, finally called us in, I walked into the mahogany-trimmed conference room trying to stay quiet, respectful. The moment I sat down, Melinda leaned over and muttered, "This is just a formality, Julian. We already divided everything. You weren't included for a reason." Her voice dripped with the same condescension I remembered from childhood. Grandma just wanted to make it official. I didn't say anything. I almost believed her. I mean, why would I be included? I wasn't part of their world. I didn't own a house, didn't have kids, or a flashy job. I was just the quiet kid who drifted away after his mother died. Then Mr. Prescott cleared his throat. "If I may," he said, adjusting his glasses. "Eleanor Bradford's last will and testament is brief, but quite clear." He opened the folder and began to read. I expected the usual legal lingo, something about cherished memories and splitting heirlooms. Instead, he said, "The entirety of the Bradford estate, including assets, properties, financial holdings, and possessions, is to be passed in full to one individual. That individual is Julian Everett." The room went completely still. I didn't even breathe. Melinda blinked like someone had slapped her. "I'm sorry, what?" she barked, sitting forward. "That's not right. There must be some mistake. We already divided." She specified it multiple times, Mr. Prescott said calmly, tapping the folder. "Her last 3 amendments all state the same thing. Leave everything to Julian Everett. No exceptions." Uncle Ron stood up so fast his chair screeched against the floor. His eyes were fixed on me, but not in shock, in fury. He hasn't been around. He didn't take care of her. He didn't earn this. She made her decision, Prescott replied, unfazed. "Legally, it's airtight." Melinda looked like she was about to faint. Lydia was whispering urgently to her brother, who looked pale. And me? I was still stuck somewhere between disbelief and panic. I didn't know what any of this meant. The estate? What estate? Grandma lived in an old house and gave me $500 once. What estate? Then Uncle Ron leaned over the table, his knuckles white against the wood. "If he wants war," he said, his voice low, trembling with rage, "he'll get it." I just sat there, stunned. I didn't say a word. They stormed out one by one. Melinda was muttering something about contesting the will. Lydia was crying, I think for dramatic effect, and Corey kicked the door on his way out. Only Mr. Prescott remained, offering me a thin smile and motioning for me to stay seated. "I think we should talk about what exactly you've inherited," he said gently. "It's considerable." I remember swallowing hard and nodding. But my mind wasn't on the assets. It was on Ron's words. "If he wants war." It echoed in my head like a drumbeat. Because that's exactly what I got. And I had no idea just how ugly it was going to get. I didn't sleep much that night. I went back to my tiny apartment and sat in the dark with a glass of water, staring out the window as headlights passed below. My phone kept buzzing. Unknown numbers, probably my aunt or her kids trying to corner me. I didn't answer any of them. I kept thinking about the last time I saw Grandma Eleanor. It was about a year ago. I'd taken a bus to visit her after she sent me a card that just said, "Let's have tea soon. I miss you." She looked smaller than I remembered, like her bones were shrinking under her cardigan. But her voice was sharp, her mind intact. We talked for hours. She asked about my job, my apartment, if I'd met anyone. She never brought up the rest of the family. Before I left, she hugged me longer than usual and said, "One day soon, Julian. I want you to remember you were always seen." At the time, I thought she just meant she was proud of me. I didn't realize she'd been planning something. The next morning, I met Mr. Prescott again at his office. He handed me a binder and a set of keys. Inside were copies of account statements, property titles, business holdings, and a personal letter from Grandma. She'd written it in her careful, looping script. My sweet Julian, if you're reading this, then you already know the truth. I left everything to you. I've watched for years as the others twisted themselves with entitlement. You never asked for anything. You never demanded, guilt, or bragged. You just loved. I hope what I've left can help you build a life you choose and protect you from the ones who'll try to take it. I'm sorry for the storm this will cause, but I trust you'll weather it. Love always. Grandma Eleanor. I sat in that office for nearly 20 minutes without saying a word. It turns out Grandma Eleanor wasn't just a retired schoolteacher. She'd quietly invested in rental properties after Grandpa died and owned 3 apartment buildings downtown, all fully paid off and generating monthly income. She had investments in blue-chip stocks, a beach house in Delaware, and even a vintage book collection appraised at 6 figures. All of it was mine now. By Friday, the calls turned to messages. Melinda sent one that read, "You know she was sick." She didn't understand what she was doing. Ron emailed me directly, a wall of legal threats and accusations, claiming undue influence, manipulation, emotional abuse. I'd barely seen them in years, but suddenly I was being painted as a scheming puppet master. Then the social media posts began. Lydia wrote a long, teary post on Facebook about the betrayal of family and how some people take advantage of the elderly for personal gain. I woke up one morning to find my photo, taken from LinkedIn, slapped on a Twitter thread by Corey, accusing me of fraud. A few of my coworkers saw it and asked questions. One even joked, "Hey, if you're rich now, buy us lunch." I laughed it off. On the outside, I tried to stay calm, but inside, I was unraveling. Every night, I checked my locks twice. Every day, I kept expecting some envelope with a lawsuit to arrive, and eventually, it did. A thick packet from my uncle's attorney. They were formally contesting the will, alleging Eleanor was not of sound mind. They claimed I manipulated her during her final years, coerced her to isolate from family, and that I had secretly guided her financial decisions. I was stunned, angry, but worst of all, I was hurt, because the truth was, I hadn't been there as much as I could have. I worked too much. I didn't call as often as I should have. And now, these people, these distant, bitter relatives, were using that against me. Mr. Prescott was calm, though. He explained their challenge wouldn't go far. The will is recent, signed in front of 2 neutral witnesses. We have medical records showing her clarity of mind, and she made the same decision across 3 versions of her will, going back nearly 5 years. Still, the court date was set. The legal process was grinding forward. And then, things got personal. One evening, I came home to find my mailbox pried open. Papers missing. I reported it, but nothing came of it. A week later, someone spray-painted the word thief across my front door in red. My landlord threatened to evict me if I didn't resolve the drama. I started noticing a car parked across the street late at night. Same SUV, always dark-tinted. I wasn't sure if I was paranoid or if Ron really was watching me. One night, I snapped a photo of the plates, but they didn't show up in any registry I could access. I started sleeping with a bat next to my bed. Mr. Prescott offered to connect me with a private security consultant. "Your grandmother anticipated backlash," he said, "but not this level of hostility." Then came the last straw. A month after the will reading, I got a letter in the mail, no return address. Inside was a photocopy of a photo from when I was 10 years old, me and my mom, standing on Grandma's porch. Written across it in marker were the words, "This was never yours to take." That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat at my kitchen table, staring at the letter, feeling something shift inside me. They wanted war? Fine. They were going to get it. The next morning, I called Mr. Prescott and said 5 words I hadn't expected to hear from my own mouth. "I want to go on offense." He paused. "Julian, are you sure?" "Yes," I said. "They've been dragging my name through the mud. And I let them. I just kept hoping it would blow over. But it won't. Not until I show them I'm not the scared kid they remember." He didn't argue. That week, he arranged for me to meet a litigation attorney, a woman named Fiona Marks. She was sharp, no nonsense, and had a reputation for being scorched earth when necessary. I explained everything: the vandalism, the fake social media posts, the stalking, even the letter. She listened carefully, then leaned back in her chair and said, "All right, we're not just going to defend. We're going to dismantle." We started with a formal cease and desist sent to Melinda, Ron, Lydia, and Corey, citing defamation, harassment, and intimidation. It was full of legal jargon, but it boiled down to, back off, or you'll regret it. Corey took his tweets down within 24 hours. Lydia blocked me on everything. But Melinda? She responded with a handwritten letter, trying to sound diplomatic, but loaded with guilt-tripping lines like, your mother would be so disappointed in you. And Ron doubled down. He posted a rant on Facebook so full of venom it looked like a manifesto, accusing me of being a gold-digging leech who brainwashed an old woman into cutting off her real family. It got dozens of shares from people I didn't know, old neighbors, family friends who didn't have the full story. Suddenly, I was getting DMs from strangers calling me a fraud. One message said, your grandma's turning in her grave. I stopped reading them after that. Meanwhile, Fiona began digging. She filed for a court order demanding access to communication records and internal emails between the other family members. She had a hunch. What she found changed everything. About 2 years ago, shortly after Grandma Eleanor's third revision to her will, Lydia had emailed a notary acquaintance about undoing some documents. The tone was cagey and the timing suspicious. Then there was a message from Ron to Melinda titled Plan B, with an attachment that was mysteriously missing, but metadata showed it had once been labeled Alt-Calendar for draft. Fiona brought the evidence to Prescott, and together, they prepared a motion to enter it into court, proving that not only had the family been planning to contest the will, but they may have been trying to forge an alternative one behind Grandma's back, possibly even after she'd finalized the real one. That was the moment the tide began to shift. The court date drew near. By then, I'd moved out of my old apartment, too risky, and was living temporarily in one of the properties Grandma had left me, a modest duplex just outside the city. Quiet neighbors. No drama. For the first time in weeks, I could breathe. Then, 2 nights before the hearing, there was a knock at my door. I looked through the peephole. It was Melinda. I almost didn't open it. But some stubborn part of me needed to see what she would say. She was dressed in black, as if mourning, and held a paper folder in her hand. Her expression was tight, unreadable. Julian, she said, voice trembling with artificial politeness. Can I come in? Just for a minute. I didn't move. Say what you came to say. She sighed, glanced over her shoulder as if making sure no one was watching. Look, you don't understand the pressure we've been under. Your grandmother, she made decisions that didn't make sense. She wasn't thinking clearly. She had full mental capacity, Melinda. The doctors confirmed it. The court will, too. She pursed her lips. Do you really want to drag the family name through court? Make a public mess of everything? Think of your mother. She wouldn't want this. My jaw tightened. There it was again, using Mom as a weapon. As if she had any right. She'd want me to stand up for myself? I said. Something I should have done a long time ago. Melinda's expression flickered, just for a second, with something closer to contempt. You'll regret this, she whispered. I didn't respond. I shut the door. The morning of the hearing was cold and gray, like the day of the will reading. I wore a suit Grandma once bought me for a college interview. I hadn't worn it in years, but somehow, it still fit. The courtroom wasn't as grand as I'd imagined. Wooden benches, beige walls, everything sterile and quiet. My aunt and uncle sat at one table, flanked by their lawyer, a stiff-looking man in a navy tie. I sat across from them with Fiona and Mr. Prescott. I didn't make eye contact. The judge entered, and everyone stood. My heart pounded in my chest, but I kept my face neutral. The case began. Their lawyer opened with a dramatic speech, painting me as an estranged, opportunistic grandson who reappeared just in time to reap the rewards. He talked about inconsistent behavior, Eleanor's declining awareness, and how this inheritance is a betrayal of family legacy. Then Fiona stood up. Her voice was calm, steady. Every sentence landed like a brick. She presented the will, 3 versions, all signed and witnessed. She introduced Eleanor's physician's testimony via affidavit, confirming her mental clarity. She referenced the emails between Lydia and the notary, the suspicious alt_draft, metadata from Ron, and even mentioned the Facebook harassment campaign that conveniently ramped up just after the will reading. Then, she said the words I didn't expect to hear. We request a forensic audit of the defendant's communications and devices to determine whether there was an attempt to fabricate legal documents or interfere with an active estate. Ron nearly jumped out of his seat. This is insane, he shouted. She was manipulated. She was an old woman, and he poisoned her against us. The judge banged the gavel once. "Sit down, Mr. Bradford." But Ron kept going, eyes blazing, finger jabbing toward me. "He doesn't deserve it. He didn't do anything. We were there for her. We cleaned the house. We took care of things." "No," I said quietly, finally breaking my silence. "You took care of your share. Not her." Melinda looked stunned. The judge narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Everett, you'll have a chance to speak in full later." I nodded. And then the judge looked at the papers Fiona had submitted. His brow furrowed. "I'll need time to review this new evidence," he said. "We'll reconvene next week. Until then, I'm placing a temporary injunction on any claims against the estate and instructing both parties to refrain from public commentary." He banged the gavel again. We stood. I turned to leave. But as I stepped into the hallway, I heard Ron hiss behind me. "This isn't over. Not even close." I didn't turn around, because I knew something he didn't. The real storm hadn't even started. I didn't respond to Ron's last threat. I didn't flinch. I just kept walking down the hallway, past the court officers and stale beige walls, toward the parking garage where my car waited. That day, as the echo of his words faded behind me, I realized something. I no longer felt like I had to prove I belonged. Grandma had already proven it for me. I wasn't the outsider anymore. I was the one sitting behind the desk now. Still, I knew the worst was ahead. That week between court dates was a minefield. The day after the hearing, someone left a dead bouquet on my doorstep. Not just flowers, funeral flowers. The tag said nothing, but the message was loud. I called Fiona. She wasn't surprised. "They're spiraling," she said calmly. "They're watching their inheritance slip through their fingers, and they're lashing out. All we have to do is keep the pressure on." She wasn't exaggerating. Fiona had begun the process of obtaining a digital forensics team, a group of tech specialists who could recover metadata, deleted emails, and system logs. She also subpoenaed communications between the notary Lydia contacted and her father. Things were moving fast. That Friday, I met with Mr. Prescott again, this time in his private office. He looked different, less formal, more personal. He poured 2 glasses of tea and slid a manila envelope across the desk. "This," he said, "was meant for you, but only if things got ugly." I opened it. Inside was another letter from Grandma Eleanor. This one wasn't dated. It was typed, not handwritten. "Julian, if you're reading this, then my fears came true. I hoped they would accept my decision. But I know my children. They see the world through entitlement and tradition, not love or fairness. I chose you not to spite them, but because you are kind, quiet, steady. I am proud of you. Don't let them bully you out of what is rightfully yours. If they try to fight, let them. But remember, they can't take what they never built." That night, I cried. For her. For Mom. For the boy I used to be, who always felt like a ghost in his own family. By the time the next hearing arrived, everything had shifted. Fiona submitted the findings from the digital forensics team. Turns out, Ron had downloaded a will template, identical in format to Eleanor's, and filled it out with different names. His, Melinda's, and their children's. He dated it 1 week after the official will was signed, but the document data showed it was actually created 3 months later. Worse, there were emails between Ron and a different notary, asking if a will signed by an Alzheimer's patient can be challenged if the previous one wasn't notarized properly. The notary declined and reported the exchange after being contacted by Fiona. When all this was presented to the court, Melinda went pale. Her lips quivered. Lydia stared down at her lap like a child caught cheating on a test. Corey didn't even show up. But Ron? He stood. Again. "Your Honor," he said, his voice brittle and desperate. "She was our mother. This was never about money. It was about justice." The judge leaned forward. "Mr. Bradford, you and your family attempted to forge documents, harass the named beneficiary, and slander his reputation publicly, all while undermining a legally sound and repeatedly affirmed last will and testament. This was never about justice. This was about greed." Ron opened his mouth, then closed it. The gavel fell. The will stood. The estate remained mine. The challenge was dismissed with prejudice, meaning they couldn't reopen the case. What's more, the judge allowed Fiona's request to file civil charges for defamation and emotional distress, and referred the forgeries to the DA's office for review. By the time I walked out of that courtroom, I was no longer afraid of them. I had nothing left to prove. I just had work to do. Over the next few weeks, I moved slowly, carefully. I had Fiona draft a restraining order against Ron after a car followed me home one too many times. Melinda called twice, once to beg, once to curse, and I recorded both. Lydia posted a video online apologizing for the misunderstanding, but it was clearly a legal tactic to reduce damages. I ignored her. Instead, I poured myself into what Grandma had left behind. I hired a management firm to help oversee the rental properties and renovate a few of the units that had gone neglected. I found a nonprofit that refurbished old books and donated them to schools and gave them Grandma's library, except for one shelf. That shelf sits in my home office now. And then, slowly, something surprising began to happen. Neighbors of my grandmother, people I barely remembered from childhood, started reaching out. One woman, Mrs. Tucker, dropped off a pie and told me, "Your grandmother talked about you constantly. Said you were her greatest joy in life." An old friend of Eleanor's sent me a photo of them in college, smiling on the steps of a library. On the back, she'd written, "He's got her eyes." I kept every note, every memory, every small kindness. They became a shield against the storm that came before. As for the rest of the family, Melinda eventually settled the civil suit privately, a six-figure sum, negotiated under the condition that she publicly retract her accusations. She did, but not before trying to sneak in a non-disclosure clause, which Fiona flatly refused. Ron didn't go down as quietly. The DA filed misdemeanor charges for attempted fraud, and although he avoided jail, he was fined and placed under court supervision for a year. His reputation in town took a hit, especially when the newspaper ran a story titled, "Man Forges Mothers Will Steal Estate from Grandson." It wasn't subtle. Lydia and Corey faded into the background. I haven't heard from them since. I still think about Grandma often. Sometimes when I'm walking through one of the buildings she bought, or flipping through her recipe book, or reading one of her letters. She wasn't rich in a flashy way. She built slowly, like a gardener planting one seed at a time. And now that garden is mine to tend. Sometimes people ask if I'm glad it happened, if I feel victorious. I don't. This wasn't a win. It was a reckoning. But I am at peace. And I finally understand what she meant when she said, "Don't let them take what they never built." They tried. But I'm still standing. My name's Edward. I'm 27. And for as long as I can remember, my family has had a talent for making me feel like I was the extra piece at the table. The kid who was tolerated but never celebrated. Growing up, my parents always seemed to find a way to favor my younger brother, Daniel, and my older sister, Claire. I wasn't the troublemaker or the golden child. I was just invisible. If I got an A, it was expected. If Daniel scraped by with a C, it was treated like a miracle. If Claire landed a summer job, the entire extended family heard about it. My small victories were always brushed under the rug. For years, I convinced myself I didn't care. I poured myself into work, kept my distance, and told myself one day I'd build a life where their opinions didn't matter. But of course, life doesn't let old wounds stay buried, especially not when family money and secrets are involved. This Christmas was the first time in a long time that I decided to actually attend the big family dinner at my parents' house. I wasn't exactly eager, but my grandmother, my dad's mother, had been calling me for weeks, telling me how much it meant to her to have all of us together again. She's the one person in my family who never made me feel lesser. Grandma Ruth always saw me. I couldn't say no to her, so I showed up with a bottle of wine and low expectations. The house looked the same as always. Glowing lights wrapped around the porch, the smell of roast ham seeping through the door, and the faint sound of Christmas music muffled by laughter. It should have felt warm, but the moment I stepped inside, I felt the old chill, like I was walking into a play where everyone already knew their roles, and mine was the one they didn't respect. Daniel was the first to greet me, leaning smugly against the doorway with his car keys twirling around his finger. "Oh hey, look who decided to show up," he said, giving me that smirk he's had since high school. "Don't worry, we saved you a seat. Hope you don't mind. It's at the end of the table." Claire chimed in from across the room with a fake laugh. "Well, at least he made it on time this year. That's progress." My parents didn't even look up right away. My dad gave me a curt nod, and my mom said, "Edward, you brought wine? Well, put it on the counter. Don't open it, though. We'll save that one for later." I bit down the urge to roll my eyes. Same routine, same digs. I told myself to just get through the night for Grandma's sake. Dinner went about how you'd expect. My mom bragging about Claire's new promotion at her firm, my dad gushing about Daniel's car, and me being asked a single vague question about my work before the conversation moved on. I've been doing pretty well for myself lately, working in tech consulting, building my own small client base, but to them, it was just Edward doing something with computers. I let it slide. I always let it slide. That is, until dessert, when Grandma, bless her heart, leaned over with her soft smile and said the sentence that would change everything. I hope you love the car your parents bought you with the money I gave. The room froze. Forks stopped clinking. My parents exchanged a look so quick, I almost thought I imagined it. I felt my chest tighten. What money? I asked, my voice sharper than I intended. Grandma blinked, confused. The money I gave them for you, dear. Last spring. I told them it was for you to get something reliable, since your old car was giving you trouble. Her words hung in the air like a bomb. I didn't even realize my hands were gripping the edge of the table. My old car had been a beat-up Honda Civic that barely survived last winter, and I'd scraped together my own savings to replace it months ago. I thought I'd handled it on my own. But now, sitting across from Daniel, who was suddenly very interested in his plate, I felt the pieces clicking into place. My mom coughed lightly, trying to smooth it over. Oh, Mother, you must be mistaken. You know how things get, finances moving around. But Grandma shook her head. No, I remember clearly. I withdrew $25,000 and gave it to you and Richard. You said you'd set it aside for Edward. My dad's jaw tightened, and he muttered, "We'll talk about this later." That's when Daniel, like the snake he's always been, chuckled under his breath. Guess the cat's out of the bag. He didn't even look ashamed. My stomach dropped. That car he'd been flaunting all evening, the shiny new one in the driveway, suddenly looked different. It looked like my car, bought with money meant for me. I couldn't speak for a moment. The silence around the table was heavy, broken only by the sound of Claire shifting uncomfortably in her chair. Wait, I finally said, looking at my parents. You used Grandma's money, money that was meant for me, to buy Daniel that car? My dad snapped. Enough, Edward. This isn't the time or the place. My mom added quickly, we did what we thought was best for the family. Daniel needed a reliable vehicle for his commute. My head was spinning. Best for the family. That phrase was their favorite shield, always meaning best for everyone but me. I looked at Grandma, whose face was pale with shock. Is that true? She asked my mom, her voice trembling. You told me it went to Edward. Daniel leaned back, grinning. Well, technically it did benefit him. Now I can drive him around if he needs it. He thought he was being clever. My hands curled into fists under the table. I wanted to yell, to flip the table, to finally unload years of resentment. But all I could do was sit there, my face burning. Grandma whispered, "Oh, Richard, how could you?" My dad's voice grew hard. It's done, Mother. What's the point of dragging this out in front of everyone? That's when something inside me shifted. For years, I had been the quiet one, the one who swallowed the insults, who played my part to keep the peace. But in that moment, I realized the peace had never included me. And worse, this wasn't just about the car. The way they avoided my eyes, the way Daniel smirked, the way Claire bit her lip like she knew more, something told me this wasn't the first time. This was just the first time they got caught. I sat back slowly, forcing myself to stay calm even as my chest thudded with anger. If that's how it is, I said quietly, then I guess I should find out what else you've been keeping from me. The room went deathly silent again, every pair of eyes on me. My parents stiffened, Daniel's smirk faltered for a split second, and Claire wouldn't meet my gaze. That's when I knew this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I sat there, still as stone, while the rest of the table tried to recover from the blow Grandma had unintentionally dropped. My chest felt tight, but my mind was racing. I could see it in everyone's body language. Daniel tapping his fork, my mom's forced smile, my dad's narrowed eyes, Claire biting her lip. Something wasn't right, and I wasn't going to let it slide this time. The silence stretched too long, so my mom tried to fill it. Edward, you're overreacting. It was one car. Daniel needed it. And you? Well, you're always so independent. You managed just fine on your own. Her words stung more than I wanted to admit. Managed just fine on your own. That was her polite way of saying, we don't have to give you anything because you'll survive without it. I forced myself to breathe evenly, but inside I could feel anger climbing my throat. Daniel finally broke the silence with a smug grin. Don't take it personally, Ed. You don't even drive much. You work from home, right? I actually need the car. You'd just let it sit in the driveway. He said it so casually, as if I hadn't spent years saving every penny to get rid of my old Civic, as if I didn't know the value of hard work. He had no idea what sacrifices I'd made to stand on my own 2 feet. I stared at him, and in that moment, I realized he wasn't just spoiled. He genuinely believed he deserved everything handed to him. Grandma's fork clattered against her plate. "This is disgraceful," she muttered. But my dad quickly cut in, his voice sharp. "Enough. Let's not ruin dinner. It's Christmas. Edward, you'll get your chance when it's right." This was about timing. Daniel needed a car now. His eyes met mine with that familiar warning look, the one he used when I was a kid to shut me down before I could argue. Only this time, it didn't work. Timing. I repeated slowly. So what else was about timing? What else was redirected because Daniel or Claire supposedly needed it more than me? I watched my mom's face stiffen. That was when I knew I had hit something real. Claire, who had been quiet until now, shifted uncomfortably. She glanced at my mom, then at me, and said, "Edward, don't make this into something it's not. You know how much they've helped you too. Remember when Dad co-signed your apartment lease? That was a big deal." I almost laughed. That was the example she pulled out? My dad had co-signed because the landlord required a guarantor, and even then he never let me forget it, reminding me every holiday about how I owed him for giving me a roof. Meanwhile, Daniel lived rent-free in their basement for years, and Claire had her graduate school tuition covered entirely by them. But sure, my dad putting his name on a lease was supposed to balance the scales. I leaned back, folding my arms. That's not help, Claire. That's obligation. And it doesn't erase the fact that Grandma's gift for me was stolen. Not borrowed. Stolen. My mom's eyes narrowed, her voice dropping into that tone she used when she wanted to control the room. "Edward, you don't understand the sacrifices we've had to make. Everything we do is for this family. Daniel's commute, Claire's education, they benefit everyone. You wouldn't understand because you've always been so focused on yourself." Focused on myself. The words hit like a slap. Was I supposed to apologize for not needing them? For grinding through jobs in college while Claire's tuition was paid? For skipping vacations so I could save enough to buy my own car, while Daniel's was just handed to him with a bow? My stomach churned as I realized they'd twisted the narrative so deeply that in their minds, I was selfish for simply wanting fairness. Grandma wasn't having it. She slammed her palm lightly against the table, surprising everyone. "Don't talk to him like that. That money was meant for Edward, not for your convenience. If you thought differently, you should have told me, not lied." The room went quiet again, but this time the silence felt heavy, charged. My dad's jaw clenched, his face red. "Mother, we will discuss this privately later. You've caused enough embarrassment." But I wasn't done. "No," I said, my voice calm but firm. "We're going to discuss it now. Because something tells me this car isn't the only thing you've taken." Daniel scoffed. "What? You think there's some grand conspiracy against you? Don't be paranoid. You're just mad because I finally got something nice." "Finally," I shot back. "You've been handed everything your whole life, Daniel. Meanwhile, I've been told to manage just fine. Do you even realize Grandma's talking about $25,000? Do you know what that would have done for me last year when I was paying off my student loans?" Daniel smirked, but I caught it, that flicker of guilt he tried to hide. He knew. He absolutely knew where the money came from, and he didn't care. The rest of dinner turned into a circus. Every time I tried to press the issue, my parents shut me down. My dad muttered about how this wasn't the place. My mom acted like I was overreacting. Claire tried to play mediator, saying I should let it go for now to keep the peace. But Grandma kept throwing me these worried looks, like she was realizing just how deep the favoritism had gone. Later that evening, when the plates were cleared and everyone was lounging in the living room, I caught snippets of conversation. My parents whispering about what else he knows. Claire telling Daniel to keep his mouth shut, and Daniel laughing, saying, "He's not going to do anything. He never does." That was the moment I made up my mind. They thought I wouldn't push back. They thought I'd swallow it like I always had. But this time was different. They weren't just dismissing me, they were stealing from me. And if there was one thing I wasn't going to let slide, it was betrayal disguised as family duty. I decided then and there I was going to find out exactly what else they'd kept from me. And I had a sinking feeling the car was just the beginning. That night, after the guests began drifting home and the house settled into that uneasy quiet, I lingered by the hallway. My parents were in the kitchen, speaking in low voices, clearly assuming I couldn't hear them. I've always had sharp ears, and after years of being treated like an outsider in my own family, I'd learned to pay attention when people thought I wasn't listening. "She shouldn't have said anything about the money," my dad muttered. His tone wasn't guilty, it was irritated, like Grandma had been the one in the wrong. "Now Edward's going to start digging." My mom's sigh was weary. "He'll get over it. He always does. He'll sulk for a few weeks, but he doesn't have it in him to make a fuss. He's too proud to admit he feels cheated." Their words cut deep, but what hurt more was the ease with which they said them. They didn't see me as their son in that moment. They saw me as a nuisance, someone they could manipulate and dismiss. Then Claire's voice joined in. I hadn't realized she was still there. "You two should have been more careful. Grandma might be old, but she's not stupid. If she starts checking her accounts again, she'll notice the other transfers." I froze. Other transfers. My pulse quickened as I pressed myself against the wall. "Don't worry," my mom said quickly. "We were careful. She only noticed the car because she assumed it was for Edward. Everything else was handled discreetly. Daniel needed help with his down payment, and Claire's tuition wasn't going to pay itself. What were we supposed to do, say no? I felt the blood drain from my face. My legs felt like they might give out. Down payment? Tuition? My hands clenched into fists, nails digging into my palms. So it wasn't just the car. Grandma had given them money for me, money that could have given me a head start, lightened the weight of loans, allowed me to breathe. Instead, they'd quietly siphoned it away for Daniel's house and Claire's education, while telling me to manage just fine. My dad's voice was a low growl. "Edward doesn't need to know about any of that. He's always been independent, like you said. He doesn't have a family to support. He'll be fine." That line, "he doesn't have a family to support," struck me harder than any insult ever had. I realized then that in their eyes, I wasn't even a full member of this family. I was the backup plan, the one who didn't deserve investment because I wasn't burdened by dependence. They had twisted independence into punishment, and they had stolen from me to justify it. I barely noticed Grandma appear at my side until she touched my arm. Her face was pale, but her eyes were sharp, burning with the same realization I was having. She didn't say a word, just shook her head slowly and whispered, "Not here. Not now." I nodded stiffly, though my chest burned with rage. The next day, I couldn't let it go. I needed proof. I went to visit Grandma at her house, and for the first time, she showed me her bank statements. She had been keeping them in a neat folder, something she rarely did on her own. She wasn't meticulous with paperwork, but she knew enough to keep copies when large withdrawals were involved. Together, we sat at her kitchen table as she flipped through the records. My heart sank with every page. There it was, 3 separate transfers over the past 2 years, each one labeled with some vague note from my parents. $25,000 last spring, $40,000 the year before that, another $30,000 a few months later. Grandma explained in a trembling voice, "I thought all of these were for you. Every time I gave them money, they promised it would go toward your future, your debts, your stability, a down payment on a place for you." I believed them. I stared at the numbers, my stomach churning. Nearly $100,000. That's what they had funneled away, smiling at Grandma, promising her it was for me, all while secretly handing it to Daniel and Claire. A cold clarity settled over me. It wasn't just favoritism anymore. It was theft. Betrayal so calculated that I didn't even have words for it. They had looked me in the eye, year after year, telling me I was too independent to need help, while using my name to drain money that was meant for me. And the worst part? Grandma's hands trembled as she whispered, "I never would have known if I hadn't mentioned the car. Edward, they lied to me. They used me." That was the moment something broke inside me. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was resolved. This wasn't about one car, or even the money itself. This was about the fact that my own parents had turned me into the scapegoat for their greed, and they thought I was too quiet, too compliant, to fight back. I looked at Grandma, my voice steady despite the storm inside me. "If they think I won't do anything, they're wrong. They've taken enough. This ends now." And in that moment, I knew. The next time I sat across from them, the balance of power was going to shift. The days after Christmas felt heavy, like I was walking through fog. I went back to my small apartment in the city, but I couldn't shake the weight pressing on my chest. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those numbers on Grandma's bank statements. $25,000 here, $40,000 there. Each withdrawal another nail hammered into the coffin of trust I'd once had for my parents. Nearly $100,000. Money meant for me. Money that could have wiped away my student loans in a single stroke, or given me a down payment on a place of my own. Money that could have bought me peace of mind after years of scraping by. Instead, it was gone. Poured into Daniel's shiny new car, his down payment on a condo, Claire's tuition, all while I was told to manage fine. I found myself replaying every sacrifice I'd made. Nights spent hunched over my laptop in college, taking on freelance work to cover bills while Claire breezed through grad school without debt. The bus rides in the dead of winter because my Civic wouldn't start, while Daniel lounged in the comfort of his parents' house rent-free. The years of swallowing my pride, telling myself independence was better than owing them anything. And all along, they weren't just ignoring me, they were robbing me, too. The betrayal dug deeper the more I thought about it. It wasn't just about money. It was about how little they valued me. They had looked at me, their son, and decided I was the safe one to cheat, because I wouldn't cause trouble. They gambled on my silence. And for years, they were right. I started pulling away. Calls from my mom went unanswered. Texts from Claire popped up on my phone. You okay? You seemed upset the other night, but I couldn't bring myself to respond. What was I supposed to say? That I had proof she'd been complicit in siphoning money from Grandma? That I'd heard her tell my parents they needed to be more careful about their lies? Every word from her felt poisoned. Daniel, of course, didn't bother reaching out. Why would he? He was too busy flaunting his new car, posting pictures of himself leaning against it like he'd earned it. I saw the posts online, each one like a spark to the fire in my chest. He captioned one photo, "Hard work pays off." I nearly broke my phone in half. Hard work. The irony of it made me laugh bitterly in the quiet of my apartment. But in between the bitterness and the rage, something else crept in, a suffocating sadness. Nights stretched long, and I'd catch myself staring at the ceiling, asking questions I didn't want the answers to. Why me? Why was I the expendable one? Why didn't they see me as worthy of the same support? I felt like a stranger in my own family. The thought that hurt the most was simple. Maybe they never cared for me the way I thought they did. Maybe all those years of being told to toughen up, to handle things myself, weren't just favoritism. They were proof I was never their priority. There was one night where I broke down completely. I sat at my kitchen table, the bank statement spread out in front of me, and I couldn't stop shaking. I thought about calling Grandma, but I couldn't bring myself to put more weight on her shoulders. She already looked stricken when she realized what they'd done. Instead, I poured myself a glass of water, sat in the silence, and let the anger and sadness wash over me until it felt like my chest was hollow. But hollow or not, something in me shifted during those long nights. I started to write things down, dates, amounts, what I overheard in the kitchen, every scrap of information Grandma had shown me. I created a folder on my computer, labeling documents, saving copies. It wasn't much, but it was a start. I wasn't ready to strike yet. I was still too raw, too broken. But I knew, deep down, that the planning had begun. At work, I kept my head down, but colleagues noticed I was quieter than usual. My boss even pulled me aside, asking if I was okay. I lied and said I was just tired. In truth, I was exhausted, emotionally drained by the weight of betrayal. Still, my work was the one place I felt control. The one place where effort equaled reward. Unlike at home, Grandma called me a few times during those weeks. Her voice was gentle, but I could hear the guilt in it. "Edward, I never would have let them do this if I had known," she told me one evening. I trusted them, and they took advantage of me, too. I reassured her that it wasn't her fault, though part of me ached at how deeply this cut had spread. She had been used just like me, her kindness weaponized. As winter dragged on, I felt like I was living two lives. Outwardly, I was functioning, paying bills, working, going through the motions. Inwardly, I was unraveling, holding on to rage like a lifeline, replaying the betrayal over and over until it hardened into something sharper. I wasn't ready to confront them yet. I wasn't even sure how. But I knew I couldn't stay at the bottom forever. One night, As I sat scrolling through Daniel's latest smug photo, something clicked. I wasn't going to let them define me as the forgotten one anymore. They had stolen from me, lied to me, and laughed at me behind closed doors. But their mistake wasn't in the theft, it was in underestimating me. They thought I would suffer in silence. They thought wrong. And as I closed my laptop that night, I whispered to myself, let them enjoy it now. Their time is coming. The months that followed were the slow turning of a wheel I hadn't realized I'd been pushing for years. At first, I was still carrying the heaviness of betrayal, the weight of knowing my own parents had siphoned nearly $100,000 that should have been mine. But grief has a strange way of reshaping itself. It started as sadness, shifted into anger, and eventually hardened into determination. If they thought I was going to sit in silence, scraping by while they showered Daniel and Claire with everything, then they hadn't been paying attention. I had been silent because I had no choice before. But now I was going to build something that didn't just make me independent, it made me untouchable. Work became my anchor. I threw myself into projects, picking up extra clients, saying yes to contracts I once would have second-guessed. My field, tech consulting, was demanding but flexible, and I discovered that the more I pushed myself, the more doors opened. The skills I'd been quietly building for years suddenly put me in high demand. Startups wanted my advice. Mid-sized companies wanted me to streamline their systems. Word spread. My name started circulating in spaces I hadn't even dreamed of reaching yet. By spring, I wasn't just making enough to cover my bills. I was making more than I ever had. I started paying down my student loans aggressively, watching balances drop month after month. The sense of control it gave me was intoxicating. Every payment was like reclaiming a piece of myself that had been stolen. With that financial momentum, I began thinking differently. Instead of wondering how to survive, I began strategizing about how to grow. I took courses to sharpen my business skills, joined networking groups, and even started mentoring younger consultants. Slowly, I began to build a reputation not just as a worker, but as a leader. People came to me for guidance, advice, referrals. For the first time in my life, I felt what it was like to have influence, and it lit a fire in me. Grandma noticed the change. When I visited her one Sunday afternoon, she clasped my hands and said, "You're shining again, Edward. I can see it in your eyes." I smiled, but there was a part of me she couldn't see, the part that still carried the sharp edge of betrayal. Because as much as I was rising, I couldn't shake the memory of my parents whispering that I would get over it, and Daniel laughing that I'd never do anything. Every milestone I hit, every new contract I signed, wasn't just for me. It was a reminder to myself that one day, they would see just how wrong they were. Summer rolled in, and with it came opportunities one hadn't imagined. A major client referred me to a corporation looking to overhaul their IT infrastructure, and that single project alone nearly doubled my yearly income. I reinvested the earnings into my own small firm, hiring 2 assistants to handle client onboarding and paperwork. What started as freelance consulting was becoming something bigger, something that could stand on its own. My personal life improved, too. With my finances steady, I moved into a modern apartment downtown with floor-to-ceiling windows and space that actually felt like home. I bought a reliable car, not flashy like Daniel's, but one I paid for outright with my own money. Each morning I woke up, I felt a little stronger, a little freer. It wasn't just independence anymore. It was empowerment. And yet, I kept my distance from my family. My mom's calls became more frequent, her voicemails sprinkled with guilt and passive-aggressive comments. "You never come around anymore, Edward. Your brother and sister miss you. Don't be stubborn." My dad tried his usual sternness when he finally reached me on the phone, saying, "Family is family. You can't just walk away." But I didn't bite. I kept conversations short, polite, controlled. I wasn't going to give them a window into my world. Not yet. Claire, interestingly, seemed torn. She texted occasionally, asking vague questions about my work, hinting at family updates without pushing too hard. Part of me wondered if she regretted her role in the betrayal, or if she was simply keeping tabs. Either way, I kept my guard up. Then came the first hint of a shift in power. One evening, Daniel called me out of the blue. He never called me. His voice was hesitant, and after some small talk, he admitted, "Hey, man, I'm having some issues with my condo. Something about the mortgage. I might need some advice." The irony almost made me laugh. The same brother who had gloated about his new car, who had smirked when I found out about the stolen money, was now calling me for help. I didn't gloat. I didn't even let my tone change. I simply said, maybe you should ask Mom and Dad. They've been so good at managing things for you. The silence on the other end was delicious. I hung up before he could respond. That night, I sat by my window, watching the city lights, and realized something important. For years, I'd been the one left out, the one underestimated. But now, I was the one with control. I was the one rising, while they were tangled in their own lies and mismanagement. The balance was shifting, and they didn't even see it yet. The thought gave me a calm satisfaction. Because when the time came, I wasn't just going to expose what they had done. I was going to make sure they felt it. It was early autumn when the final pieces of my patience began to crystallize into something sharper. By then, my small consulting firm had grown legs of its own. What had once been me alone with a laptop was now a registered business with employees, branded contracts, and even an office space on the 10th floor of a modest but modern building downtown. I'd gone from scraping by to sending out invoices with amounts that would have stunned me a few years earlier. Clients trusted me. Companies sought me out. I wasn't just getting by anymore. I was building something lasting. And still, I kept quiet. To my family, I was simply doing something with computers. They had no idea how much I'd grown. I wanted it that way. Silence was leverage. The less they knew, the more off balance they'd be when the time came. The real shift began with Grandma again. She called me one afternoon, her voice steady but tinged with something like resolve. Edward, I went through my accounts. All of them. And you were right. It wasn't just those 3 transfers. There's more. I drove to her house that evening. She had everything laid out on the dining room table in neat stacks, statements, withdrawal slips, even handwritten notes she'd kept. As we combed through them, my jaw tightened. The total wasn't just shocking, it was infuriating. Over the course of 4 years, my parents had siphoned almost $200,000 under the pretense that it was for me. Some went to Daniel's condo, some to Claire's tuition, and some, sickeningly, simply unaccounted for. They promised me, Edward, Grandma whispered, her eyes watering. Every time, they promised this was for you. I trusted them because they're my children. But they lied. Over and over again. And I let them. I took her hand and squeezed it gently. No, Grandma. They used you. That's on them, not you. But inside, my chest burned with a cold fury. $200,000. They had built Claire's degree, Daniel's lifestyle, off money that was supposed to help me build a future. They hadn't just robbed me. They had betrayed her trust, too. That night, Grandma made a decision. I want to make a change to my will, she said. If they can lie like this, they can't be trusted. Not with my estate, not with anything. At first, I hesitated. It felt heavy, like crossing a line I wasn't sure I was ready to cross. But then I remembered the whispers in the kitchen that night, Daniel laughing that I'd never do anything, my mom's voice saying I was too proud to fight back. They had already crossed every line. All I would be doing was holding them accountable. We set an appointment with her lawyer. The man was older, sharp-eyed, with a reputation for being meticulous. I sat with Grandma as she outlined everything, her voice firm despite the tremor in her hands. By the time she was finished, the structure of her estate had shifted dramatically. The house, the savings, the remaining investments, everything was placed into a trust, with me as the executor. Not because she loved me more, but because she could no longer trust her own children. The lawyer looked at me over his glasses when we signed the papers. You'll need to be prepared, son. When they find out, there will be trouble. I nodded, the weight of it settling into my bones. Trouble was coming, yes, but it was trouble they had earned. Meanwhile, my own life was climbing higher. By winter, I had signed my biggest contract yet with a corporation that secured me steady income for years to come. My company was small, but it was strong, and I was no longer just another consultant. I was an owner, a name in my industry. With stability came confidence, and with confidence came preparation. I started keeping records, meticulous ones. Copies of Grandma's statements, logs of dates and amounts, even a written summary of the conversation I overheard in the kitchen that night. I wasn't sure how I'd use it yet, but I knew one thing. Information was power, and I had plenty of it now. The first taste of how far I'd come arrived unexpectedly. Daniel showed up at my office one afternoon, unannounced, his grin replaced by a tight, uneasy smile. Ed, hey. Place looks nice. You've really done well for yourself." His tone was forced, like he hated admitting it. After some awkward small talk, he dropped his real reason for visiting. "Listen, I was wondering if maybe your firm could help me out. My condo association's been giving me grief over the systems. And, well, you're the expert." I leaned back in my chair, studying him. This was the brother who once smirked when I found out about the stolen money. The one who mocked me at Christmas dinner. And now, he was sitting across from me, hat in hand, asking for my expertise. I didn't say no outright. Instead, I smiled faintly and said, "I'll think about it. Leave me the details." The look on his face was priceless, caught between relief and the sting of being dismissed. For the first time, I realized just how much the tide had turned. They had stolen from me because they thought I'd always be the weak one. Now they were starting to see I wasn't weak. I was rising higher than they imagined. And when the time was right, when I finally pulled the curtain back on everything they'd done, I wasn't just going to tell them. I was going to show them, piece by piece, exactly how it felt to be blindsided, to be underestimated, to be betrayed. Their downfall was no longer a possibility. It was a plan. The opportunity to act came sooner than I thought. It was the following spring, and my parents were hosting another family gathering at their house, this time for Easter. Normally, I would have declined. By then I had perfected the art of distance, keeping my interactions with them short and shallow. But Grandma called me and asked if I would come. There was something in her voice, steady but resolute, that told me she wanted me there not for celebration, but for truth. So I went. Walking into that house again, I felt the old familiar air, my mom fluttering about with trays, my dad perched in his chair like a self-appointed king, Daniel bragging to whoever would listen about some deal he was working on, and Claire carefully maintaining her image of poise. It might have looked like a normal family Easter from the outside, but underneath, it felt like a house of cards. Dinner went smoothly at first. They asked me the usual shallow questions about how work was going, and I gave vague answers that downplayed my success. I'd learned that their favorite illusion was that I was still the quiet, struggling one. Let them believe it. It made what was coming even sweeter. It started with Daniel. Between bites of ham, he launched into a story about how expensive maintaining his condo had become. Mortgage payments, utilities, association fees, it all adds up, he said dramatically, like he was the first person in the world to pay bills. My mom rubbed his shoulder, murmuring, "That's why we've always been here to support you." She shot me a look as if daring me to object, as if I was supposed to sit there quietly and absorb the fact that my parents had poured tens of thousands into him while leaving me with scraps. Grandma's fork clinked against her plate. Her eyes, sharp despite her age, shifted to me. It was the smallest nod, but I understood it. This was the moment. I set my glass down carefully, the sound echoing louder than I expected in the quiet dining room. "Funny," I said calmly, "how support always seems to go in one direction." Daniel's smirk faltered. My mom frowned. "Edward, don't start." But I didn't raise my voice. I didn't need to. I reached into my bag and pulled out a neat folder, the same one I'd been building for months. I placed it on the table, sliding it toward Grandma first, then opening it so everyone could see. Bank statements, copies of transfers, notes, dates, everything. "This," I said, my voice even, "is every dollar that Grandma gave you for me. Every dollar you siphoned off for Daniel's condo, Claire's tuition, and whatever else you decided was more important than being honest." The silence was immediate. My dad's face darkened, his jaw tightening as if he could still intimidate me into silence. My mom's hand froze halfway to her glass. Claire's lips parted, but no sound came out. And Daniel looked like someone had just pulled the rug out from under him. I leaned forward, my tone still calm. "Do you know how much it adds up to? Almost $200,000. $200,000, taken from Grandma under the promise it was for me. Money that could have paid off my loans, secured my future, or even just given me a fair chance. Instead, you fed it into Daniel's lifestyle and Claire's degree, all while telling me to manage just fine." My mom sputtered, "Edward, that's not fair." "Not fair." I cut in, still quiet, still steady. "What's not fair is lying to your own mother. What's not fair is stealing from your son because he was the easiest target. What's not fair is building up two of your children while leaving the third to drown. Don't talk to me about fair." Grandma spoke then, her voice breaking. "Is it true? Richard? Margaret? She looked at them with tears in her eyes. Did you lie to me? My dad's face reddened. Mother, you don't understand. Edward never needed it. He was fine. The others. I never needed it. I repeated, my voice finally sharpening. You watch me struggle, watch me work nights, take buses, patch up that old Civic with duct tape just to get to work. And all that time, you had money sitting in your accounts. Money that wasn't even yours, that you used for everyone but me. Don't you dare tell me I never needed it. Daniel tried to jump in, his voice defensive. Look, Ed, it's not like you were ever left with nothing. You're fine now. Why are you making such a big deal about the past? I turned to him, meeting his eyes. Because the past matters, Daniel. And because you sat there, knowing exactly where that money came from, and laughed about it. You thought it was a joke. You thought I'd stay quiet forever. But here's the thing. I tapped the folder. I don't just have Grandma's word. I have proof. And if I wanted to, I could take this beyond this table. The room froze again. My parents' faces went pale. They knew what that meant. Fraud. Misrepresentation. Possibly worse. It wasn't just family drama anymore. It was legal territory. I sat back, folding my arms. But I don't need a courtroom to win. Because you've already lost. You've lost Grandma's trust. And you've lost me. The silence that followed was thick, broken only by the sound of Grandma quietly pushing the folder back toward me. Her eyes shimmered, but her voice was steady. Thank you, Edward. My dad opened his mouth to speak, but for the first time in my life, I didn't let him. I stood, collected the folder, and looked at all of them. My parents, Daniel, Claire. Their faces ranged from pale shock to forced indifference. But underneath it all, I saw what I wanted, fear. They had underestimated me. And now they understood that the son they thought they could cheat and dismiss wasn't just standing up. He was holding all the cards. And I wasn't finished yet. The fallout was immediate, like a glass shattering on tile. Grandma didn't wait. The very next week, she called her lawyer and summoned me to sit by her side as she finalized the changes to her estate. My parents, Daniel, and Claire were all officially removed as direct beneficiaries. Instead, everything, her house, her accounts, her investments, was placed into a trust, with me as executor and primary heir. The lawyer explained, in clear legal terms, that she no longer trusted her children to handle her affairs responsibly. The look on my parents' faces when they found out was something I will never forget. My mother pale with disbelief, my father red with anger, Claire whispering frantically about fairness, and Daniel standing there slack-jawed like the floor had disappeared beneath him. It didn't stop there. Grandma, who everyone assumed would always remain quiet and forgiving, confronted them herself. You lied to me, she said, her voice trembling but firm. You stole from Edward. You used my love as a weapon against him. And for that, you've lost the right to my trust. Watching her say it out loud, looking directly at my parents as tears welled in her eyes, was more powerful than anything I could have done. They tried to argue, of course. My dad shouted that I was manipulating her. My mom pleaded that I didn't need more than my siblings, and Daniel muttered bitterly that it was just money. But it was too late. Grandma had seen the truth, and once she saw it, she couldn't unsee it. In the weeks that followed, the cracks in their perfect facade grew wider. Word spread quietly among the extended family, though not by me, but by Grandma herself. She told her sisters, her cousins, her church friends. Soon, everyone knew what my parents had done. At gatherings, people who used to nod approvingly at my dad now looked at him with suspicion. My mom's reputation for being the caring mother was replaced with whispers about greed. Daniel's smug pride in his condo and car was overshadowed by the knowledge that they were bought with stolen money. Claire, who once carried herself with polished dignity, avoided eye contact at every family function. The irony was that they had always preached about family honor, about keeping up appearances. And now, because of their own actions, their names carried shame instead of respect. As for me, life continued to rise. My firm grew stronger, I paid off the last of my loans, and I bought my first home, entirely on my own terms. It wasn't flashy, but it was mine, and every brick felt like a silent victory. Daniel once tried to call me again, fishing for help with his condo's financial issues. But this time, I didn't even answer. Claire sent a long message apologizing for her part, but I left it unread. My parents never apologized at all. Instead, they doubled down, claiming I had turned Grandma against them. But the truth was, they had done that themselves. The final moment came one crisp autumn afternoon when Grandma invited me over for tea. We sat together in her garden, the air cool and the leaves bright with color. She looked at me with a mixture of pride and sadness. "You've carried yourself with grace, Edward," she said softly. "They thought they could break you, but you've grown stronger than all of them. I wish it hadn't taken so much pain to get here, but I'm glad you finally see your own worth." I nodded, staring at the folder still tucked safely at home, the evidence that had started it all. I didn't need to use it in court. I didn't need to ruin them with lawsuits. They had ruined themselves, and their punishment was living with the consequences of their betrayal. That evening, as I drove back to my own home, I passed by Daniel's condo. His shiny car sat in the driveway, its hood dented, the paint dulled with time. I realized, with a strange calm, that everything they had taken from me had turned to dust in their hands. The car, the condo, the false sense of superiority, it had all lost its shine. Meanwhile, what I had built, honestly, quietly, patiently, was only growing brighter. For years, I had been the invisible son, the one they thought could be cheated and ignored. But as I stood on my own porch that night, key in hand, I whispered the truth I had carried through every step of my rise. They thought I was weak. They'll never make that mistake again. I'm 19, and my name's Luca. I've always been the quiet one in my family. Not shy, just quiet. I learned pretty early on that the less I said, the less attention I drew. And that wasn't always a bad thing when you grow up in a house where everything revolved around your golden child sibling. My sister, Bianca, is 2 years older than me and has this magnetic, spotlight-chasing kind of energy. She's the kind of person who gets praised for showing up, while I had to move mountains just to be acknowledged. I used to think it was all in my head, but over time, the patterns were too loud to ignore. Like how, when I got accepted into 3 different universities, my parents told me they didn't want to rush into debt for something uncertain. But when Bianca decided on a gap year in Europe, where she would find herself, or something equally vague, they drained her college fund without blinking and bought her a Eurail pass. Or how, when I landed a summer job to help with bills, my mom said I was finally pulling my weight, while Bianca spent the summer in Mykonos and came home to a surprise welcome party. Still, I never exploded about it, never made a scene. I let it simmer, deep and quiet, like a pot you forget is on the stove until the water's gone and something's burning. So when my parents sat us down at the beginning of July and announced, "We're all going to the airport together next weekend," I felt something shift. I knew exactly what it meant the second the words left my mom's mouth. Bianca was going on another trip, this time to Greece, and I was going to be left behind, again. But they were framing it like a family moment, pretending we were all involved, right up until the final gate. We parked at the airport just after sunrise. I had my bag with me, not because I thought I was going anywhere, but because I was told to bring some clothes just in case something comes up at the house. That's how my parents talked to me, like I was some unpaid caretaker, not their son. As we walked through the terminal, I noticed how they barely acknowledged me. My mom kept fixing Bianca's hair, adjusting her sunglasses, fussing like it was prom night. My dad walked ahead with Bianca's duffel bag over his shoulder like a bodyguard. We stopped in front of Gate 4C, the Athens flight. My mom turned and wrapped Bianca in this huge, emotional hug. "Have the best time in Greece," she whispered. "You earned this trip. You've worked so hard." That stung. Not because of the hug, I didn't want one, but because of the earned. I thought of all the extra shifts I'd worked last summer to help pay for a plumbing repair they blamed on me. The way I stayed up with Dad's tax forms when he couldn't figure them out. I remembered staying behind last Christmas to watch the dog so the rest of the family could fly to Aspen. I wasn't earning points. I was a given, an assumption, a tool. Then my mom turned to me. "Someone had to stay behind and be responsible," she said lightly, like it was a compliment. My dad, already halfway turned away, tossed me the house keys without a second glance. "Don't mess anything up," he said. I caught the keys, nodded, and watched as they disappeared into the boarding line. I stood there for a long moment, just watching the backs of their heads fade into the crowd. Then I looked down at the boarding pass tucked deep in my hoodie pocket. Gate 7A, first class, one way. You see, 3 weeks ago, right after they first mentioned the Greece trip, I quietly started planning. I worked some overtime at the tech repair shop, picked up extra weekend gigs, even sold an old guitar I didn't play anymore. I booked my own ticket. Not to Greece, somewhere better. Somewhere none of them had even thought to go. Somewhere that was mine. I kept it to myself. I didn't even tell my best friend. I wanted the moment to feel clean, untouched by outside voices. So while they were finding their seats and giggling over flight snacks, I wheeled my suitcase 3 terminals over, past security again, and walked toward the gate like I belonged there. Because for the first time in a long time, I did. I belonged somewhere that wasn't in the shadow of someone else's spotlight. As I reached the check-in counter, the flight attendant scanned my passport and smiled. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Reyes." The weight in my chest eased, just slightly. I nodded, smiled back, and stepped toward the jet bridge, feeling my phone vibrate with a text I didn't bother checking. I knew who it was from. Probably asking if I remembered to water the plants. Maybe reminding me to forward the mail. They had no idea. And that's when the second part of my plan started to kick in, because I hadn't just booked a ticket. I'd left a note behind. A simple one. It was sitting on the dining table at home, folded next to the emergency contact list they always left for me like I was some kind of live-in security guard. The note read, "Gone for a while. Maybe longer. Don't wait up." No drama. No confrontation. Just a mirror. Because I wanted them to sit in that silence. To realize, for the first time, that I wasn't there. That I wasn't available. That the person they always assumed would be holding the house together like some invisible foundation was no longer underneath them. I settled into my seat. Aisle, plenty of legroom, and exhaled for what felt like the first time in years. And that's when my phone buzzed again. And again. Then rang. Still, I didn't answer. Because they still didn't know where I was going. And that wasn't even the best part. I didn't check my phone until the plane was already in the air. I had my noise-canceling headphones on, a warm towel in hand, and a meal menu spread across my lap when curiosity finally got the better of me. I opened my messages, expecting something like, "Did you remember to lock the side door?" or "Turn off the sprinklers after Monday." Instead, I saw 6 missed calls from my mom, 3 from my dad, and a flurry of texts in the family group chat, most of which started passive and spiraled fast. Luca, where are you? You didn't say goodbye. Dad, you better be home already. Don't ignore us. Bianca, wait. Why isn't Luca answering? Did he go somewhere? The keys are missing off the hook. Luca? Answer me. Dad, tell me you didn't just leave the airport with our car. And then, just 5 minutes later. There's a note. Luca, what is going on? I muted the thread and leaned back in my seat. The hum of the cabin around me was a balm compared to the noise I'd been wading through my whole life. I closed my eyes and pictured them standing in our empty foyer, that folded note staring back at them from the polished wood dining table. I wondered who read it first. I imagined the silence, thick and unfamiliar. My parents weren't used to being left out of the loop, especially by me. The plane touched down 12 hours later, and the difference in air alone felt like a whole new chapter. I didn't post anything online, didn't tag my location, didn't leave a trail. I rented a car, found my Airbnb tucked into the hills, and sat out on a balcony overlooking cliffs that dipped into turquoise water. The kind of place that made you forget how many times you'd been overlooked. The kind of place where the only person who got to define your worth was you. It took 2 days for the real unraveling to begin. It started with a voicemail from Bianca, one I actually listened to, just out of morbid curiosity. "Hey, Luca? Mom's freaking out. Dad's pissed. They think you did this too, like, punish them or something. I dunno. I told them you probably just needed a break, but you could have said something. Kinda messed up that you just took off. They left me a bunch of calls too because now I'm stuck dealing with the house stuff, and they're saying I should have stopped you? I don't even know what that means. Call me back." I didn't. By the 5th day, things escalated. I had an email from my dad, which was rare. He only ever emailed me when it was something official. Subject, "Come home. Luca, we didn't raise you to be this reckless. You can't just disappear and leave everything on our shoulders. We trusted you to be responsible while we were away. This is not how a mature adult behaves. If you're trying to prove a point, fine. You've made it. Now come home so we can talk like adults." Dad. I stared at it for a long time. And I almost replied. I almost fell back into that default version of myself. The one who apologized just to keep the peace. The one who would have said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you," even if I had. But then I thought about how many times I'd been asked to understand their side. How many times I was expected to be the bigger person. and how little that understanding ever flowed back my way. Instead of responding, I pulled out a postcard from a local shop, scribbled a single sentence across it, and dropped it in the nearest mailbox. This time, you figure it out. No return address. No hint of location. Just those 6 words and the faded picture of a sunlit coastline they'd never seen. By the end of the week, my best friend Alec, one of the only people who actually got me, sent a text. "Bro, you win. They're losing their minds. You coming back anytime soon, or?" I texted back, "Not yet, but I might need you to feed my goldfish." "Already did," he replied, followed by, "Also, Bianca posted something weird. You should look." I pulled up her account. It was a filtered photo of her at a cafe in Greece, trying to look breezy and unbothered. But the caption read, "Some people only know how to hurt the people who love them." The comments were filled with emojis, vague encouragements, and a few questions like, "What happened? And is this about your brother?" She was trying to get ahead of the narrative. Spin it so that I looked like the selfish one. I didn't comment. I didn't post my own photo in response. But I did take one, a candid shot from my spot on the cliffs, coffee in hand, the ocean stretching into forever. I didn't upload it, just saved it. For me. Because something was shifting. Not just in them, but in me. And they had no idea what I had planned next. By the start of the second week, the messages turned from frantic to manipulative. First came the guilt-tripping texts from my mom, the kind she used to send when I didn't immediately reply to her dinner invitations or when I said no to family outings to focus on school or work. Only this time, they were laced with urgency she hadn't shown in years. Luca, this has gone far enough. Your father is under a lot of stress. You're hurting this family. I didn't think you'd be so cold. We always counted on you. Is this how you repay us? Do you even care how this is affecting your sister? I scrolled past them without responding. I didn't even know how to respond. Because the truth is, I did care. I wasn't doing this to be cold or distant. I wasn't running away from my family. I was running toward myself. For the first time, I wasn't just a shadow in the corner of someone else's story. I wasn't the responsible one, holding everything up so someone else could feel special. I was free, and it felt unfamiliar in the best way. I was staying in a coastal town so quiet, you could hear the wind rustle through the olive trees at night. The neighbors didn't know my name. Nobody asked what school I went to, what my sister was doing, or how my parents were. It was a kind of anonymity that made me feel whole. I started waking up without that dull weight in my chest, the one that used to come from being needed without being seen. Each morning, I'd walk to a small family-run cafe overlooking the sea. I'd sip bitter coffee and read. Actual books, not the emails I used to write for Dad or the bills I used to sort for Mom. I even began journaling, something I hadn't done since middle school, filling pages with quiet reflections and, sometimes, the kinds of angry truths I'd never had the courage to say aloud. But as much as I was enjoying the distance, part of me couldn't stop checking in. Not directly, but through Alec. We had a deal. He'd keep me updated on anything major back home, and I'd send him food pics and sunrises in return. I trusted him. He knew the whole story. He'd seen it all firsthand. The way my parents brushed me aside at gatherings, the way Bianca always took and took and took, and how they never noticed what that did to me. Alex sent me a photo one afternoon that stopped me cold. It was our front porch. Except it wasn't our porch anymore. A for sale sign had been hammered into the grass. Alec, dude, I don't think they expected you to really vanish. They're listing the house. I stared at the image for a long time. Selling the house. The house I'd spent years maintaining while they were off skiing or sightseeing. The house I'd painted last spring, on my own, while Bianca threw a tantrum about her phone service. The house that still had my desk, my books, my childhood photos shoved into drawers like clutter. They were trying to erase the last place I had history in. And I realized something deeper then, that this wasn't just about punishing me. It was about reclaiming control. If I was going to act out of character, then they'd rewrite the character. Sell the setting. Move on. But I wasn't the same kid who would take that lying down anymore. I FaceTimed Alec for the first time since I left. "Yo," he answered, clearly surprised. "You good?" "I'm better than good," I said. "But I need a favor." He raised an eyebrow. "Say the word. Can you swing by the house again? I need to make sure something's still there." "What am I looking for?" "There's a black lockbox in the attic, hidden behind the insulation on the left side. I stashed it there last year." "Sketchy," he joked. "What's in it?" "My insurance. I said, voice calm. Stuff they don't know I took copies of. Stuff I don't think they ever wanted me to find in the first place. Alec whistled. Like documents. Yeah. Bank transfers. College fund logs. Property titles. Things that don't add up when you look close enough. The screen went quiet for a beat. You think they hid money from you? No, I said. I know they did. I just never had a reason to do anything about it, until now. And suddenly, everything that had felt like distance turned into leverage. I wasn't just gone. I was finally in control of the narrative. And I had no intention of handing that power back. Not when I was this close to showing them what being forgotten really felt like. Alec found the lockbox the next day. He FaceTimed me from the attic, the screen jerking around as he waded through insulation and dust bunnies to the far corner where I'd wedged it behind the wood beam. I'd hidden it over a year ago, during one of those long, quiet nights where I stayed up sorting old family papers while my parents were on a wine tour in Napa. I remember reading through those documents and feeling something twist in my gut. College fund transfers marked for Bianca, not me, even though my name had been on the original account. A second savings account opened in my name, untouched, while thousands were funneled into a travel fund used to send Bianca around Europe. A property title, my late grandfather's cabin, sold and transferred without my signature, even though I'd been legally co-owner since I turned 18. I didn't say anything back then. I made copies. I printed them. I backed them up and sealed the physical evidence in that box. Alec held up the stack to the camera. You weren't kidding. I exhaled. Can you scan everything? I'll send you a secure folder. Done. It took me 2 days to go through the files again. This time, I wasn't heartbroken. I wasn't even angry. I was focused. The betrayal was already accounted for. The documents were just receipts. Proof of something I'd always known but could never prove. It wasn't just favoritism. It was calculated neglect. I sent the files to a friend I'd met through work last summer, Sandra. She was in law school, sharp as a razor, and owed me a favor from the time I'd helped fix her professor's corrupted hard drive at 3 a.m. When I told her what I had, she didn't even hesitate. You've got a case, she said. Probably civil, maybe more. They moved money that was legally yours. If your name was on those accounts or properties, and they transferred it without your permission, especially if they forged anything, that's fraud. I don't want a court battle, I said. Then what do you want? I paused. Reckoning. She was quiet for a moment. Then I've got a better idea. Sandra helped me draft an email. No threats. No yelling. Just a cold, clinical mirror held up to the truth. Every document was attached. Every signature mismatch highlighted. Every date and dollar accounted for. The email went to both of my parents and was CC'd to our family accountant and their lawyer. People they never wanted to see their dirty laundry. The subject line? Financial transfers concerning my name and estate rights. No emotion. Just consequences. I sent it at 9:12 a.m. local time. At 9:16, my mom called. I didn't answer. At 9:17, my dad texted. This is unnecessary. Let's talk. At 9:24, Bianca called Alec. Alec texted me. She's freaking out, saying you're trying to ruin the family. I replied, no, just telling the truth. By noon, I got an email back from my dad. It was full of half-hearted justifications. How the money had always been meant for Bianca, how they planned to make it up to me eventually, how I'd never expressed interest in those assets. Not once did he deny the transfers. Not once did he apologize. I replied once more. Thank you for confirming. I'll consider my next steps. I didn't sue them. I didn't want to be entangled in their lives any longer than I had to be. Instead, I sent everything to the university Bianca had just enrolled in, along with a tip to their financial aid office about undeclared funds and potential fraudulent financial aid applications. The travel fund my parents had created in her name, it hadn't been disclosed, and the university took that seriously. Bianca lost her scholarship by the end of the month. The travel fund was frozen. My parents had to reapply for her visa with new documentation, but their bank accounts were under review for suspicious movement. The house. It didn't sell. Apparently, a lien had been filed on it during one of the property transfers they'd tried to sneak through in my name. Without my signature clearing it, the title couldn't pass. And I wasn't in a hurry to sign anything. They called again, emailed, pleaded. My mom finally wrote, we made mistakes. Please come home. We miss you. But I didn't miss them. I had a job offer waiting for me in the same country I'd flown to. One of the cafe owners I'd befriended turned out to be looking for help managing their online business. I had a place to stay, a quiet rhythm to my life, and for once, no weight on my shoulders. I changed my number, closed my social media, left a final letter with Alec to give them if they showed up at his place looking for me. It read, "I was never trying to punish you. I was trying to get free. You only noticed once you realized I wasn't holding up the roof anymore. Maybe next time, treat the foundation like it matters before it walks away." Months passed. Then, one rainy afternoon, I got a letter. Handwritten. No return address. It was from Bianca. She didn't apologize. But she said she finally understood. That when the money stopped, when the doors closed, when people stopped making exceptions for her, she finally got a glimpse of what it felt like to be the one left out. "I don't expect forgiveness," she wrote. "But I do hope that, wherever you are, you found something better than what we gave you. Because you deserved better, Luca. You always did." I folded the letter and tucked it away in the back of my journal. Not out of sentimentality, just as a reminder that even the golden child could fall when the lies gave out. I watched the rain slide down the window, and for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I owed anyone anything. I sipped my coffee, opened my laptop, and got back to work. Not for them. For me. My name's Victor, I'm 36, and up until last month I thought I was pretty good at keeping the peace in my family. I've always been the reasonable one, the guy who doesn't pick fights, who keeps family events running smoothly. But that day, the day I spent $3,000 on my daughter's princess-themed birthday party, I realized something brutal. Sometimes, being reasonable just paints a target on your back. My daughter, Emma, had been talking about this party for months. She's 6, and like most 6-year-olds, she's obsessed with everything princess-related. Pink dresses, tiaras, glitter, the whole deal. She even made me promise that I'd wear a king's cape so we could match. I laughed when she said it, but when the day came, I actually did. It wasn't about me. It was about her smile. That smile could light up a city. Now, my family. Well, that's another story. I have one younger brother, Nate. He's 33 and has a daughter, Lily, who's only a few months younger than Emma. On paper, that sounds cute, cousins growing up together. In reality, it's been one long competition I never signed up for. Our mom doesn't help either. She has this habit of balancing things out that somehow always leaves me shortchanged. When I got Emma her first bike, she told me not to show off because Nate couldn't afford one for Lily. When I got promoted, she said, "Don't brag. You know your brother's been struggling." You get the idea. Still, I never made a fuss. I told myself, let it go, it's family. But the birthday party, that was supposed to be different. I wanted Emma to feel special, even just for a day. So I went all in, rented a small event hall, hired a decorator, got a princess castle backdrop, a balloon arch, and even a professional party host dressed like Cinderella. The invitations went out a month early. Everyone RSVP'd, including Nate, Mom, and the rest of the family. The morning of the party, Emma was glowing. She woke up before me, already wearing her little tiara and a sparkly pink dress. "Daddy, do you think Cinderella will really come?" she asked, half whispering like it was a secret between us. "She promised me she would," I said, smiling. I didn't tell her that Cinderella was just a very enthusiastic college student with a wig and a knack for balloon animals. The point was, she believed in magic, and I was determined not to let anything ruin that. When we got to the venue, the parking lot was already half full. That was odd, since we were supposed to be the first ones there to check everything. Emma was bouncing with excitement as we walked inside, and then I froze. The first thing I saw was a huge pink banner draped across the wall. It said, in big golden letters, "Happy Birthday, Lily." For a moment, I thought it had to be a mistake. Maybe the decorator mixed up the names? I blinked a few times, but the letters didn't change. Then I noticed the cake, 2 tiers, covered in pastel icing. The top read, "Lily's 6th birthday bash." I felt this heavy silence settle in my chest. My mom was standing by the punch table, smiling like she'd just saved the world. "Oh, Victor, you're here," she said cheerfully, as if nothing was wrong. "Doesn't it look beautiful?" I just stared at her. "Mom, why does it say Lily on everything?" She waved her hand dismissively, like I was overreacting. "Oh, don't be so dramatic. It just made sense to combine the parties. They're the same age, and it's silly to make everyone come to 2 different ones. Combine them." I repeated, still processing. I spent $3,000 on Emma's party. Every single decoration here was custom made for her. Yes, and isn't it lovely that Lily gets to share in it? She said, like she was offering me some moral victory. You know Nate's had a tough year, and Lily deserves to feel special too. I looked over and saw Nate standing near the food table, grinning awkwardly, like he knew this was messed up but didn't care enough to stop it. Mom said it'd be fine, he mumbled when he saw my face. She said you wouldn't mind. That was the moment something cracked inside me. I wanted to yell, to make a scene, but Emma was standing right beside me, holding her dress nervously, her little eyes scanning the decorations. She tugged my hand and whispered, "Daddy, who's Lily?" I crouched down next to her, trying to keep my voice calm. "She's your cousin, sweetheart. Remember? Uncle Nate's daughter." Emma nodded slowly, but I could see confusion all over her face. "Why does it say her name?" she asked, pointing at the banner. I didn't know what to say. Before I could answer, Lily came running up, wearing a sparkly blue dress, the exact same one I'd bought Emma weeks ago. "Grandma got it for me," Lily said proudly, spinning around. My mom clapped her hands, delighted. "Aren't they adorable? Little twin princesses." Emma's smile faltered. She looked down at her own dress, then back up at me. "Daddy, mine's not special anymore," she whispered. That hit me harder than I expected. The rest of the family started arriving, and within minutes the hall was filled with laughter, chatter, and flashes of cameras. Everyone acted like nothing was wrong. My mom was introducing the party as a joint celebration, and Nate didn't correct her once. I watched as Lily opened gifts from people who'd brought them for Emma. I recognized the wrapping paper. I'd seen Emma help pick it out herself. My stomach twisted. Every time I tried to step in, my mom intercepted me. "Victor, please, don't make a scene," she whispered through her teeth. "It's just a children's party. You'll embarrass everyone." Embarrass everyone? I was the one who paid for everything. I booked the venue, the entertainer, the food, the cake, even the DJ. And now, apparently, it was Lily's party. I stood there, watching Emma sit quietly on the edge of the stage, holding her gift bag like she wasn't sure what to do anymore. I remember catching her reflection in one of the mirrors. Her little crown had tilted to the side, half falling off. She didn't fix it. That image burned into my head. Then came the moment that broke me. The Cinderella performer walked up to the microphone and cheerfully said, "Let's all sing happy birthday to our princess, Lily." The music started, everyone clapped, and Emma just stared at the floor. I felt my hands shaking. I walked over to the sound booth, pressed the stop button on the music, and the room fell silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Everyone turned to look at me. "This isn't Lily's party," I said quietly but firmly. "It's Emma's. I paid for it. I planned it. And none of you even asked before taking it over." My mom's smile vanished. "Victor, you're making a fool of yourself," she hissed. "Just let them both enjoy it." I ignored her. I walked over to Emma, took her hand, and said, "Sweetheart, we're going home." She looked up at me, her eyes glassy, and nodded. The DJ looked confused, the guests murmured. Nate looked at me like I'd just ruined Christmas. I didn't care. I started packing the gifts, all of them. "Those belong to my daughter," I said to anyone who tried to stop me. By the time we left, the sun was setting. Emma was quiet in the back seat, clutching her stuffed unicorn. When we got home, she finally asked, "Was it my birthday, Daddy?" My throat tightened. "Yes, it was," I said softly. "And I promise, next time, it'll be just yours." That night, my phone didn't stop buzzing. Calls, messages, voicemails, all from family members saying I'd caused drama, that I should have handled it better, that it wasn't that deep. My mom sent me a long text about how family should share and how Emma will forget soon anyway. I didn't reply, but I didn't sleep either. Because deep down, I knew this wasn't over. I'd let things slide for years, the favoritism, the manipulation, the excuses, but this was the line. And I was done being the reasonable one. That was the night I decided something needed to change. I just didn't know yet how far I'd go to make it happen. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of my phone buzzing nonstop. At first, I thought maybe 1 or 2 people were reaching out to check on Emma, but when I picked it up, I saw a dozen notifications, group chats, missed calls, voice messages. It wasn't concern. It was chaos. Every relative had something to say, and none of it was good. "Victor, it was just a mix-up. You didn't have to make such a scene," one aunt texted. Another said, Your mom worked really hard on that party. You embarrassed her. And my favorite, Lily's crying because you stole her gifts back. You should fix this before things get worse. Fix this. As if I broke something that wasn't already cracked from years of their favoritism. I sat at the kitchen table, still half asleep, scrolling through message after message, feeling my chest tighten. The only message that mattered was from my mom. It was long, neatly typed, with that passive-aggressive tone she had perfected. Victor, I'm deeply disappointed in your behavior yesterday. You made everyone uncomfortable and ruined what could have been a lovely memory for both girls. I understand you spent money, but family isn't about money. It's about love. You've always been so focused on fairness that you forget how to share. You owe Nate and Lily an apology. That last sentence made me laugh out loud. One of those hollow laughs that sound more like disbelief than amusement. Apologize? For what? For wanting my daughter to have her own birthday? Emma wandered into the kitchen, her hair a little messy, holding her stuffed unicorn. Daddy, is Grandma mad? She asked quietly. I hesitated before answering. She's confused, I said. Sometimes adults do silly things and forget what's important. She nodded, though I could tell she didn't really understand. She climbed into her chair and started drawing on a napkin. She drew a princess with a crooked crown and wrote Emma's party underneath it in wobbly letters. My chest ached looking at it. I promised myself again. I wasn't going to let her grow up thinking she didn't deserve her own happiness. Later that day, Nate called. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. Hey, he started, his tone overly casual, like nothing had happened. Mom told me you're pretty upset. I just wanted to clear the air. There's nothing to clear, I said. You hijacked my daughter's birthday party. Whoa, hijacked? Come on, man. Mom said it'd be nice to celebrate both girls. I thought you were cool with it. You thought I was cool with it? I repeated. Nate, I paid for everything. You didn't even ask. He sighed, like I was exhausting him. Look, I get that you spent a lot, but does it really matter? They're kids. Lily had a great time, and Emma did too, right? Everyone wins. She cried, Nate. There was silence on the line for a moment. Then he said, well, that's not my fault. You're the one who made it awkward. You should have just let it go. Now Mom's upset, Lily's upset, and, honestly, it's making you look bad. That last part hit me. Not because I cared about how I looked, but because it revealed exactly what this was about. Image. My mom had always been obsessed with appearances, how the family seemed to others. She'd rather fake harmony than admit fault. And Nate had learned that same skill like a second language. I'm not doing this right now, I said flatly, and hung up. For the next few days, things stayed tense. My mom didn't call, but she sent little jabs through group texts, memes about family unity, quotes about forgiveness, even a picture of Lily smiling with the caption, "She still had a magical day, that's what matters." Every time I saw one, it just reminded me of how little they cared about Emma's feelings. But what really got to me was how quiet the rest of the family stayed. Not one person reached out to ask how Emma was doing. Not one. The silence told me everything. Then, on Wednesday evening, I got a call from my mom. Her name flashed on the screen, and for a second I considered ignoring it. But I answered. Victor, she began, her voice all sugar and calm. I've been thinking about everything, and I want to make things right. I felt a flicker of hope. You do? Yes, she said, pausing just long enough to make me suspicious. We're planning a small family dinner on Sunday to celebrate both girls properly. No surprises this time. I'll handle the food. You just bring Emma. I almost laughed. So you want me to bring my daughter to another shared party? After what happened? It's not a party, it's a family dinner, she said quickly. You know how fragile Nate is right now. He's been so down about how things ended. Lily's been crying all week. I don't care if she's been crying, I said, trying to keep my voice even. Emma cried too, and no one seemed to care about that. You're being childish, she snapped, dropping the sweet tone. You always take things so personally. Do you really want to punish a little girl because of your pride? There it was. The guilt trip. The same one she'd been perfecting since I was a teenager. I'm protecting my daughter, I said quietly. Not punishing anyone. She huffed into the phone. You always have to play the victim, don't you? I raised you better than this. That line almost made me lose it. Raised me better? This was the same woman who used to hand Nate extra cash behind my back when we were kids, telling me, you don't need as much, you're the responsible one. The same mom who made me give up my college fund to help pay for Nate's business venture, that failed 6 months later. And still, I kept forgiving her. But that night, I said something I'd never said before. "Mom, I think I need some space from you." She went silent. Then, after a moment, she said coldly, "You're making a mistake, Victor. Family doesn't turn its back on each other." "Funny," I said. "That's exactly what you've been doing to Emma and me." And I hung up. The days after that were quiet. Too quiet. It almost felt peaceful. No guilt-tripping texts, no calls, no drama. Emma seemed happier too. We went out for ice cream, just the two of us, and she said, "I like it when it's just us." That one sentence made everything worth it. But peace in my family never lasts long. On Friday morning, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. When I answered, it was the manager of the event hall where the party had been held. "Mr. Harris," she said, "I wanted to follow up about the additional charge from last weekend's event." "What additional charge?" I asked, confused. She hesitated. "The extra guests and catering extension. Your mother approved it on site. It added $1,200 to the total." I felt my blood run cold. "I didn't authorize that," I said. "She told us you were covering everything." The manager explained apologetically. "We already charged your card on file." I thanked her, hung up, and just sat there for a minute, gripping my phone. My mom had not only hijacked my daughter's birthday, but also spent over $1,000 of my money to feed her guests, and hadn't even told me. I checked my account. The charge was there, clear as day. I don't remember feeling angry right away. It was something deeper. Numb disbelief. That evening, I called her again. She picked up on the second ring, her voice pleasant as ever. "Victor, I was just thinking about you. I didn't waste time. Did you authorize extra charges at the venue?" There was a short pause. Then she said, "Oh, that. Yes, they told me the food was running low, and I couldn't let people go hungry. You would have done the same." "No," I said sharply. "I wouldn't have lied and charged someone else's card." She sighed. "Oh, stop being dramatic. You make good money. It's not a big deal." "It's my money," I said. "You stole it." Her tone hardened. "Watch how you talk to me, Victor. I'm your mother. I don't deserve this kind of disrespect." I nearly dropped the phone. "Disrespect? You turned my daughter's birthday into someone else's party and then stole from me to pay for it." "You're blowing this out of proportion," she said coolly. "You've always been so ungrateful. I've done everything for you." That was it. That was the breaking point. I hung up mid-sentence. That night, I couldn't sleep. I just lay awake, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing. Every memory of my mom choosing Nate over me replayed like a movie. Every little moment I brushed off. Every time I told myself, that's just how she is. And it hit me, she'd never stop. Not unless I made her. The next morning, I decided I wasn't going to let her get away with it this time. But first, I needed to think. I spent the day going through the receipts, the invoices, the emails. I had proof of everything. The payments, the decorations, even the banner that had Emma in the original order. And I also had one very interesting piece of information from the venue manager. My mom had booked the space under my name using my card on file, but she'd also added her email for updates. That was when an idea started forming in the back of my mind. A small, dangerous idea that made me almost smile for the first time all week. I wasn't sure how far I'd go yet, but one thing was clear. This time, I was going to make sure the lesson stuck. And my mom, she had no idea what was coming. 2 days after the venue call, I thought maybe things were finally cooling down. I hadn't heard from my mom or Nate, and a part of me wanted to believe that maybe, just maybe, they'd realized how wrong they'd been. But if there's one thing I've learned, it's that silence in my family doesn't mean peace. It means someone's planning something. It started on a Thursday morning. I was at work, halfway through my second cup of coffee, when my phone buzzed with a notification from Facebook. Someone had tagged me in a photo album titled, "The Perfect Family Celebration for Lily and Emma." My stomach dropped before I even opened it. The first picture was my daughter, Emma, but the caption said, "Lily's best birthday ever." She was standing beside her cousin, both wearing those matching dresses. Only, the photos had been cropped in a way that made it look like Emma was just one of the guests, like she was in the background of Lily's party. My blood pressure spiked as I scrolled through image after image. My decorations, my cake, the entertainer I'd paid for, all labeled as part of Lily's birthday celebration. And then there it was, a smiling group photo with a caption that read, So proud of my amazing son Nate for organizing this magical day for his little princess. My mom had posted it. I stared at the screen, rereading that line until the letters blurred. Nate for organizing. He hadn't lifted a finger. He hadn't paid for a single balloon. I was the one who stayed up nights comparing cake designs, arguing with decorators about shade tones of pink. I was the one who'd saved up to give Emma something special. And now, online, it was being paraded as Lily's party, as Nate's gift to his daughter. Before I could even process it, my phone buzzed again. Notifications were flooding in. Comments from relatives, old family friends, neighbors. Beautiful job, Nate. You're such a great dad. Wow, Lily's party looks incredible. You must have spent a fortune. Nate, you've outdone yourself this time. And then, one that almost made me laugh. Emma looks like she had fun too. So sweet that you included her. Included her. Like she was some tag-along guest at her own birthday. I left my desk, walked to the hallway, and called my mom. She answered cheerfully, like she'd been waiting. Victor, did you see the photos? Aren't they lovely? Mom, I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. You need to take them down. Now. Her tone immediately shifted. Excuse me. You made it look like Lily's party. Like Nate planned everything. Those are my decorations, my money, and Emma's pictures. Take it down. She gave a small laugh. Oh, Victor, you're overreacting again. It's just social media. Nobody cares who paid for what. I care. I snapped. You're lying to everyone. You're taking credit for something that hurt my daughter. Stop yelling at me, she said sharply. I won't remove it. People are finally proud of Nate again. He's been through a rough patch, and this made him feel good. Why do you always have to ruin everything? I took a deep breath. This isn't about Nate. This is about you erasing Emma from her own birthday. She's not even mentioned in half those posts. She doesn't need the attention, she said coldly. She's a child. You're the one obsessed with recognition. That line hit like a slap. For years, she'd said the same thing every time I stood up for myself. When Nate borrowed my car in college and wrecked it, she said, "Why do you care so much about material things?" When he used my name to apply for a credit card once, she said, "It's just a misunderstanding. Don't make a big deal out of it." Every single time, I let it slide. But this time I couldn't. Take them down, I said again, quieter this time. Or I will. You wouldn't dare, she said, almost amused. Try me. She hung up. For the rest of the day, I couldn't focus. I kept refreshing the page, waiting for the post to disappear. It didn't. If anything, it got worse. She'd added more photos. A video of Lily blowing out candles on Emma's cake, and another of my mom hugging Nate, captioned, "A mother's heart is full seeing her children so happy." I could feel something dark and angry building inside me. But it wasn't rage, not exactly. It was betrayal, layered on years of disappointment. I wasn't just angry about the photos. I was angry because, for the first time, I realized how little they'd ever respected me. That night, I drove to my mom's house. I didn't call first. I didn't trust myself to, because if she started talking, I might have cooled down, and I didn't want to cool down this time. When she opened the door, she smiled like nothing was wrong. Well, look who finally decided to visit. I walked past her into the living room. Where's Nate? Not here, she said cautiously. Why? I turned to her. You know why? Take the posts down. Now. She crossed her arms, her smile fading. No, you're not going to dictate what I post. You've embarrassed this family enough. Embarrassed the family? I repeated. You're publicly pretending I don't exist. You're letting everyone think Nate did everything. You're turning Emma's party into a prop for your favorite son. Her voice rose. Don't call him that. What else should I call him? The golden child? She slapped the back of the couch with her hand. Watch your tone. You've always been jealous of him. Always. You make more money. You have a house, a car, a stable job, but somehow you still want to take everything from him. I stared at her. You really believe that, don't you? She didn't answer. I stepped closer. You think me wanting my daughter's name on her own party is taking something from Nate? She's just a child, she said, almost whispering now. She won't remember any of this. She already does, I said. She asked me why her name wasn't on the cake. My mom's expression faltered for just a moment, then hardened again. You're being ridiculous. If you had any decency, you'd call your brother and apologize. For what? For humiliating him in front of the family. For storming out like a child. For making your poor niece think she did something wrong. I let out a breath and shook my head slowly. You really are unbelievable. She turned away from me and muttered, You wouldn't understand. You've never been a parent who has to worry about keeping the peace. I am a parent, I said. That's the only reason I'm still standing here trying to have this conversation. She didn't respond. I realized then that she wasn't going to back down. Not this time. Not ever. She'd built her own version of reality, one where Nate could do no wrong, and I was the selfish troublemaker for pointing it out. I left without another word. That night, I got a message from Nate. It was a link to the same Facebook post, only now he'd shared it too. His caption read, My baby girl had the best birthday ever. Couldn't have done it without Mom. Not a single mention of me. Not even Emma. That was the moment the betrayal stopped feeling emotional and started feeling calculated. They weren't just ignoring me. They were rewriting the story. Publicly. Making me the villain by omission. But it didn't stop there. The next day, I got a call from Emma's school teacher. Hi, Mr. Harris, she said gently. Nothing urgent, but I wanted to check in about something Emma said today. My chest tightened. What did she say? She told one of her classmates that her birthday wasn't really hers, and that her cousin took it. Then she cried during art class. I couldn't even speak for a second. The teacher continued softly. She seems confused, maybe hurt. I just thought you should know. I thanked her, hung up, and sat there for a long time, just staring at the wall. The anger I'd been holding back finally cracked into something worse. Guilt. Because this wasn't just about me anymore. My silence had let them walk over Emma too. That night, I sat her down after dinner. Hey, princess, I said. Do you remember your birthday party? She nodded quietly. Did you have fun? She hesitated. A little. But everyone said it was Lily's. I swallowed hard. I know, sweetheart. That wasn't fair. But we're going to make it right, okay? Her eyes lit up a little. How? You'll see. After she went to bed, I opened my laptop. I pulled up the event receipts again, the invoices, the decorator emails, the payment confirmations, even the booking forms with my name all over them. And then, out of pure spite, I clicked on my mom's post. There was a new comment from her, replying to someone who'd asked about the venue. Nate handled all the payments. Such a responsible father. That's when I realized this wasn't just emotional betrayal. It was something bigger. She was lying publicly, in writing, about financial transactions under my name. I remembered the extra $1,200 she'd charged without permission, and suddenly, I understood. She wasn't just protecting Nate's ego. She was covering her tracks. And that's when something in me finally snapped. I closed the browser, opened a new folder on my computer, and started labeling files. Proof, decorations, proof, payment, proof, messages. For the first time in my life, I wasn't thinking about keeping the peace. I was thinking about leverage. I wasn't sure what the end game was yet, but one thing was certain. This betrayal wasn't going to be buried under family guilt this time. I was going to make sure everyone saw the truth, even if it meant burning the entire illusion down. The next week felt like moving through fog. I still went to work, still packed Emma's lunch, still smiled when she showed me her crayon drawings, but everything behind my smile was hollow. Every night after she went to bed, I'd sit in front of my laptop, staring at the folder of proof I'd created. Receipts, screenshots, voice messages, photos of the decorations, every piece of evidence that showed exactly what happened. I didn't know what I was going to do with it yet. I just knew I couldn't keep pretending things were fine. It was strange how fast people could rewrite history. Within days, my family had completely shifted the story. The gossip spread through our relatives like wildfire. Victor overreacted. Victor ruined the party. Victor stormed out and embarrassed everyone. Every time I saw a new post or heard another version of the story, I felt that same heavy mix of disbelief and exhaustion. But the part that hurt most wasn't what they were saying, it was who stayed silent. My cousin Sarah, who I'd helped move apartments last year, commented under my mom's post, "Such a beautiful day. Nate's such a good dad." My aunt liked the photos. Even my uncle, who I'd always thought was more neutral, shared the post with a caption about family unity. Nobody defended me. Nobody even asked for my side. By Wednesday, I stopped checking Facebook altogether. Every time I opened it, my stomach turned. At home, things were quieter, but not peaceful. Emma had been asking about Grandma. "Did Grandma forget me?" she said one night while brushing her teeth. I froze mid-step. "What makes you think that?" "She didn't call. She always calls." I knelt beside her. Grandma's just busy, sweetheart. But she loves you. The words felt like acid in my mouth. I hated lying to her, but what was I supposed to say? Your grandma loves your cousin more, honey. She loves the idea of family more than the people in it. Emma nodded slowly but didn't look convinced. That night, after I tucked her in, she whispered, I don't think Grandma likes my crown. I left her room and sat on the edge of my bed, head in my hands. It's funny, people think betrayal always feels loud, explosive, but it's the quiet moments that break you. The ones where you realize the damage isn't just yours anymore. It's touching someone innocent. The next morning, my mom texted me. We need to talk. No apology. No explanation. Just that. I ignored it. Then she texted again. Don't be immature, Victor. You can't avoid your family forever. I stared at the screen for a long time before replying. Watch me. For the next few days, I didn't pick up her calls. But she didn't give up easily. When I didn't respond, she tried a different angle. She called my ex-wife, Julia. Julia and I had been divorced for 3 years, but we were on decent terms. We co-parented Emma smoothly. She wasn't part of the family drama, by choice. So when she called me out of the blue that Friday, I knew something was up. Victor, your mom called me, she said. I groaned. Oh, great. What now? She said she's worried about you. Julia continued carefully. She told me you've been acting erratic, that you ruined a family event and refused to let Emma see her relatives. She asked if I could talk some sense into you. I laughed bitterly. Of course she did. Did she mention the part where she stole $3,000 worth of my money and turned our daughter's birthday into a photo op for Lily? Julia sighed. She didn't say that. Yeah, well, she wouldn't. I'm not taking her side, Julia said gently. But maybe it's not good for Emma to be caught in the middle. She's still little Vic. I know that, I said quietly. That's why I'm trying to protect her. Julia hesitated. So what are you going to do? That was the problem. I didn't have an answer. I wasn't ready to tell anyone about the evidence I'd gathered, and I didn't even know if using it would fix anything. The only thing I was sure of was that I couldn't keep letting them walk over me. Nothing yet, I said finally. But I'm done pretending. After that call, the silence between my mom and me became permanent. No texts, no calls, no guilt trips. For a while, I thought maybe it was over. Maybe they'd finally moved on. But then came the letter. It arrived on a Tuesday, tucked neatly in an envelope with my mom's handwriting. For a second, I thought maybe, just maybe, it was an apology, some kind of peace offering. It wasn't. Inside was a typed letter that looked like it had been written for an audience. Every sentence was dripping with self-righteousness. Victor, I've tried to be patient with you, but your behavior has left me no choice but to set boundaries. You've become toxic and disrespectful, and I won't allow you to poison this family's peace any longer. You are no longer welcome at family gatherings until you can apologize to Nate and me. Please understand this isn't out of malice. It's for everyone's well-being. At the bottom, she'd signed it. With love, Mom. With love. I read it twice. Then I folded it neatly, placed it back in the envelope, and threw it in the trash. That night, I didn't tell anyone. Not Julia, not my friends, not even my sister-in-law who occasionally texted me privately to complain about Nate's laziness. I didn't need sympathy. I just sat outside on the porch, watching the lights from the neighboring houses flicker on one by one. The truth was, part of me felt relief. I didn't want to go to another family gathering anyway. I didn't want to stand in a room pretending we were one big happy clan while my mom whispered about me behind my back. But as the week went on, something else started gnawing at me. Emma. She still didn't know about the letter, but she knew something was off. When I dropped her off at school one morning, she asked, "Can Grandma come to my next birthday?" I hesitated. "We'll see, sweetheart." She frowned. "But I miss her." That broke me. I spent the whole drive home gripping the steering wheel, trying to stop the guilt from turning into rage. My mom didn't just betray me. She was slowly taking my daughter's idea of family and twisting it. Over the next few weeks, I started pulling away from everyone else, too. I stopped answering family texts, stopped going to Sunday dinners, stopped explaining myself. Every time I thought about trying to fix things, I remembered the look on Emma's face at that party, the way her crown had slipped down, the way she looked at the banner with someone else's name. If that was family peace, I didn't want it. But even as I tried to walk away, they didn't leave me alone. One night, my doorbell rang around 8 p.m. I opened it to find my Aunt Linda standing there, arms crossed. "Victor, we need to talk," she said. I'm not interested, I replied, starting to close the door. She stopped it with her hand. Don't be rude. Your mother's heartbroken. She's worried sick. I let out a humorless laugh. Heartbroken? She wrote me a letter kicking me out of the family. She didn't mean it that way, Linda insisted. You know how she gets when she's emotional. She's been emotional for 36 years, I said. I'm done making excuses for her. Linda sighed. Listen, Nate's planning another party next month. A combined one again. This time for both girls and your mom's birthday. It'd mean a lot if you came. You could make amends. I felt my jaw tighten. Make amends? For what? For walking out, she said simply. For causing a scene. For taking things too personally. I just stared at her. You really believe that? She shrugged. Family's messy. But it's not worth losing each other over a kid's party. I shut the door in her face. After that, the isolation became total. Nobody called. Nobody visited. It was like I'd been quietly erased. But here's the thing about isolation, it gives you time. Time to think, time to plan, time to let the hurt turn into something sharper. At first, I didn't think I'd ever want revenge. I told myself I'd just move on, build my own peace with Emma, and let them stew in their denial. But the more I thought about how easily they'd rewritten the story, the more I realized moving on wasn't enough. Because as long as they controlled the narrative, Emma would grow up hearing lies. And I couldn't let that happen. So, slowly, I started preparing. Quietly. I didn't confront anyone. I didn't argue. I just started collecting. Every screenshot. Every text. Every message where someone contradicted themselves. I saved the Facebook posts, the captions, the comments. I downloaded copies of the receipts from the event hall and emails from the decorator confirming Emma's name was on the original order. I even recorded a call with the venue manager confirming my mother's unauthorized charges. Piece by piece, I was building something. Not just a folder of evidence, something bigger. Every night, after Emma went to sleep, I'd open my laptop and stare at that growing folder. It was like therapy. Proof that I wasn't crazy. Proof that they couldn't twist this into my fault forever. But I didn't know yet when or how I'd use it. I just knew that when the time came, I wouldn't hesitate. For now, all I could do was keep my distance, protect Emma, and wait. Because when you hit rock bottom, the only way left is up, and I was going to make damn sure that when I rose, they'd regret ever underestimating me. The months after the fallout were the quietest of my life. And for the first time in a long time, quiet didn't feel like punishment, it felt like recovery. I'd stopped trying to explain myself, stopped defending what I knew was right, and slowly, something shifted. At first, it was small things. My mornings didn't start with anxiety anymore. I'd wake up to the smell of coffee, pack Emma's lunch, and actually sit down to eat breakfast with her instead of scrolling through messages full of guilt and manipulation. I started sleeping through the night again. I started breathing again. It was like cutting off a toxic vine. You don't realize how much it's been strangling you until it's gone. Emma seemed lighter, too. She smiled more, laughed louder. She'd come home from school with glitter all over her face, telling me about the crafts she made or the stories she read. For a while, she didn't mention Grandma or Lily at all, and I didn't bring them up. We created our own routines. Saturday mornings at the park, pancakes on Sundays, movie nights every Friday. I could feel us healing, bit by bit, like two people who'd been holding their breath for years and were finally learning how to exhale. Still, the wound lingered. Sometimes, I'd catch Emma staring at the family photo on our shelf, the one from when she was 3, before everything fell apart. In it, Mom was holding her, Nate standing beside me with that fake smile he always wore when the camera was on him. I'd think about taking it down, but something in me couldn't. It wasn't denial. It was a reminder of what I'd survived. During those months, I poured my energy into work. I'm a project manager at a mid-sized tech company, not glamorous, but it's stable. I'd always been the kind of employee who kept his head down, did the job, didn't ruffle feathers. But after everything with my family, something changed in me. I started speaking up in meetings, started pitching new ideas, started pushing for things I used to think weren't worth the fight. Maybe I was channeling all that bottled up frustration somewhere productive. Because within 3 months, I was leading my own project. Within 6, I got promoted. It was surreal. After years of being the responsible one who got no recognition at home, suddenly I was being praised, respected, even admired. My boss started calling me the fixer, the guy who makes things work. The irony wasn't lost on me. With the raise that came with the promotion, I finally did something I'd been planning quietly for months. I bought a new house. Not huge or flashy, but with a backyard big enough for Emma to run around in, and a spare room that I turned into her princess art studio. I let her paint one wall herself, pink and purple handprints everywhere. The day we moved in, she twirled around the empty living room and said, "It's like our castle, Daddy." "Exactly," I said, smiling. "Our castle." That night, after she fell asleep, I sat on the porch with a glass of whiskey and thought about everything that had happened. For the first time in a long time, I felt proud, not just of what I had, but of what I didn't have anymore. No manipulation, no guilt, no begging for basic respect. But peace has a way of tempting fate. It started with a text. After almost 5 months of silence, Nate messaged me out of nowhere. "Hey man, long time. Can we talk?" I stared at it for a full minute. I almost ignored it, but curiosity won. "About what?" "It's important. Family stuff. Can we meet?" Something about it felt off. But against my better judgment, I agreed. We met at a small diner halfway between our neighborhoods. When I walked in, Nate was already there. Same smug grin, same casual posture like he hadn't been part of the problem. He waved when he saw me. "Victor, man, it's been too long." I sat down. "Get to the point." He chuckled nervously. "Still all business, huh? Okay, Mom told me about your promotion. Congrats, man." "Seriously." I didn't reply. He fidgeted with his coffee cup. "So, listen, things haven't been great for me lately. Work's been slow, bills piling up, you know how it is." I raised an eyebrow. "You didn't call me here to talk about your bills." He hesitated. "Right. So, Mom had this idea." "Of course she did. That maybe we could do something together. Like, start over. A family business. You could handle the finances, I'd handle operations. She said it'd be good for the family to reconnect." I almost laughed. "You mean she said I should fund your next bad idea?" His smile faltered. "That's not fair. Neither is stealing a 6-year-old's birthday," I said flatly. He looked down at his coffee, then back at me. "You're really going to hold that over me forever? You're really going to pretend it didn't happen?" He sighed. "Look, I messed up, okay? Mom thought combining the parties would save money, and I went along with it. But she was just trying to help." "Help who?" I asked. Because it sure wasn't me or Emma. He didn't answer. I leaned back. "You want me to invest in something? Fine. Send me a business plan. But I'm not mixing family and money again." He forced a smile. "Yeah, sure. I'll do that." We both knew he wouldn't. A week later, I found out what that meeting was really about. My mom called Julia. Again, she told her that I was isolating Emma, that I'd refused to let her see her family, and that I was turning Emma against them. Julia, to her credit, didn't believe her this time. Instead, she called me immediately. "I think your mom's starting something again," she said. I sighed. "Of course she is." She sounded desperate, Julia added. "Something about Nate being broke and needing help. I think she's trying to use Emma to get to you." That night, I checked my social media again for the first time in months. I shouldn't have, but curiosity got the better of me. And there it was. A new post from my mom. A photo of Lily holding up a shiny new toy set, with the caption, "Grandma's little angel deserves the world." Some people forget how to share, but not us. The comments were filled with heart emojis and passive-aggressive praise. "Such a loving grandma. Lily's so lucky to have you. Wish more people valued family like you do." Every comment felt like a dig. But this time, I didn't feel anger. I felt clarity. They weren't going to stop. Not unless I made them. And I finally had the means to do it. Because along with my promotion and new house, I'd also been working on a personal project. Something that started small, but quickly grew into something real. After the birthday debacle, I had vented to a few coworkers, carefully, leaving out names. One of them, a developer, joked that I should write about it online. "You've got a story there, man. People eat that stuff up." At first, I brushed it off. But later, the idea stuck. Not about revenge, just about telling the truth. About what family manipulation really looks like. So, I started a blog. Anonymous, under a pen name, The Reasonable One. It started as therapy. Just me writing about experiences like mine, gaslighting parents, golden child siblings, silent relatives who enable it all. I didn't even promote it. I just posted and left it. Then one night, about 2 months in, one of my posts went viral. It was the one about the birthday that wasn't mine. a fictionalized version of what happened to Emma, but written as a general story about entitlement and emotional abuse. The comments poured in. Thousands of people shared their own experiences. The post hit over 1 million views in a week. And suddenly, my quiet blog became a movement. I started writing regularly. People sent me their stories. I hired a designer, built a website, and before I knew it, I was being invited to podcasts and interviews, still under my alias. I even started earning ad revenue, enough to set up a college fund for Emma. I'd built something meaningful, something real, out of the ashes of what my family destroyed. And the best part? They had no idea. Every time I posted a new story, I'd feel a strange sense of poetic justice. Because while my mom was busy curating fake images of family perfection online, I was exposing people exactly like her, without ever naming her. But I knew it was only a matter of time before she found out. Because narcissists can sense when they're losing control. And when that day came, I'd be ready. Because I wasn't the quiet, compliant son anymore. I wasn't the one who kept the peace at his own expense. I was the man who'd learned how to build peace on his own terms. And when they came knocking again, because I knew they would, I wasn't just going to defend myself. I was going to show them what happens when the reasonable one finally fights back. The plan didn't arrive fully formed. It showed up as a cold, practical little kernel in the middle of a sleepless night. If they were going to rewrite the story, I would rewrite it back. Only this time, with receipts, timestamps, and other people who had nothing to gain by lying. No shouting, no scenes, no begging. Just facts laid out so neatly that even my mom's fans couldn't ignore them. First thing I did was inventory. I already had the folder. Emails to the decorator confirming Emma's name. Invoices, the venue's booking receipt with my card on file. The manager's voicemail admitting the extra charge and that my mother had approved it on site. Screenshots of my mom's posts and the comments where she explicitly credited Nate. And the photos the family had uploaded showing my decorations cropped to imply ownership. I had every stray text where someone praised Nate for organizing. I even had a short video the entertainer had recorded for me before the event. A cheerful clip where she mentions Emma's name and how excited she was to make Emma's party special. That clip was gold. I made copies. I timestamped everything. I organized it into a single PDF and an online folder. Nothing sensational, just named files. Professional, unemotional, the kind of thing a court clerk would appreciate. Next, corroboration. The venue manager was impressed but sympathetic when I called. "I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Mr. Harris," she said. "We make mistakes, but I remember the call where your mother had them extend the catering and give them that extra platter. I also remember taking pictures of your setup before anyone else arrived." She agreed to email me a written statement and to hand over the booking sheet showing both the original confirmation with Emma's name and the later manual adjustment. The decorator, a young woman who'd been annoyed at how her bespoke order was treated, replied quicker than I expected. She sent me the original design file, proofs with Emma's name laid out in the mock-ups, dates, and invoice numbers. Her message said, "I can't believe they did that. Let me know if you need anything else." I saved it like a trophy. I also spoke with the entertainer. She confirmed, on a recorded call, I told her I was documenting for personal clarity, that she'd been hired specifically for Emma, and that she'd prepared a script that referenced Emma by name. She admitted she'd been pressured to change lines on the fly once my mother started directing things. None of these were dramatic revelations on their own, but together they rendered the photo-op version of the story embarrassingly hollow. Then came strategy. I didn't want revenge that felt like revenge to the people who mattered most, Emma and me. I wanted correction. I wanted the story to be true in the public places it mattered, family groups, social media, and in the heads of anyone who could influence the family narrative. So I built 2 channels. Channel 1, private, surgical, direct. I prepared a single email address to all the people who had liked and shared my mother's posts, the cousins, aunts, the neighbors, the friends who had commented. I didn't send it right away. The email was 11 pages when converted to PDF, a calm preface, a timeline of events with dates and times, and then appended evidence, receipts, screenshots, the decorator's mock-ups, and the manager's emailed statement. No accusations beyond what the documents showed. At the top I wrote, for clarity, a factual timeline regarding Emma's birthday and the subsequent social media posts. I did not use inflammatory language. I didn't need to. The proof would speak. Channel 2, public, measured, and impossible to mislabel as a one-man vendetta. I drafted a post on my blog, The Reasonable One, but this time I published it under my real name. It was short, surgical, a narrative of events. I anonymized a few details to avoid dragging minors unnecessarily into the public eye, followed by the same timeline and a link to the evidence folder. The post explained why this wasn't about money or pride. It was about the steady gaslighting that had started when I was a kid and finally took aim at my daughter. I titled it simply, When the Family Photo Erases a Child, a Thread on Entitlement and Accountability. I included the decorator proof, the manager statement, and the receipt images, and I embedded that entertainer's clip so anyone could hear my daughter's name in someone else's recorded lines. Here's where I was careful. I didn't call names on the blog beyond what the documents proved, the venue's invoice, the booking card, the bank charge. I wanted the moral clarity, not a counter lawsuit for slander. I wanted the public record of truth, not more mud. That measured restraint was part of the point. Their narrative had been messy and dramatic. Mine would be clean and indisputable. On a Tuesday morning, when my mom had posted another triumphant picture of Lily with the caption about grandmotherly devotion, I hit send. The email went to about 24 relatives and family friends who'd been active in the thread. The blog post went live. I shared the blog link to my personal social feed with a short sentence. If you liked yesterday's photos, here's the full story and receipts. Then I waited. The reaction was immediate in the way fire is, fast and spreading. But it didn't explode like I'd feared. It unfolded in a surgical way. People forwarded the PDF to others. The decorator's proof contradicted the public posts. The venue manager's short statement, scanned and attached, showed who made the original booking and who had signed off on extra charges. It was all plainly dated and time-stamped. I started getting messages, not from my mom, but from relatives who'd read the evidence. Victor, one cousin wrote, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. A neighbor I barely knew said, I love the photos, but I didn't know you'd paid for everything. My inbox filled with tentative apologies and stunned questions. One of my mom's longtime friends, a woman who always defended her in public, wrote, If this is accurate, your mom should explain herself. Nate? He stayed silent for the first 2 days. Then his tone changed. At family gatherings where he once smiled into the camera, he started answering calls in the hallway. He stopped posting about my baby girl's special day. My mother, who I'd imagined would double down, did something different than I expected. She deleted the photo album. Not quietly. She deleted it with a public caption, privacy concerns. Apologies. It was performative, but it was gone. And then came the most telling move. My mom called me. The voice on the other end was brittle and small. Victor, she began, not with the practiced outrage I was used to, but with something like fear. What did you do? I showed people the receipts, I said calmly. The truth was always there. You could have told it. What do you want? She asked. I didn't stutter. I had rehearsed my words. An honest conversation, I said. An apology to Emma. Reimbursement for the unauthorized charges. And a correction, not a delete, but a public correction acknowledging the truth. I would have taken any reasonable concession. I wasn't after vindictiveness. I wanted accountability. She balked. I can't be humiliated like that, she whispered. People will talk. Well, I said, you already were talking. Now they know the rest. Then I added something I hadn't allowed myself to say before. You made my daughter feel erased. You owe her more than a social media edit. The call ended with silence and a promise to think about it. It was hardly a victory. But days later, she sent a message to the same family group, short and oddly blunt. I am sorry that Emma felt left out. That was not my intention. I handled things poorly. No dramatic defense. No grandstanding. It wasn't everything I wanted, but it was the first time she used my daughter's name in public with an apology. Within the week, more small cracks showed. A mutual aunt called and apologized privately. One of my cousins, the one who'd helped my mom crop the photos, admitted she'd felt uncomfortable but was pulled into it. The decorator posted a short, neutral message on her business page explaining that custom decor was made per the client's written order and that any subsequent changes were not her decision. The venue issued a refund for the unauthorized catering extension, and the manager publicly acknowledged they'd charged the wrong card in the rush. The entertainer posted the original clip, a candid video of her rehearsing lines that mentioned Emma, and it went viral in the small, pointed way these things do, shared by people who saw themselves in the story. The most satisfying part wasn't the public mea culpas or the refund, though both mattered. It was a single thread. My niece Lily, 6, bright-eyed, sent Emma a handmade card the weekend after. It was clumsy and covered in glitter, and it read, "I'm sorry, Emma. I like you." My daughter ran into my arms when she saw it, and for the first time in months, the expression on her face was uncomplicated. There were costed consequences, too. Nate's casual social reputation took a subtle hit. Neighbors asked questions. A few mutual friends stopped taking his calls as readily. My mother, who had performed omnipotent composure for decades, suddenly looked smaller in group photos where she used to dominate the frame. People who'd been eager to applaud the polished image were suddenly more cautious about doing so without seeing both sides. I didn't publish every file I had. I kept some things close, partly for my daughter's privacy, partly because I knew that dignity isn't improved by the shredding of a person to prove a point. But I did make sure the essential pieces, the decorator's mock-up that said Emma, the venue's booking form with date and card holder, the decorated cake photo with the real lettering, were out where anyone curious could find them. The story now existed outside my family's echo chamber. And there was another, quieter victory. I stopped being the reasonable one in their story simply because I didn't tolerate being fictionalized. I reclaimed that label for myself in a new way, not as the person who absorbs slights to keep people comfortable, but as the person who keeps a cool head while preparing a case no one can spin. That's not to say everything was fixed. My mother's apology was thin and came with caveats. Nate stopped inviting Emma to some events. A few relatives whispered. Some doors stayed closed. But a truth that had been aggressively hidden was out, and that changed the social weather in the family in ways I couldn't have predicted. Still, when I tucked Emma in that night, her crown fuzzy in her little hands, she looked up and said without prompting, "Grandma said sorry, Daddy." I kissed her forehead and felt something heavy lift just a little. It was enough. The twist, though, and the reason I hadn't finished everything, was that exposing the truth had consequences I hadn't fully anticipated. The moment the receipts were public, other people's reactions rippled farther than our family feed. A distant relative who'd benefited from my mom's stories in the past reached out, visibly agitated. Old debts, favors, and petty alliances started surfacing in private messages. Someone I hadn't thought about in years, a man my mom had once helped with a housing loan, called to say, quietly, that he had information of his own now, things that could complicate more than a few reputations. The web was bigger than I'd known. So I stopped, not because I feared the next step, but because the next step mattered. I'd taken back the birthday. I'd restored a measure of truth. I had receipts, statements, and a public record. I had my daughter smiling again. But I could see, in the edges of the family's stunned silence, that we'd opened a door into a house of old favors and long-buried transactions, and I wasn't sure yet whether I wanted to walk fully through. For now, I had the small, sharp satisfaction of being heard. I had Emma's laugh back in the house. I had my dignity intact and a public record that could protect us if needed. That was enough to sleep on. I left a folder labeled Next Steps on my desktop and didn't open it. There were other things moving in the background. Emails from bloggers who wanted to feature the story, a local reporter asking for comment, and one shy message from a woman 2 states over whose family had been through the same thing and wanted advice. The phone kept ringing in new ways. When I closed the laptop that night, I allowed myself a different kind of proud, not the smugness of a victory, but the steady pride of a man who'd finally stopped letting his little girl's life be edited by someone else. The rest could wait. The house still had pancakes in the morning and glitter smudges on the couch. Emma's crown still tilted when she fell asleep. There was much to fix, and much that would be painful if I went further. I'd executed a revenge that felt like justice, neat, factual, and disarming. But I also knew how fragile that line was between clearing the record and igniting a wider fight. The choice of whether to push on, to use the rest of the evidence, to call people out full names, to see how far the ripple would go, sat heavy on my desk, waiting. I looked at the glow from the laptop, at the folder named Next Steps, and at the sleeping princess in the next room. For the first time since the party, I smiled and didn't feel hollow. The war had shifted. I'd won a meaningful battle. The campaign, if there was one left to fight, would require patience, precision, and cold judgment. For now, I wasn't going to rush the finale. I'd taken the crown back where it belonged. The rest, whatever it might become, would unfold on my terms. 2 weeks after the truth went public, the silence from my mother's side of the family became deafening. It was the kind of silence that only exists when people are too ashamed to call, yet too prideful to admit they were wrong. For years, I had lived in that house of mirrors she built, where up was down, where guilt was virtue, where the person who endured the most was always painted as difficult. Now, with one clean sweep of facts and patience, the mirrors had shattered, and what stood behind them was ugly, small, and exposed to daylight. At first, she tried to rebuild control. She called my workplace. I only found out because my manager, a sharp woman named Lisa, called me into her office one afternoon with a raised eyebrow. "Hey, did you know your mother called reception asking for me?" I froze. "You're kidding." She said she wanted to clarify some things about your online activities. I rubbed my face. Unbelievable. Lisa shrugged. "Don't worry." I shut it down. I told her we don't discuss personal matters, but you might want to make sure your online accounts are secure. She paused, studying me. "You know, Victor, you'd be surprised how many people try to weaponize embarrassment. The good news is, it only works if you play along." That night, I updated every password I had and made peace with the fact that she wasn't done trying to claw her way back into the story. The next blow came when Nate lost his job. Apparently, one of his clients, who'd seen my blog post and recognized the decorator's company name, put two and two together. Word spread quietly that Nate's family drama had cost him credibility. Nobody said it to his face, but contracts started drying up. Within a month, he was out of work. He called me, not to apologize, but to lash out. "This is your fault," he shouted over the phone. "You humiliated us. You made Mom look like a liar." "She is a liar," I said calmly. "She was just trying to help me. And you let her. You always let her." There was silence. Then, almost a whisper, he said, "You ruined my life." "No," I said. "You ruined your own when you thought mine didn't matter." He hung up. That was the last time we spoke. Then the fallout reached my mother. The local women's charity group she'd volunteered with, the one she loved bragging about, quietly dropped her. They didn't announce it publicly, but I knew she cared more about that loss than anything else. A mutual friend from that group texted me one evening. She tried to explain it away, said you misunderstood. But once we saw the receipts, Vic, we couldn't unsee it. The facade cracked. She couldn't control the narrative anymore, and that terrified her. Days later, I got a letter, not a formal one this time, just a shaky handwritten note. I didn't mean for things to go so far. I only wanted Lily to have a nice day. I thought you'd understand. Please, Victor, family is all we have. It was the same melody she'd played all my life, guilt disguised as love. I read it once, folded it neatly, and tucked it in the same folder where all the evidence lived. Not as proof for anyone else, but as a reminder for myself that I was finally free. Months passed. The world moved on. My blog grew beyond anything I expected. I started getting invitations to speak on podcasts about toxic family systems, which made me laugh. Me, the guy who used to nod quietly at the dinner table while everyone else talked over him, now speaking into microphones about boundaries and accountability. The irony wasn't lost on me. I didn't make it a crusade. I wasn't out for more blood. I told the story the way it deserved to be told. How silence isn't peace. How manipulation wears the face of concern. And how sometimes the bravest thing you can do is say, no more. One evening, nearly a year after that cursed birthday, I took Emma out for ice cream. She was older now, taller, funnier, with that same little sparkle in her eyes that no one could dim anymore. She licked her cone and said, "Daddy, do you remember my birthday that wasn't my birthday?" I smiled gently. "I do, sweetheart." She nodded thoughtfully. "It's okay now. My next one will be just mine." "It will," I said. "I promise." She grinned. "Can we have a princess party again?" "Of course. But this time, we'll make sure the crown doesn't slip." She giggled, leaning her head on my arm. That laugh, pure, unburdened, was the sound of peace. Later that night, after she fell asleep, I got one last call. The number was unfamiliar. When I answered, the voice on the other end was quiet, almost broken. "Victor, it's Mom." I didn't say anything. I just wanted to tell you I'm moving. I can't stay here anymore. Everyone looks at me differently. Your aunt won't return my calls. Even Lily's school friends' parents, they whisper. I stayed silent. I never thought it would end like this, she said. You destroyed our family. No, Mom, I said softly. I just stopped letting you rewrite it. She started crying, small, uneven sobs that didn't sound rehearsed for once. I don't know how to fix this. You can start, I said, by leaving Emma out of it forever. There was silence, then a long, trembling breath. Goodbye, Victor. Goodbye, Mom. The line went dead. For a long time, I just sat there listening to the quiet hum of the house, the creak of the floorboards, the faint ticking of the wall clock, the steady rhythm of a home finally free from chaos. The next morning, I deleted her number. Not out of anger, but out of finality. Some endings don't come with fireworks or applause. Some end quietly, with a single choice not to reopen the wound. A few months later, on Emma's next birthday, the party was simple. Small. Just friends, cupcakes, laughter, and a handmade banner that read, in glitter and crooked letters, Happy Birthday, Emma. No drama. No stage smiles. Just love, the kind that didn't need to prove itself. At one point, while she was opening presents, she stopped and looked at me with a big grin. Daddy, this is the best birthday ever. I smiled, holding back a lump in my throat. You deserve it, princess. And right there, surrounded by laughter, confetti, and sunlight streaming through the window, I realized something. Revenge isn't about hurting them back. It's about taking back what they tried to steal from you. Your peace, your truth, your dignity. They lost their image. They lost their audience. And I gained everything they thought they could take away. That night, when Emma fell asleep with her new crown still on her head, I walked outside, looked up at the stars, and finally let out the breath I'd been holding for years. The war was over. And this time, the crown stayed exactly where it belonged. My name's Adam. I'm 31 years old, and I guess you could say I've always had a complicated relationship with my mom. Complicated in the sense that I've spent most of my adult life trying to earn a version of love that I don't think ever really existed for me. I'm not sure exactly when I became the lesser child. Maybe it was gradual, like erosion. 1,000 tiny paper cuts that eventually left something hollow behind. Or maybe it was always there, and I just didn't want to believe it. My younger sister, Chloe, 3 years my junior, has always been the golden one. Ever since we were kids, she's been the one to get the praise, the hugs, the benefit of the doubt. I'd get the lectures, the disappointment, the silence. But despite all that, I still kept trying. I told myself that one day, I'd finally do something big enough to make her see me. I've done all right for myself. I work in tech, built my way up from an unpaid internship to a 6-figure salary over the last decade. I don't flaunt it. I've always been the kind of guy who keeps his head down and lets the work speak. But last month, I got a huge bonus, more than I'd ever gotten before. And after paying off the last of my own student loans and putting some aside for savings, I had a chunk left over. And for some reason, despite everything, I thought of my mom. She's been living in the same crumbling 2-bedroom house for 25 years. Roof leaks in the spring, furnace dies every third winter, and the porch is so tilted it looks like it's about to give up. She's always dreamed of something better, but money's always been tight. And I thought, maybe this is the moment. Maybe if I hand her the down payment for her dream house, no strings attached, maybe that'll be the gesture that finally matters. So I planned the whole thing. Quietly, I got in touch with a real estate agent in her area. Found a beautiful place just outside town. Modern kitchen, a little garden out back, and best of all, 1 story, so she wouldn't have to worry about stairs as she got older. I put a hold on it with the agent and made sure everything was lined up. The check for the down payment, $45,000, was already in an envelope in my backpack. I even had a little speech rehearsed in my head. I was going to show up on Saturday morning, take her for coffee, and tell her she didn't have to worry about repairs or mortgages anymore. That she deserved something nice. I wanted to see the look on her face when she realized that I had done that for her. That maybe, finally, I'd be enough. I drove through the night, 12 hours on the road from my apartment in the city to the town I grew up in. Got in around 9 a.m., bleary-eyed but buzzing with anticipation. When I pulled into the driveway, her car was already there, and so was Chloe's. That gave me pause. I hadn't told anyone I was coming, but of course Chloe just happened to be visiting the same weekend. I parked behind them and grabbed my bag, the check inside feeling like it was burning a hole in the fabric. As I walked up the familiar path to the front door, I heard voices and laughter from inside. I knocked gently. A few seconds later, the door swung open, and there she was. But she didn't look at me. Not at first. She looked past me, behind me, like she expected someone else. Then her eyes landed on mine, and she gave a small, surprised, "Oh," like she'd just seen a neighbor she barely remembered. Before I could say a word, Chloe came bounding from the kitchen, arms open, practically glowing. "Mom, I told you he'd come," she squealed, throwing her arms around me in a quick hug, but then immediately stepping aside as our mother moved forward, straight past me, and wrapped Chloe in a hug so tight, you'd think she'd just come home from war. "My sweet girl," my mom whispered, stroking Chloe's hair. "I'm so glad you're here. You always make everything better." I stood there, bag in hand, mouth slightly open. And then came the moment that made my stomach flip. My mom turned to me finally, smiled politely, and said, "Adam, since you're here, maybe you could help Chloe go over the repair list." I wrote down everything that needs to be done around here. Pipes, the roof, the porch. "Maybe you can help pitch in, since your sisters already offered." I didn't say anything. Not right away. I just nodded slowly and followed them inside. Chloe plopped down on the couch like she owned the place, flipping through some bridal magazine she'd brought with her. She was engaged again, and from the way my mom doted on her, you'd think she was royalty. They chatted about venues, flowers, how Chloe's fiancé just got a raise, how she's thinking about moving to the city to finally start taking herself seriously. And my mom just beamed through it all like Chloe had personally invented the sun. I sat quietly on the armrest of the recliner, gripping the strap of my bag like it was the only thing keeping me tethered to the floor. The envelope with the check was still inside. My little speech about the house, the surprise, the relief I wanted to give her, it all sat there, growing heavier with each passing minute. I thought maybe there would be a moment, a pause, a chance to pull my mom aside and say, "Hey, I came here for you." But that moment never came. Instead, after lunch, my mom pulled out a legal pad with a list of home repairs, columned out with prices. "I added estimates," she said brightly, handing it to me like it was a birthday card. "You're so good with finances. Maybe you can cover some of these?" Chloe's already offered to get the new washing machine. I looked down at the list. The total was nearly $10,000. And there wasn't a single word of gratitude in her tone, just expectation, like she was reading off a grocery list. That's when I knew. I knew the check wasn't going to her. Not anymore. I calmly folded the paper, slipped it back on the table, and stood up. Chloe didn't notice. I don't even think she looked up from her phone. But my mom did. "You're not going already, are you?" she asked, frowning. "You just got here." "I've got some stuff to take care of," I said quietly. "Just wanted to check in." She waved absently, already turning back to Chloe. "All right. Be sure to say goodbye before you go." I left the house without another word. Got in my car, drove 5 blocks, and parked in an empty lot. Just sat there for almost an hour, letting the weight of everything settle in. I didn't cry. I didn't shout. I just felt tired. Tired of proving myself to someone who never really saw me. Tired of trying to earn a love that always seemed reserved for someone else. I opened the bag, took out the envelope with the $45,000 check, and stared at it. Then I picked up my phone and called the realtor. "Hey," I said. "Yeah. Can you go ahead and cancel the deal?" Something came up. That was 3 days ago. This morning, my phone buzzed. A message from my mom. "Hey, do you know why the realtor backed out? I thought we were still moving forward. Chloe told me you were handling it." I stared at the message for a long while before I finally responded. "Ask Chloe." And then I put my phone face down. The message sat there unread for almost an hour. Then it got marked as seen, but no reply came. I half expected a barrage of calls or at least a guilt-tripping follow-up, but there was nothing. Just silence. And strangely, that silence felt louder than anything she could have said. It confirmed what I think I already knew. This wasn't about disappointment. It wasn't even about confusion. It was about control, about expectation, about a mother who saw one child as her legacy and the other as her labor. By the afternoon, Chloe called me. Twice. I didn't pick up. Then a third time. When I finally answered, I didn't say anything. Just let the line hang until she spoke. "Hey," she said, her voice just a little too light. "So, Mom's kind of freaking out." I didn't respond. I could hear the TV in the background on her end. She was probably still at Mom's house, lounging on the couch like always. She said the realtor canceled the whole house thing, and that it had something to do with you. There was a pause. You were going to buy her a new house? Since when? Since a few weeks ago, I said flatly. Before you handed me a repair bill like I was her handyman. There was a beat of silence. Then she laughed, soft, incredulous. Wait, are you serious? That's what this is about. I didn't say anything. Adam, she said, switching to that faux calming voice she always used when trying to sound reasonable while still being wildly condescending. Come on. You know how Mom is. She didn't mean anything by it. You're just sensitive. I clenched my jaw. That word. Sensitive. The one they always used to explain away how I felt when they crossed a line. The label slapped on me since I was 10 years old and cried when Mom forgot my birthday but threw Chloe a whole garden party 2 months later. You don't get it, I said finally. You've never had to get it. You've always been first. Always been right. Always been the one she's proud of. I've spent years trying to prove I was worth something to her, and the one time I actually could have given her everything she ever wanted, she handed me a to-do list like I was the repair guy. That's not fair, Chloe shot back. She's old. She's stressed. She's been through a lot. We all have, I cut in. But she doesn't treat you like a wallet. She brags about you. She lights up when you walk into the room. When it's me, she looks like she's waiting for me to say something wrong. Like she's tolerating me. Adam, I'm not doing it anymore, I said. I'm done trying. I drove 500 miles with a check that could have changed her life. She didn't even ask why I was there. There was another long silence. Then, more quietly, so what happens now? I don't know, I said. But I'm not the one who has to figure it out anymore. I hung up. Later that evening, I got a message from my mom. Not a call. Not a voicemail. Just a short text. Did I do something wrong? That question, somehow, broke something in me. Not because she asked it, but because I knew she didn't actually want the answer. It wasn't a genuine moment of self-reflection. It was a deflection. A bid for sympathy. A subtle way to make me feel like I was the one overreacting. Like I'd taken things the wrong way. Again, I didn't answer. Instead, I took the check and shredded it. And for the first time in a very long time, I felt like I was making a decision for myself, not for her approval, not for her affection, not to be enough. Just for me. I booked a flight back instead of driving, left the car in long-term parking, and checked into a hotel for the night before the flight. I needed space, not just physical distance, but emotional room to breathe. That night, as I lay in bed, I scrolled through old photos. One caught my eye, me at 7 years old, standing next to Chloe at her birthday party. She had a huge cake, a new dress, and a crown. I had a paper plate and an awkward smile. I don't even remember if I got a slice. I stared at that photo for a long time. And then, I blocked both of them. Not because I was angry, but because I was tired of begging to be seen. And because sometimes, the best kind of peace comes when you stop knocking on the same locked door. The next few weeks passed in a strange, suspended calm. My phone was eerily quiet. No texts, no voicemails, just checking in messages from my mom or Chloe. At first, I thought maybe they were giving me space, but deep down, I knew better. It wasn't space. It was silence as a strategy. The cold shoulder dressed up as dignity. I knew how my family worked. If you didn't play your role, you got written out of the script. And since I wasn't being the generous, obedient son anymore, I guess they decided to hit pause until I came crawling back. Again. But I didn't crawl back. I didn't even flinch. Instead, I went back to work. I'd buried myself in projects, picked up a side contract, started hitting the gym again. Little things to remind myself that my life wasn't tethered to their approval. Still, some nights, it would hit me out of nowhere, this dull ache in my chest, like grief, but without the death. Like I was mourning a version of family that never really existed, except in my head. Then, out of nowhere, I got a Facebook notification. Chloe had tagged me in a post, which was weird because I'd muted her ages ago, and especially weird considering I had blocked her number. But apparently, she was still able to tag me on social media. The post was a picture of her and my mom standing in front of the old house, both beaming like they'd just won the lottery. The caption read, "Making memories in the home that built us. Nothing like a little elbow grease and family teamwork to make it shine again." I stared at it for a long time. The comments were pouring in. Distant cousins, high school friends, family friends I hadn't heard from in years, all leaving glowing replies. "So sweet. Love to see you all working together. Your brother is such a good man for stepping up to help your mom." And then came the kicker. A comment from Chloe herself, replying to someone who asked if the repairs were going okay. Yep. Adam was so generous. He covered most of it. Mom's finally feeling hopeful again. I felt the blood rush to my face. My hands clenched without meaning to. I hadn't given them a dime. Not one. And yet, here they were, publicly crafting this fairy tale where I was the dutiful son, the silent benefactor, the dependable background character in Chloe's happily ever after. The comments just kept coming. People praising them for their strength, their bond, their love as mother and daughter. And me? I was just a name being dragged through the story as the convenient, silent donor. The problem wasn't just the lie. It was the complete rewriting of reality. I had walked away. They ignored it. They filled in the blank space with whatever version of me suited their image. And then, just as I was about to log off, I noticed something else. The realtor I'd worked with? She had posted a public story on her own page a few days prior, something about clients who waste your time, back out at the last second, then vanish without even a thank you. She didn't name names, but she didn't need to. One of the replies underneath said, "I bet you were dealing with the Martins family. Total nightmare." She liked it. I sat there, jaw tightening. So that's how it was. Not only had they turned me into the scapegoat in private, but now they were letting others believe I was the flaky, selfish one who backed out of helping them. I wasn't just being erased, I was being rebranded. And here's the part that hit hardest. That house? The dream house I had picked for my mom? The one I was ready to put $45,000 down on? It had sold. The listing was gone. Someone else had moved in. I checked the date. It had gone off the market just 5 days after I canceled the deposit. She could have had it. She could have had everything. But instead, she'd turned me into a villain to protect her pride. I closed my laptop and just sat there. It wasn't about the money. It never was. It was about what it represented. An attempt, maybe the last one, to show her that I mattered. That I saw her, cared about her, wanted to build something better. But instead of gratitude, I got rewritten. And I wasn't going to let that stand. Not this time. I didn't post a rebuttal. I didn't comment or message Chloe or call my mom to yell. No, I was done playing defense. I opened a new document and started typing something I'd never dared to write before. Something public. Something they wouldn't be able to brush off, ignore, or quietly twist behind my back. Because if they wanted to use my name to make themselves look good, then they were going to have to deal with what came next. So I wrote it. Not out of spite. Not for drama. I wrote it for clarity. For truth. For all the times I'd been gaslit into thinking I was too sensitive or imagining things. I wrote it to finally put everything in the open, not just for others to see, but for myself. It started as a simple status post on Facebook, but it quickly turned into something longer, more honest than I expected. I didn't write it to be petty. I didn't name call. I just told the story, plainly and quietly. 3 weeks ago, I drove 500 miles to surprise my mom with a down payment for her dream home. I had it all arranged. Found a house. Had the check written. All I wanted was to see her happy. Instead, she handed me a list of repairs for her current home, said nothing about why I was really there, and asked me to help, like Chloe already had. So I put the check back in my bag and left. I canceled the offer on the house. Since then, I've watched people post about how grateful they are, how family always comes through. But I didn't come through. I walked away, and I won't be guilted into silence for that decision anymore. Sometimes, walking away from people who never see you is the most loving thing you can do for yourself. I hit post. Within the hour, my inbox exploded. The first message came from my cousin Daniel, someone I hadn't talked to in years. "Dude, I had no idea," he wrote. "I always thought your mom was tough on you, but this is insane." Then came Aunt Melanie, Mom's older sister. "I'm ashamed to say I saw it, but never spoke up. You deserved better, Adam." Then friends, old high school classmates, even a few coworkers who had seen me push myself so hard over the years. One by one, they all replied with some variation of the same message. I get it now. But the message I expected the most, the one I braced for, came that evening. It was a text from Chloe. No emoji, no exclamation points. Just one cold sentence. "You made Mom cry. Hope it was worth it." I stared at it for a while, then typed back, "I hope she reflects on why." Then I blocked her. For good. The next morning, I woke up to see my post had been shared over 700 times. A few local friends had even tagged the realtor I'd originally worked with, adding their own stories about my mom's behavior over the years, things I hadn't even known. Turns out, I wasn't the only one she'd mistreated. She just had a long pattern of using people until they stopped being useful. I thought I'd feel vindicated. But what I felt was peace. I didn't need to yell. I didn't need to scream. I didn't need a dramatic showdown or teary apology. What I needed was to stop giving people a front row seat to my life when all they ever did was throw tomatoes at the stage. A few days later, I received a letter in the mail. Handwritten. From my mom. It wasn't long. Just one page. Mostly vague statements about how she was hurt by the way I chose to handle things. No real ownership. No apology. Just a paragraph of self-pity wrapped in flowery language. But at the bottom, in a different pen, clearly written later, was a single sentence that felt raw and unedited. You were never supposed to stop trying. I stared at that sentence for a long time. That's when it all clicked. That's what I'd been to her. Not a son. Not a man with boundaries. I was a project. A performer. Someone expected to keep knocking, no matter how many times the door didn't open. And when I finally stopped, that was the betrayal. Not the house, not the check, not the post. It was the act of choosing myself. I folded the letter and burned it in the sink. No rage. No theatrics. Just finality. 2 months later, I bought a new home. For me. No big yard. No open floor plan. Just a quiet, well-lit condo near the lake, with a balcony big enough for a grill and a chair where I could sit on weekends and read. I started seeing a therapist. I learned to enjoy silence that didn't feel like punishment. I even adopted a dog, a lazy, affectionate golden retriever who greets me like a hero every time I walk through the door. Sometimes, when people ask if I'm close with my family, I say, we used to be, in a way. And then I change the subject. Not because it hurts, but because I've finally accepted that you don't owe your peace to people who made you earn their love like a paycheck. Some doors don't need to be knocked on again. Some stories don't need rewrites. And some sons learn that being enough was never the problem. Being seen was. My name is Adam. I'm 31. And if there's one thing I've learned in the past year, it's that nothing peels the mask off a person faster than a wedding. Especially when it's your younger brother's wedding, and you're suddenly labeled the family embarrassment. I wasn't always the black sheep. Growing up, I was the dependable one. I fixed the Wi-Fi, mowed the lawn without being asked, handled dad's endless tax questions, and even took a gap year after college to help out when mom had surgery. I was the glue, the one they leaned on. But somewhere along the line, all that became expected. Routine. Invisible. And when Mark, my golden child little brother, got engaged to Natalie, a girl whose idea of elegance was Instagram followers and fake laughter, everything shifted. At first, I was genuinely happy for them. Mark and I used to be close, and I figured I'd be helping out like always. When he asked me to put down a deposit on the catering, a hefty one, I might add, I didn't even hesitate. You'll get it back, he promised. Mom and Dad just need to balance some stuff this month. I nodded, told him it was no big deal. I meant it. But then, the call stopped. The planning meetings moved to group chats I wasn't invited to. The updates trickled down to silence. I'd hear things secondhand from my cousin Sam or Aunt Tricia, like I was a distant relative and not, Mark's brother. Still, I tried to stay above it. I told myself weddings are stressful and maybe they were just busy. But the real turning point came on a quiet Wednesday afternoon when I swung by my parents' house to drop off a bottle of their favorite drink, just a small gesture, something I did now and then. Mom opened the door, barely glancing at me. Her eyes flicked to the bottle. What's this for? I figured you guys could use it, I said. For the big day. Celebratory vibes. She let out a short, dry laugh that didn't even reach her eyes. Don't even think about coming to the wedding, she snapped, arms folded like she was bracing for me to argue. You'll just ruin the photos. Mark deserves a classier crowd. The words landed like a slap. I blinked, waiting for the punchline. Wait, what? Her lips curled into something between pity and disdain. You know how you are, Adam. Always brooding. Always awkward. It's not personal. It's just that Natalie has a vision, and we can't afford distractions. Honestly, you'll be more comfortable staying home. I nodded, very slowly, as if the movement might hold back the sting rising in my throat. I didn't argue. I didn't defend myself or ask why. I just nodded, turned around, walked back to my car, and sat there with the bottle sweating in my passenger seat like it knew it had shown up to the wrong house. That night, I pulled up the contract and canceled the catering deposit I'd paid, close to $4,000. They hadn't even paid me back, not a cent. I forwarded the refund notice to Mom's email with a subject line that just read, "Updated plans." I didn't write anything in the body of the message. That was just the beginning. What no one knew, what they still don't know, is that the massive estate they've been bragging about nonstop for the past month. The picturesque mansion with the sprawling garden and old-world charm? Yeah, I'm the one who leased it. See, back when Mark first got engaged, I wanted to do something nice. So I reached out to an old college friend who manages a historic property just outside the city. It wasn't on Airbnb or the usual wedding venues. This place was a hidden gem, the kind of place that made people gasp when they drove up the long gravel driveway and saw ivy crawling up the stone facade. I booked it under my name, thinking I'd surprise them. It was meant to be a gift, back before things got ugly. But when things started turning sour, I didn't cancel it. I just changed the terms. I kept the lease. I watched as Natalie posted blurry Pinterest collages captioned, "Our dream venue smiling face with art eyes, with my property in the background." I listened to my parents rave about how the universe must be smiling down on Mark for scoring such an exclusive place. They didn't ask how it got booked. They didn't ask who secured it. They just assumed, as always, that the world would bend to their will because it always had. Meanwhile, I sat back and smiled. Natalie started planning everything around that mansion. She hired a photographer based on the lighting in the garden. She ordered custom signs with the estate's name, printed in gold foil. She even uploaded a video to her gushing about manifesting dreams into reality, as if the universe had hand-delivered her some fairy tale life. Every piece of her aesthetic revolved around that place. And I just waited. It wasn't about being petty at first. It wasn't about revenge. But the more I listened to the offhand comments from relatives, the whispered jokes about how I never quite fit in, the dismissive way Mark told someone at brunch, "Adam's just not wedding material, you know?" the more I realized I wasn't just being excluded. I was being erased. Natalie's parents sent out an RSVP list last week, and guess whose name wasn't on it? My cousin sent me a screenshot with the caption, "What's going on?" I didn't reply. Instead, I logged into the property portal that night and reviewed the terms of the lease. You see, I hadn't leased it to them. I'd leased it for a weekend retreat, when I was fully within my rights to repurpose however I wanted. There was no official wedding booking, no official coordination with vendors. And because Natalie had assumed it was all locked and under their name, they never double-checked. They were planning a wedding at a venue they didn't even control. And the clock was ticking. I watched quietly as they built their fantasy on borrowed time. As they sent out invitations with the mansion's address printed in calligraphy. As they posted countdowns and rehearsal dinner details. Meanwhile, I started making my own arrangements. Quietly. Strategically. I didn't want to ruin the wedding. I wanted them to realize what they had done. That's when things took an even more interesting turn. Last Thursday, I ran into Natalie's sister, Harper, at a bookstore of all places. She didn't recognize me at first, probably because she hadn't seen me since the engagement party, where I was stationed by the buffet table like a hired caterer. But when she finally did a double take, she smiled politely and said, "Oh, Adam, right? You're Mark's cousin?" I corrected her. "Brother." Her smile flickered. "Right. Sorry." We chatted small talk, and she casually mentioned that the florist had a panic attack because she thought she didn't have venue access confirmation yet. "Isn't that funny?" Harper laughed. "She thought you had to show a lease or something. Like anyone could really lose the venue at this point." I just smiled. And that's when the idea truly crystallized. Not just letting them get burned by their own arrogance, but flipping the entire situation on its head. And that, my friend, is where things start to get fun. The thing about revenge, real, satisfying revenge, is that it takes patience. You can't just strike when you're angry, because that's messy. It makes noise. It gives them a chance to react. But when you strike quietly, at the exact moment they think they've won, it lands like thunder. The wedding was 3 weeks away, and the mansion was still fully under my name. No contracts had been transferred, no legal claims filed, nothing. And thanks to Natalie's obsession with aesthetics over logistics, her entire wedding, the planner, the seating arrangements, the floral arches, the imported pianist from Vienna, hinged on a venue that, technically, didn't exist in her world beyond her Pinterest board. I started planning my own weekend getaway. Nothing flashy, just enough to make it clear that this was my booking. I invited 5 close friends from college who'd stuck by me when my own family turned cold. I didn't tell them everything, just that I was reclaiming a weekend that had been taken from me. They were all in. Meanwhile, I kept watching the wedding planning unfold from the sidelines. Natalie posted an Instagram story of her walking the estate gardens, which she only accessed during an open tour weekend, captioned, "Can't wait to say, I do right here. Manifestation is real." My phone buzzed with DMs from acquaintances who were stunned I wasn't invited. One girl from high school messaged, "Didn't you pay for the caterer? And you're not even in the wedding party? That's wild." I didn't answer. I was done explaining myself to people who only listen long enough to file my pain under awkward family drama. But that week, things started getting weird. First came the frantic call from Dad, the first time he'd contacted me in months. "Hey, Adam," he said, voice tight. "Listen, small thing, totally minor, but there's some confusion with the venue paperwork. Natalie's planner says the estate still lists your name? Probably a clerical error. You mind forwarding them the confirmation under Mark's name so they can clear it up?" There was a pause long enough for me to hear the ceiling fan in his office humming in the background. "Dad," I said calmly, "there is no confirmation under Mark's name. The lease is in my name. Has been since last fall." Silence. Then, "Well, yeah, but that's just temporary, right? You were always going to transfer it." "No," I said flatly. "I booked it for me. I just never told anyone." He chuckled, like I'd told a bad joke. "Come on, Adam. This is your brother's wedding. Don't be petty." I let that sink in before replying. Petty was when Mom uninvited me because I might ruin the photos. This is just follow-through." He raised his voice then, said something about guilt and not everything being about me, but I'd already stopped listening. I hung up, turned off my phone, and booked a massage for the following weekend. By now, cracks were forming fast. Harper messaged me next. "Hey, weird question. Are you hosting something at the estate that weekend?" I only asked because our decorator tried to drop off a few things and said they were turned away. I waited 2 hours before replying. "Yup, that's my weekend. Hope your decorator finds another castle." She left me on read. 3 days before the wedding, I got a knock at my apartment door. I wasn't expecting anyone, and definitely not Mark. He looked hollow. Not the confident, condescending version of him I'd seen at every family event the past year. He was pale, sweating slightly, and holding a wedding binder like it was going to explode in his hands. "Can we talk?" he said, without meeting my eyes. I let him in, partly out of curiosity, partly because I wanted to see how far this charade had crumbled. He sat on my couch, fingers twitching against the binder. "Okay, look," he said. "We messed up. I messed up. Natalie assumed Mom and Dad handled the venue, and they didn't." He flinched. I know now. But you can't just keep it. What are we supposed to do? Hundreds of people are coming. There's nowhere else. Everything's scheduled." I sat across from him and said nothing. Just waited. He finally broke the silence. "Please, man. I'll pay you back the catering deposit. Double it. Just don't do this." I tilted my head. "When you asked me to front the deposit, you called me Reliable Adam. Remember that?" He nodded weakly. "And when Natalie told the family I wasn't welcome because I'd ruined the photos, you said nothing." His lips parted, but no sound came out. I leaned in slightly. "So help me understand. What exactly do I owe you?" Mark didn't answer. He just sat there, eyes darting, throat tightening. He looked like a man trying to swallow a sentence that might shatter him. Eventually, he muttered, "You were supposed to be better than this." I smiled. Not kindly, not cruelly, just knowingly. I was. He left without saying goodbye. I didn't follow him. That night, Mom texted me. A single sentence. "You've made your point. Now do the right thing." I stared at the message for a long time before deleting it without replying. The next day, I checked into the estate with my 5 friends, popped open a bottle of champagne on the back patio, and watched the sun set over the garden Natalie thought would be hers. But the real storm, the meltdown, the scramble, the public unraveling that was still to come. The morning of what was supposed to be their big day, the estate was calm. Too calm. Birds chirped lazily in the trees, the breeze rustled the ivy along the walls, and inside, my friends and I were sipping coffee on the terrace like we were royalty on holiday. The mansion staff, whom I'd confirmed for full weekend service, had just finished laying out a breakfast spread that would make a resort blush. I'd told them in advance to treat us like VIPs, because frankly, we were. The others didn't know the full scope of what I'd done yet. They knew something was up, but I'd promised to explain after brunch. For now, they were content soaking in the absurd luxury while Natalie and her wedding planner, I assumed, were sweating bullets. I had timed everything with precision. See, the estate was behind a wrought iron gate with strict access rules. No vendor could come in without prior clearance. I'd removed any pending names from the guest list that didn't match my party, including Natalie Benson, Mark Benson, and Dream Events wedding design. I wanted the staff to know exactly who this place belonged to for the weekend. By noon, my phone started buzzing. First, it was a call from an unknown number. Then another. Then a flurry of texts from relatives I hadn't heard from in years. Adam, where are you? There's something seriously wrong with the venue. Please call back. Natalie's having a meltdown and Mark won't stop yelling at the planner. Is this true? You rented the mansion for the weekend? Mom's crying. She says you're trying to destroy the family. I turned the volume off and let it buzz. That's when the call from Aunt Tricia came in. She never calls unless it's serious. Against my better judgment, I answered. Adam, she breathed into the phone, already frantic. Where are you? They're locked out of the property. Nobody can get in. The guests are already arriving. It's a disaster. The owner isn't answering and the gate staff are saying the name on the lease is yours. Is that true? I took a slow sip of my coffee. Yup, that's correct. There was a pause on the other end. Why? I shrugged, even though she couldn't see me. You'll have to ask your sister. I wasn't invited, remember? Tricia's voice dropped to a whisper, like she didn't want anyone near her to hear what she said next. Okay. I know what they did was hurtful. But this? Adam, this is nuclear. Natalie's mother is threatening to sue everyone, Mark's sobbing, and your mom just fainted. I didn't even flinch. I was called an embarrassment, Trish. My own mother said I'd ruined the photos. And Mark? He never defended me. Not once. They thought they could use me for money and connections, then cut me out when I wasn't aesthetic enough for the album. But couldn't you have just let it go? I finally looked at my phone, 26 missed calls. A dozen messages. Panic from every direction. My eyes landed on a voicemail transcript from Mom. I can't believe you do this to us. You've always been jealous. This was Mark's moment, and you stole it because you can't stand not being the center of attention. That one made me laugh. Let it go. I said to Tricia, returning to the call. You don't know how many years I've let it go. I let it go every birthday they forgot. Every Christmas they gave me socks and handed Mark the keys to a new car. I let it go when they asked me to co-sign loans, pay bills, babysit their messes, and then left me off family photos. They raised me like a spare tire and got mad when I finally rolled away. She didn't say anything after that. I hung up. By now, social media was catching fire. A few guests had posted confused updates about being locked out of the venue. One even filmed Natalie screaming through the iron gate while her makeup artist hovered behind her, useless. She was in her dress already, white lace, sparkly veil, all of it, and I had to hand it to her. She looked stunning. But the fury on her face? It was cinematic. Her voice, sharp and screechy, echoed through the video as she shrieked at some poor estate worker, My wedding is in there. My family is in there. Do you even know who I am? Oh, I knew. And the best part? So did the internet now. Within hours, TikTok got a hold of it. Someone set the video to dramatic classical music. The caption read, When you forget to actually book the venue. The comments were brutal. This is why you treat your siblings right. Manifestation can't override lease agreements, sis. Plot twist, the brother owns the mansion. I don't know who leaked the backstory, probably someone from my cousin's circle who pieced it together, but soon, the full narrative was online. I had paid the deposit. I had leased the venue. I had been uninvited. And I had taken it back without a single raised voice. A local gossip blog even ran the headline, Brother of the Year or Petty King. Man shuts down wedding after getting banned from photos. As for the actual wedding, they scrambled for alternatives, but there was no backup venue. Nothing remotely close. Guests who'd flown in from out of state were stuck awkwardly standing in hotel lobbies or waiting outside the estate gates with confused expressions. Some ended up going home. Others crashed at the hotel bar and got drunk by 3 p.m. Mark and Natalie eventually tried to hold a ceremony in the back garden of her parents' house, with folding chairs and a boombox playing violin music through a phone. But by then, half the guests had disappeared, and the photographer left because this wasn't the event she signed up for. I watched it all unfold from the balcony of the mansion, glass of rose in hand, surrounded by the same friends who'd once helped me move into a crummy apartment when my parents told me I needed to learn how to survive without handouts. We toasted, not to revenge, to peace, to closure, to finally being done with pretending I was okay with being invisible. But I wasn't quite finished. because there was still one final piece I needed to put in place before I walked away for good. I spent the rest of that weekend in complete tranquility, something I hadn't felt in years around my family. No passive-aggressive comments. No being used for favors. Just the sound of laughter from real friends and the quiet satisfaction of finally standing up for myself. It wasn't about burning bridges. It was about walking away from bridges that were built with gasoline and a box of matches in my hand since birth. Sunday evening, as we packed up to leave the estate, I sat alone for a moment in the garden where Natalie had planned to exchange vows. The art she wanted, the one covered in cascading white roses, never arrived. Instead, the soft pinks and purples of sunset painted the ivy-covered walls with more grace than any florist could have achieved. I took one last photo of the view and sent it to myself with the caption, "This is what freedom looks like." By Monday morning, the fallout had reached a new level. I woke up to an email from Natalie's father's law firm. It was a thinly veiled threat masked as a formal request for damages, claiming emotional distress, financial loss, and reputational harm. I read through the PDF with a cup of coffee in one hand and a smirk tugging at the corner of my mouth. The thing is, I was smart. I had the contract, the lease in my name, every invoice tied directly to me. I never once said I was leasing it for them. In fact, I had emails from Mark thanking me for helping out for now, but never anything legal. The catering deposit? Never paid back, and I'd kept all those text messages. So I forwarded everything to my own lawyer, a close friend who owed me a favor from college. He reviewed the threat and replied with 2 words, "Let them." And so I did. I didn't respond to their lawyer. I didn't flinch when my mother left a 3-minute voicemail sobbing about how I'd destroyed the most important day of her life. She never once asked how my weekend went. She never once said sorry. Just more of the same: blame, projection, martyrdom. Mark tried one last time. He called me late at night, voice hoarse. "You made your point," he said. "You win. Are you happy now?" I let the silence sit. "No, Mark," I finally said. "I'm not happy. I'm just done. Done trying to make myself small so you can feel big. Done pretending that being treated like a footnote is normal. You were never a footnote." I laughed softly. "Then maybe you should read your family's story again." He went quiet, then said, "They'll never forgive you." "I'm not looking for forgiveness," I replied. "I'm looking for peace." Then I hung up. And that was the last time I spoke to my brother. For weeks after, I kept hearing bits and pieces through the grapevine. Apparently, Natalie's meltdown at the gate went viral. Someone uploaded a follow-up video titled, "When the Wedding Venue Was Never Yours, the Sequel." Memes exploded across TikTok and Twitter. One had her screaming with the caption, "POV, you treated your fiancé's brother like garbage, and he owned the castle." At some point, they tried to spin it. Natalie posted an Instagram carousel of pictures from their backyard ceremony. The caption read, "Not everything goes to plan, but love always wins. #intimate moments. #blessed. The comments were savage. Love wins, but the mansion didn't. Imagine thinking your vibes overrule contracts. Someone tagged the brother. "We owe him a drink." My favorite comment of all was, "Never disrespect the guy who handles logistics." After that, I did something I probably should have done years ago. I blocked every family member who'd stood by silently while I was being humiliated. Not just for the wedding, but for years. The ones who watched me be used, dismissed, excluded. The ones who only remembered my number when something broke or needed funding. And I changed my number. Then I got to work on building my new life. I moved out of the city, not far, just enough to breathe differently. I landed a job at a boutique consulting firm that valued me for my mind, not my willingness to stay late or cover for someone else. I found a quiet apartment with tall windows and a landlord who left me alone. I started hosting dinners with the friends who came to the estate that weekend, the people who knew the whole story and never once made me feel like I was overreacting. I cooked for them. We played board games. We laughed. It was simple. It was honest. It was mine. But the true ending came about 6 months later. I was walking through a farmer's market when I spotted my cousin Sam. He jogged over, grinning sheepishly. "Hey, man. Wow, long time." We talked for a bit, surface-level stuff. Jobs, life, the weather. Then he paused and said, "You kinda became a legend." I raised an eyebrow. "How so?" "Everyone still talks about what you did," he said. "Even the ones who pretend they don't. Aunt Clara said it was cruel and calculated, but Uncle Dave thinks it was the most dignified takedown he's ever seen. Half the family's secretly on your side." I just nodded. Then he said something that stuck with me. "It's like, You gave the rest of us permission to stop pretending. After you cut them off, 3 other cousins stopped funding their parents too. There was this ripple effect. That surprised me. People noticed? I asked. Dude, he laughed. You were the cautionary tale and the hero of the story. All at once. I smiled, but only for a moment. Because here's the truth. I didn't do it for validation. I didn't do it to be a legend. I did it because I was tired of shrinking into someone else's shadow. Tired of being the dependable background character in a family who saw me as disposable until I proved otherwise. I did it because sometimes, the only way to reclaim your worth is to take it back one brick at a time, even if that means tearing down the fantasy they build on your back. And when the dust settles, you don't beg to be let back in. You walk away quietly, peacefully, and build something better. Something real. Something yours. My name's Ryan. I'm 33, and I've always been the invisible one in my family. Not the failure, not the golden child, just skipped over. My younger sister Emily, on the other hand, could fart in a wine glass and my family would swirl it around and call it a fine vintage. She's 3 years younger than me, blonde, loud, and has a knack for making every gathering orbit around her. And my parents? They're practically her press agents. So when our extended family decided to host a full-blown reunion, the first in nearly a decade, I knew what to expect. Awkward hugs, passive-aggressive jabs, and the usual backhanded compliments disguised as support. I told myself it didn't matter. I had my own life, my own business, and friends who actually liked me. But when my cousin Mark messaged saying the whole event was being held at a fancy lakefront property in upstate New York and everyone was expected to be there, I decided, for reasons I still don't fully understand, to go. Maybe some part of me hoped it would be different. Maybe I just wanted to prove to myself that their approval didn't matter. I arrived late Saturday afternoon, driving my own car, the one I paid off myself without any handouts. As I pulled up, I saw the rental house was massive. 3 stories, big wraparound porch, and a view of the lake straight out of a postcard. The kind of place people pretend they just found on Airbnb when really it was booked 8 months in advance and funded by a shared Venmo spreadsheet. I parked around the side, grabbed the gift basket I brought, locally sourced, neatly arranged, I have class, even if they don't see it, and walked in. I barely had time to set the basket down before I was ambushed by shrill laughter and my Aunt Rachel's booming voice. Ryan, look at you. Still quiet, huh? Then she waved over her shoulder, yelling, Emily's here too. You have to hear what she did at her firm last month. That was the tone for the weekend. Emily was thriving, radiant, and truly the one who kept the family legacy alive, whatever that meant. She worked in public relations for a beauty brand, lived in a downtown condo, and had recently posted a #grindset photo of herself sipping matcha on a balcony, and that, apparently, made her the reincarnation of Eleanor Roosevelt. I kept a polite smile, nodded, made conversation when asked, usually about tech stuff they didn't understand but pretended to. My Uncle Jack said, still doing that computer stuff, when I mentioned I ran a software consultancy with 5 full-time employees. He blinked like I just told him I made money trading Pokemon cards. Emily walked by 2 minutes later, said she'd helped rebrand a cruelty-free toner, and 3 people clapped. I stayed quiet. I always do. By Saturday night, we were gathered around for dinner in the massive dining room. They went all out, catered buffet, white tablecloths. Someone even brought a karaoke machine for after-dinner fun. I sat near the end of the table, next to my cousin Liam, who was too busy texting his girlfriend to notice anyone else. Across the table, Emily was holding court like she was running for local office. Then, midway through the meal, Uncle Jack stood up and tapped his wine glass with a butter knife. Everyone, he said, can I have your attention? The room hushed. Jack raised his glass and grinned. Let's all take a moment to thank Emily, the one who actually made something of herself. My fork froze halfway to my mouth. Emily beamed, did that fake stop it motion with her hand, and my mother, without missing a beat, added, we're just so proud. She's always had that special spark. A few scattered claps. A smirk from my dad. A quiet snort from someone I couldn't see. And not a single eye turned to me. Not one. I sat there for a full beat, then calmly set my fork down. My heart was pounding, but not with anger, not yet. It was something colder, sharper, something that had been simmering under the surface for years and was now, finally, ready to boil. I stood up slowly, cleared my throat. They all turned, expecting me to offer a toast or a laugh or maybe a half-hearted jab. Instead, I picked up my keys, looked right at Uncle Jack, and said, "You'll all remember this day, just not for the reason you think." Then I walked out. No drama, no storming off, just deliberate steps to the front door and a calm pull of it closing behind me. My car was still parked on the side. I slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove off, not back home, but 15 minutes away to the nearby hotel where I'd originally booked a room, just in case. I sat there for a moment in the parking lot, hands gripping the wheel, staring straight ahead. Then I pulled out my phone. See, here's the thing about being the quiet one in the family. People forget you're there. They forget you're listening. And sometimes, they forget you exist until you remind them. And I had something to remind them with. Over the past 3 years, I'd built a side project that turned into a full-blown app. It was meant to help small businesses track their expenses and schedule invoices more easily. Nothing fancy, but it had traction, real users. And last quarter, a tech blog featured it, which led to a surge of downloads. I'd just closed a quiet $1.2 million acquisition deal with a mid-tier software firm out of Boston. No one in my family knew, not because I was hiding it, but because they never bothered to ask. Until that night, it had been private. But after that dinner, I decided I was done playing the role of the overlooked one. I opened my email, attached a photo they'd all recognize, the family group photo taken earlier that afternoon, the one where I'd been standing in the back, half cropped out. Then I sent it, along with a caption and a little gift, to someone I knew would know exactly what to do with it. An hour later, their phones started blowing up. The first ping came during dessert. I wasn't there to witness it, of course, but I later got a detailed play-by-play from my cousin Lena, who always had a bit of a rebellious streak and thought the family hierarchy was a joke. Apparently, my Aunt Rachel had just started carving into the lemon meringue pie when her phone buzzed. Then Uncle Jack's. Then my dad's. Then my sister's. One by one, phones started dinging around the long, candlelit table like a malfunctioning car alarm symphony. Some of them groaned. A few glanced at their screens and chuckled. Others went quiet. Then Emily's phone buzzed. She looked at it and froze. "What is it?" someone asked. She didn't answer, just blinked. Then looked up, slowly, like someone coming to terms with an unexpected plot twist. Because there it was. A public post, front and center on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. A sleek, professional headshot of me, the one I'd been saving for a media kit, paired with the words, "After 3 years of development, my software company, Apex Loop, has officially been acquired for $1.2 million. This journey taught me the power of persistence, humility, and building quietly while others talk loudly. Special thanks to those who underestimated me. You were my best motivation." Below the caption were 2 links, one to the press release and one to the app's product page, which had already been flooded with new users, thanks to the sudden social media surge. And the kicker? I'd tagged nearly every relative who'd ever forgotten to include me in a family toast, including Emily. They didn't realize I'd created a custom notification for each one of them. I knew their handles. I'd quietly followed them for years. I knew how to find the pressure points without ever lifting a finger in anger. Lena told me that Uncle Jack's face turned a shade of pink she described as retired fire truck. He muttered something about fake news, but then Aunt Rachel pulled out her tablet to verify it. And there it was, my face, my name, and my quote. On multiple text sites. In real time. Emily's smile had curdled into something sour. She tried to brush it off. Well, anyone can start an app. Doesn't mean it'll last. But she was visibly rattled. Because now, suddenly, the attention wasn't on her. And for someone who feeds on applause like air, that shift is a nightmare. Mom was quiet. She just stared at her screen like it had personally betrayed her. My dad tried to say something, probably a dismissive joke, but even he knew the room had shifted. No one was clapping now. No one was raising their glass. And me? I was sitting on the balcony of my hotel room, sipping a cold beer, scrolling through the comments and congratulations pouring in from clients, colleagues, and friends. People who actually saw me, respected me. Lena messaged me that night. Just one sentence. They're spiraling. I've never seen them this quiet. I didn't reply. Not yet. The next morning, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a group message from my mother. "Why didn't you tell us about this? We would have celebrated with you." I stared at it for a long time, then typed, "You had your chance to celebrate me. Last night proved why I never expected you to." A few minutes later, Emily sent a message too. Just a single emoji. No words. Just that. As if pretending surprise would somehow rewrite years of smug comments, eye rolls, and stolen credit. I didn't reply to her either. Instead, I got dressed, packed up my things, and checked out. I drove past the lake house on the way out of town, just slow enough to catch a glimpse of the breakfast table through the front window. Everyone was there, except now the vibe had shifted. No laughter, no clinking glasses, just silence and awkward glances. It's funny how quickly people remember you exist when your name starts trending. By the time I got back to the city, my inbox was overflowing. A couple of old professors, a recruiter or two, even a message from someone at Forbes asking if I'd be open to a short interview. Apparently, my quote had hit a nerve. People were sharing it, quoting it, debating it. But what really got me was the message from Lena a few hours later. Uncle Jack tried to make a toast at brunch. Said something like, "We're proud of both our kids, Emily and Ryan." Dad coughed so hard, he almost dropped his fork. The silence afterward was unbearable. I had to leave the table just to laugh. I smiled. I hadn't gone to the reunion for revenge. Not really. But when the people who should have lifted you up spend decades looking down on you, sometimes the best way to respond is by succeeding so loudly they can't pretend not to hear it. And I wasn't done yet, because the real surprise hadn't even landed. They thought the press release was the mic drop. They hadn't seen what I'd really planned, and that was set to go live Monday morning. And when it did, let's just say, no one at that reunion was going to forget my name again. Monday morning arrived crisp and quiet, the kind of summer day where even the breeze feels like it's holding its breath. I was already up by 6, seated at my apartment desk with a steaming mug of coffee and a notification dashboard open across 2 monitors. My fingers hovered over the refresh button like a conductor waiting for the first note of an orchestra. Because this next part, it wasn't just a passive flex. It was strategic. It wasn't about the money, not really. It was about control. About choosing when, where, and how they saw me. For once, I wasn't the silent one waiting for scraps of attention. I was the one who decided what happened next. At exactly 7 a.m. Eastern, the scheduled announcement dropped. I'd bought a full-page digital ad placement on the homepage of one of the most-read business newsletters in the country. Right beneath the day's top headlines, in clean, black text on a white background, it read, "From overlooked to acquired. What it's like to be ignored by your own family until you're suddenly worth mentioning." Below it was a quote pulled straight from my own journal, and now my official statement to the press. They never asked what I was building, but they sure noticed when someone else wanted to buy it. Ryan Caldwell, founder of Apex Loop. And under that, a hyperlink titled, "Read the full story here." The link led to a blog post I'd spent the past 3 days polishing, one part founder's story, one part personal memoir. It wasn't bitter. I didn't name names. But I did talk about growing up in a family where success was loud and performative, where recognition was currency and silence meant irrelevance. I talked about feeling like a ghost at the dinner table, about choosing to build in silence, about the moment I decided I didn't need their validation to feel valuable. But there was one section, toward the end, that I knew would land like a punch to the gut for everyone at that reunion. Last weekend, I was at a family event. No one asked what I was doing with my life. No one even mentioned my name in a toast. I walked out that night and scheduled this post. Not to prove a point, but to remind myself, and maybe others, that sometimes the best applause is the kind you give yourself when no one else is watching. Within the hour, it had over 200 shares. LinkedIn was lighting up. Twitter threads began forming. One VC reposted it with the caption, "A must-read for every underestimated founder," or black sheep. But the real fireworks began around 9 a.m., just as my family was waking up and checking their phones. I got the first text from Mom. "Ryan, why would you post something like that? Everyone's talking. It makes the whole family sound awful. No congratulations. No, I had no idea you were doing so well. Just damage control." 5 minutes later, a text from my dad. "Maybe don't air private stuff online. You're better than that." That one made me laugh out loud. Private stuff? He had no problem making me feel invisible in public for years. But now that the narrative wasn't in his control, it was suddenly private. Then came the kicker, a call from Emily. I let it go to voicemail. She called again. I ignored it. On the third try, she left a message. I listened, earbuds in, watching my analytics tick up by the second. Hey, Ryan. Look, I didn't mean for that toast to hurt you. You know how Uncle Jack is, and I didn't even know he was going to say that. I swear. Can we talk? Please? Everyone's just shaken up. Call me. Shaken up. That's what they were. Because the version of me they'd conveniently boxed up, the quiet, forgettable, tech-obsessed sibling, had stepped out of the shadows and rewritten the narrative. And not just with a flashy headline or a one-time check, but with a voice. A public one. By noon, the blog post had been picked up by 2 online business mags. My inbox was overflowing with collaboration offers, speaking invites, podcast requests. I wasn't just trending, I was visible. And not because of anything Emily or Uncle Jack said, but because I decided it was time. Still, part of me wondered if that would be the end of it. A few texts, a couple of awkward emails, a few relatives quietly unfollowing me, pretending they hadn't been blindsided. Then, around 3:15 p.m., I got the alert. An anonymous email sent through the contact form on my company's website. It read, "You think you're better than everyone now? Just remember, we know who you really are. Don't forget where you came from." A concerned family member. No name. No clue who sent it. But the passive-aggressive guilt? That was all too familiar. I stared at the message for a while. Not because it rattled me, but because it confirmed what I already knew. I'd finally done something they couldn't ignore. And it made them uncomfortable. Good. Because that email wasn't a threat. It was proof. Proof that I wasn't invisible anymore. And I hadn't even revealed the biggest twist yet, the part I'd been holding onto for months. The thing that, once public, would make the family really squirm. The part that involved a name, one they all knew, being quietly removed from something they thought they'd always be part of. It went live on a Thursday. Not a flashy day. No holiday. No significance. Just a regular, forgettable Thursday morning. The kind of day that people scroll past without thinking. And that was the point. I didn't want spectacle this time. I wanted precision. The final twist had been in motion for months. Long before the family reunion. Long before I even finalized the acquisition deal. I hadn't told anyone. Not my closest friends. Not even my legal team until the paperwork was halfway done. Because the truth was, I'd been planning it since the day I realized that no matter what I built, no matter how far I climbed, my family would always see me as background noise to the Emily show. See, my late grandfather, the only person in my entire family who ever saw me for who I was, had set up a family trust fund years ago. Nothing extravagant, but enough to give each grandchild a solid head start. $50,000 in a growth fund, payable at 30, as long as you didn't drop out of school or end up with a criminal record. Typical responsible adult guardrails. I didn't even touch mine when I turned 30. I was already doing fine by then. But Emily? She cashed hers the day she was eligible and posted a boomerang on Instagram of her celebration brunch with the caption, "Thanks, Gramps." #blessed. My grandfather also owned the old Caldwell Lake house. It wasn't massive, but it sat on some prime real estate, and the surrounding town had slowly become a luxury hotspot. The property had sentimental value to everyone in the family, holidays, birthdays, even 2 weddings had happened there. But when Grandpa passed, he left the house in a complicated shared ownership arrangement between his children, meaning my mom, my 2 aunts, and my Uncle Jack. That arrangement, predictably, led to arguments, maintenance fees, scheduling fights. One uncle didn't want to pay taxes, one aunt wanted to Airbnb it. My mom thought it should stay in the family. So it sat there, aging, empty. Then 2 years ago, I made a silent offer to each of them, in private. I bought out their shares of the property, one by one. Market value, no tricks. They were happy to be rid of the burden, and I wrapped each transaction in NDAs so none of them could warn the others or inflate the price. It took me 11 months, but eventually, I owned 100% of the Caldwell Lake house. And then, I transferred the deed. Not to Emily, not to the family, but to a scholarship foundation I created in my grandfather's name, the Henry Caldwell Initiative for Overlooked Youth in Tech. The house would be renovated, refitted, and used as a retreat and summer program for underprivileged kids interested in software, coding, and design. It would host workshops, fund education grants, serve as a place where quiet kids, like I once was, could feel seen. The trust fund Grandpa left me? I'd never touched it. So I put every cent into the foundation, along with a portion of the money from the Apex Loop acquisition, all under his name. And on that forgettable Thursday morning, the press release went out. Simple, elegant, and final. Tech entrepreneur donates family lake house to fund coding retreats for underprivileged youth, honoring the grandfather who believed in him when no one else did. It made local news first, then tech blogs, then national coverage. Forbes ran it under the headline, "The founder who bought his childhood legacy and gave it away." I watched the story spread like ink through water, and I didn't need to wait long. The group chat with my immediate family, which I'd muted for years, exploded. Mom's messages came in one after the other. "Ryan, what did you do? You gave the lake house away? Without asking us. This isn't what your grandfather would have wanted." That last one made me actually snort. My Aunt Diane chimed in next. "You tricked us. You lied. We thought you were just buying it as a rental property. We trusted you." Then came Uncle Jack. "You ungrateful brat. We had plans for that house. That was supposed to be for the family. You blindsided us." Emily sent a message too. Just 2 words. "Why, Ryan?" For a moment, I almost typed something back. Some clever retort. Some stinging line about how it felt to be erased at every family gathering while they smiled and passed over my seat like I was a placeholder. But instead, I posted a final message in the chat. Just 1 paragraph. You all toasted to the person you thought mattered. You celebrated the image you liked best. And for years, I watched and said nothing. Grandpa was the only one who saw me for who I was. This house was his legacy, and now, it's helping kids he would have loved, the kind who get ignored at dinner tables like yours. You didn't lose the house. You lost your claim to it the moment you made it clear that legacy only mattered when it had your name on it. Then I left the chat. Later that week, I got an email from a girl named Vanessa. She was 16, from Newark, and had just been accepted into the inaugural summer cohort for the Caldwell Initiative. Her message was short, a little awkward, but genuine. "I read about what you did. I never thought someone like me could learn to code. My mom cried when I told her I got in. So, thank you. I won't waste it." I read that email 3 times. It hit deeper than any toast, any empty clap, any Facebook comment ever had. And for the first time in my life, I felt whole. Not for what I'd proven, but for what I'd chosen. A month passed. Then 2. The reunion became just another awkward memory, except now, no one could pretend they hadn't noticed me. I didn't attend the follow-up family Zoom calls. I didn't answer the birthday wishes that suddenly felt performative. And I didn't need to, because I'd moved on. I wasn't the background anymore. I was the one who turned being overlooked into impact. I was the one who left the table and built a better one. One where every seat matters. And that was the toast I gave myself. My name's Daniel. I'm 31. And if you asked anyone in my family to describe me, you'd probably get a polite nod followed by a whispered, "He's around sometimes." That's fine. I've always been the quiet one, the one who moved out early, kept to myself, built a business, and never made a scene. I didn't go to every family gathering. I wasn't in the group chats 24/7, and I didn't plaster my life all over Facebook like my cousins did. But when things broke, cars, relationships, budgets, my name suddenly popped up again. Because I always helped. Quietly. I never rubbed it in. I just paid the bill, covered the emergency, or sent the check. It was easier than the drama, and I told myself I was doing it for the people I cared about, even if they barely seemed to care about me back. That's why, when my cousin Sophie announced her wedding, I didn't expect an invite at first. We weren't close growing up. She was loud, popular, always center stage. I was the guy with the headphones in the corner at Thanksgiving. But she invited me. And not only that, she asked to talk the week after the engagement. She came to my place, all bright-eyed, talking about venues and themes and how expensive weddings are these days. Her fiancé, Leo, stood beside her looking slightly uncomfortable while she walked me through what was clearly a rehearsed pitch. They weren't asking for money directly, of course. They just wondered if I knew anyone who could help or had advice on vendors. But I got the hint. I always get the hint. I told her I'd think about it. And I did. I sat on it for a few days, then called a few people I trusted. The florist I'd worked with on a company event. The DJ I hired for a fundraiser. I even had contacts at a nice boutique venue that owed me a favor. I negotiated, quietly pulled strings, and made sure every piece of her dream wedding, the flowers, The music, the lighting, even the bar was taken care of. I paid the deposits anonymously through my LLC. No one needed to know. I didn't want a pat on the back or a shout out during speeches. I just wanted to give her a beautiful day because in some strange way, that's always been how I felt closest to family, by showing up in ways they never saw coming. The wedding was this past spring, late April, cherry blossoms and lanterns. Sophie had picked a light blush theme, everything soft and romantic. I showed up in a charcoal gray suit, quiet as always. I wasn't seated at the front tables. They had me with some extended relatives I barely knew, and that was fine. I didn't mind. I watched as Sophie walked down the aisle, watched Leo tear up, watched everyone cheer during the kiss. And for a while, I let myself think this was going to be a good night. That maybe I didn't need to be seen to matter. That maybe it was enough just to contribute in silence. Then came the dinner. Long tables, flickering candles, soft jazz playing in the background. I was halfway through my plate of salmon when I caught my mom's voice carrying over the music. She was at the head table, of course. Our family always finds a way to stay close to the spotlight, and she was leaned in close, speaking to Leo's parents. Loud enough that I could hear every word from 3 tables away. "Oh, that one," she said, nodding toward me with her wine glass. "That's Daniel. The disappointment. We don't talk about him unless we need money." I froze, fork halfway to my mouth. Leo's mom let out a polite laugh. My aunt, sitting nearby, actually giggled and sipped her drink. And my sister, perfect Emily with the Pinterest family, the photogenic husband, and the matching outfits for every occasion, just smirked like it was an inside joke she'd heard 1,000 times. No one looked uncomfortable. No one corrected her. And no one thought I'd heard. I sat there, completely still, staring at the white tablecloth as something hot rose in my chest. It wasn't anger. Not yet. It was more like confirmation of everything I'd always quietly feared. That to them, I wasn't family. I was a resource. I looked around the room. The twinkling lights, the hanging roses, the perfect dance floor setup. All of it had come together seamlessly. All of it because of me. And yet here I was, invisible. Worse than invisible. A punchline. My hand gripped the fork tighter. I should have let it go, right? Just finished the meal, said my polite goodbyes, and left. Like always. Let them talk. Let them laugh. Who cares? But something shifted in me. Something old and tired and done. I got up. I didn't storm. I didn't make a scene. Not yet. I just walked calmly toward the back hallway, where the venue manager was stationed with his clipboard. His name was Andre, a tall guy in a vest with a Bluetooth earpiece. We'd been in touch for weeks during the planning. I'd signed every agreement. Paid every invoice. "Hey, Andre," I said quietly. "You still have that payment slip I gave you for final clearance?" He looked up, surprised to see me. "Yeah, of course. Everything's squared away." "What?" I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out a different slip. The one I prepared a week ago, just in case. A cancellation notice. Signed. Dated. With instructions to halt final payment if presented before 9 p.m. Use this one instead. He blinked. "You serious?" "Very." He hesitated. "You sure you want to do this mid-event?" I smiled for the first time that night. "Oh, I think the timing's perfect." I turned around and walked back into the reception hall. The DJ had just switched to a dance mix, and the floor was filling up. Sophie and Leo were spinning under the lights, her dress twirling, guests clapping. My mom was still near the head table, glass in hand. My sister had moved to the bar, where she was chatting with one of Leo's friends. Everyone looked blissfully unaware. I made my way toward the mic stand, positioned by the stage, just next to the cake. The best man had finished his speech about 15 minutes earlier, so the mic was still hot, waiting for the next moment. I stepped up, adjusted the height, and tapped twice. The room didn't go silent right away. It took a second. Then people turned. Conversations paused. Even the DJ faded the track down. All eyes slowly shifted toward me. The guy in the back, the quiet one. The disappointment. I cleared my throat. "Hi," I said, calm and steady. "I just want to say thank you all for coming tonight. It's been a beautiful evening." "Really?" Sophie stopped dancing. Leo turned to look at me. My mom furrowed her brows, tilting her head like she couldn't quite believe what I was doing. "I know most of you don't know me that well," I continued. "But I'm Daniel, the cousin, the one they apparently only mention when they need money." A few people laughed awkwardly. My aunt shifted in her seat. "But that's okay," I said, "because I like helping. I do." I like knowing that people can have what they want without worrying about how it all comes together. So when Sophie said this wedding was too expensive, I stepped in. Quietly, I covered the flowers, the lighting, the open bar, the DJ, even the deposit on this gorgeous venue. The silence now was absolute. But I also made sure the final payment wasn't processed until tonight, just in case anything changed. I reached into my coat again and held up a folded slip. "This," I said, "is the change." Then I stepped down, walked past the stunned faces, and handed the paper to Andre. Behind me, the mic squeaked. The music didn't start up again. And before I even hit the front door, I heard someone shout my name. But I didn't turn around. Not yet. Because what came next, what happened once they realized what I'd just done, was the part I'd been waiting for all my life. The rain had started. Not a storm. Not yet. Just a slow, steady drizzle. The kind that soaks through suit fabric and makes streetlights shimmer. I stepped out beneath the canopy and stood for a moment on the front patio of the venue, listening. Behind me, the muffled chaos had begun. Voices rising. A chair scraping harshly against the floor. A burst of someone shouting, "Wait. What do you mean canceled?" I didn't smile. Not yet. I was calm, but my heart was pounding, steady and cold. I turned my phone screen face down in my pocket. No pictures. No recording. This wasn't for social media. This was personal. The heavy doors behind me creaked open, and I heard heels click fast on the stone path. Sophie's voice, sharp, panicked, cut through the rain. "Daniel," she called. "Wait, can we talk?" I didn't move. I waited until she was beside me, her dress bunched at her knees to keep it from dragging through a puddle. Her hair, done in curls and pearls, was starting to frizz at the edges. "What did you do?" she snapped, voice low but dangerous. I turned slowly and looked her in the eye. I withdrew my gift. She stared at me like I'd slapped her. "What? You can't just. This is my wedding." "I know," I said quietly. "And I wanted it to be perfect. I wanted it so badly to be enough." Sophie's mouth opened, but I kept going. "But then I heard Mom." I heard what she said, that I'm a disappointment, that I don't count, that I'm only family when my name's on the invoice. She blinked rapidly, mascara already smudging. "She didn't mean that," she said. "She was just being—" "Sophie." I interrupted, my voice firmer now. "You sat at that table and laughed. You let her say it. You didn't even flinch." She crossed her arms. "I was trying not to make a scene. It's my wedding day. And I was trying to do something kind," I said. "But you don't get to take my money and then pretend I don't exist." She bit her lip. Her hands shook. "But you already paid." "No," I said. "I paid the deposit, not the balance." The contract was clear, no final payment, no continued services after 9 p.m. And it's 8:52. She looked past me, toward the glass doors, where lights flickered inside. "You ruined this. You blew up my wedding." "No," I said, taking a step back into the rain. "Your words did." That's when the second wave hit. Emily, my sister, was next out the door, holding her phone in one hand, already typing furiously into the family group chat, no doubt. Her husband trailed behind, silent as ever, probably wondering if he was supposed to intervene. Behind them came Mom, moving slower, more deliberate, like she'd rehearsed whatever she was about to say. "Daniel," Mom said, chin lifted. "What kind of childish tantrum is this?" I looked at her. "No tantrum," I said. "Just a receipt. We've been nothing but supportive." I laughed. "Short, flat. Supportive? I paid off Emily's car loan last year, and you told people she did it herself. I covered your medical deductible in February, and you told your church friends it was a government grant. You use me like a credit card and call it love." Her eyes narrowed. "Don't be dramatic. You chose to help." "I did. And I don't regret helping. I regret thinking it would make me matter to you." She opened her mouth, but I didn't give her the chance. "You think I'm a disappointment? That I'm not worth talking about unless I'm holding the checkbook? Fine. Then talk about this. Figure out how to fix tonight without me." And then the doors behind them opened wide. Andre stood there, calm but tense, holding a clipboard and gesturing to the DJ, who had already unplugged his laptop. The room behind them was a buzz of confusion, guests whispering, waiters slowing down service, some already beginning to clear plates. And Sophie turned back toward the building like she was about to sprint back in and start shouting. Instead, she spun on me again, hands shaking. "Do you have any idea how embarrassing this is going to be?" she hissed. I tilted my head. Good. Her mouth opened again, but my sister cut in first. You're just jealous, Emily sneered. Always have been. That caught me off guard. I actually laughed. Jealous of what? Being part of a family that only pretends I exist when there's a bill to pay. You ruined this night. Emily shouted. No, I said again. You did. You just didn't realize the person you insulted was the one holding it all together. The rain picked up a little. I watched as Mom grabbed Emily's arm and tried to corral them both back inside, muttering about damage control. Sophie lingered a moment longer, and her eyes flickered with something I hadn't seen before. Not rage, not sadness. Just fear. Not fear of me. Fear of being exposed. Of people finding out the wedding wasn't just family-funded. It was Daniel-funded. And now, very suddenly, it wasn't. I turned and walked down the steps, toward the gravel drive, ignoring the rising voices behind me. As I reached my car, a modest black sedan, I parked away from the limos. I saw my phone light up. 17 missed messages. 3 calls. The group chat was blowing up. I ignored them. Then, just as I opened my car door, a new name appeared on the screen. Leo. I paused. Of all the people, he was the only one who hadn't spoken yet. I stared at the call for a moment, and then picked up. But before I say what happened next, before I tell you what Leo said and how that one conversation turned this entire mess upside down, I need you to understand what I heard in his voice the second I answered. Because it wasn't panic. It wasn't anger. It was regret. And that changed everything. I sat in the driver's seat, one hand on the door, the rain drumming a steady rhythm across the windshield. I wasn't cold, but I was shaking, that deep, hollow tremble that comes when something inside you finally snaps after holding tension for far too long. The phone still buzzed softly in my hand. Leo. Still calling. I answered with a flat, quiet, yeah. There was silence for a second. No shouting. No scolding. Just static and breathing. Then he said, I didn't know. I didn't respond. I swear to you, Daniel, he said, voice low but steady. I didn't know it was you. Sophie said the venue gave them a huge discount. I thought maybe it was just some family friend hookup, or I didn't know you paid for everything. I leaned my head back against the seat and stared at the ceiling. I believed him. That was the worst part. I believed every word. Leo had always seemed decent. A little passive, sure, but not malicious. Not manipulative. And certainly not like the rest of my family. Which is probably why, in hindsight, I was okay helping him marry into it. He kept talking. And what your mom said, God, man. I heard it too. I was behind the bar when she said it. I looked over at you and saw you just freeze. I swallowed. So you heard it. And you still stood up and gave your little speech about how every part of this wedding was made possible by the love of both our families. He hesitated. I panicked. I almost laughed. That seems to be a theme. There was silence on the line again. Then he said something I didn't expect. She's not who I thought she was. That hit harder than anything else. She was great when it was just the two of us, he said quickly. But this wedding, your mom, your sister, all of it. It's like the minute the planning started, she turned into someone I didn't recognize. Controlling. Shallow. Obsessed with appearances. I thought she was just stressed, but now, he trailed off. I exhaled slowly. You chose her, Leo. I know, he said. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I sat upright. What? I need to tell you something. And I need you to come back for it. I narrowed my eyes. Come back to the wedding? No, he said. Come back inside. Just for a minute. Please. Before everything else unravels. Leo, I'm not asking you to fix anything, he said quickly. I'm not asking you to pay for anything. I'm asking you to hear something. From me. In front of everyone. I gripped the steering wheel. My heart was pounding again, harder this time. I know I don't have the right, he continued. But if you ever cared at all, even a little, just give me 5 minutes. I didn't answer right away. I just sat there, feeling the heat from the vents, the mist on the windows, the tension building all over again. What could he possibly say? What could possibly make this worth walking back into that room? After the smirks, the lies, the mockery. And yet, there was something in his voice. Not desperation. Not manipulation. Conviction. So I killed the engine, grabbed my coat, and stepped back out into the rain. Inside, the atmosphere had shifted. The lights were still on, but dimmer now, like someone had turned down the brightness to reflect the awkward tension hanging in the air. The DJ was gone. The bar was half-shuttered. Waitstaff were nervously collecting half-finished drinks and uneaten cake slices. Guests whispered in corners. A few people were already leaving, murmuring about refunds, and what a shame, really. I walked in through the side entrance, unnoticed at first. Then Leo saw me. He was on the stage, mic in hand, suit slightly damp, tie loosened like he'd just been in a fight with it. He met my eyes and gave me the faintest nod. "Okay," he said into the mic. "I know tonight didn't go the way any of us expected. And before anyone else leaves, I need to say something." People turned. Conversation stopped. My mom, near the front with a napkin in her hand, froze mid-whisper. Leo continued. "I was going to give a speech about how grateful I am for both of our families, how much support we had, how loved we felt. But I'm not going to lie to all of you anymore." Sophie appeared from the hallway then, makeup smeared, face red. She stopped dead when she saw me in the back. Her eyes flicked between me and Leo, then to the mic. "Tonight happened because one person in this room made it happen," Leo said. "He paid for the flowers, the DJ, the lights, the bar, the venue. And he didn't do it for praise. He did it quietly, without asking for credit. That person is Daniel." All eyes turned to me, some shocked, some confused. "And I found out," he said, "not because he bragged, but because someone else made it really, really clear he wasn't appreciated." He looked directly at my mom. "And I think that's disgusting." A ripple moved through the room. Leo didn't flinch. "I've spent the last year thinking I was marrying into a family that valued kindness, loyalty, and love. But what I saw tonight, what I heard, was entitlement, mockery, and a complete lack of respect for the person who literally made this night possible." He looked back at me. "Daniel, I know you didn't do this for attention. I know you're probably halfway out the door already. But if you can hear me, I'm sorry." Sophie shot forward, grabbing his arm. "What are you doing?" Leo shrugged her off. "What I should have done the second I heard your mother laugh at him." She hissed something at him, too low for me to hear. He didn't blink. "I still care about you," he said, voice shaking slightly. "But I'm not going to pretend I didn't see what I saw. And I'm not going to start my marriage by lying to the one person who's never asked for anything in return." He turned back to the mic. "I'll be outside," he said. "I think I need some air." And with that, he set the mic down and walked straight toward me. I didn't move. He passed guests staring, mouths agape. My aunt covered her face. My mom stood stock still, pale. My sister looked like she'd just witnessed a car crash in slow motion. And when Leo reached me, he said quietly, "Let's go." I followed him out the side door, back into the rain. He didn't say anything for a while. Neither did I. And then, as we stood beneath the overhang, the last of the wedding music echoing faintly behind us, Leo turned and said something that made me freeze all over again. "You might want to come by tomorrow morning," he said. "I think there's something you should see. And it's not the wedding photos." I raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" But he just gave me a look, the kind that says everything and nothing at once, and then walked off toward the parking lot, leaving me alone again in the drizzle. Whatever it wasn't over. Not yet. I didn't sleep that night. I drove home in silence, the kind that fills your head with echoes. My phone kept buzzing. Missed calls, angry texts from my mother, Emily, even Sophie. Most weren't worth reading. One from Sophie just said, "You're cruel." Another from Mom read, "You humiliated us." The only one that gave me pause came from Leo, right before midnight. 9 a.m. Her parents' house. "Come alone." So I did. I showed up in jeans and a plain hoodie. No suit. No performance. The house wasn't far. Big, white-trimmed, paid off from 2 generations of quiet inheritance. I recognized the cars in the driveway. Her parents', her older brother's Tesla, even my sister's SUV parked across the curb. I rang the bell once. Leo answered. He looked tired, like he hadn't slept either, but his eyes were clear. Focused. No hesitation. "She's in the living room," he said, stepping aside. "They all are." I followed him through the hallway and into the open living room, where everyone turned to stare at me like I was the unwanted guest who'd wandered in during a funeral. The air was thick, the kind of tension that makes you feel like every breath might crack the walls. Sophie was sitting on the edge of the couch, arms crossed, tear tracks still faint on her cheeks. Her parents sat beside her, stiff and indignant. My sister Emily leaned against the wall near the fireplace, scrolling through her phone like none of this applied to her. My mother, of course, sat center stage, straight-backed in an armchair like she was running a board meeting. No one said anything. So Leo spoke. I wanted you all here because I needed to say this once. Out loud. Without spin. Without pretending everything's fine. He looked at Sophie, then at her parents. I can't marry into this. Her mother gasped. Her father stood. Excuse me. Leo raised a hand. I love Sophie. Or I did. But this family? This toxicity? The way you treat Daniel, the only person in this room who's done anything selfless, is disgusting. You expect people to give without thanks, take without guilt, and then mock them behind their backs. Sophie's voice cracked. So what? You're breaking up with me? I'm ending an engagement based on lies and entitlement, Leo said. I won't build a life on that. Her father started shouting. Her mother tried to talk over him. Emily looked up finally, smirked, and went back to scrolling. Then my mom stood. Daniel, she said, trying for calm. This has gone far enough. You've made your point. No, I said, stepping forward. I haven't. I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out a folder. I handed it to Leo, who opened it without hesitation. Inside were copies of every payment I'd made toward the wedding, vendor contracts, bank transfers, timestamps, receipts. I'd printed them all, labeled them, annotated with the names of people who signed each agreement. I nodded at Leo. Give that to your lawyer if they try to spin the story. I waived all refunds. The vendors got paid. What I didn't pay for, they didn't receive. End of story. Leo gave me a firm nod, then looked back at the room. There's one more thing, I said. I turned to my mother. You wanted a family that didn't embarrass you. That didn't disappoint you. That didn't ask for anything. Well, congratulations. You have one. Because I'm done. She stiffened. Daniel, I've removed myself from the family group chat. I've cut every automatic payment. The house you live in was under my name. As of yesterday morning, the title's been transferred back to me. You have 60 days. Her face paled. Emily gasped. You wouldn't dare, she snapped. I did, I replied. Check your email. It's all there. I looked at Emily next. And your husband's car? The lease was in my name. I canceled it. The dealership picks it up Tuesday. She dropped her phone. Sophie was silent. Her mascara had started running again. Her father kept glancing between me and the papers, then turned to his daughter. You told me the family paid for this, he growled. She said nothing, just pressed her face into her hands. Leo handed the folder back to me, but I shook my head. Keep it. You'll need it. Then I turned to go. As I walked toward the door, I heard my mom whisper, barely loud enough. You think you're better than us now? I didn't even pause. No, I said, pulling open the door. I always was. I just stopped hiding it. And with that, I stepped out into the morning light. The rain had passed, but the ground was still wet, soaked from the night before, from all the damage that couldn't be undone. I didn't look back. I drove away free. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't the disappointment. I was the one they'd regret underestimating. Forever. I never thought I'd be the kind of guy who says, I should have seen it coming. But here I am, 32, standing in the middle of a pastel pink nightmare of a party, holding a car key like it's a ticking time bomb, while my niece shrieks loud enough to make the DJ flinch. My name's Logan, and up until 2 weeks ago, I was what you'd probably call the cool uncle. You know the type, young enough to relate, old enough to rent a car. I'd show up with Christmas gifts that actually made the kids smile, bought them their first concert tickets, taught them how to drive when their parents were too busy or too impatient. That was me, the middle brother, the peacemaker, the reliable one everyone turned to when they wanted something but didn't want to owe each other. And for a long time, I didn't mind. It was easier than confrontation, easier than saying no. My older sister, Candace, was the kind of person who could make a compliment feel like a warning. Her daughter, my niece, Lacey, was practically raised to believe the sun rose and set for her. From the time she was little, Lacey had a way of throwing a tantrum that made grown adults flinch. It wasn't just crying or yelling, it was precise, calculated. You take away her iPad, suddenly your coffee table has crayon artwork on it. Ground her from her phone, she'd find your backup charger and snap it in half. Every punishment came with a price, and Candace paid it gladly. Or rather, she passed the bill to everyone else. My younger brother, Aaron, and I were raised in a house where our mom worked doubles and our dad had a heart attack at 45. Responsibility was baked into us like it was part of our DNA. But Candace? She was the golden child. Mom's miracle baby. The girl who couldn't do wrong, even when she clearly did. And somehow, that same delusion passed cleanly onto Lacey like it was part of a trust fund. Don't get me wrong, I love my family. Or at least, I used to think I did. But love gets complicated when you realize it's always you footing the bill. I paid for Aaron's tuition once when his student loan didn't come through in time. I helped Mom with her mortgage during the pandemic. And when Candace forgot her wallet during a girl's trip to Miami, guess who Venmo'd her $800 to cover her hotel tab? That'd be me. So when Lacey's Sweet 16 started approaching and Candace mentioned how special she wanted it to be, I braced myself. The theme was something out of a teenage fever dream. Rose gold everything, a flower wall with her name in LED lights, a photographer, a TikTok booth, a customized playlist, and a guest list that included half the varsity football team and none of her actual family. Candace called it a small gathering. I called it what it was, a mini wedding without the groom. A week before the party, I got a text from Candace that said, "Hey Logan, if you happen to be shopping for Lacey's birthday, she's mentioned really wanting a white convertible. Just putting it out there." No question mark. No emoji that made it seem like a joke. Just that smiley face, like I was the family's personal genie. I laughed it off at first, showed the message to Aaron, who rolled his eyes and muttered something about Princess Lacey getting her chariot. But then Candace followed up. Twice. And here's the thing. I had been thinking about getting Lacey a car. Not a convertible. Not some brand new status symbol to flaunt on social media. But something safe. Reliable. A used, modest hatchback I could buy outright. I'd taught her how to drive, after all. Took her out every Saturday for 3 months. She was actually decent behind the wheel when she wasn't FaceTiming her friends in the back seat. So yeah, I caved. Not because I was trying to impress anyone, but because I thought it might actually help. I thought maybe, just maybe, she'd appreciate something practical. Something real. So I did my research. Found a gently used 2020 Honda Civic in pearl white, low mileage, good safety rating, and got a decent deal on the lease with full coverage. I even got it detailed and put a bow on top, red ribbon and all. It wasn't flashy, but it was clean. Elegant. I imagined the moment she'd see it. How her face would light up. How Candace might tear up a little, and for once, say thank you instead of you shouldn't have, which was always code for not enough. But that's not what happened. The moment I handed her the keys, midway through the party, after the cake, but before the sparkler entrance, Lacey blinked at me like I'd just handed her a used toaster. "This isn't the color I wanted," she said, voice flat. For a second, I thought she was kidding. I even laughed. "What do you mean? It's pearl white, like you said." She turned toward the car in the driveway, scrunched her nose, and then, I kid you not, looked me dead in the eye and said, "That's not white. That's like off-white. Creamy. Gross." A few guests chuckled awkwardly, like it was part of a bit. Candace wasn't even embarrassed. She just tilted her wine glass and shrugged. "She's very particular about her colors, Logan. You know how she is." Before I could say anything, Lacey shoved the keys back into my chest and stomped off, heels clicking like a drum roll, leaving me holding a $20,000 gesture like it was a used napkin. I stood there frozen, trying to smile it off, pretending the whispering from the guests didn't feel like acid on my skin. I didn't want to make a scene. That's what I kept telling myself. Don't ruin the party. Don't stoop to their level. Just breathe. But then, an hour later, I went out to check on the car. And that's when I saw it. 3 long, angry scratches down the driver's side door. Jagged. Fresh. Like someone had taken a key and dragged it without flinching. My heart dropped. I stared at it for a full 30 seconds before I even moved. And then I turned around, and there she was. Lacey, standing by the porch with 2 of her friends, giggling behind their hands. Candace was inside, taking selfies with the flower wall. I walked back in, face like stone, and tapped Candace on the shoulder. "We need to talk." She glanced at me, then the car keys in my hand. "Oh, is she ready to say thank you now?" "No," I said, "but I'm about to say something." Her smile tightened like a noose. "Logan, please don't make this a thing. She's just expressing herself. It's her birthday. You know how emotional girls get." She keyed the car, Candace. Her eyes didn't even widen. She just sighed, like I'd spilled juice on the carpet. "Well, maybe next time you'll ask her what she wants instead of assuming." "Excuse me." She didn't ask for a Civic. She asked for a convertible. If you're going to give a gift that big, you should have checked. Honestly, it feels a little passive-aggressive, like you're trying to make a point. I stared at her, disbelief swirling in my chest like a tornado. You're defending her. She vandalized a car I leased in my name. She's 16, Logan. Say sorry for the confusion and let it go. Or leave. I'm not ruining her night over your ego. I swear I stopped hearing the music then. All I could hear was my pulse, thudding like war drums in my ears. For the first time in years, I didn't smile. I didn't nod. I didn't try to play the calm, rational brother. Instead, I did 3 things. I walked out the front door. I got in the car. And I pulled up my insurance app. But that was only the beginning. It's strange how fast the switch flips when you finally decide you've had enough. One moment, you're tolerating years of rolled eyes, passive-aggressive digs, and backhanded comments disguised as family banter. The next, you're sitting in your car, scratched, disrespected, and suddenly wide awake to just how far gone things are. I didn't drive off that night, not yet. I just sat in the driver's seat, hands gripping the wheel, watching people laugh and dance under string lights in the backyard like nothing had happened. Lacey was twirling in her glittery dress like she hadn't vandalized a car 2 hours earlier. Like she hadn't looked me in the eye and said, "Take it back." I canceled the insurance then and there. Unregistered it from her name. I figured I'd return it on Monday. Eat the early termination fee, bite the loss. At least I'd be free of the headache. But that decision didn't come with relief. It came with something colder. Heavier. A sense of betrayal that went deeper than a scratched car. Because this wasn't just about Lacey. This was years of walking on eggshells around Candace. Years of watching her suck the oxygen out of every room and gaslight everyone around her into thinking it was just her strong personality. And I was done being one of the enablers. I didn't sleep that night. I left the party quietly, didn't say goodbye. Texted Aaron the next morning and said, "Next time there's a family event, don't count me in." He responded with a thumbs-up emoji. Classic Aaron. Too non-confrontational to ask questions, but smart enough to know something had snapped. I tried to move on. Really. For about 3 weeks, I buried myself in work, gym, anything to keep my mind off the whole thing. But it didn't end. That's the thing about entitled people. They never just let you walk away. It started with a voicemail from Candace. "Hey Logan, I noticed the insurance got canceled on Lacey's car. Not sure what's going on, but she's really upset. Can you fix that today? She needs to drive to her SAT prep class this weekend." No apology. No mention of the keying. Just a casual assumption that I'd fix everything again. I ignored it. 2 days later, I got another one. This time angrier. "You can't just dump a car on a 16-year-old and then vanish, Logan. This isn't fair to her. Or me. You made a commitment. If you didn't want to help, you shouldn't have offered. I don't know what's gotten into you, but this is childish." I blocked her number. That's when she used Mom. I got a call from her the next morning. Mom, who never liked getting involved in the drama, but somehow always ended up echoing Candace's narrative like a parrot. "Logan, honey, can you just call your sister and make peace?" She said Lacey's been crying every night since the party. This is not worth tearing the family apart over. Mom, she keyed my car. She destroyed property. And Candace told me to apologize to her. She's 16, Logan, and you didn't exactly buy her what she wanted. You set her up to be disappointed. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So now it's my fault for not buying her a convertible? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe this all got blown out of proportion. Just talk to your sister. Clear the air. I hung up. That was the moment I realized I wasn't just angry. I was exhausted. Exhausted from being the one expected to fix everything. From having boundaries treated like insults. From watching Candace manipulate the narrative while everyone else just nodded along to keep the peace. A few days later, Aaron invited me to grab lunch. We don't hang out often. He's got twins, a full-time job, a wife who doesn't like to share weekends. But I think he sensed something in me had shifted. We met at a diner we used to go to in high school, ordered greasy burgers, and for a while, just talked about nothing. But then, halfway through the meal, he said, "So, you hear about the car?" I tensed. "What about it?" Candace posted on Facebook. Said she's selling it. Said it's defective and that you tricked her into accepting a lemon. My jaw clenched. She what? She didn't say your name, but it's obvious. People in the comments are eating it up. Her friend Janice said, "Wow, some people just love to hurt their own family," and Candace liked it. I laughed. Out loud. Because at that point, The absurdity was cartoonish. She keyed the car, Aaron. I know. She called me selfish. I know. And she's trying to make me look like the bad guy? Aaron looked down at his plate. That's how she works. You've just never been on the receiving end before. I spent $6,000 on a down payment. Canceled the insurance. Took the hit on the lease. And now she's flipping it for cash. He nodded slowly, like he'd seen it coming. You should have recorded her. That whole night. I shook my head. She would have just spun it anyway. It didn't stop there. 2 days later, I got an alert from the leasing company. Someone tried to file a claim on the car under my name. Not just an accident report. Someone tried to transfer ownership. I had to call and explain everything to the rep, walk them through the fact that the car was no longer in her possession, that I had terminated the lease early and returned it to the dealership. They flagged the account and assured me they'd investigate. That night, I got another message, this time from Lacey herself. It was a screenshot of her Instagram story. A blurry photo of her standing next to a different white car, with the caption, "Thanks for nothing, Uncle L." It was followed by a DM. You ruined my sweet 16. I hate you. That one hit harder than I expected. I'd changed her diapers. Picked her up from school when Candace forgot. Helped her rehearse a monologue for her school play. We had inside jokes. I'd planned to teach her how to parallel park next month. I didn't reply. I couldn't. But I wasn't done. The final straw came at Sunday dinner. Despite everything, I went. I figured maybe, just maybe, facing it head-on would help. Maybe someone would acknowledge the insanity. Big mistake. Dinner was at Mom's house. Candace arrived late with Lacey, both dressed like they were headed to a fashion show. Lacey didn't look at me. Candace did. Smiled like nothing had happened. Logan, long time no see. You look tired. I didn't respond. Dinner was awkward. Tense. Mom kept trying to steer the conversation toward positive family memories, while Aaron stayed quiet and kept refilling his water glass. And then Candace dropped the bomb. I talked to a lawyer, she said casually, cutting into her roast chicken. Apparently what you did, canceling the insurance like that, pretty irresponsible. If Lacey had gotten into an accident, it would have been on your head. That's neglect, you know. I blinked. Are you threatening to sue me? She looked up, feigning surprise. Of course not. I'm just saying, if you're going to make big gestures, you should follow through. Otherwise people get hurt. Lacey chimed in then, voice low and cold. You embarrassed me. In front of everyone. I stared at both of them. You keyed the car, I said, my voice quiet but shaking. You vandalized something I bought for you, and I'm the one who embarrassed you? Lacey looked away. Candace raised an eyebrow. She was upset. Emotional. You knew how much she wanted a convertible. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up, reached into my pocket, and pulled out the spare key. I'll be canceling everything that's left, I said, turning toward Mom. And I won't be back for dinners, birthdays, or holidays. Not until someone in this family learns what the word accountability means. Logan, sit down, Mom said sharply. We don't need drama at the table. There's already drama, I replied. You just pretend it's normal. And then I left. Walked out the door, down the driveway, back to my apartment, where I sat for hours replaying every moment of that night in my head. The entitlement, the gaslighting, the way they twisted everything until it looked like I was the problem. That was when something inside me finally snapped. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was ready. For the first time in my adult life, I stopped checking my phone in the morning. No unread messages. No missed calls. No guilt-inducing voicemails from Mom. No passive-aggressive texts from Candace. Nothing. Just silence. And in that silence, I started to hear things I hadn't heard in years, my own thoughts. For weeks after that Sunday dinner, I didn't talk to my family. Not once. I didn't go to our usual weekly gatherings. I didn't show up for Mom's brunch or Aaron's son's soccer game. I didn't reply to the group chat when someone shared a picture of a birthday cake or a blurry selfie from church. I didn't even open the notifications. I left the family group chat entirely after 2 passive-aggressive, "We miss you" memes from Candace. One had that smiling cartoon dog in a burning house with the caption, "This is fine." Another said, "I'm not mad, just disappointed." It took me exactly 8 seconds to hit leave group. 8 seconds to sever what had become a leash disguised as connection. But even though I wasn't talking to them anymore, they still lived in my head. I kept replaying the events in my mind like an editor stuck in a bad cut of a movie I didn't want to be in. Lacey's face when she shoved the keys into my chest. The sound of her heels stomping across the driveway. Candace's smirk. The way Mom had told me I was overreacting. It messed with me more than I expected. I'd spent so long playing the dependable one that stepping back made me feel lost, untethered, like I had no role anymore. There were days I questioned if I'd gone too far, if I'd been too harsh, if maybe, just maybe, there was some truth in what Candace said. That maybe I should have asked Lacey what kind of car she wanted. That maybe I'd set her up to fail, or disappointed her, or made the moment about me. That's what gaslighting does. It sneaks in when you're alone, when your guard is down. It rewrites your memories and paints you as the villain in your own story. But the thing is, I knew I wasn't a villain. I was just finally drawing a line. And that's when the shift started. It wasn't some grand moment of reinvention. No dramatic haircut. No weekend getaway to find myself. No therapist giving me a eureka moment. It started small. I went back to that diner errand and I used to visit. Alone this time. Brought a book I'd been meaning to finish for years. I sat in the booth for 2 hours, sipping terrible coffee and eating a greasy cheeseburger, and for once, I didn't feel like I was on anyone's clock. No family updates to listen to. No guilt to swallow with my fries. Just quiet. The next week, I started waking up early again, not because I had to rush somewhere, but because I wanted to take walks. Long ones. Through my neighborhood. Past the park where I used to teach Lacey how to ride a bike when she was 5. It hurt at first. I'd see a girl her age giggling with her dad, or a family taking group photos, and this dull ache would form in my chest. But over time, the ache faded. I started to enjoy the walks for what they were, my time, my peace. And then something weird happened. I started getting better at my job. Like, really better. I'm a graphic designer. Freelance. For years, I juggled client work while also handling the emotional labor of my family. Half my deadlines were delayed because I was driving someone to an appointment, or reviewing a school essay, or picking up decorations for someone else's birthday. I didn't even notice how much creative energy I'd been bleeding into my family drama until I stopped. Suddenly, I was churning out designs I actually liked, pitching ideas I'd been too tired to propose, picking up new clients from word of mouth. And before long, one of those clients, an indie board game company, offered me a long-term contract to design their next 3 releases. The money was good, but more than that, it was mine, fully mine. No one else had to sign off on it. No one else had a hand in it. I wasn't sacrificing weekends or canceling meetings to accommodate a birthday party or a guilt trip. I was building something for me. And as I slowly rebuilt that part of my life, I also started rebuilding my space. I'd always kept my apartment clean, but functional. Lately, I started making it feel like home. I repainted the walls, bought real artwork, stuff that made me smile, reorganized my bookshelves, invested in better lighting, better linens, better cookware, things I'd put off buying because someone in the family might need help soon. It felt good, liberating. And the best part? I started making friends again. Real ones. People who didn't know Candace, who didn't refer to me as Uncle Logan. People who weren't conditioned to expect me to be the fixer. I reconnected with old college buddies, joined a local trivia night at a brewery, started playing pickup basketball again on weekends. There was one night, probably about 2 months after the Sweet 16 disaster, where I came home from trivia, sat on my balcony with a cold beer, and realized I hadn't thought about my family all day. Not once. I hadn't checked to see if Candace had posted another passive-aggressive Facebook story. I hadn't wondered if Mom was disappointed in me. I hadn't replayed the sound of Lacey's voice yelling, "Take it back." I just lived. It felt like surfacing after years of swimming just below the waterline. Of course, life wasn't perfect. The damage wasn't magically undone. I still had moments, especially at night, where guilt crept in like fog under a door. I still missed certain things. Inside jokes, shared memories, the way Lacey used to hug me when she was little and call me her favorite grown-up. But I didn't miss them. Not as they were. Not the version of family I'd been tangled in. And then, about 3 months after the party, I got a text from Erin. It said, "Heads up, Candace is asking about you again. Said she's planning something and might need you involved. Just thought you should know." That single text sent a chill down my spine. Need me involved? In what? I didn't reply. Instead, I turned off my phone, stood up, and walked to the kitchen to finish prepping the dinner I was making for a girl I'd recently started seeing. Her name was Leah. She was calm, kind, and asked me thoughtful questions without trying to fix me. I'd met her at the trivia night, and she liked that I cooked. Said it made her feel taken care of. I like the sound of that. Taken care of. Not taken for granted. And that's when I realized something even deeper. I had changed. Not overnight. Not in one dramatic swoop. But bit by bit, I'd stopped being the person who put everyone else first by default. I'd started living for myself. Choosing peace over performance. Saying no without needing to justify it. And slowly, my life had started to reflect that shift. But as we sat down to eat that night, candles flickering, Leah smiling at something I'd said, my mind kept circling back to Aaron's text. Candace was planning something. She needed me involved. And I knew her well enough to know. If she couldn't guilt me back into the fold, she'd try something worse. She'd try to force me in. I didn't know what she was planning. Not yet. But I had a bad feeling. A very bad feeling. Because for all her manipulation and melodrama, Candace wasn't stupid. She was calculated. And when entitled people feel like they've lost control over you, that's when they get dangerous. When you spend your whole life keeping the peace, people forget you're capable of starting a war. It had been over 3 months since I'd seen Candace or Lacey. The silence from Mom had stretched even longer, likely because Candace was running her mouth behind the scenes, painting herself as the victim of yet another family betrayal. I pictured the stories she was telling people at brunch or during her wine-soaked book club, how her poor daughter was traumatized after being gifted a cheap car and abandoned, how her brother stormed out and cut ties over nothing, how she had no idea why he's being so dramatic. I didn't care anymore. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. But the truth was, I did care. I cared because I'd let it go on for too long. I'd allowed them to twist the truth into a knot so tangled no one else could see where it began. And I was done playing the bigger person. I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to beg. I wasn't even going to block them again. I was going to outsmart them. And that began with one question. What was Candace planning? I didn't have to wonder for long. 1 week after Aaron's cryptic warning, I got a formal letter in the mail. Actual paper. Cream-colored envelope. No return address. Inside was a printed invitation. You are cordially invited to Lacey Monet Davis's Redebutante celebration, a night of apologies and new beginnings. The name alone made me choke on my coffee. Redebutante? What was this, a Regency-era redemption arc? I kept reading. The invitation was dripping in fake forgiveness. Something about family unity, something about new traditions, and then, there it was. A thinly veiled line that read, "To those who made mistakes, this is your opportunity to make things right, in public, in person, and with grace." In other words, I was being summoned, not invited, not welcomed, summoned. Candace wasn't planning a party. She was staging a public apology tour, with me as the opening act. She wanted me to show up, bow my head, and apologize for humiliating her daughter. She wanted witnesses. She wanted to forgive me in front of a room full of friends, neighbors, and people who didn't know the truth. And most of all, she wanted control back. But here's the thing about people like Candace. They're so used to orchestrating drama that they forget other people can play chess too. She didn't know it yet, but she just handed me the board. I called Aaron. She invited me too. He said before I could even get the words out. Said it would mean a lot to the family if I came. Which is hilarious, considering she hasn't called me since Lacey was born unless she needed a babysitter or a loan. Are you going? He hesitated. I was planning not to. But now, I don't know. If you go, I go. That gave me an idea. Actually, I said slowly, I think we should go. Wait, seriously? Yeah, but not as guests. Logan. No. Hear me out. She wants to put on a show. Fine. Let's give her one. I spent the next few days making calls. Not to lawyers. Not to revenge consultants or private investigators. That's not my style. I called people Candace didn't think I still spoke to. My cousin Jenna, who Candace had bullied out of the family group chat years ago for being negative. My Aunt Melinda, who Candace once accused of faking a back injury to get out of helping with Lacey's 5th birthday party. And most importantly, Cameron. Cameron was Lacey's former math tutor. Kind, sharp, and one of the few people who'd called out Lacey's entitlement without flinching. He answered on the first ring. Logan? Wow, haven't heard from you in forever. I need a favor. Is this about Candace? Yep. Then I'm in. By the end of the week, I had a small but mighty roster of people who had one thing in common. They all had stories. Real ones. About how Candace had manipulated, mistreated, or misused them. This wasn't a revenge mob. It was a support group. and I was done letting her spin the narrative. But it wasn't just about exposing her anymore. It was about reclaiming the story. Because while she'd spent months smearing my name in pastel-colored lies, I'd been rebuilding my life. And now, I was ready to show it. I RSVP'd to the redebutante celebration via email, short, polite, and with just enough ambiguity to keep her guessing. Looking forward to seeing everyone and clearing the air. A few hours later, Candace posted a vague status update. Sometimes the best apology is just showing up. I laughed so hard I nearly dropped my phone. She had no idea. In the days leading up to the event, I went full recon mode. I needed to know everything. Where it was being held. Who was going. What the schedule looked like. Thankfully, Jenna still had a mutual friend who'd been roped into helping Candace plan the thing, and she was more than happy to share screenshots. Apparently, Candace had rented out a mid-tier event space downtown. Nothing fancy, but just upscale enough to feel exclusive. There was going to be a DJ, a photo wall, speeches, and, get this, a forgiveness ceremony. What is a forgiveness ceremony, you ask? According to the schedule, it was a moment where key family members will take turns sharing lessons learned and offering each other healing words. Translation, a public shaming disguised as spiritual growth. I knew exactly what Candace had planned. She'd give some sugary speech about motherhood. Lacey would tearfully say she didn't mean to lash out. And then I'd be expected to grab the mic and say something like, "I'm sorry I overreacted. I never should have canceled the lease. You're an amazing daughter, Lacey." And then Candace would smile, hug me, and whisper, "We're good now." And everyone saw it. Yeah, not happening. The night before the event, I couldn't sleep. Not out of nerves. Out of clarity. I sat on my balcony again, same spot where I'd first started to feel peace coming back into my life. I looked out at the city lights and thought about the version of me that would have walked into that event 6 months ago, shoulders hunched, apology rehearsed, hoping to avoid conflict. That man was gone. And in his place, someone who wasn't just ready to stand his ground, but ready to flip the script. Because what Candace didn't know, what she could never know, is that I'd documented everything. Every text, every voicemail, every screenshot, every message Lacey had sent, every insurance cancellation record, the scratch report from the dealership, the proof of lease termination, even the passive-aggressive comments on social media. It was all tucked neatly into a digital folder. And I was ready to use it, not to start a war, but to end her illusion of control. The night of the redebutante celebration arrived with the kind of dramatic tension you only see in movies, where the protagonist walks into a room knowing exactly what's about to happen, while everyone else is blissfully unaware of the incoming storm. I pulled up to the event center in a crisp button-down, clean shave, steady hands. I wasn't here to grovel, and I wasn't here to fight. I wasn't even here to expose anyone violently or theatrically. My revenge wasn't about making a scene. It was about ending a cycle. When I walked inside, the room looked like Pinterest had exploded, soft pink uplighting, a balloon arch shaped like Lacey's initials, glitter accents everywhere. Guests milled around with sparkling lemonade and tiny hors d'oeuvres. A DJ played generic pop in the background. Everything felt staged, curated, artificial. And then I saw them. Candace, Lacey, matching white dresses, matching smug smiles, matching energy that screamed this is our stage, and everyone else is just lucky to be here. Candace spotted me instantly. Her expression flickered with surprise. She must have expected me to bail or show up looking defeated. Instead, I walked in calmly, confidently, a small smile curling on my face. "Logan, you made it," she exclaimed, already raising her voice so the nearby guests would hear. "We're so glad you decided to rejoin the family." Rejoin the family. Not glad to see you. Not let's talk. Rejoin. As if I'd been excommunicated and she was the high priestess granting me entry again. "Wouldn't miss it," I said politely. Lacey approached, arms crossed. "Before anything else, I just want you to know I'm willing to forgive you. Tonight's about healing." I almost laughed, but I didn't. Not yet. Instead, I nodded. Good to know. The ceremony began 20 minutes later. Chairs were arranged theater style. Candace stood at the mic, holding note cards like she was accepting an award. "Thank you all for coming," she began, voice sugary sweet. "Tonight is about growth, change, forgiveness, and recognizing that even when family members make mistakes, we can come together and move forward." Subtle glances were thrown my way. Guests murmured sympathetically. Candace continued. My daughter Lacey, she said dramatically, placing a hand on her heart, went through a traumatizing experience this year. She was given a car that didn't meet her expectations and then was abandoned publicly when she sought honesty and support. But tonight, we heal. Lacey stepped forward, sniffled on cue, and took her place beside her mother. Then Candace dropped the line she'd been rehearsing for weeks. And now, I'd like to invite my brother, Logan, to come up and share his apology. A spotlight literally shifted toward me. The room got quiet. Candace's chin lifted, victorious. Lacey's arms folded tighter. Guests leaned in like they were about to witness a tender Hallmark moment. I stood slowly and walked toward the stage with a measured calm that made Candace shift anxiously behind her mask of confidence. When I reached the mic, I looked out over the crowd, then at Candace, then at Lacey, and I smiled. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I began, voice steady. Before anything else, I want to make sure we're all on the same page. I pulled my phone from my pocket. Candace stiffened. Lacey blinked rapidly. I want to share exactly what happened, I said. Not rumors. Not assumptions. Facts. I tapped the screen. Behind me, the projector flickered to life, and the first slide appeared. A high-resolution photo of the Honda Civic. Specifically, the fresh, deep, unmistakable key scratches running the length of the driver's door. The room gasped. I continued calmly. This was taken 15 minutes after I handed Lacey the keys to her new car. A car I leased for her with my own money. A car she rejected because the shade of white wasn't good enough. Candace stepped forward, hissing quietly. Logan, this is not the time. I held up a hand. Oh, I agree. This is way overdue. Next slide. A screenshot of Lacey's DM. You ruined my sweet 16. I hate you. Then another. Then another. Guests were whispering now, uncomfortable, shocked, turning to look at Candace with growing suspicion. Candace lunged for the mic. I didn't let her reach it. I gently stepped sideways, blocking her path with a single quiet movement that somehow felt louder than shouting. I'm not here to attack anyone, I continued. I just want the truth on record. Because for months, I've been painted as the villain. The uncle who abandoned a child. The brother who overreacted. But here's the reality. My boundaries were broken, my generosity was abused, and instead of accountability, I received blame. Slide after slide displayed short clips, screenshots, and voice memos. I didn't include anything cruel, nothing exaggerated, only raw, irrefutable facts. Candace looked like she was melting, her confidence draining, her posture collapsing, her eyes darting around as she realized the room was slipping out of her grip. Lacey shrank behind her mother. Guests weren't whispering anymore. Some were outright shaking their heads. One aunt in the second row muttered, I knew something was off. Another guest whispered, wasn't he the one who paid for her summer camp last year? Then the final slide appeared. A screenshot of Candace's attempt to transfer ownership of the car using my name. Timestamped, documented, and unmistakably hers. This time, the room silenced itself. I lowered the phone. What I want isn't an apology, I said calmly. It's clarity. I've spent my whole life giving, helping, fixing, smoothing things over for people who never once paused to ask if I needed anything. And when I finally set a boundary, I became the villain in someone else's story. I looked directly at Candace. You invited me here to embarrass me, to force a public surrender. I paused. I'm doing the opposite. I turned to the audience. I'm stepping back. From the manipulation. From the guilt. From the rewriting of events. I will not apologize for refusing to be treated like an ATM. I will not apologize for walking away when treated with disrespect. And I will not apologize for protecting my peace. I stepped away from the mic. I truly hope this family heals. But it won't be on my back anymore. The silence that followed was electric, sharp, cold, and definitive. Then guests started standing. Not to applaud. Not to jeer. They simply stood because the event was over. The illusion was broken. Candace's face was drained of color. She looked around desperately, searching for someone, anyone, to take her side. No one did. Not one. Lacey lifted her phone, scrolling furiously, her face crumpling as she realized her curated image had just cracked wide open. Mom, who had been sitting in the front row, didn't look angry. She looked heartbroken, but not at me, at the truth that had finally surfaced. I picked up my coat, nodded respectfully to the guests I passed, walked out of the event center with slow, steady confidence. No theatrics, no gloating, no victory smirk, just quiet resolution. Aaron caught up to me outside, breathless. "Logan," he said, "that was wow." "I didn't want to hurt anyone," I replied. "I just wanted the truth out." He nodded. It needed to happen. We stood there for a moment, two brothers who had tiptoed around a tornado for too many years. Then he said softly, "So what now?" I took a deep breath of the cool night air. "Now," I said, "I finally live my life." And that's exactly what I did. In the months that followed, the fallout was volcanic. People distanced themselves from Candace. Word spread fast about the event. Lacey's reputation at school cracked. Mom started calling me more, not to guilt me, but to apologize. Genuinely. Candace sent one long, rambling email a month later attempting to explain her behavior, but I didn't reply. I didn't need to. My revenge wasn't the spectacle. My revenge was my absence, my peace, my life returning to me. And now, for the first time in years, I feel free. I didn't win by fighting them. I won by finally walking away from a battlefield that should have never been mine. I was 28 when I realized my family didn't actually see me as a person anymore, just a resource, a walking wallet. My name's Sam, and for most of my life, I tried to believe that my family loved me in their own tough way, that the cold comments, the guilt trips, the constant taking without giving were just how they showed care. But this story is the moment I stopped believing that. It's about the vacation that broke whatever illusion I had left, and how, in the end, they learned what happens when you treat someone like a credit card instead of blood. Growing up, I was the responsible one. My older brother, Kyle, was the one who could crash Dad's car and still get a boys will be boys speech. My younger sister, Emma, was the princess, straight as, cheerleading, the baby of the family. And me? I was the quiet middle kid who learned how to fix things, literal things like broken sinks or Dad's computer, but also emotional messes. I was the one who paid bills when Mom forgot to, who lent money to Kyle just until payday, and who helped Emma with tuition because Dad said she deserves to focus on studying. I didn't mind at first. I had a stable job in IT, decent savings, and an apartment that actually felt like mine. I liked helping. It made me feel useful, like I mattered. But the thing about being the reliable one is that people stop seeing you as a person with limits. They start seeing you as a bottomless resource. And when you finally draw a line, they act like you've betrayed them. It started small. Mom would forget to pay me back for groceries. Kyle would borrow my car and bring it back with an empty tank. Emma would order things online using my Amazon account just this once because her card was maxed out. Each time, I'd sigh, tell myself it wasn't a big deal, and move on. But the day things crossed the line, the day they used my credit, I realized it wasn't just carelessness. It was entitlement. It was a Thursday afternoon when I got the alert. $9, $342.75, travel purchase. I stared at my phone in confusion, blinking at the notification from my credit card app. I hadn't booked anything. I hadn't even left my apartment in 2 days. I scrolled down, and there it was, Royal Mirage Resort, Bahamas. My stomach dropped. I called my bank immediately, assuming it was fraud. The agent confirmed the charge had come from a verified account, my own, and that the booking had been done through my name, with my card on file. I froze. There was only one way someone could have had that information. My family. I'd given Mom access years ago to help her pay her bills online after she accidentally locked herself out of her account. I never changed my passwords after that. Big mistake. When I called Mom, she answered with her usual chipper voice. "Hi, sweetie. What's up? Hey, did you book a trip recently?" I asked carefully. There was a pause, too long. Then a small laugh. "Oh, that. Don't worry, we'll pay you back." I blinked. "You used my credit card?" "Well, technically, yes, but we're all going." Kyle found this amazing deal on a luxury package. Family trip to the Bahamas. Family trip? I repeated. "You didn't even tell me." "Oh, honey, it was last minute. You wouldn't have wanted to come anyway. You hate beaches, remember?" I felt my throat tighten. "That's not the point, Mom. You can't just take my credit info and—" "Relax, Sam." Dad's voice suddenly cut in from the background, booming and dismissive. "You act like we're robbing you. It's just a vacation. You make good money, don't you? Think of it as helping the family." Something in me cracked a little at that. "So I pay?" And you all go on a luxury vacation without me? Dad laughed. That deep, smug laugh I'd heard my entire life when he thought he was being clever. Because you're just a bank, not family. I actually thought I'd misheard him. What did you just say? You heard me, he said. With that smirk I could feel even through the phone. You're the one who handles money, always talking about savings and credit scores. Well, now your credit's helping the family. You should be proud. Mom added sweetly. Stop acting like you matter so much. We're finally doing something nice for ourselves for once. Don't ruin it with your negativity. I didn't respond. I just sat there, staring at the wall, my hand trembling slightly. My brain tried to rationalize it. Maybe they didn't mean it. Maybe they were joking. But deep down, I knew they weren't. They meant every word. After a few seconds, I said quietly, Noted. Mom sounded irritated. Sam, don't start your little pity act again. Don't worry, I said. Enjoy your trip. And I hung up. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every memory, every time they dismissed me, taken from me, laughed at me, replayed in my head like a cruel montage. I remembered the Christmas where I bought everyone gifts and got nothing but a thanks for being so thoughtful, Sam. The birthdays they forgot. The time Kyle borrowed $2,000 and ghosted me for months. The way Mom told her friends I owed them for raising me. Something in me shifted. I wasn't angry yet, just cold, detached. It's like I could finally see the full picture for the first time, without the fog of guilt or obligation. They didn't see me as family. They saw me as leverage, a safety net, a credit limit. The next day, I got a series of texts from Emma. OMG, can you believe Mom actually booked first-class tickets? Followed by a photo of a beach outfit laid out on her bed. You should see the villa, it's insane. Wish you could come, LOL. That last one felt like salt in an open wound. Wish you could come. They hadn't invited me. They hadn't even asked. At work, I could barely focus. My coworker, Ryan, noticed. You good, man? You look like you haven't slept. I told him the short version. His jaw dropped. Dude, they stole your credit. That's not a misunderstanding. That's theft. Yeah, I said quietly, staring at my coffee. I think I'm finally starting to see that. So what are you gonna do? I didn't answer right away. I don't know yet, I said. But I'll figure something out. Over the next few days, I started getting more notifications. Charges for spa appointments. Fine dining. Jet ski rentals. Every ping of my phone felt like a slap. $600 here. $1,200 there. They were going all out, and I was footing the bill. When I tried calling again, Mom ignored me. Then she texted, We'll talk when we're back. Stop being dramatic. That was the moment something clicked. Dramatic. That's what they always called me when I tried to stand up for myself. Dramatic, ungrateful, too sensitive. I'd spent years bending over backwards to keep peace, and they'd taken that as permission to walk all over me. So I smiled. For the first time in a long time, I smiled. Because I knew something they didn't. Something they were about to learn the hard way. And when I whispered to myself, Noted, I meant it this time. It was the calm before the storm. The moment right before I made a decision that would change everything. Because 2 days later, their reservation was flagged for fraud. 2 days after that phone call, I got another notification from my credit card company. Except this time it wasn't just a charge, it was a warning. Unusual activity detected. Please verify the following transactions. The screen showed a long list of luxury purchases, private car service, fine dining at the Ocean Pearl, and something that made me blink, Royal Mirage Spa, Platinum Package. Over $3,000 in one afternoon. I didn't even feel angry anymore. Just numb. They were halfway through their family vacation, completely unbothered, spending my money like it was Monopoly cash. And what really got me? I hadn't heard a single word from them since that last call. Not a thank you. Not even a token text pretending to care. Just radio silence. I started piecing together updates through Emma's social media. She was posting daily. I didn't follow her, but mutual friends sent me screenshots. There they were, my parents, Kyle, and Emma, all grinning in front of a turquoise ocean, drinks in hand. The caption on one photo read, Family first, #paradise, #blessed. Family first. That made me laugh out loud. Not the happy kind of laugh, but the kind that sounds like it's keeping you from breaking something. A friend from work, Jamie, noticed me staring at my phone and asked what was up. When I told her, she said, You're kidding. They really said you're not family. Yup. Dad said I'm the bank. Jamie frowned. And they're still posting about how close they are. Unreal. Yeah, I muttered. It's like they're living in their own fantasy world. Later that night, I tried calling them again, not to argue, but to just understand. Part of me still hoped there was some shred of decency left in them. Mom picked up after 3 rings, sounding irritated, like I was interrupting something important. What is it, Sam? We're having dinner. I just wanted to know how long you're planning to stay there, I said evenly. 10 days, she replied, chewing something. Why? Because the card limit. Oh, stop, she cut me off. You're always so negative. We'll pay it back when we get the chance. You make it sound like we drained your life savings. It's not about the money, I said. It's about respect. That earned a loud scoff from Dad in the background. Respect? You think you earn respect by whining every time someone asks for help? You think being responsible makes you better than us? I never said that. He laughed bitterly. You don't have to say it. You show it. Every time you look at us like you're above everything. I look at you like that because you keep treating me like an ATM. Then stop giving us your card info, he barked. Nobody forced you. I opened my mouth to argue but stopped. There it was, the classic deflection. Somehow, they always twisted things until I felt like I was the crazy one. Mom sighed, like she was the victim. You've always been so sensitive, Sam. We're on vacation, for crying out loud. Can't you just let us enjoy something without turning it into drama? Drama, I repeated. You think this is drama? Sweetheart, she said in that fake soothing voice she used whenever she wanted to shut me up, you need to learn to let go of things. Not everything's about you. I hung up mid-sentence. I stared at my phone for a long minute after that, wondering why I'd even bothered calling. I'd just been insulted again, but somehow I wasn't surprised. It was the same dynamic as always. They hurt me, I tried to fix it, and they made me feel like it was my fault. Over the next few days, I started getting more updates, not from them, but from the credit company. They'd apparently upgraded their hotel suite and extended their stay by 2 extra nights. My limit was close to maxed out. At that point, it wasn't about the money anymore. It was about principle, about the fact that they truly, deeply believed I wouldn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, my phone started lighting up with group messages, not from my parents, but from extended family. My Aunt Linda sent a message in the family chat that read, "Looks like your folks are having the time of their lives, Sam. You didn't go with them?" I typed out a reply, then deleted it. What was I supposed to say? They went on a $10,000 vacation using my credit and didn't invite me. But Kyle had no issue responding. Sam's too busy working, Aunt Linda. Someone has to keep the family's finances stable. Everyone reacted with laughing emojis. Mom sent a heart. That was the first time I realized they weren't just using me. They were mocking me. I wish I could say I brushed it off, but it got to me. Deeply. I started questioning myself again. Was I overreacting? Maybe they really would pay me back eventually. Maybe I should just let it go. Then Emma posted a story that killed that thought instantly. It was a video of them sitting at a fancy restaurant, the camera panning across a table of cocktails, lobster, and expensive desserts. At the end, Dad raised his glass and said, "To family, the real kind." And Mom added, "To the ones who matter." The camera caught Emma laughing right before she said, "Poor Sam, he'd hate this anyway." That video looped in my head the rest of the night. The audacity wasn't even what hurt the most. It was the casual cruelty. Like my absence was a joke to them. Like I didn't even exist. I started remembering things I'd buried for years. The times I tried to help and got punished for it. When I was 19, I lent Kyle money for a used car, and he never paid me back. But when I brought it up, Mom told me I was ruining the bond between brothers. When I got my first promotion, Dad told me not to brag, because real men don't make other people feel small. When I moved out, Mom told the neighbors I abandoned the family. I used to think all families had their issues. But this was calculated. That weekend, my friend Ryan came over to hang out. He saw the tension written all over me. "They still there?" he asked. "Yeah, living it up. You ever think about cutting them off?" I hesitated. "I don't know if I can. They're still my family." He gave me a look. "Man, family doesn't mean blood. It means respect. And they don't have an ounce of that for you. I keep thinking maybe if I explain it better." "Sam," he said firmly, "you can't reason with people who benefit from misunderstanding you." That line stuck with me. It echoed in my head for the rest of the night. The next morning, I woke up to a new voicemail from Mom. Her voice was syrupy sweet at first, but the tone shifted halfway through. Sam, we need you to check your card. It's not working for some reason. The hotel's saying something about a verification issue. Can you fix that, please? They're being really difficult. For the first time in years, I didn't rush to help. I didn't call back. I didn't check the account. I just sat there, listening to the message again. The fake politeness, the entitled urgency, it was all there. Then, another message from Kyle followed. Bro, not funny. We can't pay for stuff down here without your card. Fix it. I didn't reply. By afternoon, I got one from Mom again. This time, less sweet. You're being selfish, Sam. Do you want us to be embarrassed in front of everyone here? Fix this. Embarrassed. That word hit differently. Because suddenly, I realized that's all they ever cared about. Appearances. The perfect family image. The one where I was invisible, useful only when they needed me. The irony made me laugh. I'd been terrified of embarrassing them my whole life. And now, for the first time, they were the ones scrambling. That night, I went to sleep surprisingly calm. Not vengeful. Not angry. Just settled. Like something inside me had finally aligned. The next morning, I woke up to a flood of missed calls. 76, to be exact. And one message from Mom that read, "You need to fix this, now, or else." I stared at it for a long time. My thumb hovered over the screen before I locked the phone and set it down. Because the thing was, I'd already done something. Something that would make sure they finally understood what it felt like to be treated like I didn't matter. I just hadn't told them yet. The day everything truly snapped wasn't when they stole from me. It wasn't when they laughed and said I wasn't family. It wasn't even when they started spamming my phone with threats disguised as requests. No, the real betrayal came later, when they turned everyone against me. When they made sure I looked like the villain in the story they wrote for themselves. That morning started quiet. I'd slept better than I had in weeks. A strange calm that comes when you stop expecting fairness from unfair people. I made coffee, scrolled through some emails, and ignored the 70+ missed calls still sitting on my phone. I figured if they were desperate, they could sweat a little. Maybe for once, they'd understand how it felt to be powerless. But that peace lasted about 2 hours. Around 10 a.m., I got a text from my Aunt Linda. Sam, what on earth did you do? Your poor parents are stranded. Stranded. That word pulled me upright. I hadn't expected things to spiral that fast. I opened social media and immediately saw what she was talking about. Emma had posted an Instagram story, a shaky video of Mom arguing with airport security, Dad shouting in the background, and Kyle pacing nearby. The caption read, "When your brother ruins your family vacation because he's jealous, hashtag some people." Jealous. They were already rewriting history. The next post was a photo of their luggage on the tarmac, with a long paragraph underneath. We were supposed to be on the trip of a lifetime. But some people can't stand to see their family happy. It's sad when money changes people. All we wanted was a simple vacation. Now look at us. The comments were filled with sympathy. Wow, can't believe your brother did that. So ungrateful after everything parents do for their kids. Some people need to be cut off, TBH. Cut off. I nearly dropped my phone from laughing. The irony was unreal. They'd stolen thousands from me, and now they were playing the victims. A notification pinged a few minutes later. A private message from my cousin, Tyler. Bro, what's going on? Your parents are saying you froze their accounts just to get back at them? That was when I realized how far they'd gone. They weren't just twisting the story. They were actively smearing me. I felt something cold settle in my chest. It wasn't sadness this time. It was betrayal in its purest form. That sharp, hollow feeling when you finally see the truth too clearly to deny it anymore. I called my mom. She picked up instantly, voice shaking with fake outrage. How could you do this to us? Do what? I asked calmly. You froze our reservations. You embarrassed us in front of everyone. They escorted us off the plane, Sam. Security dragged your father out like a criminal. I said nothing. Just listened. You think that's funny? She snapped. You're ruining our reputation. Do you have any idea what people are saying? Maybe they're saying you shouldn't have used my credit card without permission. Oh, for heaven's sake, she exploded. We told you we'd pay you back. You're acting like you're some saint who never helps anyone. You owe this family everything we've done for you. That word again, oh. I felt my jaw tighten. What exactly do I owe you, Mom? The years you ignored me? The times you made me feel like a burden for wanting boundaries? Or the 10 grand you just stole? She gasped, like I'd slapped her. Don't talk to me like that. I am your mother. Yeah, I said quietly. And I'm your son, not your bank. There was a silence, so heavy it almost hummed. Then Dad's voice cut in, furious and loud. You think you're better than us because you have a job? You think you can humiliate your own family? We raised you. We put food on your plate. You also taught me that love is conditional, I said. So thanks for that lesson. He cursed under his breath, not words, just angry noises, and hung up. A few seconds later, Mom texted me. You'll regret this, Sam. Everyone's going to know what kind of person you really are. And she meant it. Because within hours, my relatives started messaging me, some with pity, some with disgust. My uncle sent a passive-aggressive message saying, family comes before money, son. My grandmother, bless her, left a voicemail crying, asking why I'd destroyed the vacation she'd been told I promised them. They'd told everyone that I was the one who'd offered to pay for the trip, that I'd flipped out halfway through and sabotaged it out of spite. The worst part? Some of them believed it. That night, I went to my apartment balcony and just stared out at the city. I remember thinking how surreal it was, how my whole life, I'd worked to keep the peace, to stay the calm one, the fixer. And now, when I finally stood up for myself, I was the villain. Ryan came over later with takeout. You look like someone stole your soul, he said, half joking. They kind of did, I said. He frowned. What happened now? I showed him the posts, the texts, the family chat. He read in silence for a while, then looked up. So they used your card, got caught, and now they're telling everyone you sabotaged them? Pretty much. Wow, he muttered. That's some Olympic-level gaslighting. I tried to laugh, but it came out hollow. You know what's crazy? Part of me still wants to fix it. Still wants to explain to everyone what really happened. Don't, he said firmly. You can't win a game where they control the rules. I nodded, but deep down, I wasn't sure I could just sit back. 2 days later, they were back in town. I knew because my phone started blowing up again. First Mom, then Kyle, then Emma, then the one that broke me, Grandma. She showed up at my apartment unannounced. I opened the door to find her standing there, clutching her purse like she'd just come from church. Sam, she said, shaking her head. I don't recognize you anymore. Grandma, please, let me explain. No, she interrupted, her voice trembling. Your parents are heartbroken. They said you ruined their trip out of anger. They said you embarrassed them on purpose. You've always been such a good boy. I just can't believe. Stop, I said, my throat tight. None of that is true. They used my credit card without permission. They spent over $10,000. They never even told me I wasn't invited. Her eyes widened, confusion flickering. They said it was your idea. It wasn't. She looked at me for a long moment, and for a second I thought she might believe me. But then she sighed and said softly, even if that's true, Sam, you shouldn't air family problems like this. It's ugly. We need to forgive and move on. Forgive. Move on. I felt something inside me collapse. So I'm supposed to just let them use me again? They're your family, she whispered. You'll regret cutting them off. I didn't answer. She hugged me, told me she'd pray for me, and left. When the door closed, I just stood there in the silence, feeling smaller than I had in years. It was like the air itself was heavy. That night, Kyle texted me for the first time directly. His message was short. You seriously messed up, bro. Dad's furious. You better fix this before he does. Before he does. The phrasing stuck with me. Dad had always been the type to take control of a situation, even when it wasn't his. Especially when it wasn't his. The next morning, I found out what that meant. I got an email from my credit card company. A dispute had been filed on my account. Apparently, someone had reported that I authorized the charges, but was now claiming fraud. The name on the file? My dad's. He was trying to make it look like I had scammed them. I called the bank immediately. The agent explained that the dispute was pending investigation, and since the card was technically mine, they needed to verify the relationship between the parties involved. I could barely speak. My own father had reported me. By the time I hung up, my hands were shaking. Not with fear, with rage. Not the kind that explodes, but the kind that burns slow and deep, like a coal that won't die out. They had taken everything. My trust, my reputation, and now they were coming for my name. I realized, standing there in my kitchen with that email open, that this was the final cut. The one that severs everything. There was no fixing this anymore. No talking, no explaining, no hoping they'd see the truth. They wanted a war. And for the first time in my life, I was done playing defense. After that call with the bank, I sat in my apartment staring at the floor for what felt like hours. The world felt hollow, not loud and dramatic, just empty, like someone had quietly removed all the air from the room. I wasn't angry in the same way anymore. The fire had burned out, and all that was left was smoke. My dad had officially filed a fraud dispute against me. My mom was spinning lies to the entire family. My siblings were posting cryptic quotes about betrayal and fake people on Instagram. And somehow, in the court of family opinion, I'd been declared guilty before I even had a chance to speak. It was surreal. I'd grown up thinking that if I was just patient enough, logical enough, calm enough, I could fix anything. That if I didn't yell, didn't accuse, didn't stoop to their level, reason would win. But that illusion shattered completely the moment I realized logic meant nothing to people who thrived on control. They didn't want to solve things. They wanted me to surrender. The first week after they came back was brutal. I didn't go to work for 2 days, told my boss I had a family emergency, which was technically true. My phone buzzed constantly with messages, alternating between guilt-tripping and threats. Mom, you're destroying this family. Mom, I can't believe you do this to your own parents. Kyle, Dad's looking into legal options, dude. You can still fix this if you just apologize. Emma, you seriously need therapy. That one made me laugh, bitterly. Therapy. If I went to therapy, it would probably take a whole year just to unpack them. The only one who stayed quiet was Grandma. She didn't call again, didn't visit. Just silence. And somehow, that hurt more than all the rest. A few days later, I got an official letter in the mail. My bank was holding the disputed funds, nearly $9,000, until the investigation was complete. That meant my credit score was frozen, my account partially locked, and my available balance practically gone. In short, I was broke. Rent was coming up in 2 weeks, and my savings were tight because I'd been paying down student loans and helping Emma with her tuition earlier that year. Money I now realized I'd never see again. For the first time since college, I had to sit down and make a spreadsheet of what I could sell. Old electronics, a camera, even my gaming setup. I started skipping takeout, cutting subscriptions, living like I was 20 again. It wasn't the financial loss that broke me. It was the symbolism. The people who were supposed to have my back had pushed me to the edge and then called me the villain for not smiling about it. One night, I walked by my bookshelf and saw a framed photo from years ago, a family Christmas picture. Me, awkwardly smiling in a sweater I hated, standing next to Kyle, who had one arm around Mom and the other holding a champagne glass. Dad was in the center, proud and loud, and Emma was in front, flashing her perfect smile. I remember that day vividly. I'd bought all the gifts that year. Every single one. Mom got her perfume, Dad his golf gear, Emma her tablet, Kyle a new watch. No one even asked how I afforded it. I'd worked overtime for 3 months just to make that Christmas happen. Looking at that photo, I realized something. Every happy memory I had of my family was transactional. Every laugh, every thank you, every hug, all tied to something I provided. Money, effort, emotional support. Never just love. I took the photo down and put it face first on the shelf. The days blurred together after that. Work became my escape. I'd stay late at the office just to avoid the quiet of my apartment. My coworker Ryan kept checking in, bringing me coffee, trying to lighten the mood. One evening, as we were locking up, he said, "You've been different lately, like you're holding something back." I shrugged. Maybe I'm just tired. He studied me for a moment. Tired people don't look like that. You look like someone who's planning something. I smiled faintly but didn't respond. He wasn't wrong, because somewhere in the fog of exhaustion, something was slowly taking shape. I didn't know what it was yet, but I could feel it, a kind of clarity I hadn't had in years. The lowest point came a week later, when Mom showed up at my apartment uninvited. I heard the knock around 9 p.m., and my stomach sank before I even looked through the peephole. She was standing there with that same tight smile she always used when she wanted something. I opened the door halfway. "What do you want?" "Can we talk?" she said, brushing past me before I could answer. She looked around, wrinkling her nose like she'd walked into a stranger's house. "You really should tidy up more, Sam. You used to be so organized." "I've been busy," I said flatly. She set her purse on the table and turned to me with practiced sadness. "I know you're upset, but this, all of this, has gone too far. You need to end whatever nonsense you started with the bank. Your father's furious." "Yeah, I gathered that, I said, considering he filed a fraud claim against me. Her expression didn't even change. Well, what did you expect? You embarrassed him. I embarrassed him? I repeated. He stole from me. It was a misunderstanding, she snapped. You always twist things to make us look bad. That line hit like déjà vu. She'd said something similar when I was 14, after she forgot to pick me up from school and I walked home in the rain. When I told her how scared I'd been, she'd said, "Stop making me feel like a bad mother." It was always about her feelings, never what she'd done. You're unbelievable, I said quietly. She sighed dramatically, switching tactics. Sam, we're your family. Families forgive each other. You think strangers will be there for you when we're gone? You'll die alone in some tiny apartment if you keep acting like this. I stared at her. That's supposed to make me want to help you? Her eyes hardened. We raised you. You owe us respect. You raised me to believe respect was earned, I said. And you've done nothing to earn it lately. She flinched, just slightly, then grabbed her purse. You've changed, Sam. Money's made you cold. I almost laughed. Money's what you took from me. Think about what you're doing, she said as she walked to the door. Once you burn bridges, you can't rebuild them. I'm not the one holding the match, I said. The door clicked shut behind her, and the silence that followed felt heavy but peaceful. It was like a weight had been lifted. That night, I sat by my laptop, scrolling through my finances, thinking. The old me, the one desperate for approval, would have tried to fix things, maybe even cancel the fraud report and beg for forgiveness. But that part of me was gone, burned out. Instead, I started doing something else, documenting. Every text, every call log, every receipt, every screenshot from Emma's Instagram stories showing them using my card, every transaction ID tied to my account. I made a folder labeled Proof and filled it with everything. If they wanted a war, I'd make sure I had the ammunition ready. But this time, I wasn't going to attack first. I was going to wait. Let them think they'd won. Let them believe their story was working. The following weekend, I visited my grandmother, not because I wanted to talk about it, but because I needed closure. When she opened the door, she looked smaller somehow, frilier. Sam, she said softly, I didn't expect you. I just wanted to see you, I said. We sat in her living room. She poured tea and talked about the garden, the neighbors, small things that didn't matter. Finally, she sighed and said, Your mother told me you've been angry. I hope you're not letting this family drift apart over a mistake. I looked at her. It's not a mistake, Grandma. They stole from me. Her lips tightened. Families forgive. I shook my head. Not when forgiveness just means letting them do it again. She didn't argue, just looked away, like she couldn't bear the discomfort of truth. When I left, I knew I wouldn't come back for a long time. Maybe ever. The bus ride home was quiet, but in that silence, something settled inside me. I realized rock bottom wasn't about losing things. It was about losing illusions. And for the first time in my life, I saw my family for who they really were. People who'd never cared about me unless I was useful. But the difference now was, I wasn't going to be useful anymore. Over the next week, I played along. I ignored their calls, gave short, polite replies to texts, even sounded apologetic once or twice just to keep them comfortable. Because if you want someone to reveal their true colors, you don't fight them. You let them think you've surrendered. And as I watched them take the bait, smiling in their smug little group chat about how Sam's finally coming around, I realized something. I might have hit rock bottom, but they had no idea how far they were about to fall. I didn't wake up one morning suddenly stronger, smarter, or vengeful. It didn't happen with fireworks or dramatic speeches. The rise, if you can call it that, started quietly, like a light turning on in a dark room after you've been sitting there long enough to forget what light feels like. About 2 weeks after my mom's visit, I finally decided to face the mess head on. I booked an appointment with a financial advisor my coworker Ryan had recommended, someone who specialized in credit fraud and family-related financial disputes. I was nervous walking into that office. My whole life, I'd been conditioned to keep family issues private. But this wasn't family drama anymore. This was theft. The advisor, a calm woman named Dana, listened carefully as I laid everything out. The stolen credit info, the fake vacation, the fraud claim my father filed. When I finished, she leaned back in her chair and said, You did the right thing documenting everything. With this much evidence, the case will fall in your favor easily. They won't win the dispute. Even if it's family? I asked quietly. She smiled. Not kindly, but knowingly, especially if it's family. Emotional ties don't excuse financial fraud. That sentence alone felt like oxygen. I didn't realize how much I'd been starving for someone, anyone, to validate that what they did was wrong. From there, I spent hours organizing every detail. Dana helped me file an official report with the credit bureau, attach my documentation, and submit a full statement to my bank. For the first time, I wasn't reacting, I was building, taking back control piece by piece. A week later, the bank confirmed the charges were officially under investigation and the dispute my father filed had been flagged for potential misuse of identity. That meant he'd have to provide proof that I gave authorization, which, of course, he didn't have. It felt like standing on solid ground again after years of sinking. Meanwhile, I poured my energy into work. My boss noticed the change. I stopped staying late out of avoidance and started staying late with purpose. Projects I'd been putting off got finished. Clients started noticing me. And then, one afternoon, I got an email that made me blink twice. Subject: promotion consideration, confidential. It turned out the company had been quietly reviewing team leads for internal advancement, and I'd made the shortlist. 2 weeks later, it became official. I was promoted to project manager with a pay raise that, ironically, nearly covered the amount my family had stolen. When I told Ryan, he laughed. "That's poetic justice, man." "Yeah," I said, smiling faintly. Almost like karma pays better than family. I wasn't flaunting my success. I didn't even post about it. But I couldn't ignore how different life felt now that I wasn't constantly drained by them. My apartment felt peaceful again. My mind wasn't consumed by dread every time my phone buzzed. I even started cooking more, going on runs after work, and reconnecting with friends I hadn't seen in years. Freedom has a strange flavor. It's quiet, steady, and addicting. But the thing about peace is that once you have it, you start to see chaos more clearly. My family's manipulation, once confusing and guilt-soaked, now looked pathetic. Their texts read like bad scripts. "Mom, we've been thinking about having dinner to talk things out. You should come." Me: "I'll think about it." Mom: "You always think, never act." Me: "That's what thinkers do." A small, quiet confidence was blooming, not arrogance, just clarity. I wasn't the scared, obedient son anymore. I was someone who finally understood that silence could be more powerful than shouting. Then came the day the bank called. The investigation had concluded. The verdict: all charges reversed in my favor. The fraud dispute my father filed was marked as false claim. Not only would I be reimbursed, but my parents' names were now tied to the incident, which meant their credit score took a hit. When the agent on the phone said, "We'll be sending you an official statement for your records," I felt something deep in my chest uncoil. Years of suppressed frustration, guilt, and resentment melted into something calm. Not triumph, just relief. That night, I sat by the window, sipping coffee, staring at the city lights. I wasn't planning revenge yet, not actively. But the thought lingered like a quiet hum. They think they've hurt me. They don't even realize what's coming. Because the truth was, my life was getting better, and theirs was starting to crumble, even if they didn't know it yet. A few days later, I heard from my Aunt Linda again. She called out of nowhere, her voice uncharacteristically cautious. "Sam, honey, I just talked to your mom. She said there's some kind of problem with their credit." I almost smiled. "Yeah, that tends to happen when you commit fraud." She hesitated. She said it's all a misunderstanding. "You know how your dad can be." "I do," I said. "That's why I'm not misunderstanding anything." After that call, I noticed a shift in how people talked to me. The pitying tone from relatives started to fade, replaced by awkward silence. Some of them must have realized there was more to the story than they'd been told. Others simply stopped calling altogether. And honestly, that was fine. At work, I kept climbing. My promotion came with bigger projects, one of which put me in charge of a collaboration with a tech firm that handled high-end cybersecurity. The irony wasn't lost on me. I learned more about tracing digital activity, how to document unauthorized access, and how easily people leave digital fingerprints when they think they're invisible. One night, as I was reading through an article on financial fraud detection, something clicked. A thought. A dangerous, satisfying thought. I remembered how my father always bragged about being old school, how he refused to pay for anything online because he didn't trust the internet. That's why Mom had been the one to actually use my card, and why the transactions had her name all over them. She'd been sloppy. And in their arrogance, they hadn't deleted the proof. I still had access to the shared family email account Mom used for travel bookings, the one she made years ago that automatically synced receipts to my cloud drive because she'd asked me to set it up. I hadn't thought about it in ages, but when I logged in again out of curiosity, there it was: confirmation emails, booking receipts, even digital signatures, all tied directly to her device. It was like watching the universe hand me leverage wrapped in a bow. But I didn't rush to use it. Not yet. Power isn't about speed, it's about timing. I knew if I moved too soon, they'd twist it into more drama. But if I waited, if I let things unfold naturally, they'd dig their own graves without realizing it. So I waited. In the meantime, I started improving other parts of my life too. I reconnected with an old college friend, Leah, someone who used to joke that I'd end up raising my parents. When I told her what happened, she didn't pity me. She just said, "Good. Now you can build your own life." And that's exactly what I did. I started saving aggressively again. I took a short solo trip. Nothing fancy, just a cabin by the lake. It was the first vacation I'd ever taken where I didn't have to check on anyone else, didn't have to answer a single call that wasn't mine. The silence was beautiful. I remember one morning, sitting on the porch with a cup of coffee, the lake perfectly still, when I thought, I could get used to this. Not the solitude, but the peace that comes when you stop fighting for people who don't deserve your effort. When I got back home, life kept getting better in small ways. Promotions, raises, peace, independence. And with every new step forward, I could feel a shift in balance, like the universe was quietly putting things back in place. Then one afternoon, I got a text from Emma out of the blue. "Hey, Mom said you might be doing really well at work. Congrats, I guess. We should talk." There was a time that message would have filled me with hope. Not anymore. I could see through it instantly. Curiosity mixed with manipulation. Still, I played along. "Thanks," I texted back. "Things are going great." She replied 5 minutes later. "That's good. Mom and Dad are kind of stressed. Some stuff with their credit. They're saying it's affecting their mortgage renewal." I typed slowly. "Yeah, credit issues can really mess things up. I'm sure they'll figure it out." No response for 10 minutes. Then, "You could fix it though, right?" I smiled at my phone. Not my problem anymore. For the first time in my life, they needed me, and I wasn't going to lift a finger. That night, I got another message from Mom. This time short and bitter. "We know you're behind this." I didn't reply. Instead, I opened my laptop, pulled up that folder labeled Proof, and started organizing everything neatly into a timeline. Not because I was angry anymore, but because I knew what came next would require precision. Because revenge isn't about rage. It's about restoration. And while my life was finally rising, career, peace, stability, theirs was slowly sinking into the mess they'd made for themselves. I wasn't at the top yet, but I could see the view. And soon, they were going to see it too, from the bottom looking up. Setting everything up was quieter than I expected. The loud part had been the moral outrage from my family, the posts, the calls, the shrieks of "How could he?" The real work was patience, paperwork, and the patience to wait long enough for them to prove their own stupidity. Once the bank cleared the fraud and their claim was marked false, I had leverage, but leverage by itself is just a tool. You still need aim, a plan, and the willingness to pull the trigger at the exact right second so the outcome is clean and undeniable. First, I tightened every loose end. Dana, my advisor, helped me get the official statement from the bank that cleared my name. I had copies of the booking confirmations, timestamps, IP addresses, and the shared family email receipts. I had Emma's Instagram stories with the transactions visible in the background, screenshots of Dad's calls to the concierge from a device registered to him, and the travel agency confirmation emails that showed Mom's account as the booking contact. I also had the spreadsheet I'd made of every charge and the exact dates they occurred. It felt clinical, like building a dossier rather than nursing a grudge, and that was the point. Facts don't get emotional, they get verdicts. Second, I started playing the long game on reputation. I quietly messaged a few relatives who'd privately texted concern, select cousins, an aunt who had always been fair, and one of Grandma's friends. I didn't plead. I simply said, "If you want the truth, I have documents. If you want to help Grandma, I can show you what really happened." A couple of them asked to see the evidence. I shared only what needed to be shared, the bank statement and one booking receipt, and nothing more. The reaction wasn't theatrical. It was the softer thing. Awkward silence. Then careful questions to mom and dad that they couldn't answer without contradicting the receipts. People don't like being lied to in public. When the lie is undercut with proof, trust leaks away. That's quiet erosion. And before long, the family's echo chamber began to creak. Then I used what I'd learned at work to press where it would hurt the most: practical consequences. The bank had already sent letters to mom and dad about potential liabilities related to the false dispute. I made sure the next steps were simple, traceable, and unavoidable. I consulted a lawyer who did a free 15-minute review and confirmed what I suspected: their filing of a false fraud claim, combined with the evidence of unauthorized use on my card, opened them up to a countersuit for defamation and intentional interference with my financial standing. I didn't file it immediately. I didn't need to. Filing would have made them scream victim again and gather the sympathy mob. Instead, I had my lawyer draft a letter, crisp, professional, and unemotional, outlining the evidence and the damages, and stating the remedy I expected: a written public apology to me and my reputation, reimbursement of the charges, which the bank was already handling, and a contribution toward the legal fees their false claim caused. I gave them a reasonable deadline. The real sting, though, came from the thing they'd always cared about most: image. Dad had prided himself on his standing in the neighborhood, Mom on her social life and club memberships, and Emma on the clean, curated family feed. So I targeted those soft spots with facts, not theatrics. A family friend who managed a local community newsletter had already been quietly asking questions after seeing mixed messages on social media. I sent that friend a factual timeline and a couple of anonymized receipts that showed clear misuse of my account. I didn't ask for drama. I asked for accuracy. The newsletter ran a short piece the following week about how money misunderstandings can lead to family fractures, using neutral language but including the bank's statement about unresolved disputes and fraud investigations. It wasn't a headline accusing anyone, but the implication was there, and the people who had been inclined to believe Mom's side now had to reconcile it with a public record. Reputation is brittle. You don't need to smash it. You just need to leave a hairline crack in the right place. Meanwhile, I let them implode on their own terms. They kept posting, kept telling the story where I was the villain. Every time they did, I saved the post, screenshot by screenshot, and added it to the dossier. They provided me with the receipts of their own arrogance. When my father complained to his golf buddies about how I'd ruined the trip, one of those buddies, Mr. Henley, who happened to sit on the board of a small community foundation, quietly asked my cousin if everything was true. That cousin forwarded the foundation a single PDF, one booking confirmation showing Mom's email and the charges. The foundation rescinded an invitation to Dad to speak at an upcoming fundraiser. Not dramatic? Not yet. But in a town like ours, who speaks where matters? The final, satisfying piece was surgical in its simplicity. I went to the credit agency with the copies I had, the bank's final statement, the lawyer's letter drafted but not filed, and a timeline that traced each charge from the moment it hit my account to the confirmation email on Mom's side. I asked for a formal audit of the dispute process and requested that the false claim be listed on the family's credit report as record of disputed charges, pending investigation, not defamatory language, but a lasting, factual note that would show up whenever anyone ran a credit check. The agency complied. They have to, when presented with clear evidence and a legitimate request. Within 30 days, the effects I'd orchestrated started to settle. Dad found it tougher to refi the car loan his bank had been considering because the note attached to his credit file caused underwriters to pause. Mom called a few of her local club contacts and was curtly told that membership renewals were on hold pending clarity. Emma's influencer pitches stalled because brands prefer not to be near messy family optics. They could still scream victim in private messages and to a handful of relatives, but in practical terms, the privileges they'd counted on, fast approvals, unchallenged social standing, free passes at their clubs, were drying up. None of it was public spectacle. None of it was petty humiliation at a dinner table. It was slow, precise, and absolutely effective. The kicker came a week after the credit note was added. I received a call from the travel agency that handled the Royal Mirage booking. Their tone was formal, almost apologetic. They explained that after reviewing the booking, the agency had detected irregularities in the authorization process, and were in the process of issuing a report to their own compliance department. They asked if I would be willing to provide a sworn statement. The agent said my testimony would expedite the matter and might result in formal action against anyone who had filed a false dispute or attempted to conceal evidence. I said I would cooperate fully. I was calm. I was precise. I offered exactly what they needed and nothing more. That night, the family group chat blew up. The tone had changed, less performative heartbreak, more sharp panic. Dad texted me directly for the first time in a week. "We need to talk. Please don't involve the agency." I ignored it. Emma sent a DM begging me to come to dinner. I typed a reply, short, impersonal. "I'll attend the meeting with the lawyer. Bring receipts." Then I hit send and set the phone face down. A small, deliberate part of me relished the quiet. Not the chaos, but the order. I hadn't screamed or posted anything vindictive. I hadn't made a spectacle. I'd simply put the facts where institutions, banks, agencies, and small town boards could do their jobs. Facts don't care about family narratives. They only care about evidence. They called it the cruelest thing later, that I'd let the system do the punishing while I remained composed. But to me, it was fair. I wanted consequences rooted in reality, not revenge dressed as rudeness. I wanted them to feel a loss they understood, the slow, practical erosion of advantage and privilege that comes from being exposed. I wanted them to learn the price of assuming one person's boundaries could be trampled without consequence. And for a little while, it worked. They looked weak in ways that mattered to them. They were scrambling to repair what I'd only cataloged. They were calling lawyers and banks and old friends. They were, for the first time, the ones feeling powerless and alone. When they turned on each other, when Dad accused Mom for being careless with the bookings, when Emma blamed Kyle for posting certain stories, when Aunt Linda demanded to see bank statements, the fractures went public. Not through my doing, but because truth tends to have that effect. People shift to defend themselves, and when defense requires evidence, alliances crack. The night before the meeting with the lawyer, I sat in my apartment and opened all the files I'd built. It was methodical, thorough, and oddly therapeutic. I did not feel triumphant. I felt steady. The revenge had been executed with restraint, not malice. It had been about reclamation more than punishment. But even as I closed my laptop, as the city lights blinked through the window, I felt the inevitable nod of anticipation, because consequences, once set in motion, have a way of ricocheting. I slept poorly. I dreamed of the family photo I'd shoved face down months earlier. Only now the faces were blurring into each other, then cracking apart. In the morning, my phone buzzed. It was a voicemail from Mom. Her voice was low, urgent. "Sam, they're talking about taking this further. You have to stop. If you don't," the message cut off. I replayed it. Her breath hitched. She sounded frightened in a way she never had before. I didn't call back. Instead, I went to the meeting with my lawyer. We sat across from Dad and Mom in a sterile conference room. They looked small and exhausted, not the triumphant family I'd known. The lawyer laid out the facts, slow and calm. For a moment, the only sound was the tick of the wall clock. Then Dad's face crumpled, and Mom asked, almost whispering, "What do you want, Sam?" I looked at them, not with hatred, not with glee, with an odd kind of pity that I imagine people feel when they watch someone drown who refused a life preserver for years. "I want you to stop pretending you're above the harm you do," I said. "I want accountability. I want a public apology to the people you lied to. I want you to understand that I am not a bank, I am not a convenience, and I am certainly not a punchline." They stared. The room seemed to hold its breath. Then Dad, in a voice thin enough to betray how wounded he was, said, "We were trying to protect the family." "By lying?" I asked. "By taking what wasn't yours?" He had no answer. We left that meeting with terms that looked official on paper: an apology drafted by the lawyer, a timeline for reimbursement beyond the bank's actions, and the understanding that if they failed to comply, we would proceed with further legal steps. It felt anticlimactic and enormous all at once. Anticlimactic because I hadn't wanted a scene, enormous because I'd finally put boundaries around what was acceptable. But the night after, when I checked my phone, there was a text that made my stomach drop in a way nothing else had. An anonymous tip sent to the travel agency suggesting they review the original authorization emails and the device logs, phrased as a neutral suggestion, nothing accusatory. I knew immediately who had sent it. I also knew they had one more card to play, a desperate card that could change everything if they used it. I stared at the message for a long time, fingers hovering over the screen. And then I realized, even the best laid plans have a margin for chaos. They were going to fight. They were going to scramble. They might even try something that would drag this out uglier than necessary. I could keep quiet and let institutions finish the job I'd started, or I could step in and finish it myself. I took a breath, typed a single short line into my phone, and hit send. But before anything happened, my phone lit up with another notification, one I did not expect. The number was unknown. The message preview read, "You should be careful what you expose, Sam. People don't like being humiliated." I set the phone down and leaned back, feeling the familiar churn of adrenaline and something colder, the knowledge that this was far from over. The victory had been clean, but it had also rattled a hornet's nest. And hornets, when threatened, sting back. The week after the meeting felt like watching a slow-motion collapse. Once the travel agency and the compliance team had the documents and the sworn statements, they didn't waste time. Their audit confirmed what I already knew. The bookings were authorized with credentials tied to Mom's account and devices, and the fraud claim Dad filed lacked corroborating evidence. The agency opened its own internal case and referred the matter to a consumer protection office. That referral is the kind of thing that makes people in small towns whisper, not because it's loud, but because it's official. People started treating my parents differently. The fundraiser invitation that had been rescinded became the subject of hushed conversations at the country club. A few of Mom's social contacts stopped answering her messages. Emma's brand manager called to say a major pitch had been put on hold pending clarity around the family optics. Dad got terse emails from a couple of his golfing buddies who suddenly had less time for phone calls. It wasn't theatrical revenge, it was consequence, practical, precise, and rooted in reality. The very systems they'd relied on to smooth over problems were doing their jobs, and the results weren't kind to anyone hiding behind a false narrative. Legally, things wrapped up cleaner than I expected. The bank cleared me fully and apologized in writing. It's astonishing how much a phrase like, "We regret the inconvenience," can feel like vindication. The Consumer Protection Office issued a formal notice to my parents about unauthorized use and the false dispute. It required them to submit their own documentation and mandated a mediation session. Their credibility with institutions was dented in ways they couldn't just charm away. The lawyer's letter I'd threatened to escalate made them move, not because they suddenly felt repentant, but because paperwork and potential legal fees are a language everyone understands. The apology they eventually offered was thin and performed for the eyes of relatives, not the one I wanted, but public enough that some damage control started. "We're sorry for the misunderstanding," Mom wrote in a group email, careful and vague. Dad posted a short note at the country club, "Regrets for recent events, learning moment for us." The wording was intentionally bland. It was crafted to soothe neighbors, not to admit wrongdoing. A few relatives accepted it and moved on. Others stopped responding altogether. Emma fared worse than the adults. Brands backed away politely but firmly. A manager who had once praised her authentic family values called to say they couldn't proceed. Watching her deal with the ripple effects, the calls, the canceled contracts, the panicked texts to me asking what she should say, was oddly satisfying and also quietly sad. She hadn't been the architect of the scheme in a legal sense, but she'd been complicit in the social performance. Complicity carries consequences too. Grandma was the hardest and the most complicated to read. She lost some of her trust in my parents when I handed her a printed timeline in private, not to shame her, but so she could see that the story she'd been told didn't match the documents. She cried at first, then hugged me like she was trying to make up for decades of small silences. That hug was a tiny balm for the bigger wounds, and we started to meet for tea once a week, talking about neutral things, recipes, the garden, the neighbor's cat. It wasn't full reconciliation, but it felt honest, and for the first time in years, I had someone in the family who saw me clearly. As for the threats, the anonymous message and Mom's clipped voicemail, those faded into background noise. The travel agency's compliance report and the consumer protection case meant there was a paper trail they couldn't erase. When Dad heatedly suggested in a text that they should settle this quietly, Mom replied that they had no choice. No choice was a kind phrase for being boxed in by facts. We sat in mediation and they admitted, finally and awkwardly, that emotions had run high and decisions were made poorly. It was not the grand apology and catharsis I had imagined. There were still defensiveness and rationalizations, but there was accountability on paper, a mediated statement acknowledging unauthorized use of my card, a commitment to repay the outstanding balance beyond what the bank reversed, and an agreement to attend family counseling if we wanted to rebuild anything. I signed the paperwork. It felt strangely final, like closing a chapter one had been rereading for years. After all that, what surprised me most wasn't how their world shifted, but how my own life settled into a new rhythm. The promotion carried responsibility and a salary that meant I could breathe again. I repaired my savings, closed shared accounts, changed passwords, and set boundaries so ironclad I couldn't be guilt through them. I learned to say no without explaining myself. I stopped buying everyone's Christmas gifts for a while. I stopped being the default repairman for other people's emergencies. In short, I started living for me. There were moments of regret, for the family dinners that would never be the same, for the silence of some relatives who chose convenience over truth. But those moments were smaller than the steady satisfaction of waking up without dread, of seeing my name represented accurately on official documents, and of knowing that when I said noted months ago, it wasn't an idle thing. It was a warning that I meant to keep. On the last day of mediation, after the lawyers had wrapped up and the mediator left us alone for a few minutes, Mom looked at me and said, without theatrics and without smiles, "I'm sorry, Sam." She sounded tired, not repentant as much as resigned. Dad's eyes were wet and guarded. Kyle shuffled his feet, avoiding mine. Emma stayed silent. I answered simply. "Thank you," I said. Actions matter more than words. I could have listed the years, the small betrayals, the times I'd been taken for granted. I could have asked for the perfect, neat apology that would heal everything. But we both knew that wouldn't fix the past. It might, at best, prevent the exact hurt we'd just endured from repeating. We left the mediation with a signed sheet and a begrudging civility. People who hadn't known the truth now had a version they could accept. Those who had believed me quietly reached out later. A text here, a coffee there. Grandma and I kept our Thursday tea. Work kept me busy. Life, improbably, moved forward. On the way home that evening, I stopped at a shop and bought a small, inexpensive frame. I took the old Christmas photo from my shelf, the one I'd shoved face down months ago, and I cleaned the glass and slid it into the new frame. I placed it on the mantel, but this time I turned the picture so it faced away from the room. Not because I wanted to punish them, but because I wanted to choose what I put on display in my life. When I turned around, Grandma was standing in the doorway, smiling a little, like she'd expected me to do something small and domestic. "Looks better," she said. "Yeah," I replied, and for once the smile that came felt honest. There's a quiet kind of victory that isn't about making them suffer. It's about refusing to be small for their convenience anymore. I learned that boundaries can be loud in their silence, and that sometimes the cleanest revenge is living well enough that you stop needing to watch them fall. As for them, they learned the hard way that when you treat a person like a bank, you might one day be surprised when the bank finally closes the account. My family called me a failed soldier for years. At Thanksgiving, my uncle mocked me in front of everyone, until the doorbell rang and my commander walked in, saluted, and said, "Major, we need you back at base." The room went silent. I'm Logan, 32, and if you asked my family, I'm the failed soldier. Their words, not mine. You'd think after 8 years of service, 2 deployments, and a chest full of commendations, they'd show me a little respect. But no, to them, I'm the guy who couldn't hack it because I left the military after my second tour. Apparently, choosing to come home and build a life as a civilian makes me a quitter. Thanksgiving has always been complicated for me. It's the one time of year we're all in one place. My parents, my sister and her husband, my younger brother, my uncle Mark, and a couple of cousins who think they're comedians. This year was no different. Mom had been texting me for weeks, reminding me that dinner was at 3 sharp and to please don't show up in your uniform. That last part was her polite way of saying, "Don't make a spectacle of yourself." I wasn't planning to. I hadn't worn my dress blues since the retirement ceremony, and frankly, they were boxed up in my closet. When I pulled up to my parents' house, I sat in the car for a full minute before getting out. It's not that I didn't want to see them. It's that I could already hear my uncle's voice in my head, cracking jokes about me washing out or losing my nerve. He's one of those guys who never served a day in his life, but thinks watching war documentaries gives him the right to weigh in on military careers. I walked in anyway, gift in hand, and was greeted with the usual chorus of, "Oh, look who finally showed up." The dining room was already buzzing with noise, football on in the background, smells of turkey and stuffing filling the air. I hugged Mom, nodded at Dad, and tried to blend in quietly, but Uncle Mark spotted me almost immediately. "There he is," he boomed, setting his beer down and pointing at me. "Back from early retirement, huh? What did they do? Kick you out for being too soft?" The room chuckled, just enough that it stung. I smiled, tight and polite, and took my seat at the far end of the table. Mom shot me a look, the kind that said, "Don't start anything," and I bit my tongue. I was used to it. This had been the family script since I left active duty. Anytime my military career came up, it became an open season for jokes. Dinner started, and for a while, I let the conversation wash over me. My sister talked about her new job, my brother bragged about a promotion, and I quietly filled my plate. Then, somewhere between the mashed potatoes and cranberry sauce, Mark leaned back in his chair, grinned, and said, "Hey Logan, you ever miss the action? Or are you too busy playing video games and collecting unemployment checks?" I froze mid-bite. There it was, the line that always came up in some form or another. Collecting unemployment checks. Never mind that I'd built a decent career for myself as a security consultant, working with companies to train their staff and secure their systems. Never mind that I probably made more now than I did in the military. In their minds, leaving meant failing. I set my fork down slowly and glanced around the table. My dad was smirking like it was harmless fun. My cousins were watching me, waiting for a reaction. Even my mom, who usually stayed neutral, just sighed and took a sip of wine. It hit me right then. This wasn't going to stop. Not tonight. Not ever, unless something changed. I forced a chuckle, but inside, I could feel my patience wearing thin. The Logan who used to laugh these things off was gone. I had spent years taking fire, both literal and figurative. I had learned when to keep my head down and when to push back. And as my uncle raised his glass and said, "To our civilian hero," with that mocking little twist on hero, I realized I was done staying quiet. What I didn't know was that this Thanksgiving was going to be different. There was a knock at the door, sharp, official, and perfectly timed. That made everyone look up. The knock at the door snapped everyone's heads toward the entryway. It wasn't the usual casual knock you get from a neighbor. It was sharp, deliberate, like someone with purpose. My dad frowned and pushed his chair back. "Probably a delivery," he muttered, heading toward the door. I watched him through the doorway from my seat. But before he got there, Uncle Mark smirked and said, "Logan, that for you? What is it? The unemployment office finally came to repossess your couch." A few people chuckled. My sister rolled her eyes and said, "Mark," but there was no real bite to it. No one was going to stop him. Dad opened the door. A gust of cold November air swept in, and then, before I could make out who was standing there, Dad's tone changed. It wasn't his usual gruff voice. It was polite, almost nervous. Come in," he said. Two figures stepped inside. One was a man in a pressed uniform. I recognized the insignia immediately, and my stomach tightened. The other was a civilian woman holding a sealed folder. The entire room went quiet. You could have heard the creak of the dining chairs as everyone turned to stare. "Logan," the man said, nodding toward me with a small smile. "Didn't expect to find you here. We tried your phone, but it went to voicemail. We were told we might find you with family today." I stood up slowly, my heart hammering. Every pair of eyes was on me now, and for the first time all night, no one was laughing. But before anything else could be said, my uncle broke the silence. "What's this? Did he get drafted back?" "Oh no," he said with exaggerated sarcasm. "Don't take him. He's so busy sitting around." I ignored him. I walked over to shake the man's hand. The woman with the folder handed it to me, and I felt the weight of it. Thick, official, serious. "I'll look over this later," I said quietly. "No rush," the man replied. "But we do need your answer by Monday. Consider it a high priority." Then, just like that, they left. The door shut, and the house seemed to hold its breath. "What was that about?" my brother asked, breaking the silence. "Nothing that concerns you," I said, setting the folder down on the side table. That should have been the end of it, but of course, it wasn't. Uncle Mark chuckled. "Oh, come on. Don't keep us in suspense. What did they want?" You to peel potatoes? Guard the parking lot. My dad smirked. Probably some ceremonial thing. They have those, right? Like when they let old-timers march around in parades. Yeah, my cousin chimed in. Like those guys at football games who dress up in uniform and fire the little cannon. They laughed again, a low, mean kind of laughter that stuck under my skin like a splinter. I sat back down, trying to keep my expression neutral, but my mind was racing. I could feel that familiar tightness in my chest, the one I used to get before going on patrol. It was anger, yes, but also that dangerous kind of clarity. The rest of dinner went on like nothing happened, but the tone had shifted. Every little thing seemed designed to get under my skin. When I tried to talk about my work, a project I'd just wrapped up securing a logistics company's system, my dad waved a hand and said, "That's not real work, Logan. You just sit at a computer. Your brother does real work. He's out there closing deals, bringing in money." My brother grinned, soaking in the praise. "Hey, someone's got to keep the family name respectable," he said. I noticed Mom didn't say a word through all this. She just kept sipping her wine, glancing between me and Dad like she was waiting for me to explode. At one point, my sister passed me the gravy boat, but accidentally tipped it just enough that it spilled onto my plate, drenching my turkey. She snickered, murmuring, "Oops," and went back to talking to her husband like nothing happened. I dabbed at the mess with a napkin, not saying a word, but my jaw was clenched so tight it hurt. The conversation kept circling back to me. "Do you even have a girlfriend now?" One cousin asked with faux innocence. "Maybe he's too busy playing soldier," another quipped. It wasn't just jokes. It was the way they looked at me, like I was some washed-up has-been, like my years overseas were just some embarrassing phase they had to tolerate. At one point, my uncle leaned over and stage-whispered loud enough for the table to hear, "You know, Logan, there's no shame in failing." Well, okay, there's some shame. The table erupted in laughter. That was the moment I stopped trying to fit in. I sat back, folded my arms, and just watched them. Every laugh, every jab, every little look they shared. I took it all in. It was almost funny, in a dark way. They thought they were tearing me down, but all they were really doing was reminding me why I'd built a life outside of this house. By the time dessert came out, I had gone quiet, completely quiet, and that seemed to make them even bolder. "Come on, Logan," my dad said, chuckling, "don't sulk. We're just teasing. You used to be able to take a joke." "Yeah," my uncle added, "back when he had a spine." My sister laughed so hard she nearly dropped her pie fork. I looked around the table one last time, and that's when it hit me. They weren't just teasing. They meant every word. To them, this was the truth. I was the disappointment, the punchline. And for the first time in years, I felt something sharp and electric cut through the numbness. Let them laugh now, I thought. Let them. Because I had a folder sitting on the side table, and what was inside it was going to change everything. After dessert, there was a brief lull, that quiet moment when everyone leans back, plates empty, wine glasses half drained, and the conversation drifts into a more casual hum. For a minute, I almost let myself believe the worst was over. My uncle was half asleep in his chair, my cousins were scrolling through their phones, and even my dad had gone quiet, staring at the football game on TV. I let out a slow breath and thought maybe I could just slip out soon, make some excuse about needing to get home early. But peace never lasts long in this house. It started with a clink of glass, my dad tapping his fork against his wine goblet. "All right, everyone," he said, clearing his throat. "Before we wrap up for the night, there's something I want to say." The chatter died down. Everyone turned toward him, expectant. He stood, a little unsteady from the drinks, and looked around the room like a king addressing his court. "As you all know, this family's been through a lot this past year. But we've also been blessed. Your brother's business has been doing better than ever. Your sister's finally expecting, and we've got a lot to be proud of." He paused dramatically, then smiled. "And that's why we've decided that it's time to secure this family's future, officially." I frowned. "Secure it how?" Before Dad could answer, Mom stood up next to him, holding a folder that looked suspiciously like the one I'd set aside earlier. My stomach sank. "This house, and the land around it, has been in our family for 3 generations, Mom said. "Your father and I have decided to put it into a trust, with your brother as the trustee." I blinked. "Wait, what?" "It just makes sense," Dad said. "He's the one who's here, the one who helps out with everything. You're never around, Logan. You live way across town, And well, you've got your own life now. This is for the people who are here day to day. For a moment, I thought I'd misheard him. This was the house I grew up in, the land I used to mow every summer, the place I sent money home for when I was overseas because Dad said they couldn't keep up with the mortgage. You put it in his name? I asked slowly. Not exactly. Mom said quickly, like that would soften the blow. He just has control over the trust. We thought it was only fair. He's going to start a family here, after all. We need someone responsible managing it. I felt like the air had been punched out of me. Responsible? I sent you thousands of dollars to save this place. And you didn't even tell me you were doing this. Dad waved a hand dismissively. Don't make this about money, Logan. This is about keeping the family property where it belongs. You have your apartment, your job. You don't need this land. I stared at him, waiting for someone, anyone, to jump in, to say this was too much. But all I saw were nods around the table. My sister actually smiled, resting a hand on her belly like she was already picturing her future child playing in the yard. And then my brother grinned. Don't worry, Logan. I'll let you visit, he said, as long as you give me a heads up first. The table erupted in laughter. I just stood there, frozen. It wasn't just the decision. It was the way they did it. Here, in front of everyone, like it was some kind of performance. Like they wanted to watch me squirm. My uncle raised his glass and said, "To the rightful heir." And everyone clinked glasses, even Mom, who looked at me over the rim of her wine like she was daring me to say something. My hands were trembling. I wanted to yell, to slam my fists on the table, to demand they undo what they'd done. But no sound came out. Instead, I felt this strange, icy calm wash over me. You did this behind my back? I said quietly. Dad shrugged. We didn't think you'd mind. It's not like you were ever going to settle down here. You don't even come home for half the holidays. We had to do what's best for everyone. Best for everyone. Those words echoed in my head like a gunshot. I looked at my brother, still grinning like he'd just won a prize, and that's when it clicked. This was never about responsibility or family. This was about control, about keeping me on the outside. I felt my face go hot, but I forced myself to stay still. Logan, Mom said gently, as if she hadn't just gutted me in front of everyone. Don't make this ugly. Just be happy for your brother. You can still come visit. It's not like we're cutting you off. That got another round of chuckles. My uncle leaned over and said, Guess you're officially the black sheep now. That broke the last thread of restraint I was holding on to. I stood up slowly, my chair scraping back across the floor. The sound was loud in the suddenly quiet room. For a moment, no one moved. What are you doing? Dad asked, his tone cautious now. I didn't answer. I walked to the side table, picked up the folder that had been handed to me earlier, and tucked it under my arm. Then I turned back toward the table. I hope you all had your fun tonight, I said, my voice low but steady. Because things are about to change. No one said a word. I could see the flicker of uncertainty in my dad's eyes, the way my mom's smile faltered just slightly. But my brother just smirked. What? Are you going to go cry about it? Come on, Logan. Don't be so dramatic. And that was it, the final twist of the knife. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just nodded once, turned on my heel, and walked out the front door. The cold air hit me like a wall, but I welcomed it. Behind me, I could still hear their voices starting up again, low, amused, smug, as if I'd just confirmed everything they thought about me. Let them laugh, I thought, as I got into my car. Let them. Because the folder in my hand wasn't just some ceremonial invitation. It was something they didn't know I had. And by the time they found out what it meant, they wouldn't be laughing anymore. The drive back to my apartment was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy, like even the car didn't want to make noise. The streets were nearly empty, just the occasional pair of headlights cutting through the cold night air. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles ached, but I didn't even notice until I pulled into my parking spot and my hands wouldn't unclench. When I got inside, I didn't turn on the lights. I just tossed my coat on the chair, dropped the folder on the counter, and sat on the couch in the dark. The house smelled like leftover coffee from the morning, faint and bitter. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a message from my sister. You didn't have to be so dramatic tonight. We were just trying to do what's right for the family. I stared at the screen until it went dark again, then set it face down on the table. I don't know how long I sat there. The only sound was the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional car passing outside. Eventually, I got up and walked into my bedroom, opened the drawer where I kept an old shoebox, and sat on the floor with it. Inside were photos from my deployments. Some were creased from being shoved in rucksacks, others carefully kept in plastic sleeves. There was one of me and my squad in Afghanistan, all of us grinning like idiots despite the dust and heat. Another of me standing next to a Humvee, holding a little cardboard sign that said "Miss you, Mom," that I'd posed with for her birthday one year. I set that one aside. There was a time when I thought I was making them proud. When every letter I sent home, every paycheck I sent back to cover the bills, was proof that I was doing right by my family. Now all I could think about was Dad's face when he said "best for everyone." I leaned back against the bed and let the weight of it settle on me. I had done everything right, by their standards, anyway. I'd kept my head down, worked hard, stayed out of trouble. I'd stood up when they needed me and kept my mouth shut when they didn't. And somehow, none of it mattered. A bitter laugh escaped before I could stop it. I stayed up late that night, staring at the ceiling, playing every conversation back in my head. My brother's smirk. My uncle's toast. The way Mom had looked me in the eye while siding with them. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up around 3 a.m. with my phone buzzing again. This time, a group chat notification. It was my cousins, posting memes about family inheritance drama. One of them sent a gif of a guy being pushed out of a house and captioned it, "Logan showing up next Christmas." They were laughing about it. I shut my phone off completely and lay there staring into the dark, my chest tight. The next morning was worse. My phone lit up with more messages, this time from Mom. "You should come by later to talk this through calmly. We don't want you feeling left out." Feeling left out. As if this was about my feelings instead of what they'd taken from me. I didn't reply. Instead, I grabbed my coat and went for a walk. The air was biting cold, and every breath stung my lungs, but it helped clear my head. I walked past the park where Dad used to take us to throw a football around. Past the diner where we'd celebrate birthdays when money was tight. Each memory hit like a jab, but I didn't stop. Somewhere between the park and my apartment, the anger started to settle into something else, something quieter, sharper. I didn't cry. Not then. But that night, sitting alone with a cup of coffee gone cold, I finally let it hit me. I cried for the kid who sent his paychecks home from the desert thinking it would keep the family afloat. For the young man who believed he'd come home to open arms, not a stack of backhanded jokes. For the version of myself that thought if I just kept giving, they'd finally see me as enough. When I was done, I felt hollow, but not broken. Not yet. I picked up the folder again and flipped it open. Inside was everything. The orders, the recommendation letter, the briefing about the new security initiative I'd been asked to lead. It wasn't ceremonial. It was real, and it was big. I traced the official seal on the first page with my thumb and felt something stir in me that had been quiet for a long time. They thought I was finished. They thought they could humiliate me, cut me out, and I'd just fade quietly into the background. But as I sat there in the quiet, I realized something. They didn't know me at all. Not anymore. I closed the folder carefully and set it back on the table. Tomorrow, I decided, I'd make some calls. I'd start putting pieces in motion, quietly, carefully. I wasn't going to lash out. I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of seeing me angry. No, when I moved, it would be deliberate. And when it happened, they wouldn't just feel guilty. They'd remember it for the rest of their lives. The morning after my late-night breakdown felt different. Not lighter, exactly, but clearer. The fog that had been sitting in my head since Thanksgiving was gone. I brewed coffee, showered, and sat down at my desk with the folder open and a notepad in front of me. For the first time in a long time, I felt that sense of purpose I'd had back when I was still in uniform. The feeling of knowing there was a mission ahead, something bigger than myself to work toward. The first step was simple. I made the call. By noon, I was on a video call with my old commander. The same man who had shown up at the door on Thanksgiving. "You sure about this?" he asked after I told him I was in. "I'm sure," I said, my voice steady. He nodded. "All right, then let's get to work." The weeks that followed were brutal, but in the best way possible. Early mornings, late nights, training sessions that pushed me back into shape, strategy briefings that reminded me just how sharp my mind could be when I was focused. I found myself waking up earlier and earlier, hitting the gym before dawn, running drills with a small team I'd been assigned to lead. My body ached constantly, but it was a good ache, the kind that told me I was getting stronger. Outside of training, I started reworking my civilian life too. I finally upgraded my cramped apartment, trading the one-bedroom I'd been in for a place with space, a real home, with a balcony and enough room for a proper office. I bought furniture that wasn't secondhand, cooked real meals again. Little by little, my life started to look less like something I was surviving and more like something I was building. On weekends, I reconnected with a couple of old friends from my unit. We'd grab beers, swap stories, laugh about the dumb things we did overseas. One of them, Jordan, became a regular presence in my life again. He was the kind of guy who didn't let you wallow, who'd show up at your door at 6 a.m. with running shoes and say, "Let's go." Those runs hurt like hell at first, but with every mile, I felt the weight of Thanksgiving night get a little lighter. I also started making moves with my career. The security consulting work I'd been doing had been steady, but now I began taking on bigger contracts, government level, high-paying, the kind that put my name in front of the right people. Money stopped being a source of stress. My savings grew. My investments, the ones I'd been ignoring, started getting attention again. I wasn't flaunting anything, but I could feel it. The version of me who used to feel small at that dining table was gone. There were moments, quiet ones, where I'd catch myself smiling for no reason. Like the first time I saw the city skyline from my new apartment's balcony at night, lights glittering like they were cheering me on. Or the day I got an email confirming I'd been selected for a specialized training program only a handful of candidates had been invited to. It wasn't just about proving them wrong anymore. It was about proving myself right. Of course, I hadn't forgotten what happened. I still had the text messages saved, the group chat screenshots backed up. That folder was still on my desk, now joined by a few others as I gathered more documents, contracts, letters. But the anger that used to keep me awake at night wasn't controlling me anymore. It was guiding me. I kept my family at arm's length during this time. I'd get the occasional message, mostly from Mom, asking when I'd come by, or if I was still upset. "We didn't mean to hurt you," one of her texts said. "You have to understand, we did what we thought was best." I didn't reply. It wasn't silence out of spite. It was silence because I wasn't ready yet. Every day, I felt myself growing stronger, steadier. I wasn't just coming back from what happened. I was preparing. By spring, I had changed so much that even I barely recognized myself. My shoulders were broader, my posture straighter, my voice more confident when I spoke. Jordan noticed it too. One night, as we were sitting on the balcony with a couple of beers, he said, "You look different, like you finally shook something off." I took a sip and smiled. "Yeah," I said, "I think I did." But in the back of my mind, I knew there was one thing left, one weight still hanging there. Thanksgiving had taken something from me. And one day soon, I was going to take something back. By early summer, the transformation was complete, at least on the outside. I had a routine, a purpose, and a circle of people who actually respected me. The only thing left was the part of me that still felt tethered to that dining room table. That tether snapped the day I got a call from an old friend, not Jordan this time, but someone I hadn't spoken to since my second deployment. His name was Captain Miles, a quiet, sharp guy who'd always had a knack for noticing things other people missed. "Logan," he said after the usual pleasantries, "I'm not sure if you've heard, but the property your folks live on, it's still partially under your name." I blinked. "What are you talking about?" "They put it in a trust." "Yeah," he said, "but the deed hasn't been fully transferred. It's still got you listed as an executor from when you helped refinance it during your second tour. If the trust wasn't filed correctly, and from what I'm seeing, it wasn't, you've still got legal say." I sat there in stunned silence as he went on. "Look, I know it's none of my business, but you might want to pull the county records. Just see for yourself. The paperwork's sloppy." After we hung up, I wasted no time. I pulled up the property records online, hands steady but heart pounding. And there it was, just like he said, my name still listed. Not just as an executor, as a partial co-owner. All that money I'd sent home back then, it wasn't a gift. It had legally tied me to the property. And they either didn't know, or they thought I'd never bother to check. I sat back in my chair and let out a slow, controlled breath. This was it. This was the leverage I hadn't even known I had. I made some calls, first to a lawyer I trusted, then to a friend who worked at the courthouse. Each conversation confirmed what I already suspected. My parents and brother had overstepped. The trust they set up didn't erase my share of the ownership, and any decision about the property technically required my signature. For the first time since Thanksgiving, I laughed. Not bitterly, not angrily. It was a quiet, surprised laugh, the kind that comes when the universe hands you exactly what you need at exactly the right time. From that day on, I started playing a long game. I didn't storm over there or call them screaming. Instead, I sent Mom a message. Hey, been a while. How's everyone doing? She replied within minutes. Logan, it's so good to hear from you. Everyone's been asking about you. You should come by for dinner soon. I agreed, and that was step one. When I showed up a few nights later, the house was full of the same familiar noise and chaos. My brother was there, still smug, my uncle cracking jokes as usual. But this time, I didn't flinch. Logan, Dad said, sounding almost surprised. Good to see you. You look different. Better, my sister added, her tone grudging. I smiled, calm and polite. Thanks. Been working hard. Dinner went as it usually did. Except this time, I stayed quiet for a different reason. Not because I was biting my tongue, but because I was watching. I asked questions about their plans for the property, their schedules, their big summer barbecue. I nodded and smiled at everything they said, even when my uncle made another dig about me, finally growing up. Inside, my mind was working like clockwork. I learned that they were planning a big renovation in the fall, tearing down the old barn, adding a guest house, refinancing the mortgage under my brother's name. All things they couldn't legally do without me. When dessert was served, I leaned back and said casually, You know, it's funny. I was looking at the county records the other day. The table went still for a second. Oh, Dad asked, cautious. Yeah, I didn't realize I was still on the deed. Guess I forgot about all those documents I signed back when I sent the money home. My brother stiffened just slightly, a blink and you'll miss it reaction, but I didn't miss it. Well, Mom said quickly, that's just a technicality. You don't need to worry about that. Oh, I'm not worried, I said lightly. Just interesting, that's all. I let the silence hang for a beat too long before smiling and changing the subject. They didn't know what to make of it, and that was exactly what I wanted. In the weeks that followed, I started tying up loose ends. I met with my lawyer again, drafted some papers, and filed a few notices with the county office. Quietly, methodically, Jordan noticed the shift in me. You're up to something, he said one night as we worked out. Just getting my house in order, I said. He smirked. Literally, I didn't answer, but I smiled. Every step I took made me feel steadier, more in control. By late summer, I had everything ready, legally, financially, emotionally. The next time I saw my family, it wouldn't just be as Logan, the failed soldier. It would be as someone who held all the cards. And when I finally played them, it wouldn't be loud. It would be calm, surgical, and they would never see it coming. The opportunity came sooner than I expected. One late August afternoon, Mom called me with what sounded like rehearsed cheerfulness. Logan, we're having everyone over this Sunday for a little celebration. Your brother's finally getting the financing approved for the guest house. You should come. I almost laughed out loud. Perfect. I'll be there, I said simply. When Sunday rolled around, I didn't just show up, I arrived early. Not in uniform, not trying to make a statement, just in a crisp shirt and jacket. Calm, collected. The house was buzzing when I walked in. Contractors' blueprints were spread across the dining table. My brother stood at the center like a project manager, talking about square footage and costs. When he saw me, his grin faltered for a second. You made it, he said. Of course, I replied, smiling just enough to keep them guessing. Wouldn't miss it. We went through the usual small talk until everyone had gathered, plates in hand, laughter echoing through the house. Dad finally raised his glass. To new beginnings, he said proudly, clinking glasses with my brother. I waited until everyone had taken a sip, then placed my glass gently on the table. Before you go signing anything official, I said casually, I think we should talk about the deed. Silence fell. My brother's jaw tightened. Mom gave me a warning look, the same one she used to give me as a kid before I was about to cross a line. What about it? Dad asked cautiously. I reached into my jacket and pulled out a folder, not the same one from Thanksgiving, but a newer, thicker one. I placed it on the table and slid it toward him. Everything you've planned, the guest house, the refinancing, the renovations, you can't do any of it without my signature. Legally. Dad blinked. That's not. It is, I said gently, cutting him off. I had it all reviewed. The trust was filed incorrectly. My share is still binding, which means nothing can happen on this property unless I agree. My brother let out a short, disbelieving laugh. You're bluffing. Am I? I tilted my head slightly. Check the county records. Or just flip to page 3. He snatched the folder, flipped through it, and I watched his face pale as he reached the notarized documents. Mom tried to recover. Logan, this isn't necessary. We can work this out as a family. I agree, I said. Which is why I came early today. To give you a choice. I stood, slow and deliberate, letting the quiet stretch just long enough for them to feel it. You have 2 options. Either we redraw the trust to include me as co-trustee, with equal say, or I file for full partition of the property, which, as my lawyer tells me, would force a sale of the house and land at market value. Gasps around the table. My uncle actually sat forward, his smirk gone for once. You wouldn't dare, my brother said through gritted teeth. I looked him dead in the eye. Try me. No one moved. I could see it happening in real time. The realization washing over them that the power dynamic had just flipped completely. Mom opened her mouth, closed it, then turned to Dad like she was waiting for him to fix this. But Dad just sat there, jaw working, silent. Finally, my brother shoved the folder back across the table. Fine. Co-trustee. I picked it up, tucked it neatly back into my jacket, and smiled. Good choice. The tension in the room was so thick you could feel it, but I didn't rub it in. I didn't gloat. I just finished my drink, thanked Mom for dinner, and left, calm, measured, leaving them to sit in the mess they'd made. But that wasn't the end of it. A week later, I hosted a barbecue at my new place, a smaller gathering, just a few friends, some people from work, and Jordan. I posted a single photo online, me on my balcony, city skyline in the background, smiling with a beer in hand. The caption was simple. Sometimes you don't have to raise your voice to be heard. Within hours, my sister sent me a text, message received. I didn't reply. I didn't need to. The best revenge wasn't slamming the table or screaming until my throat was raw. It was watching them realize that I wasn't just the failed soldier anymore. I was someone they couldn't control. And from now on, every decision about that house, the same house they tried to use to humiliate me, would require my permission. They'd never sit at that table and laugh at me again. The weeks after that Sunday meeting were quieter than I'd expected. For the first time in years, my phone wasn't buzzing with group chats, sarcastic memes, or family updates. The silence was almost eerie. But eventually, it started. The first to crack was Mom. She showed up at my apartment one afternoon, holding a plate of her homemade cookies like a peace offering. You know, she said as I let her in, your father hasn't slept well since that dinner. I raised an eyebrow. I'm sure he hasn't. She set the cookies on the counter, twisting her hands together. Logan, you have to understand, we weren't trying to hurt you. We just thought we were doing the right thing. For the family. The right thing doesn't usually involve cutting someone out of their own home without telling them, I said evenly. She flinched but didn't argue. You've changed, she said after a long pause. You carry yourself differently now. Your father sees it too. Good, I said simply. For a second, she looked like she might say more. Maybe apologize, maybe explain, but she just sighed, patted my arm, and left. Dad didn't reach out for another 2 weeks. When he finally did, it was in the form of a short, curt call. You didn't have to embarrass us like that, he said. No greeting, no small talk. I didn't embarrass you, I replied. You embarrassed yourselves when you decided to play judge and jury without me. All I did was show you the rulebook. He was quiet for a moment before muttering, You're colder than I remember. No, I said. I'm just done playing along. He hung up after that. My brother took the longest to come around. At first, he tried to steamroll me, texting about renovation schedules, permits, contractors, as if nothing had changed. Each time, I replied with the same line, send it over. I'll review and sign if it makes sense. After the 4th or 5th delay, he snapped. You're just doing this to make my life difficult. I didn't reply immediately. I waited a full day, then sent back. No, I'm doing this to make sure no one ever tries to erase me from my own family again. He didn't text back after that. But the real shift happened at the next family gathering I agreed to attend, a small one, just a Sunday dinner, nothing fancy. When I walked in, there was no sarcastic comment from Uncle Mark. No failed soldier jokes, no digs about my career. They greeted me politely, almost cautiously, like someone who just realized the person they used to mock might actually be holding the keys to their future. During dinner, I noticed something new: silence. Not the tense, icy kind, but the kind that comes when people are actually thinking about what they say before they say it. At one point, my brother tried to make a joke about me being the co-landlord now, but it fell flat. No one laughed. Not even him. Afterward, as we were clearing dishes, my sister pulled me aside. "You know," she said softly, "I didn't think you'd actually go through with it. I thought you'd back down." I looked at her and smiled, just a little. "That's the problem. You all thought I'd back down forever." She nodded slowly, like she finally understood. When I left that night, I didn't feel angry anymore. I felt steady. The house looked different to me now. Not because anything had changed physically, the siding was the same, the trees still swayed in the yard, but because I knew I wasn't just a visitor anymore. I had a say, and they knew it too. As I walked to my car, I glanced back once more. Through the window, I saw them all sitting in the living room, quiet, thoughtful. For the first time in years, they weren't laughing at me. They were listening. I opened the car door, got in, and started the engine. And as I pulled away, I couldn't help but smile. The kind of smile you give when you know you've won without ever raising your voice. Because in the end, I didn't just take back my place at the table. I built one they could never pull out from under me again. And this time, I'm the one who decides who gets a seat. My name's Kevin. I'm 32, and I don't usually talk about my family online. But after everything that happened, I think I need to get it out. Maybe writing it down will help me make sense of the last 8 years. Or maybe I'm just tired of pretending like I wasn't used, stepped on, and tossed aside like I was just a stepping stone. Either way, this story starts with a promise I made when I was 24 and ends in a courtroom, with a single question from a judge that shut my brother up for good. I come from one of those families where expectations are heavy, love is conditional, and sacrifices are rarely acknowledged, let alone returned. My parents were old school in every sense, strict, prideful, and obsessed with appearances. My dad worked construction until a back injury put him on disability, and my mom ran a daycare out of the house to help pay the bills. We weren't poor, exactly, but every dollar had to stretch. Still, they had big dreams for their youngest son, my brother Jeremy. Jeremy was always the golden child. He got new shoes every school year, birthday parties with themes, tutors when his grades slipped. I, on the other hand, got what was left over. I don't mean that in a bitter way, it's just how it was. I wore his hand-me-downs, didn't get a license until I could pay for my own car, and started working part-time at 16. My parents always said, "You're strong, Kevin. You'll be fine." Jeremy's different. He needs more support. That became the mantra of my youth. By the time I was 24, I was working 2 jobs, one as a delivery driver during the day, and another doing inventory for a warehouse overnight. Sleep was a luxury I didn't get often, but I kept going. Why? Because Jeremy had just gotten into law school, and my parents didn't have the money to help him. He had some scholarships, but there were still thousands of dollars in tuition, housing, books, and living expenses to cover. And somehow, without much of a conversation, it was just assumed I would handle it. I remember the exact moment I agreed. It was a quiet afternoon, the sun was leaking through the blinds, and I'd just finished a double shift. I was nursing a cold slice of pizza and trying to stay awake when my mom sat beside me, holding Jeremy's acceptance letter like it was a golden ticket. She looked at me, all proud and hopeful, and said, "He got in. Full-time, 3 years. Can you help him, Kevin? Just until he's on his feet." There wasn't a please, just the kind of tone that makes it clear you don't really have a choice. I nodded. What else was I supposed to do? So I paid. Rent for his apartment. Groceries. A laptop. Emergency dental work 1 semester. Textbooks that cost more than my monthly car insurance. I picked up extra shifts, took freelance gigs, even postponed getting my own apartment so I could keep living with my grandmother rent-free. I'd leave for work at 8 a.m., come home around 1 a.m., crash on a mattress in the attic, and do it all over again the next day. Meanwhile, Jeremy got to live the college dream. Study groups, internships, networking events, even a spring break trip to Miami. He never once said thank you. Not once. At first, I told myself he was just stressed. Law school is brutal, right? He was probably too busy or overwhelmed to realize how much I was doing. I made excuses for him. I let it go. I was proud of him, genuinely. I thought, one day he'll make it. He'll be successful. And he'll remember who got him there. Grandma was the only one who ever really noticed what I was doing. She was my safe place in that house. She had this way of seeing right through people. Sharp eyes, sharper tongue, but soft hands. She used to sit with me at night when I got home, brewing tea even though she didn't drink it herself. "You work too hard," she'd say. "And that boy's taking it for granted." I'd shrug it off and say, "It's just temporary." But deep down, I think I knew she was right. The disrespect didn't come all at once. It was a slow trickle. First, it was Jeremy complaining that I wasn't fast enough sending money. Then it was him rolling his eyes whenever I mentioned being tired. I'd show up with groceries and he'd say, "You didn't get almond milk? I told you I'm trying to cut dairy." One time, I brought him dinner after working a 15-hour day, and he barely looked up from his laptop before muttering, "You forgot the sauce." "I can't eat it without the sauce." It hurt. Of course it did. But I kept quiet. I kept showing up. Because that's what you do for family, right? Everything shifted the week Grandma passed away. She'd been in declining health for a while, but she was still sharp. The night before she died, she called me into her room and made me promise something. "Kevin," she said, "you've carried this family on your back. I want to make sure you're protected." I didn't understand what she meant at the time. I thought she was just talking about life, about resilience. But then, a few weeks after the funeral, the will was read. And that's when everything began to unravel. Grandma left me the house. Not just the attic space I'd been crashing in, the entire house. It was paid off, a modest 2-bedroom bungalow, but in a decent neighborhood. She also left me a small savings account she'd been hiding from the rest of the family, about $38,000. "For your future," the letter said. Jeremy got a letter too. It was short. One sentence. "You never once said thank you." I thought he'd be hurt, maybe even embarrassed. But instead, he turned cold. I saw it in his eyes during the will reading. This flicker of something I hadn't seen before. Entitlement, maybe. Rage. Like he'd been cheated out of something he thought he deserved. That same night, he pulled me aside and said, "You're not actually going to keep the house, right?" I blinked. "What do you mean?" "You don't need it," he said, as if that settled it. "You're not married. You don't have kids. I just graduated law school. I'm about to start my life. You've already had your shot." I stood there, speechless. After everything I'd done, he thought he was the one who deserved my inheritance? And that was just the beginning. The next few weeks were a blur of passive-aggressive texts, phone calls from our parents urging me to do the right thing, and subtle threats from Jeremy. He hadn't even started his first job yet, and he was already talking like a lawyer. "Technically, we could contest the will," he said during one tense phone call. "You did live there. That could be considered undue influence." I laughed, because it sounded ridiculous. But then the letter came. Certified mail. Formal language. A lawsuit. Jeremy was suing me. He wanted half the estate, half the house value, half the savings. He claimed Grandma was mentally unfit when she wrote the will, that I manipulated her, that I took advantage of her kindness. And in a cruel twist, he quoted my own financial records as proof that I exploited her housing to enrich myself, because I hadn't paid rent. My hands shook as I read it. I didn't even know he had access to my financial records. I felt sick, betrayed, and worse, my parents sided with him. "He's just trying to build a future," my mom said. "You don't need to drag this through court. You two can split it. Be fair." Fair. That word haunted me. 8 years. 2 jobs. No vacations. No social life. No real rest. And somehow, I was the greedy one. I thought about settling. I really did. Just to make it stop. But then I remembered the sauce. The almond milk. The way he looked at me like I was just his delivery guy. And I remembered Grandma's voice. "I want to make sure you're protected." So I didn't settle. I hired a lawyer. A good one. Quiet, efficient, and more invested in justice than theatrics. We built our case slowly, carefully. I gathered receipts, texts, bank transfers, screenshots. I documented everything. And when the court date finally came, I walked into that room not as the tired older brother who'd always done what he was told, but as someone who was done being used. The courtroom was small, intimate. Jeremy sat across from me in a suit that probably cost more than my car. His smirk said he thought this would be quick, easy, that the judge would take one look at me, calloused hands, cheap watch, faded dress shirt, and rule in his favor. But then the judge opened the file and asked him one question, and everything changed. I didn't even hear the question at first. I was too focused on Jeremy's face, how relaxed he looked. Arms folded neatly in front of him, lips curved into that practiced, polished smile he probably spent hours perfecting in front of the mirror during law school. To the outside world, he looked like a rising professional, a picture of ambition and success. But to me, he was still the kid who used to fake stomachaches to get out of chores, the teenager who'd let me take the blame for breaking Dad's car window, the young man who never once said thank you when I drained every ounce of energy I had to make his future possible. The judge cleared his throat. "Mr. Bennett," he said, addressing Jeremy, "I see here that your brother transferred over $64,000 to your account across 3 years. Can you explain the nature of those payments?" The courtroom went quiet. Jeremy blinked, just once, like he hadn't expected that question so early. Then he shifted in his seat and said, casually, he was helping out. That was always the dynamic in our family. Kevin's always been the provider type. The judge didn't flinch. "So you acknowledge receiving that money?" "Yes." "And you believe that entitles you to half of your late grandmother's estate?" Jeremy gave a tight smile. "My brother lived in the property rent-free for years. He had access to her daily, and given her age, I believe undue influence played a part in the will's drafting. I'm simply asking the court to consider whether the estate was distributed equitably." There it was. That word again. Equitably. Like this was about fairness. The judge looked down at the papers again, flipping to a document we had submitted, the one I spent hours compiling, line by line. Transfers, grocery receipts, medical bills, rent payments, Cash App notes that said things like your electric bill or tuition due. He tapped his pen against the desk. "So if your brother had not provided this support," the judge asked slowly, "would you have been able to complete law school?" Jeremy hesitated, only for a second, but it was long enough to leave a mark. He opened his mouth, probably to spin some story about how he could have taken loans or worked part-time. But before he could respond, my lawyer, Ms. Alvarez, stood up. "If I may, Your Honor," she said, "we have supporting testimony from the school's financial aid office indicating that the plaintiff exhausted his scholarship and aid limits by his second year. Mr. Kevin Bennett's support was the sole reason Mr. Jeremy Bennett could remain enrolled full-time." Jeremy's smile faltered, and for the first time, I saw something behind his eyes, panic. But this isn't where the story ends. This is just where the cracks started to show. The courtroom adjourned for the day, with a request from the judge for more documentation. Outside, Jeremy followed me into the parking lot. He looked furious. "You think this is going to make you look like a hero?" he hissed, keeping his voice low. "You think you're going to win sympathy by parading receipts?" I said nothing. He stepped closer. "You want to play martyr? Go ahead. But don't act like you weren't leeching off Grandma. Living in that house for free? Come on, Kev. You're not the victim here." I wanted to say something. I really did. But my mouth wouldn't open. Not because I was afraid, but because I was done. That was the moment something shifted inside me. Like a switch flipped. For the first time in my life, I realized I didn't have to explain myself. I didn't have to beg anyone to see my side, or justify the years I spent sacrificing for people who saw me as nothing more than a stepping stone. I got in my car and drove away. Didn't say a word. But inside, I was already planning something bigger. The next few weeks were chaos. Jeremy ramped things up. He began calling family members one by one, spinning this story about how I'd manipulated Grandma, isolated her from the rest of the family, and tricked her into leaving me everything. My parents, of course, believed every word. My mom called me crying one night. "Kev, can't you just give him part of the house?" she begged. "We're family. Don't let this tear us apart." "Tear us apart?" I said quietly. "When was I ever part of this?" She didn't answer. Dad's voice came on the line next. "Son, be reasonable. You're not married. No kids. You can get an apartment somewhere. Jeremy needs that house. He's starting a family." That line hit me harder than I expected. Not because of what he said, but how familiar it felt. "You can manage. He needs it more. You're strong. Jeremy's different." I was 32 years old, and they were still reading from the same script. I ended the call and blocked their number for the first time in my life. I started going through Grandma's things, hoping to find something, anything, that would help me emotionally, if not legally. That's when I stumbled across the red folder. It was tucked behind an old dresser drawer, wrapped in a plastic bag with a note attached. "For Kevin. Use it only if you have to." My hands shook as I opened it. Inside were records, letters, documents, a copy of the will, but most importantly, audio recordings. Dozens of them. It turns out Grandma had been quietly recording conversations in the house for the last few years of her life. She told me once she didn't trust people when they think the old lady isn't listening. I thought it was a joke, but she was dead serious. I spent 3 nights listening to those recordings, and what I heard made my stomach turn. Jeremy, talking to her like she was a burden, asking for money, yelling when she said no, even mocking her memory loss. You don't remember, huh? Maybe Kevin should just write the will for you since he's your favorite. One recording, in particular, stood out. It was dated 3 months before she died. Her voice was calm but firm. I'm leaving the house to Kevin, she said. He's the only one who earned it. Jeremy's never even said thank you. All he does is take. And one day, he's going to try to take from Kevin too. That boy's got a good heart. He won't fight unless I make him. My breath caught. I sat in the dark, listening to her voice over and over, like it was wrapping itself around my broken ribs. I brought the recordings to Ms. Alvarez the next day. She sat in silence for a while after hearing them, then nodded slowly. This changes everything. Jeremy, meanwhile, doubled down. He started showing up at the house unannounced. One afternoon, I came home from work to find him on the porch, pacing with a clipboard. What are you doing here? I asked. Appraisal, he said without looking up. I'm getting quotes. We'll need to split the value. You don't live here. He scoffed. Neither did you, technically. That was it. I called the police. He left before they arrived, but that was the last straw for me. The next week, we filed for a restraining order. My phone blew up. Voicemails from cousins. Texts from my aunt. My mother even showed up at my work, demanding to talk. I ignored them all. I'd spent my life playing the good son, the dependable brother, the one who cleaned up messes and kept the peace. Not anymore. Not when peace came at the cost of my dignity. Court was scheduled for 3 weeks later. In that time, Jeremy launched one final campaign to win the public narrative. He posted on Facebook a long, dramatic post about betrayal, about how he sacrificed everything for family, only to be cheated by the very people he loved. He didn't name me, but he didn't have to. Everyone knew who he was talking about. People commented. Some defended him. Others stayed silent. But one comment caught my eye. It was from his ex-girlfriend, the one he dated in law school. All it said was, "Funny how you left out the part where your brother paid your rent for 3 years." Jeremy deleted the post an hour later. And the day before the hearing, he texted me. Just 4 words. "You'll regret this, Kev." But the truth is, I didn't. Because what he didn't know, what no one knew yet, was that I had Grandma's voice. On tape. Documented. Honest. And painfully clear. And when the judge pressed him in court, when she asked about the $64,000, the recordings, the pattern of entitlement that spanned nearly a decade, I saw it all crumble in his face. Because what happened next? No one in that courtroom was prepared for it. I wish I could say I walked into that courtroom the next morning with my head held high, bursting with confidence, vindicated and ready to watch my brother squirm. But that would be a lie. The truth is, I barely slept the night before. My stomach twisted itself into knots so tight I could hardly breathe. I paced my living room for hours, staring at the folder of evidence on the kitchen table, Grandma's recordings, my transfer receipts, legal documents. And for the first time since this entire mess began, I allowed myself to ask a question I'd been avoiding for months. What if I lose? Not just the case, but everything. Because let's be real, this wasn't just about the house, or the money, or even the will. This was about my entire identity. For 8 years, I'd poured myself into someone else's future. I put off my own dreams, my own goals, my health, my relationships, my mental peace, all of it, for the sake of Jeremy. If a judge decided that none of that mattered, that it could all be twisted and erased by a few legal technicalities in Jeremy's entitled charm, what did that say about me? Who was I, outside of being the one who held everything together? I sat there at 2 a.m., lights off, a cup of tea going cold in my hands, Grandma's old mug with the chipped rim, and for the first time in years, I let myself cry. Not out of anger, not even sadness, just exhaustion. Absolute, soul-deep exhaustion. That was rock bottom for me. Not the lawsuit, not the betrayal, but the realization that I didn't know who I was if I wasn't sacrificing myself for other people. That morning, I put on my only suit. It was slightly too big, bought for a job interview years ago that I didn't get. I stared at myself in the mirror, trying to fix the collar, and for a second I almost laughed. Jeremy would walk into court in some $900 tailored ensemble, shiny shoes, and a haircut that probably cost more than my monthly grocery bill. Me? I looked like someone who'd been fighting uphill for a decade. But for the first time, I didn't hate what I saw. Because everything I'd done, every scar, every tired line on my face, every dollar I'd spent, was real, honest, earned. And Jeremy? He was about to find out what that kind of quiet strength really looked like. Court that day was different. Jeremy didn't smirk as much. He looked tense, eyes darting toward my lawyer's briefcase more than once. His new suit looked sharp, sure, but his hands kept tugging at the cuffs, adjusting buttons, tapping against the table. That cool, polished exterior he'd worn like armor was starting to crack. And me? I didn't say much. But when I handed over the folder of recordings to the judge, sealed, documented, indexed by date and topic, I watched something shift in the room. The air got heavier, slower. Jeremy's lawyer asked for a recess. It was granted. That's when things started to fall apart, for him. First, the judge ruled the recordings admissible. My lawyer had done the legwork, proving they were legal under our state's one-party consent laws, verifying the chain of custody, all of it. Jeremy's lawyer objected, of course, but it didn't stick. Then, the recordings were played, one by one, not to the whole courtroom, just to the judge, in chambers. But we could all hear the muffled playback. My grandma's voice, then Jeremy's, raised, condescending, cruel, demanding money, accusing her of playing favorites when she couldn't afford to cover his utilities, even joking about how he'd probably sue Kevin for the house one day. I watched his face as it played. He didn't blink, didn't move, but his jaw clenched tighter and tighter until I thought he might crack a tooth. That was the fall. But my rise? It didn't come in one dramatic moment. It came quietly, slowly, over the next few months. Because lawsuits, contrary to what movies tell you, don't get resolved in a single afternoon. There are continuances, negotiations, document requests, motions filed. It's draining, expensive, emotionally punishing. But I stuck with it. Because I had to. Not just to win, but to heal. And in that slow, in-between phase, something unexpected happened. I started living. Really living. For the first time in almost a decade, I wasn't working 2 jobs. The warehouse let me go during the pandemic, and I hadn't picked up a second gig since. At first, I thought it would crush me. No side hustle, no grind. Just stillness. But in that stillness, I found space. Space to think. To breathe. To ask myself questions I'd buried under responsibility for too long. What did I want? What kind of future could I build for myself? Not for Jeremy. I started small. Repaired Grandma's back porch. She'd been meaning to fix it for years. I watched YouTube tutorials, bought the wood with my own money, and did it one board at a time. Then I fixed the leaky faucet in the kitchen, painted the attic, reorganized her old photo albums. Each task, no matter how mundane, felt like an act of reclaiming. Then one day, I pulled out an old sketch pad from the attic. I used to draw, back in high school. Stopped around the time I started juggling work and night shifts. But Grandma had saved the sketchbook, tucked in a box labeled Kevin's Stuff. Do not toss. I flipped through it. Bad anime characters. Fantasy castles. A few awkward self-portraits. I laughed. Then I picked up a pencil and started sketching again. It felt weird at first. Like wearing shoes you forgot you owned. But then it felt right. I started drawing every night. Sometimes for hours. Eventually, I scanned some pages, cleaned them up digitally, and posted them online. I didn't expect much. Just wanted to share. But then people started commenting. Liking. Following. Someone messaged me asking if I took commissions. It wasn't much, just $50 for a custom illustration. But that was the first money I'd earned from something purely mine in years. It lit something in me. So I kept going. Opened a small Etsy shop. Started freelancing a little on the side. I didn't become some overnight art influencer. But slowly, quietly, I started building something real. Something that didn't rely on anyone else's approval or permission. At night, I'd sit on the newly fixed porch with a cup of tea, still using Grandma's chipped mug, and watch the sun dip behind the neighbor's roof. I'd listen to crickets, feel the cool air, and think about everything I'd lost. But more importantly, I thought about what I'd gained. Boundaries. Self-worth. A vision for my own future. I wasn't the family mule anymore. I was just Kevin. And that was enough. But while I was quietly rebuilding, Jeremy was quietly unraveling. Word got around. The recordings leaked, somehow. Probably from someone at the courthouse, or maybe Jeremy's own lawyer. Either way, the audio made its way to a few extended family members, then to a couple of mutual friends. It wasn't long before people started whispering. Then the job offers dried up. Jeremy had passed the bar, but firms started pulling interviews. Cultural fit became the buzzword. He didn't say anything to me directly, but I heard from a cousin that he'd lost 2 internships back to back. Apparently, someone emailed the firm a transcript of his courtroom testimony. The internet never forgets. Then came the desperation. Out of nowhere, I got a message. From him. Just 2 lines. "Let's talk. I want to fix this." I stared at it for 10 full minutes. I didn't reply, because by then, I finally understood. This wasn't my mess to fix. Let him sit in the silence for once. Let him carry the weight. But little did I know, Jeremy wasn't done yet. And his next move wasn't just desperate, it was dangerous. Because when a narcissist starts losing control, they'll burn the whole house down just to feel the warmth. And I was about to find out just how far Jeremy would go when he realized the narrative was no longer in his hands. I'd like to say I saw it coming, that I recognized the signs, the silence, the message, the too little too late attempt at peace from someone who had spent his entire life taking and never once giving back. But the truth is, I thought Jeremy was done. I thought the leak of the recordings, the damage to his reputation, the fallout from our court battle would be enough. I thought he'd finally back off. But people like Jeremy don't lose. Not in their own minds. They rewrite the story. They twist it, edit it, cut out the parts that make them look bad until they believe their own fiction. And if that doesn't work, they come back swinging, uglier than before. So when I didn't reply to his message, he took it personally. Of course he did. That's when things started happening. Small things at first, almost petty. My mailbox got smashed. Twice. A window on my car cracked mysteriously overnight, like someone tapped it with a wrench. One morning, I found the words thief keyed into the side of my truck. It was always just enough damage to annoy me, to cost me time and money, but never enough to prove it was him. I filed police reports. Nothing came of them. No witnesses. No cameras. Just suspicion and gut instinct. And a growing pressure in my chest that told me this wasn't over. Not even close. Still, I stayed calm. I kept fixing what he broke. Repainting. Repairing. Not reacting. Because I had already started planning something bigger. It started with a visit to the county archives. I wasn't sure what I was looking for at first. Maybe just closure. Maybe answers. But part of me wondered if Grandma had left behind anything else. Documents. Notes. Maybe even another letter. She'd always been meticulous, borderline paranoid. She kept physical copies of everything. She believed digital records were easier to erase. I spent hours sifting through paper files, old property tax documents, scanned letters she'd submitted to the county. Most of it was standard stuff. Until I found the deed transfer. She hadn't just left me the house in her will. She'd signed the deed over to me before she passed, almost 6 months before. And attached to the file was a notarized letter she'd written, explaining why. It read, "My grandson Kevin has lived with me for over a decade. He has provided care, financial assistance, and companionship without expectation. I am transferring the deed early to prevent confusion upon my death. My other grandson, Jeremy, has not been involved in my care and has shown only financial interest in this property." It was dated, notarized, witnessed, and recorded properly, which meant Jeremy's entire lawsuit, dead in the water. Even if the will had been thrown out, which it wouldn't be, the house wasn't part of the estate anymore. It was mine, legally and cleanly. No contest. No loopholes. No gray area. I sat there in the quiet, fluorescent-lit archive room, reading the letter over and over, my heart pounding. This wasn't just protection. This was a message. Grandma had known. She had seen what Jeremy was, even before I did. And she made sure he couldn't touch what I'd built with her. That changed everything. Because now, I had leverage. And for the first time, I could fight on my terms. I copied the deed documents, scanned the letter, made several backups, stored them on a hard drive, in cloud storage, and printed off extra copies. One for my lawyer, one for my safe, and one I kept in my truck, just in case. Then I called Ms. Alvarez. When I told her what I'd found, there was a pause, then a slow, knowing chuckle. "Well," she said, "that's quite the trump card." She recommended we wait. Let Jeremy keep pushing. Let him keep digging his own hole. And when the time came, We dropped the deed like a hammer. But I wasn't done yet. Because this wasn't just about winning anymore. This was about revealing. Jeremy had built his whole identity on a lie. That he was the self-made golden child. The successful attorney who pulled himself up by his bootstraps while his loser older brother mooched off their sweet old grandma. That story was how he got internships. How he networked. How he fooled friends, professors, girlfriends, colleagues. And I was going to rip it wide open. So I started gathering. Not just legal documents, but stories, testimonies, evidence. I reached out to his ex, the one who'd commented on his Facebook post. At first, she was hesitant, understandably. But once I explained what he was trying to do, she opened up. Turns out, she'd loaned him nearly $5,000 during their relationship. He never paid her back. She still had the Venmo records and texts where he promised he would. She sent them to me. I found another classmate he ghosted after borrowing money for textbooks. A guy he promised to pay back after his first clerkship. Never happened. That guy had the emails to prove it. I reached out to a former roommate. Jeremy had skipped out on 3 months of rent before moving out suddenly. Never responded to texts, never sent the money. Piece by piece, I built a pattern. Jeremy didn't just take from me. He took from everyone. And then I did something that, in hindsight, may have been petty, but it was also strategic. I started a blog. Anonymous, at first. Titled, Built on Lies. I posted my story. Just the facts. No names. No identifying details. Just a story about 2 brothers. One who sacrificed everything for the other, and one who repaid it by suing him for a house he never earned. I included screenshots. Redacted, but real. Receipts. Quotes. Journal entries. Testimonies, with permission. I linked the timeline. I showed the numbers. It didn't go viral, but it picked up traction. Quietly. A few dozen shares. Then a few hundred. Some legal subreddits picked it up. A law student forum discussed it. One user commented, "Whoever this Jeremy guy is, I hope the judge buries him." I didn't reply. I didn't need to. Because I had something even better than internet sympathy. I had a plan. Court was coming up again. Jeremy had filed yet another motion. This time, trying to freeze the estate assets until a final ruling. It was a stall tactic, but it forced us back into court. That was when Ms. Alvarez gave me the green light. "Let's go public," she said. "You have nothing to hide." So we filed a motion to dismiss. Attached to the motion, the notarized deed transfer, the letter from Grandma, the receipts, and a counterclaim requesting legal fees, damages, and sanctions for malicious prosecution. We served Jeremy 2 days before the hearing. And that's when he snapped. I didn't know it at first. But later that week, I came home to find my front door wide open. I froze. It had been kicked in hard. Splinters all over the porch. Furniture overturned. Drawers dumped. My laptop was gone. So was the external hard drive I used for backups. At first, I panicked. Thought everything was gone. But Jeremy had made a mistake. He didn't find the envelope taped behind the water heater. The one with a full backup. He also didn't realize that my most important files weren't stored locally, but in encrypted cloud storage, with passwords I never wrote down anywhere physical. I called the police. Filed the report. The responding officer asked if I had any suspects. I didn't name him. Didn't have to. 2 days later, I received a text from an unknown number. "You really think you've won? You have no idea what's coming." That was his final mistake. Because I took it straight to the judge. And the next hearing wasn't just about the house anymore. It was about him. And I hadn't even used my final card yet. Because there was one more recording Grandma left behind. One I hadn't submitted yet. One that would make the courtroom fall completely silent. But I was saving that for the perfect moment. The moment Jeremy thought he still had a chance. The moment he'd stand up in court and lie one last time. And I'd finally get to say, "Play the tape." It didn't happen all at once. Revenge, real revenge, the kind that doesn't just feel good, but sticks, doesn't come in an explosion. It comes in a series of small, intentional decisions. Controlled, patient, ruthless without ever raising your voice. That final court date landed on a gray Thursday morning. It had rained the night before, and the courthouse parking lot was slick, puddled, and mostly empty. I got there early, sat in my truck for a while, staring at the building. My hands were steady. My mind was clear. I wasn't nervous. I wasn't even angry anymore. I was ready. Inside, the courtroom filled slowly. My lawyer, Ms. Alvarez, greeted me with a small nod. "He's here," she said simply, glancing behind me. I turned to see Jeremy walking in, flanked by his attorney. But he looked different now. Deflated. His hair was overgrown, his posture a little slouched, his once pristine suits now wrinkled and tired. No smirk. No swagger. Just tension behind the eyes. Like a man who'd spent months trying to glue together the pieces of a public image that wouldn't stop falling apart. The judge entered. Everyone rose. The hearing began. Jeremy's lawyer launched into a speech about misunderstandings, about family tensions, about how Jeremy had only ever acted in good faith. He painted the picture of a man who'd been denied his rightful inheritance and was merely seeking what was fair. It was hollow. Everyone in the room could feel it. Then it was our turn. Ms. Alvarez didn't bother with dramatics. She let the evidence speak. She submitted the full deed transfer documents, the notarized letter, the financial records, and our motion to dismiss. Then, she calmly moved to present our counterclaim for legal fees, damages, and malicious prosecution. The judge reviewed everything silently. Then he looked at Jeremy. "Mr. Bennett," he said, "I find it deeply concerning that you proceeded with this suit despite clear documentation showing the property was no longer part of your grandmother's estate. I am inclined to rule in favor of the respondent's motion to dismiss." Jeremy shifted in his seat. He opened his mouth, and that's when I knew. This is it. He still thought he could talk his way out. "I understand the deed was transferred," he began. "But if I could just clarify the situation with the care arrangement." He was winding up to spin it. To sell a sob story. He wanted sympathy. To cast doubt. To muddy the waters. I looked at the judge. "Your Honor," I said, rising slowly. "With your permission, there's one more piece of evidence I'd like to submit." He nodded. I reached into my briefcase and pulled out a single USB stick. Labeled in my handwriting. December 14th, kitchen. The judge gave a signal. A court officer brought the laptop forward. The audio began to play. It was quiet at first. Just background clinking. My grandma's voice, weary but lucid. Then Jeremy's voice, sharp, entitled, unmistakable. "I don't care what your will says, Grandma. You know Kevin's gonna twist it. He always does. You're old, you don't remember things. Hell, I could take that house tomorrow, and he'd just let me. You think he's strong? He's weak. He exists to carry us. That's all he's good for." There was a pause. Then my grandma, with a tired but steely voice, said, "Then maybe it's time someone dropped you." The courtroom went still. Jeremy's face went pale. His lawyer leaned in, whispering something, but he wasn't listening. He just sat there, blinking, like the ground had opened under his feet. The judge looked at him for a long moment, then turned back to Ms. Alvarez. "Motion to dismiss is granted. Respondent retains full ownership of the property. Counterclaim for damages will proceed to review." Bam. Gavel down. It was over. Jeremy stood slowly. He didn't even look at me, just turned and walked out of the courtroom, face tight, fists clenched. He didn't say a word. But I wasn't done. Outside, the sun had come out, pushing through the gray clouds. I stood on the courthouse steps, watching him storm toward the parking lot. I didn't follow. I didn't need to. Because revenge wasn't just beating him in court. It was everything that came after. The fallout came faster than I expected. 2 days later, the story broke online. Someone linked the court records to my blog. A few legal news outlets picked it up. Not a front-page scandal, but a quiet, humiliating ripple. Enough to make waves in the circles that mattered to Jeremy. Internship rescinded. A bar ethics review launched. Law school professors disavowed his behavior. Former friends unfollowed him publicly. Even his exes chimed in anonymously on forums, sharing their own stories. The narrative was no longer his to control. He tried to fight back. Released a statement online, some vague non-apology about family trauma and miscommunications. But no one bought it. His name became synonymous, in a niche corner of the internet, with entitlement and self-destruction. And me? I went home. To my house. To the porch I rebuilt. The walls I painted. The kitchen where Grandma and I had made tea. I planted a garden in her honor, just a small one. Daisies and tulips. She loved tulips. I placed a bench near it, sanded and stained by hand. On the bench, I carved a quote. "The strong carry, but even they deserve rest." Life didn't magically fix itself after that. I didn't become rich or famous. I still had bills, deadlines, responsibilities. But I had peace. I had boundaries. And slowly, I started letting good people in. I reconnected with an old friend who ran a design studio. Showed her my drawings. One thing led to another, and I started working part-time doing layout concepts for children's books. Nothing fancy, but it paid, and it felt right. I rebuilt myself the same way I'd rebuilt that porch, carefully, one piece at a time. I never heard from Jeremy again. Last I checked, he moved out of state, trying to start fresh. But I know him. He'll keep spinning new versions of the story, trying to scrub out the parts that hurt. Let him, because I don't carry him anymore. I don't carry anyone who wouldn't lift a finger for me. And when I sit on that bench, coffee in hand, sun hitting the tulips, I remember what it feels like to finally live life on my own terms. Not as someone's crutch, not as someone's scapegoat, just as me, Kevin, the man they underestimated, the man they used, the man who walked away stronger and never looked back. My name's Marcus, I'm 31, and I don't usually post stuff like this. But something happened at my dad's retirement party last weekend that I can't stop replaying in my head. It's been stuck there, looping like a scene from a movie I didn't ask to be in. Maybe writing it all out will help me make sense of it, or at least feel like I didn't just imagine the whole thing. Growing up, it was always clear who the favorite was. My older brother, Adam, was the golden child, captain of the football team, high school valedictorian, got into dad's alma mater, married a girl from the right family, and now works at some high-powered investment firm. He checks all the boxes my father wanted for himself, but never achieved. Meanwhile, I was, well, me. Quiet, bookish, more into art and tech than sports and suits. I never got in trouble, made decent grades, kept to myself. But somehow, I was always the difficult one. I remember once, when I was about 12, I brought home a regional science fair trophy. First place. I was glowing with pride, practically bouncing into the house. Adam had won something the month before, a tennis tournament or something. I showed Dad the plaque and his first response was, "That's nice, Marcus. But next time, try to win something that actually means something." I laughed it off at the time, pretended it didn't bother me. But it did. It chipped away at something inside me, little by little. And those chips, over time, became cracks. By the time I hit college, I gave up trying to win his approval. I went to a tech school on scholarship, got into software development, and carved out a career on my own terms. No help from him, not that I ever expected any. I started my own company 2 years ago, nothing flashy, but profitable. We make educational software, and one of our products just got picked up by a national school district. It was a huge win. I emailed my family about it when the deal closed. Adam never replied. My mom sent a thumbs up emoji. My dad, radio silence. So when I got the invite to Dad's retirement party, I almost didn't go. It was hosted at some rented hall, all glittery lights and linen tablecloths, surrounded by people who'd known him for decades. People who'd only ever heard about his brilliant son Adam, and likely didn't even know I existed. I showed up late, stayed near the back, smiled politely. I wasn't there for him, really. I was there for my mom, and maybe a little for myself, just to say I'd been civil. The first few hours were harmless enough. Old coworkers telling boring stories. A slideshow of Dad through the decades, most of which conveniently didn't include me. Then came the toast. Dad stood at the center of the room, one hand on a glass of champagne, the other around Adam's shoulder. He looked around the room with that practiced charisma, the kind of confidence he wore like a second skin. "I just want to say," he began, "that I've lived a lucky life. A full life. And while retirement feels like an ending, it's also a chance to look back and appreciate the people who made it worthwhile." Cue applause. He grinned, waited for silence. "And I have to say," he continued, lifting his glass a little higher, "that nothing makes me prouder than the man my son Adam has become." A few more claps. Some scattered murmurs of agreement. He wasn't done. Adam's everything a father could hope for. Dedicated. Smart. A real leader. The only son who ever made me proud. He said it clearly, directly, and while his tone was calm, his eyes found mine across the room. There was no ambiguity. He wanted me to hear it. Needed me to. The laugh that slipped out of me was involuntary. A little too loud. A few people turned. Adam glanced at me with a frown. Mom froze, her smile twitching. I didn't say anything. Not right away. I just reached into the pocket of my blazer and pulled out a small black flash drive. I held it up between 2 fingers, almost like a peace offering. "Then you'll love what's on this," I said, my voice louder than I expected. It cut through the soft jazz and light chatter like a knife. People looked over. A few chuckled nervously, assuming it was a joke. But my expression didn't change. I walked up to the projector laptop, still plugged in from the slideshow. My mom stood up from her seat, eyes darting between me and my dad like she was watching a fuse burn down. "Marcus," she hissed under her breath. "Don't." But I was already plugging it in. A few more seconds, and the screen behind Dad blinked out, then came back with a folder titled Retirement Gift, Real Talk. I clicked it open. The first file was a video. No fancy title, just a date. March 12th, 2021. It started playing immediately. It was grainy footage, but clear enough. Adam, sitting in my dad's office, talking fast, like he didn't know he was being recorded. Except he did. He'd asked me to help him recover some lost data from his work laptop a few years ago. He left the room, but the webcam stayed on. What I found, I saved. In the video, he was ranting. "I don't care what it takes. I'm not letting them audit the books. You think Dad wants the firm dragged through this? He'll back me. He always does." A pause. He leaned closer to the screen. "And if not, well, let's just say that charitable donation account wasn't exactly charitable." The room went quiet. I mean dead silent. I heard someone's fork clatter to the floor. Dad's face drained of color. The video kept going. Adam referencing kickbacks, inflated expense reports, even forging signatures. All in casual, arrogant confidence. The kind of confidence that comes from a lifetime of never being held accountable. I paused the video. "I've got more," I said calmly. "Emails, spreadsheets, a few bank statements." Mom was already on her feet, rushing toward me with that tight, panicked expression, the one she used when we were kids and she knew Dad was about to explode. I thought she'd whisper something, maybe beg me to stop, but she didn't say a word. She just reached out, slowly, and took the flash drive from my hand. Then she turned to face the room, clutching it like it might explode. And that's when I noticed the way she was looking at me, not furious, not ashamed, but something else, something I hadn't seen on her face in years. Respect. Then she started walking, not toward the laptop, not toward Adam, but toward me. She reached me slowly, calmly, heels tapping softly on the polished floor as the weight of what had just played behind us hung in the air. My father was still standing in the center of the room, frozen with his champagne glass mid-air. Adam looked like he was trying to calculate the fallout, eyes darting between the crowd, the screen, and our mother. But Mom didn't even glance at him. She stopped right in front of me, and for a second, I braced myself. I didn't know if she was going to slap me or start sobbing. Maybe both. But instead, she just reached up and placed her hand on my shoulder. No words, just a long look. The kind that says everything you never heard growing up, the apologies, the understanding, the recognition. And then she turned back to the room. "Everyone," she said, voice steady but louder than I'd heard in years. "Thank you for coming. We'll be ending the party early tonight. Please collect your things." No one moved. People just stared. A few guests whispered to each other. One woman, a longtime friend of my mom's, I think, touched her arm gently and asked, "Is there anything we can do?" She just shook her head and gave a tight smile. "No, but thank you. This is family business. We'll handle it." And with that, the whole retirement celebration, the one Dad had probably planned for weeks, maybe even months, unraveled in a matter of minutes. The DJ turned off the music. The bartender froze mid-pour. The caterers wheeled out a cart of uneaten cake and untouched hors d'oeuvres. People filed out, mostly silent, some shooting awkward glances back at the three of us standing under the dim lights. My dad hadn't moved. When the room finally cleared, it was just us. Me, my mother, my father, and Adam. The last of the clinking glasses had faded. The door shut with a soft final click. And still, no one spoke. Adam was the first to break. "Are you seriously going to believe that?" He snapped at Mom, jabbing a finger at the black screen, now blank again. "That video means nothing. It was taken out of context. Marcus is trying to sabotage me because he's jealous. He always has been." Dad finally lowered his glass, his mouth opening like he was about to speak. But Mom didn't give him the chance. "I don't want to hear it, Adam," she said sharply. "Not one more word." He scoffed. "You're taking his side? After everything I've done for this family?" Mom turned to him with a kind of coldness I'd never seen before. "No, Adam. You did those things for yourself. You used this family. You used your father. And you used your brother." Adam rolled his eyes. Oh, please. Marcus is the one who aired this in front of everyone like a reality show. What kind of son does that to his father at his retirement party? Finally, I spoke. Quietly, but clearly. The kind of son who spent 3 decades being treated like a footnote. My father flinched slightly at that. Maybe from guilt. Maybe from recognition. I didn't care anymore. Look, I continued. I didn't come here tonight to humiliate anyone. I came because I was tired. Tired of being silent. Tired of watching you pretend I don't exist just because I didn't fit into whatever fantasy you had about the perfect son. Dad's expression hardened. So this was revenge. No, I said, shaking my head. This was truth. Something you've never wanted from me. He turned away then, slowly setting down the champagne glass. You didn't have to do this in front of everyone, he muttered. You didn't have to ruin the night. I didn't ruin it, I said. You did. The second you made that toast. My mom stepped between us, still holding the flash drive. Marcus, she said gently now. Can we talk? Just us. I hesitated, but nodded. Adam scoffed again. Oh, that's just great. I'm the one who's getting interrogated, and he gets a heart-to-heart. Mom didn't even acknowledge him. She just turned and started walking toward the hallway. I followed, leaving Dad and Adam behind in the dimly lit room. As we stepped into a side office, she closed the door behind us and finally, let her shoulders relax. She handed the flash drive back to me. I don't know everything that's on that, she said. But from what I saw, we need to do something. I looked at her carefully. She nodded. Then she sat down in a leather chair, rubbed her forehead like she was trying to wake up from a long, exhausting dream. Your brother has been hiding things from us for years. I suspected, but I didn't want to see it. And your father, he's always needed Adam to be perfect. It gave him something to brag about. Something to deflect from his own disappointments. There was a long pause. And you? I asked. What did I give you? She looked up, eyes glassy but not yet crying. A quiet, brilliant son I didn't know how to reach. And I'm sorry for that. The words hit harder than I expected. Not because they were dramatic, but because I didn't think she was capable of saying them. My whole life, I thought she'd just chosen not to. I don't want this to be the end of the family, she said. But I also know we can't keep protecting lies. What do you want to do with this? I stared at the flash drive in my hand. I already knew the answer. I'd known it before I even walked into that party. But before I could say it, we heard the sound of something crashing in the main hall. Then shouting. Then my father's voice. Angry, shaking, booming through the space like thunder. And just like that, everything spiraled. I stood up instinctively. My mother looked at me, startled but not surprised. The sound had been sharp, the unmistakable clatter of something heavy hitting the floor. Maybe a chair, maybe a glass. And then my father's voice, erupting like a volcano after holding back for far too long. I built this family, he shouted. I sacrificed everything for you. And this is how you repay me. My mom and I moved quickly down the hall, following the sound back into the main room. The lights were still dim, the decorations still intact, but the calm that had settled just moments ago was gone, replaced by a low, smoldering tension that filled the space like smoke. Dad was standing near the front, one hand clenched into a fist, the other pointing at Adam, who was pacing back and forth like a caged animal. You told me those accounts were clean, Dad barked. You said you were managing things. I was managing things. Adam shot back. And you never cared how, as long as it made you look good at the country club. Dad moved closer to him, his jaw tight. You think this is about my image? You think I wanted any of this attention? I trusted you. I defended you. And now I've got a room full of colleagues wondering if I raised a criminal. Adam laughed. That short, bitter laugh people give when they feel cornered. You didn't raise anyone. You criticized. You dictated. You played favorites. And the second something didn't go your way, you threw your own son under the bus. They were both standing now just a few feet apart, like boxers in the final round. The air between them felt charged, dangerous. For the first time in my life, I saw fear in Adam's eyes. Not because he thought Dad would hit him, but because something bigger was cracking open. My mother stepped forward. Enough. Both of you. They didn't move, but they quieted. You want to yell? Fine, she said, voice sharper than I'd ever heard it. But you do it knowing your sons are standing here, both of them. And for the first time in 30 years, I'm not choosing to look the other way. That made them both blink. She turned to Adam. I saw the footage, Adam. I heard what you said. And if half of it is true, then your father may not be the only one dealing with fallout. I was trying to protect, Adam began, but she cut him off. You were trying to protect yourself. Always have. Even when you lied about what happened to Marcus's college fund. My eyes snapped to hers. Wait. What? She hesitated, and something shifted behind her eyes. Shame. Regret. Maybe both. I didn't know for sure, she said. But now it makes sense. You applied for financial aid, right? And it said the family had too much saved? That's because the fund was empty. It had been for months. I remembered that. I remembered sitting at the university financial office, confused, embarrassed, thinking it was a mistake. I paid my tuition working night shifts and freelance coding gigs. I didn't even ask questions because I assumed, I don't know, that it was just gone. Adam didn't even try to deny it. He just muttered, it was an investment opportunity. I thought I could double it before anyone noticed. I couldn't breathe. My hands curled into fists without meaning to. For a moment, I just stood there, frozen. You stole my future, I said quietly. It was a loan, he started. Don't, I said, my voice suddenly rising. Don't spin this. You took something from me. Just like you've always taken everything. Attention, praise, trust, even my money. Dad turned to him. Is that true? You emptied the college account. Adam didn't answer. He didn't have to. Dad let out a long breath and sat down heavily in one of the nearby chairs. He suddenly looked old. Not tired, old. Like the weight of every denial, every lie, had finally settled on his shoulders at once. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Dad looked at me. I didn't know. I didn't answer. Not right away. I didn't trust myself to speak without everything boiling over. I didn't want to know, he added. And that, somehow, hurt even more. I tried to make you proud, I said. Even when you made it clear you didn't care. He looked at the floor. My mom sat beside him. She reached for his hand, not to comfort him, but to steady herself. We're going to the police, she said. Marcus has evidence. If this involves your firm, Adam, then there's a bigger mess than just us. Adam straightened, eyes wide. You're not serious. You forged documents, she said. You laundered funds through donation accounts. This isn't just bad behavior. It's illegal. I can fix it, he said quickly. I have contacts. I just need time. No, I interrupted. You've had time. Years of it. He turned to me like I was the problem. You think you're better than me? You came in here, ruined Dad's party, and now you want to destroy everything. No, I said. I came here to end it. His mouth opened again, but this time, Dad raised his hand. Not in anger. In silence. I need to think, Dad said, his voice barely above a whisper. I need to fix what I let happen. And then he stood up, brushed past us, and disappeared through a side exit, leaving his retirement party, his legacy, and his two sons standing in the ruins of what once passed as a family. Adam turned to my mother, almost pleading now. Mom, please, you know what this will do to me. She looked at him, and for the first time, I saw that same coldness she had given Dad. You did that to yourself. And then she turned to me. What do we do now, she asked. And for a moment, all three of us just stood there in the quiet. Because what came next, none of us were ready for. I didn't answer right away. Not because I didn't know what to say, but because the question itself, what do we do now, felt too late. It should have been asked 10 years ago, maybe even 20. Back when I was sitting alone in my room, listening to them brag about Adam's achievements while they forgot my birthday. Back when I showed them my first app, and they patted my head like I'd drawn something in crayon. Back when the world hadn't hardened around these roles we were all assigned. Golden son, ghost son, and the parents too proud to admit they'd failed one of us completely. But I answered anyway. We reported, I said. My voice didn't shake. I wasn't angry anymore. Not sad. Just clear. Like the fog that had lingered around this family my whole life had finally lifted. Adam took a step back, hands out like he was being mugged. You don't get it. You think this is just about me? If this gets out, it ruins everything. Dad's pension might be gone. The firm, I said, cutting him off, covered up fraud, Adam. You used a charitable fund to launder personal expenses and inflate profits. You buried money and let others take the fall. This doesn't just ruin things. It corrects them. You're unbelievable, he spat. You always acted like you didn't care about family. And now suddenly you're the moral compass? I didn't even look at him. I turned to Mom instead. I'm going to the police, I said. If you want to come with me, fine. If not, I understand. But I'm not sitting on this. She nodded, slowly, lips pressed into a thin line. Adam turned to her. You're going to let him do this? I'm going to let him do what's right, she said. Which is more than I ever let you do. He stared at her like she'd slapped him. For a moment, he looked like he might cry. And then something in him collapsed. I watched it happen in real time. That arrogance, that puffed-up chest, deflate like a dying balloon. Fine, he whispered. Do whatever you want. Just know I was trying to protect Dad. I was doing it for him. Mom stepped forward. You weren't doing it for anyone but yourself. And deep down, I think you know that. He turned away, and we let him. He walked to the far end of the hall, picked up his blazer from the chair where he'd thrown it earlier, and left. No goodbye, no apology. Just the click of the exit door and the echo of his footsteps down the hallway. We stood in silence again. Then my mom looked at me, and for the first time in a very, very long time, she looked proud. The next morning, I drove to the local precinct. I had the flash drive in the glove compartment, along with printed transcripts of the emails and spreadsheets I'd compiled over the last few months. I'd started gathering them quietly after Adam had asked me, foolishly, to clean up some files for him. I think he thought I was still the same silent little brother who would do as he was told. I wasn't. Mom met me there. She was already waiting in the parking lot when I pulled in. She'd made coffee. Said she hadn't slept much. Neither had I. We sat down with a white-collar crimes investigator named Detective Claire Montrose. She was calm, patient, and very, very thorough. She didn't seem surprised when I told her what Adam had done. Said they'd been investigating a few anonymous tips about shady transactions coming from his firm already. My evidence just connected the dots. You may have saved some people a lot of trouble, she told me. This isn't just a family issue. This touches clients, donors, maybe even government accounts. I nodded. I didn't feel heroic, just responsible. After the statement, the flash drive, and an agreement to stay available for further questions, I walked out with my mom. The air felt heavy and light at the same time. I'm sorry, she said again softly. I nodded. I know. I should have protected you better. I know that too. She looked at me carefully. What happens now? I shrugged. That's the thing about cleaning up a mess this big. Sometimes you just wait and rebuild. She nodded, eyes glassy again, but not crying. You've always been stronger than we gave you credit for. Not stronger, I said. Just tired of pretending. News of Adam's investigation broke 2 weeks later. The firm released a statement. He was placed on administrative leave, pending internal and legal review. A few reporters reached out. I ignored them. A few family friends called to check in. I ignored them too. Dad didn't call. Not until a month later. The voicemail was short. Marcus, it's me. I saw the reports. I don't know what to say. I didn't know. About the fund. About anything. If you're willing, I'd like to talk. Not about Adam. About us. I listened to it twice. Then deleted it. I wasn't angry. I just wasn't ready. Some bridges need to stay burned for a while. Not forever, but long enough to remind everyone how dangerous the crossing was. It's been 3 months now. Adam is still under investigation. Charges haven't been officially filed, but I'm told it's only a matter of time. The company he worked for has already started damage control. A few clients have pulled out. Some employees are lawyering up. Adam's wife left him, took the kids, and moved back in with her parents. I heard he's been trying to negotiate some kind of plea deal. As for my parents, well, my mom and I talk every week now. Sometimes more. She's learning how to cook for one, figuring out how to navigate her life beyond the shadow of the man she once thought she had to agree with on everything. She's not perfect, but she's trying. That matters. And my dad? He sends emails sometimes. Long, rambling ones. About how proud he is of me. About how he failed as a father. About how he's trying to learn. I read them. Sometimes I respond. Not always. Not because I want to punish him, but because I'm still learning how to uncoil decades of silence. That takes time. And space. He still signs them. Love, Dad. I've kept every single one. Maybe someday I'll respond properly. Maybe not. But here's what I do know. For years, I thought I had to earn love. That if I worked hard enough, stayed quiet enough, achieved just enough, I'd finally be seen. Respected. Loved like Adam was. But it turns out, sometimes the most powerful thing you can do isn't to win someone's approval. It's to stop needing it. And the moment I let go of that need, the moment I said, this ends now, I stopped being invisible. Not because they finally looked at me, but but because I finally saw myself. And I liked what I saw. So yeah, that was my dad's retirement party. Funny how the end of one man's career became the start of my own freedom. Thanks for reading. My name's David. I'm 33 years old, live alone in a modest 2-bedroom apartment. And until recently, I thought I was doing everything right by my family. I've always been the dependable one, the fixer, the guy who gets the last-minute calls when the Wi-Fi is down or someone's credit card bounces. I don't complain, I don't ask for much, and I don't make waves. That's probably why I didn't see it coming, why I thought I mattered more than I apparently did. My younger brother, Matt, got married last weekend. He's 29, charming in that smirky, Instagram-filtered way, and a professional freeloader who somehow always lands on his feet. His fiancée, Camille, is all curated elegance and quiet judgment. She's one of those people who never says anything directly rude, but makes you feel like your shirt's wrinkled just by looking at you. They got engaged last year, and despite never really bonding with Camille's side of the family, I smiled through the engagement dinners, helped with the slideshow, even covered the down payment for their photographer when their preferred vendor dropped out. Matt promised he'd pay me back. He hasn't. Of course. Still, I was genuinely happy for him. I showed up at the venue early that morning, dressed in my best navy suit, envelope in my jacket pocket with a check that, frankly, I shouldn't have written. But it was my brother's big day. I figured maybe this would be the event where the years of being quietly dependable would finally be acknowledged. You know, a proper seat at the table, a toast from Matt, a moment where I didn't feel like the family afterthought. I was wrong. When I got to the guest book table, the woman checking people in gave me a tight smile. "And you are?" she asked, even though I had RSVP'd weeks ago. David Taylor, groom's brother." She blinked. "Oh, right." She flipped through the seating chart binder like I was an uninvited +1. "You're table 14. I glanced at the seating diagram she spun around. There wasn't a table number next to my name, just a scribble. I leaned closer. "That says by restroom, right?" She shrugged. "It's still a table." Nope, it wasn't. When I found it, past the buffet line, around the corner from the ice machine, practically pressed against the men's bathroom door, it wasn't even a full table. It was one of those fold-out card tables they rent for overflow. My name wasn't typed like everyone else's either. It was scrawled across a cocktail napkin in blue pen, taped down with what looked like a piece of chewing gum. At first, I actually laughed. I thought maybe this was a mix-up, a placeholder. I texted Matt, "Hey, I think there's a mistake with my table. I'm next to the bathroom?" He didn't respond. I figured he was busy. Fair. So I walked around to find someone in the wedding party. I found Camille's mom instead, standing near the bar and talking to a small huddle of women in champagne-colored dresses. I approached and smiled politely. "Hi. Sorry to interrupt. Just wondering if you know who's handling the seating? I think there's been a mix-up with mine." She turned slowly, eyes scanning me like I was holding a plate of food too close to her silk blouse. "Are you the brother?" "Yes, David." She raised her eyebrows. "Right. Well, the front section is for family and close friends." I blinked. "I am family." She sipped her drink. "I meant family that's consistently involved." That stung. I don't know why. Maybe because it was so calmly dismissive. Like someone saying, "Oh, we don't need you." But with a smile so subtle you feel guilty for being hurt. I walked away without responding. Found Matt a few minutes later outside by the photo booth. He looked half nervous, half excited like a kid about to perform in a school play. I approached him slowly, trying not to ruin the vibe, but I couldn't let it go. "Hey man, can we talk for a sec?" He turned, grinning. "Dude, you made it. Everything good?" Not really. They've got me seated next to the bathroom. There's no table number, just a napkin with my name on it." His smile faltered. "Yeah, we ran out of space up front. Camille's family is huge. And mine's what, disposable?" He rubbed the back of his neck. "Don't make a scene, okay? It's just a seat." That's when it hit me. The way he said it. Like I was being difficult. Like asking not to sit next to the urinal cake air freshener was some outrageous diva move. I looked at him for a long moment, waiting, hoping for him to realize how ridiculous it all was. That I paid for part of this wedding, that I spent hours editing his proposal video, that I had always been in his corner. And here I was, scribbled on a napkin. I smiled then. A real one. Calm. Almost serene. Because that's when I knew. I didn't owe him anything anymore. I reached into my jacket pocket, pulled out the gift envelope, and held it between two fingers. "You're right," I said. No scene. Then I turned around and walked back through the crowd. No announcement, no drama. Just quiet steps past rows of beautifully arranged tables, past smiling relatives and Instagram filters and centerpiece candles. I walked straight out the side door, envelope still in hand. 10 minutes later, while I was driving off the lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a wedding staffer waving at a DJ, motioning him to come over. I don't know what exactly happened next, but I do know one thing. I'd paid the DJ deposit, and I'd called the vendor earlier that week to say the balance would be handled on the day of. By me, if I wanted to. Let's just say 2 songs later, the music cut off mid-chorus. And that's when the real scene started, without me even needing to be in the room. I didn't look back. The moment I drove off, a strange calm settled over me. Not the triumphant, dramatic exit kind of calm. More like the, I'm finally done trying kind. The kind that comes after years of holding your tongue, showing up even when you're not wanted, and swallowing disappointment so often it becomes part of your personality. It wasn't rage that drove me out of that wedding. It was clarity. I didn't go home right away. I drove to the small cafe I used to visit with my dad before he passed. Quiet place. No music, just soft clinks of cutlery and warm lighting. I ordered a coffee, sat by the window, and opened the envelope I was supposed to leave in the gift box. Inside was a check for $1,500. I stared at it for a while, then tore it cleanly down the middle. Then again, and again, until the pieces fluttered like cheap confetti into my lap. A notification buzzed on my phone. Group chat. Matt's wedding day party popper. Someone sent a confused message. "Hey, why did the music stop?" Then another. "DJ says he's packing up?" What the heck? Then one from Matt himself, direct to me. "Did you seriously just leave? What is going on with the DJ?" I didn't respond. I knew he'd figure it out eventually. I'd hired that DJ through a mutual friend and made the payment arrangements privately. I told him I'd cover the full cost as a wedding gift. Only if the music went uninterrupted and the setup included a full light show and speakers inside and out. The contract was in my name. The balance hadn't been paid. The moment I told the DJ to leave, he had every legal right to pack up and bounce. And he did, right after Camille's cousin's off-key karaoke rendition of Thinking Out Loud. I took one last sip of coffee, then left the pieces of the check under the saucer and walked out. By the time I got home, my phone had exploded. 23 missed calls, voicemails, texts, some from Matt, some from our mom, a couple from Camille's relatives who I didn't even know had my number. One of them read, "You ruined their wedding." I actually laughed, out loud, because I hadn't ruined anything. They just finally noticed what it looked like without me holding it all together. Later that night, Matt showed up at my apartment. I heard the knock, loud and fast, the kind you do when you're angry but still hoping someone will answer. I didn't. I watched through the peephole as he paced outside, phone in his hand, probably typing up another guilt trip. Eventually, he slid something under the door. A folded piece of printer paper with my name scrawled on the front. I opened it a few minutes later. No apology. No explanation. Just, "You didn't have to make it personal." That was rich. I almost texted him back, but I stopped myself. Because for once, I didn't need to explain why I walked away. I didn't need to justify choosing dignity over a discounted meal and a seat by the urinals. Over the next few days, the fallout began. Camille's mom went full scorched earth, blaming Matt for letting his family embarrass them. Apparently, without music, the reception turned into awkward silence. Guests left early. Camille cried in the hallway. A few of her friends even posted passive-aggressive comments about how some people just don't know how to support love. My mom called once, left a voicemail, something about family sticking together, and you should have just let it go for one day. I saved it but didn't reply. That line, "just for one day," rang in my head. Because it was never just one day. It was birthdays skipped, favors forgotten, debts unpaid, and gratitude never spoken. It was every time I let myself be the doormat to keep the peace. I took the week off work, not because I needed it, but because I finally realized I deserved space. To breathe, to think, to stop reacting to people who only remember me when I'm useful. And during that time, something unexpected happened. I got an email from the DJ. "Hey David, just wanted to say, never had a client pull out like that mid-wedding, but totally understand once I heard what happened. If you ever need anything, let me know. You've got class, man." I smiled. Not because of the compliment, but because it reminded me I wasn't crazy. I was being treated like an afterthought. And walking away wasn't petty. It was overdue. I didn't go to the post-wedding brunch or respond to the follow-up texts Matt eventually sent, this time trying to play the middleman between Camille and me. I didn't even bother explaining my side of things, because if they really cared, they wouldn't have needed the story. They'd have known already. The last I heard, Camille was telling people I ruined her big day. Matt hadn't corrected her. That said more than enough. But I didn't ruin anything. I just stopped pretending that being family means accepting disrespect in a tux. And when people finally stopped clapping, that was the sound of the real truth echoing through the room. The silence lasted 3 weeks. 3 weeks without a single word from Matt. Not a text, not a call, not even one of those "you up?" late-night messages he used to send when he needed something fixed, funded, or forgiven. I thought maybe he finally got the hint. Maybe my disappearing act at the wedding had hit harder than he expected. I wasn't counting on an apology. Matt doesn't do those. But I figured he'd come around eventually with some kind of half-hearted "bro, let's just move on" message that blamed me for overreacting without ever acknowledging what actually happened. Instead, I got something else. An email. Subject line, "Event refund request, urgent." It came from the wedding venue. Not to me directly, but to my business inbox, the one I use for freelance consulting. See, what most people in my family forget, or maybe never understood, is that I run the financial backend for a handful of small event vendors. DJs, florists, photographers. I don't advertise it, I don't post about it on social media. It's a side hustle that started years ago and just kept growing quietly, under the radar. The DJ Matt used? I didn't just hire him. I represent him. And apparently, Camille's mom had tried filing a complaint about the abrupt service termination during the reception. She claimed they were owed a refund, that the DJ had acted unprofessionally by cutting the music halfway through and embarrassed the family. The email was forwarded to me from the DJ himself, with a short message at the top. Didn't respond yet. Thought you'd want to see this first. I stared at my screen for a full minute. Then, like clockwork, my phone buzzed. Matt. He was calling. This time, I answered. "Hello," I said, keeping my tone neutral. "Okay." He started immediately, not even bothering with a greeting. "I don't know what game you're playing, but Camille's mom is livid, and the venue's threatening to charge us a late fee because the balance was never paid." I said, calmly. "Sounds like a tough spot." He ignored the jab. Can you talk to the DJ and fix it?" "Fix what exactly?" I asked. "The fact that your wedding's music stopped because your family seated me next to a mop bucket? Or the part where I was asked not to make a scene after being treated like I was crashing my own brother's wedding?" There was a pause on the other end. I could practically hear him trying to figure out how to spin this. "Look," he finally said, "I didn't realize you were that upset. I thought it wasn't a big deal. Camille's mom handled the seating, and you know how she is." "Yeah," I cut in. "I do know how she is. And so do you. And you let it happen. I didn't mean for you to feel disrespected. Then you should have said something when I brought it up. Not told me not to make a scene like I was some drama queen ruining your big day." Another pause. I let the silence hang. Matt exhaled. "So what now? Are you going to block the refund?" I smiled faintly. "No, I'm not going to block anything. I'm going to let the contract speak for itself. And the contract says the full balance is due on the day of the event or services terminate immediately. The deposit was non-refundable, which means your DJ walked, legally. If Camille's mom has a problem with that, she can take it up with me in arbitration. But between you and me, I wouldn't recommend it." There was a long beat. Then, flatly, "You're serious?" "Dead serious," I replied. "But that's not all." And that's when I pulled up the document I had prepared 2 nights ago. See, I'd had time to think about how many other things I'd done for Matt without ever being asked. The camera I loaned him 3 years ago that he never returned. The time I helped him dispute a fraudulent charge on his old credit card and spent 2 hours on hold because he didn't have time. The rent he couldn't cover in college that I paid in full. And then there was the wedding itself. The slideshow? I made it. The sound system they used for the ceremony? Mine. The framed welcome sign outside the venue? I designed, printed, and paid for it. And I had receipts for everything, all compiled in a neat little invoice. I forwarded it to him. "Check your inbox," I said. A second later, I heard his phone ping. "What is this?" he asked. That's an itemized list of every cost I covered for your wedding. Stuff you asked for, and stuff I offered before you decided I wasn't family enough to sit at a real table. The total's at the bottom. He didn't say anything, so I continued. You have 30 days. After that, I file a small claims case. And trust me, I've kept track of everything. You're kidding me. You're seriously billing me. I sat back in my chair, calm as ever. No, Matt. I'm finally treating you like a client. Because that's all I ever was to you, apparently, a resource. So let's make it official. He cursed under his breath. Then louder. Camille's gonna lose it. She's already pissed enough. I chuckled. She should have thought of that before treating me like the bathroom attendant. There was a slam on the other end, probably a cabinet, or maybe the table. You're blowing this out of proportion, he growled. And you're finally learning what happens when you treat people like props. Congratulations on your marriage. Then I hung up. I didn't feel triumphant. I felt free. I gave Matt the full 30 days. Not because I expected him to pay, but because I wanted to watch what people do when they finally have to face the consequences of the comfort they took for granted. For the first week, it was radio silence. No emails, no calls, no attempts to negotiate. I figured they were hoping I'd cool off, let it blow over, let them return to that same old script. David's dependable. David won't stay mad. David always folds. But I didn't fold. I filed the paperwork on day 31. Small claims court isn't glamorous. It's not dramatic. It's a plain room, cheap carpet, and tired chairs. But it's where people like me go when we're done asking nicely. I included every receipt, every screenshot, every email thread where Matt agreed to cover me later. The slideshow file with my signature. The wedding contract with the DJ. Even the invoice from the welcome sign that Camille's mom had gushed over, claiming it was the only good taste from our side. And this time, my name wasn't scribbled on a napkin. It was at the top of every page. The court date was set 2 months out. And suddenly, I wasn't the only one making moves. Around week 5, I got an unexpected call from my mom. I let it ring the first time, then the second. On the third, I picked up. Not because I wanted to talk to her, but because I was curious what version of the story she'd been told. Her voice was syrupy. Careful. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? I'm fine, I said flatly. You? Oh, just trying to keep things peaceful. You know how it is. Your brother's under a lot of pressure. The wedding fallout, the legal stuff, it's all gotten out of hand. I said nothing. She continued. He told me you're suing him. Is that true? I didn't answer her question. I asked one of my own. Where did you sit at the wedding? She hesitated. What? Your table. Where was it? Near the dance floor, I think. Close to the stage. So you saw where I was placed. Another pause. I mean, David, I didn't. You didn't say anything. You didn't even look at me. I was 2 feet from the bathroom. The staff thought I was part of the wait crew. You smiled for photos while I sat next to a trash can. Her voice dropped. Camille's mom did the seating, and Matt let her. There was a long silence before she spoke again. He said you embarrassed him, that you sabotaged the reception. I nearly laughed. No, Mom. I just stopped sponsoring it. I hung up. After that, the smear campaign began. Camille's friends took to Instagram with cryptic captions about jealous family members and grown men acting like toddlers. Matt posted a filtered black and white photo of him and Camille kissing beneath their floral arch, with the caption, "Despite the chaos, we're still standing. Stronger than ever." I didn't engage. I let them spin their narrative. Because while they were busy playing for pity, I was preparing for court. And when the day finally came, I walked in wearing the same navy suit I wore to the wedding. But this time, my name wasn't written in pen. It was printed on the court docket in clean, black ink. Taylor, David versus Taylor. Matthew, breach of contract, reimbursement of services rendered. Matt looked nervous when I walked in. Camille wasn't with him. He wore a wrinkled blazer, no tie, and a look that flickered between irritation and regret. We didn't speak, just sat on opposite ends of the bench, like strangers. The judge was efficient. Asked for the summary. I provided my folder, 2 copies. One for the court, one for Matt. When the judge flipped through the documents, she raised an eyebrow. You provided graphic design, a/V equipment, entertainment booking, and financial deposits? Yes, Your Honor. Did the defendant agree to reimburse you for these? Yes. I've included messages where he explicitly says he would. Matt tried to argue. He stammered something about family generosity and gift culture, but the judge cut him off. "Mr. Taylor, gifts are voluntary. Promises to repay expenses, especially those backed by documentation, are not. Unless you can prove these were unsolicited, the burden falls on you." He had no proof, only attitude. The judgment was in my favor. He owed me $3,212.76 plus court fees. It wasn't a life-changing sum, but it felt like winning back every piece of dignity they'd chipped away at over the years. I didn't gloat. I didn't say a word as he stormed out of the courtroom. I just stood there, hands at my sides, letting the silence speak for itself. But that wasn't the end. A week later, a certified envelope arrived at my door. Inside was a check from Matt. The full amount. No note. No apology. Just the cold weight of obligation finally acknowledged. I deposited it. Then, I did something that surprised even me. I used a portion of the money to buy a flight. Not a vacation. Not a retreat. A visit to our childhood home. The house had been in disrepair for years. After Dad passed, nobody kept it up. Matt didn't care. Mom wanted to sell it. But I had quietly bought out her share 3 years ago when she needed money for dental work and never brought it up again. Now, I returned, not to fix the house, but to clean it out. Donate what could be salvaged. Toss what couldn't. And then I sold it. The final nail in that family dynamic. A few days after the sale, I received one last call from Camille. Not Matt. Camille. She didn't bother with pleasantries. "You're vindictive, you know that," she snapped. "You couldn't just let it go. You had to make a show." I smiled as I stirred my coffee. "No show. I just stopped letting you treat me like a background prop. You embarrassed us," she spat. "In front of everyone. And yet, here I am. Debt-free. Dignity intact. Can you say the same?" She hung up. And that was it. No more calls. No more texts. No more invitations to play the loyal side character in someone else's story. I moved on. Quietly. Calmly. Fully. I bought a new suit. Not for court. Not for weddings. Just because it felt good to look like someone who didn't need to apologize for taking up space. I threw a small dinner for my closest friends. People who actually saw me. People who didn't seat me near a bathroom or forget to say thank you. We laughed. We toasted. We danced in my apartment kitchen to music I paid for. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like I was waiting for someone to notice me. I was finally standing in a story that was mine. No napkin name tag. No refund envelope. Just me. Seen, steady, and free. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. You ever walk into a room and instantly feel like you don't belong there? Not because anyone says it, but because it's written in their faces, etched in the silence between fake smiles and forced handshakes. That's exactly how I felt the second I walked into my brother's wedding rehearsal dinner. My name's Nathan. I'm 29. I work in software engineering, live modestly in a quiet apartment, and, for the most part, keep to myself. I'm not flashy, I don't brag, and I've never really felt the need to prove myself to anyone, except maybe my dad. Not because I want his approval. I stopped chasing that a long time ago. But because he's made it his life's mission to treat me like I'm the family's unfinished project. My younger brother, Ryan, is the golden boy. Always has been. He's 27, charismatic, ambitious, and never misses an opportunity to remind people of how well he's doing. Ivy League education, fancy job in finance, glossy engagement photos in Tuscany. He's basically a walking LinkedIn success story. And my dad? Let's just say if Ryan sneezes, my dad claps. He's been grooming him since high school to be the man of the house. Whatever that even means when you've got 2 living, breathing adult sons under the same roof. I used to think it was in my head, this favoritism. Maybe I was just sensitive, you know? But over the years, the pattern became impossible to ignore. Ryan gets a flat tire. Dad calls roadside assistance before Ryan even finishes his sentence. I get bronchitis and miss Christmas dinner, and Dad calls me a flake. Ryan crashes Mom's car in college, and Dad blames the manufacturer. I forget to RSVP to a family barbecue, and suddenly I'm disrespecting the family legacy. Mom's always tried to keep things balanced, but she's quiet. Sweet, but quiet. And I don't blame her. Living with my dad's ego is like walking on a frozen lake in spring. You never know which step will crack the surface. The man is a retired military officer, and he still runs family dinners like he's commanding a unit. No talking out of turn, elbows off the table, and for the love of all that is holy, don't interrupt him during his Sunday football decompression time. He believes in earning respect, but only ever applies that rule to me. Ryan? Ryan could slap a waiter, and Dad would say the guy probably deserved it. So when Ryan's wedding rolled around, I already knew I was going to be more prop than person. I'd RSVP'd early, offered to help set up the venue, even volunteered to design the wedding website since it's kind of in my wheelhouse. The only response I got was a thumbs-up emoji from Ryan and a forwarded email from Dad telling me what color suit not to wear so I didn't ruin the photos. No thanks, no appreciate you, just instructions. Typical, but I still showed up. I always do. Because for all the ways they've made me feel like a second-class citizen in my own family, I can't shake the feeling that maybe, just maybe, if I keep showing up, something will shift. That maybe someone will finally notice that I'm not the screw-up they've decided I am. Or maybe I'm just stubborn. Either way, I walked into that rehearsal dinner in my best black suit, gift in hand, and that familiar pit in my stomach. The venue was this overpriced vineyard Ryan and his fiancée, Emma, had rented for the entire weekend. It screamed, "Look how successful we are." All exposed wood, hanging fairy lights, and servers in black bow ties. I walked in and scanned the room, catching sight of my dad at the center of it all, laughing with Emma's parents like he'd just told the funniest joke in the world. Ryan spotted me first. He gave me that grin, half warm, half condescending, that he always used when we were kids and he'd beaten me at something. "Nate, you made it," he said, coming over and clapping me on the back. "We were starting to think you'd bail." "Yeah, wouldn't miss it," I said, forcing a smile. "You clean up nice," he added, with a wink that felt more mocking than genuine. I brushed it off and made my way toward the gift table to drop off the box I'd wrapped myself. Custom-engraved whiskey glasses and a bottle of 18-year-old scotch I'd spent way too much on. I turned around and nearly bumped into Dad. He was holding a glass of white wine and looking at me like I'd just tracked mud into the Vatican. "Glad you could finally grace us with your presence," he said. "It's the rehearsal dinner, Dad. I'm right on time." He smirked. For once. I let that one slide too. I'd had years of practice. But something in his tone stuck with me. It wasn't just a jab. It was calculated. Like he wanted to remind me, in front of everyone, of where I stood. I looked over at Ryan, who was now surrounded by a group of groomsmen, laughing and telling some story that ended in synchronized applause. Emma walked in shortly after, glowing in a cream-colored cocktail dress, and the room practically shifted to orbit around her. I stood by the bar, invisible again. Dinner was served, toasts were made, and I sat through every speech, every clink of the glass, nodding and smiling like I was part of it. Emma's dad made a charming speech about watching his daughter grow up. Her mom cried. One of Ryan's college friends told a story about their wild spring break trip. Everyone laughed. I stayed seated, waiting for the moment Dad would call on me for a quick word. It never came. Even when Ryan asked if anyone else wanted to share, Dad looked right past me and raised his glass. "That's enough. Let's not drag this on. Let's let the man of the hour have the last word." That stung, but I swallowed it down like I always did. After dinner, I stepped outside for some air, trying to remind myself that it wasn't my night. It was Ryan's. Maybe I was being too sensitive again. Maybe. That's when I overheard it. I was standing near one of the large open windows that led to the patio when I heard Dad's voice. Loud, unmistakable, already a few drinks in. Ryan's always been a natural leader. Always knew what he wanted. Not like Nathan. That one's still trying to figure out if he wants to be a man or a mouse. Laughter. Actual laughter. I froze. My heart pounded in my ears, and for a second, I thought maybe I'd misheard him. Maybe someone else had said it. But no, it was him. My father. The same man who used to help me build Lego castles on Sunday afternoons before Ryan was born. The same man who taught me how to ride a bike, and then walked away when I fell, telling me to man up. The same man who stopped asking how work was going the second Ryan got promoted to senior analyst. I backed away from the window and took the long way around the patio, walking down past the rows of grapevines and letting the cool air hit my face. I don't know how long I was out there, but when I came back, the night was winding down. People were saying their goodbyes, kissing cheeks, exchanging plans for the big day tomorrow. I gave Ryan a nod and told him I'd see him in the morning. He gave me that same grin. "You sure you're gonna make it?" And that was it. That was the moment I decided I was done playing the punching bag. Because what none of them knew, what Dad in particular had no idea about, was that I had something he desperately didn't want getting out. A secret he'd buried so deep, he probably thought it was gone for good. But I'd found it months ago, and until tonight, I wasn't sure what to do with it. But now I had a plan, and I wasn't just going to attend the wedding. I was going to make sure it was a day my father would never forget. Not for the reasons he wanted, and definitely not for the reasons anyone in that room expected. By the time I got back to my hotel room that night, the gift bag they'd given all the groomsmen was sitting on my bed like a slap in the face. Inside was a small bottle of cologne, a pair of socks with Ryan's initials on them, and a folded itinerary that felt more like military orders than a schedule. My name was spelled wrong on the card. Nathaniel, instead of just Nathan. Ryan knew I hated being called that, but of course, the wedding planner probably got her info straight from him. The next morning started early. Breakfast at 7, photos at 9, ceremony run-through at 11. Everything was on a tight schedule. I showed up 5 minutes early to the photo shoot in the vineyard, fully dressed and ready, only to find that they'd already taken most of the shots without me. Ryan was standing front and center with the other groomsmen, laughing about something with his best man, Joel. I waved awkwardly from the gravel path, and the photographer, some artsy guy with a man bun and an oversized camera, just looked confused. "Oh, you must be, sorry, remind me which one you are," he asked. "I'm his brother," I said, walking up. "Groomsman." The photographer's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, we didn't get any notes on a brother. You sure you're on the list?" "Pretty sure," I muttered. Ryan walked over, smirking. "Sorry, Nate. Miscommunication. We weren't sure you were going to make it on time." "I was early." He shrugged. "Well, you can jump in a few of the group shots now." I smiled tightly, stepped into position, and endured 20 minutes of fake smiling while Ryan made sure to place himself between me and the rest of the group in every frame. When the photographer asked for a siblings-only shot, Ryan waved him off. "We'll get that later," he said. "Don't worry about it." Later never came. After the photos, I found myself helping one of the venue staff carry chairs up from the lower terrace, mostly because no one else offered. I didn't mind helping, I never do, but it felt telling. Every time I turned around, Dad was holding court with Emma's uncles, telling stories about raising 2 boys, like we were war stories from his time overseas. The stories always ended the same way. Ryan pulling through, me being a bit too quiet for my own good. The worst part was the way people laughed like it was all in good fun, like I wasn't standing right there. At lunch, the groomsmen were given matching watches to wear during the ceremony. Ryan handed them out one by one with a speech for each guy, how he met them, what they meant to him, little inside jokes. When he got to me, he hesitated. "Nathan," he said, looking at me like I was a substitute teacher who'd just walked into the wrong classroom. "Well, you've always been there, I guess. So yeah, thanks for coming." He handed me the watch last. No speech, no joke, just an awkward pat on the shoulder and a glance to move on. Everyone laughed nervously. I didn't say a word. Later that afternoon, as the final preparations were being made, I ducked into the main hall to grab my phone charger. That's when I saw it. On the far side of the room, a long table set up for the reception. The seating chart had been printed and framed like a museum piece. I scanned it casually, just to see where I'd end up. My name wasn't at the family table, or the groomsmen's table, or anywhere near the front. I was seated at table 14, the last one, in the corner, with a bunch of distant cousins I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. That was the first real punch in the gut. The first moment I felt something inside me start to crack. I walked outside, needing air. Just air. Maybe a stiff drink. Maybe a drive. Something. Anything. I ended up pacing near the gravel lot behind the vineyard, where no one could see me. Except someone did. Emma's younger brother, Evan, who was maybe 19 and full of the kind of casual honesty only kids that age still have. "Hey," he said, jogging up. "You okay, man? You look like someone just shot your dog." "Fine," I said, maybe too quickly. He looked at me. "You're Ryan's brother, right?" "Yeah. I thought you were his cousin or something. You're not in any of the family photos." Of course I wasn't. He hesitated, then pulled something from his pocket. A folded-up sheet of paper. "I found this in the trash earlier. Didn't know if it meant anything, but..." He handed it to me and walked off. I unfolded it. It was the original seating chart, the one with scribbled notes and edits all over it. My name had originally been up near the front. Groomsman table. Circled, then scratched out. And in Dad's handwriting. Yes, I'd recognize that jagged, all-cap style anywhere, it read. Better off at table 14. He'll sulk less there. I don't know how long I stood there staring at it. Minutes? Hours. My hands shook. My ears buzzed. And something in me broke. Not snapped. Broke. Like a chain that had finally rusted through. I didn't go back inside. I walked to my rental car, sat in the front seat, and stared at the dashboard for a long time. My brain was quiet. Too quiet. But behind that silence, something was simmering. Slow. Heavy. Final. This wasn't just favoritism. It wasn't just casual disrespect. This was calculated. Planned. I was being erased. But here's the thing they'd all forgotten. Probably because I was always so quiet, or soft-spoken, or the mouse in the room. I know things. I see things. And I don't forget. Like the time 5 years ago when Mom called me in tears, whispering from the laundry room, so Dad couldn't hear. She was scared. Said something was off with their finances. That the bank account had a withdrawal she didn't recognize. A big one. $42,000. When she asked Dad, he brushed her off. Tax stuff, he said. Investment move. Don't worry about it. But I did worry. So I pulled the monthly statement from their shared email account. Yes, I still remembered the password because I'd set it up for them in high school. What I found wasn't tax stuff. It was a payment. To a woman. The name meant nothing to me at first. But when I looked her up, let's just say the resemblance between her son and my brother Ryan would make anyone's stomach drop. I never told Mom. Never told Ryan. Never told anyone. I buried it. Like I was trained to do. Like I always did. But that document, those receipts, those paternity tests I ordered myself out of sick curiosity, the email backup I downloaded and stored on a secure cloud folder under a fake username, all of it? It still existed. And it still had Dad's name all over it. I hadn't looked at that folder in years. Until now. When the rehearsal dinner ended that night, I was barely present. I smiled. I laughed when expected. But in my mind, I was already mapping it all out. The timing. The location. Who would be in the room. And what I would say. The wedding day arrived sunny and perfect. The kind of day people hope for when they drop 40 grand on a vineyard venue. Everyone was buzzing. Bridesmaids in pastel dresses. Groomsmen running around making sure ties were straight and jackets weren't wrinkled. I kept to myself. Checked my notes one last time. Made sure the USB drive was in my inside jacket pocket. The ceremony passed in a blur. I walked down the aisle with one of Emma's cousins, stood beside Ryan while he said his vows, smiled politely at the appropriate moments. When the couple kissed and the crowd erupted in applause, I clapped with everyone else. But inside, I was miles away. Dinner started. Toast began. First Emma's parents. Then Ryan's best man. Then Emma herself. And then it was Dad's turn. He stood, champagne glass in hand, wearing his signature smirk. The room quieted. Cameras rolled. He cleared his throat dramatically. Today is a proud day, he began. My younger son, my bright, brilliant, decisive younger son, has stepped into manhood. A provider. A husband. A leader. Ryan grinned from ear to ear. And while I won't name names, Dad continued, chuckling, it's clear that in this family, one son became a man. And the other, well, he paused, smiled, raised his glass, just became a disappointment. Laughter. Actual laughter. Even some of the groomsmen chuckled. My heart pounded in my chest. My hands were steady. I felt nothing and everything all at once. I stood up. Mind if I say a few words? I asked. Dad blinked. This is hardly. Just a minute, I said. Emma looked confused. Ryan squinted like he didn't trust whatever was coming next. But I was already walking to the center of the room. To the mic. I took it gently. Tapped it once. And when I looked up, the room was silent. Everyone watching. Perfect. And that's when I said, you ever feel the air shift in a room before a storm? That sudden vacuum of sound, like the world is holding its breath? That's exactly what it felt like the moment I touched the mic. I looked around the reception hall. Rows of fairy lights twinkled above our heads. Champagne glasses half raised. Frozen smiles. I spotted Ryan in his chair, staring at me with narrowed eyes. Emma had that polite, confused smile people wear when they're praying you don't ruin the mood. And Dad, he was frozen mid-sip, glass halfway to his mouth. Eyes like daggers. I should have felt nervous. I didn't. I should have second-guessed myself. I didn't. Because in that moment, standing there in a pressed suit I'd paid for myself, in a room full of people who'd written me off, I wasn't the disappointment. I was the only person in that room finally telling the truth. But I didn't say everything. I didn't reveal the secret. Not yet. I took a deep breath and gave a toast. A normal one. Short, simple, polite. I congratulated Ryan and Emma. Wished them happiness. Made one dry joke about growing up with a brother who used to lock me out of the bathroom just to make me late for school. People chuckled. Then I set the mic down and walked off. I could feel the confusion ripple through the room. Dad looked like he was holding back a snide remark. I let him stew. Because the thing is, revenge isn't about the moment. It's about the lead up. And mine had just begun. But first, I had to survive what came next. After the reception, I slipped out quietly while everyone else headed to the after party. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't need to. I knew what was coming. And I wasn't wrong. The next morning, I woke up to 3 missed calls from my father. One voicemail. Nathan, his voice growled through the speaker. If you ever pull a stunt like that again, grandstanding at your brother's wedding, you're out of this family for good. Do you understand me? I stared at the phone, then deleted the message. Out of the family. As far as I was concerned, I'd never truly been in it. The fallout came faster than I expected. Ryan texted me later that day. Not cool, man. You made the night about you. Emma unfollowed me on Instagram. And within a week, my parents had accidentally left me out of the family group chat where they shared all the wedding photos. I saw them through my cousin's phone anyway. Dozens of pictures, speeches, dancing, the bouquet toss. I was in 3 photos. Total. And in one of them, I was in the background, looking the wrong way. I won't lie. That week hit hard. Harder than I thought it would. Because even though I'd spent years telling myself I didn't care, pretending I'd built up armor against their favoritism and their subtle digs, the truth is, when your own family collectively decides you're expendable, it feels like grief. Grief for a version of yourself that kept holding out hope. I went back to my apartment and crashed. I called in sick to work. I stopped checking my phone. I let dishes pile up. Laundry went unwashed. I didn't even open my blinds for 3 days. It wasn't depression exactly. It was something murkier. A numbness that spread from the inside out. At one point, I stood in front of my mirror and tried to imagine what it would be like to be someone else. Someone louder, funnier, more impressive. Someone like Ryan. Would Dad love me more if I talked about stock portfolios and wore designer watches? Probably not. Because it was never about that. It was about control. And I had stopped playing the part they wrote for me. That's when something shifted. Not all at once. Not some grand moment of clarity. Just a small realization, like the first flicker of dawn under a heavy sky. I still had the truth. And more than that, I had myself. I opened my laptop, clicked into the folder I'd kept untouched for 5 years. The emails, the payment records, the flight itineraries, the correspondence between Dad and the woman whose name still made my chest tighten. It was all still there. I could have blown it all up right then and there. But something told me no, not yet. First, I needed to rebuild. Because when you've been underestimated your entire life, there's nothing more dangerous than finding your footing. So I got up, and I started small. I cleaned my apartment, dusted off the books on my shelf, cooked myself real meals instead of eating over the sink. I hit the gym, not to get jacked or impress anyone, just to prove I could take care of myself. Then I turned my attention to work. I'd been coasting at my job for a while, mostly because the voice in my head, Dad's voice, kept saying, "You'll never be a leader." But the thing is, I'm good at what I do. Damn good. I manage back-end systems for a mid-sized tech company. Not glamorous, but stable. And over the years, I'd quietly solved some pretty complex issues that saved the company thousands. I just never talked about it. Now I did. I started documenting my work, submitting detailed reports, speaking up in meetings. My manager noticed. She pulled me aside after a particularly smooth product launch and said, "I don't know what changed, but you've really stepped it up." I stopped apologizing for existing, I told her. She laughed. "Whatever it is, keep doing it." 3 months later, I got a promotion. Team lead. With a pay bump big enough that I finally moved into a better apartment across town. One with sunlight, a balcony, and a kitchen I didn't hate. I bought a proper espresso machine. A small luxury, but it made me feel like I was building something that belonged to me. And the best part? No one knew. I didn't post about it. I didn't call home to brag. I didn't send some dramatic message to Ryan or Dad. Because my success wasn't about proving them wrong anymore. It was about proving me right. Of course, silence has a way of making people nervous. One night, 6 months after the wedding, I got a call from Mom. Her voice was hesitant, fragile. Hi, sweetheart. I wanted to check on you. I'm good, Mom, I said honestly. Really? There was a long pause. Your father says you're being dramatic, that you're punishing us. I'm not punishing anyone, I replied. I just needed space. I understand, she said softly. But, just so you know, I didn't agree with what he said. At the wedding. That toast, it was cruel. I didn't say anything. And I saw the seating chart, she added. I didn't know until after. I would have changed it if I had. I know, Mom. We sat in silence for a while. Then she said something that caught me off guard. You've always been the strong one, you know. I almost laughed. That's not how Dad sees it. No, she agreed. But maybe that's because you don't need his approval the way Ryan does. We talked for another hour. She told me she missed me, that the house was quiet, that even Dad had been asking about me in his own roundabout way, grumbling about lack of respect, but checking my LinkedIn on his work laptop like a teenager stalking an ex. I didn't say it then, but it hit me. They'd noticed. The silence had worked. The absence spoke louder than anything I could have shouted in that reception hall. And yet, the part of me that had once wanted to explode everything, it wasn't gone. It was waiting, patiently, because even as I rebuilt myself, bit by bit, brick by brick, I knew the moment would come when Dad's house of cards would start to tilt. And when it did, I would be ready, not just to watch it fall, but to make sure it never stood again. And that moment, it came in the form of a phone call. From Ryan. 3 weeks after my promotion. 2 weeks after I moved into my new place. 1 week after I finally started sleeping through the night without waking up from dreams of that wedding. He called late. Too late for it to be casual. Hey, he said, voice tight. I know we haven't talked in a while. I need to ask you something. I leaned back in my chair. Go on. You remember Dad's old house in Fairview? The one he sold a few years back. Yeah. Well, turns out it wasn't legally his to sell. I blinked. What? I didn't know either, but apparently Mom had joint ownership through some trust her father set up. And the buyer is suing because they claim the paperwork was forged. They're dragging Dad into court over it. And why are you telling me this? I asked. Another pause. Because your name came up. In an email. My pulse slowed. Here it was. The storm. But I didn't panic. I smiled. Because that folder? It didn't just contain the secret about the other child. It contained every financial lie Dad had told for the past 25 years. Emails, PDFs, conversations he thought were deleted. And my name was on the one that could burn it all down. Ryan didn't know what I was thinking, but he was about to find out. I let Ryan's words hang in the air for a few seconds longer than necessary. Your name came up. A lesser version of me, the old me, might have sputtered, might have denied or deflected or stumbled into a panic, assuming the worst. But this version, the one who'd been dismissed, disrespected, and disowned only to rebuild himself stronger, he didn't flinch. So I leaned back, phone still pressed to my ear, and calmly said, interesting. Why would I come up in an email about a house I had nothing to do with? Ryan hesitated. I could hear him fiddling with something. Maybe a pen, maybe the zipper on one of those overpriced vests he always wore. I don't know exactly, he admitted. It was forwarded to me by Dad's lawyer. Some old correspondence from years ago. Something about a document audit. Your name was listed on the CC line. He paused, like he was trying to gauge how much I already knew. Look, man, this is serious. Like, potentially criminal. Yeah, I said, letting the word roll off my tongue. Sounds like it. Another pause. Then Ryan dropped the polite tone. Okay, cut the crap. Did you save anything? Files. Emails. I need to know what you have. There it was. The shift. The first crack in the armor. For the first time in my life, Ryan wasn't condescending. He wasn't smug. He was desperate. And that told me everything I needed to know. Why do you care? I asked flatly. Because Dad is pulling me into this mess, Ryan snapped. He used my name as a reference in some of those property transfers. He told me to sign a few forms a while back, said it was just routine. But now, the buyer's attorney is digging through everything. Wow, I said. And to think, just a few months ago, I was a disappointment. Now I'm suddenly important again. Come on, Nathan. No. I interrupted, voice sharper than I expected. You don't get to come to me now, after everything. You and Dad humiliated me in front of 120 people. You pushed me to the edge and didn't blink. You've never once treated me like a brother, only like a placeholder. And now you're in trouble, and I'm supposed to drop everything and help. I didn't know, he said, suddenly quiet. You didn't want to know. He didn't argue. Because he couldn't. I need time to think, I said, and hung up. Then I turned to my laptop and opened that folder again. My little vault of truth, 5 gigabytes of scanned PDFs, exported emails, phone call recordings, even an old letter my dad had written to a lawyer back when he thought no one else would ever read it. And that's when I started planning. Not just to expose the truth, but to finally take back everything they had tried to strip from me. My name, my voice, my power. The first thing I did was call someone I hadn't spoken to in nearly a decade, my cousin Malcolm. Malcolm was the only other black sheep in our family. He'd been pushed out early, blamed for bad grades, reckless choices, and disrespecting the family name. But the truth? He was just the first to stand up to Dad. He moved across the country at 21 and built a life without ever looking back. He picked up on the third ring. Nate, he said, surprised. Man, I haven't heard from you since. Since Grandpa's funeral, I finished. Yeah, what's going on? I need your help, I said. But first, I need to tell you something. Something about my father. We talked for 2 hours. I told him everything, starting with the wedding toast and ending with the fake property sale. Malcolm whistled low. Damn, I always knew Uncle Henry was shady, but this is next level. Yeah, and it's all in writing. You planning to go nuclear? Eventually, I said. But smart nuclear. He laughed. All right, what do you need from me? Malcolm, as it turns out, worked in real estate compliance. He wasn't just a black sheep. He was a black sheep with legal expertise. The perfect ally. Over the next few weeks, we built a strategy. He helped me organize the documents, highlighting every forged signature, every misfiled form, every timestamp that didn't match up. Then he referred me to someone named Hannah. Hannah was a forensic accountant. Not cheap, but terrifyingly good at what she did. When I sent her the file folder, she emailed me back the next day. You realize this could put someone in jail, right? I replied, that's the idea. While the investigation team did their thing, I went quiet. I didn't reply to Ryan's texts. Didn't return Mom's calls. Dad didn't reach out at all, which made sense. He'd rather die than admit he needed me. He'd already made his choice the moment he raised that champagne glass. But Ryan kept pushing. He showed up at my apartment once, unannounced. I didn't open the door. Instead, I watched through the peephole as he stood there in a tailored suit, knocking with increasing desperation. Nathan, come on, he said. We're family. You can't seriously want to see Dad go to jail. I didn't answer, because that was the first time I realized. Yes, I absolutely could. At the same time, something strange started happening. People in my extended family started reaching out. Aunt Laura sent me a message. Heard what happened at the wedding. You didn't deserve that. My older cousin Jen, who I hadn't spoken to in years, commented on one of my posts. Always knew you were the smart one. Even Mom sent a letter, handwritten, 2 pages long, saying she was sorry for not speaking up sooner. She said the house was cold without me. That Dad barely spoke anymore. That even Ryan seemed rattled. I didn't reply, but I saved the letter. Not because I forgave her, but because for once she was trying. Then the opportunity came. A nonprofit I followed put out a call for guest speakers, people willing to talk about personal experiences related to fraud and financial manipulation. They were hosting a panel called The Quiet Ones, aimed at exposing how often abuse hides behind polite smiles and family wealth. I signed up, and when they asked if I wanted to remain anonymous, I said no. I used my full name. I told my story, not with names or specific accusations, but with emotion, with truth. I talked about growing up under someone who weaponized disappointment, about being written off, about discovering, by accident, that my father had lied not just to his family, but to the law. The video went semi-viral in certain circles. Nothing massive, but enough. Enough that a few legal bloggers picked it up. Enough that one morning, a reporter emailed me asking for comment. And that's when I made my move. I sent an email to my father. Short, direct, cold. Subject, pending legal exposure. I have documentation of multiple property sales involving falsified signatures, unauthorized account withdrawals, and at least one undeclared dependent whose existence may impact inheritance claims. You have 7 days to come clean, to Mom, to Ryan, to the people you lied to. If you don't, I will. Nathan. He didn't reply. Of course he didn't. But 4 days later, Ryan called. He's freaking out, he said. He fired his lawyer. He thinks you're bluffing. I didn't say anything. Ryan sighed. Look, I know you don't owe me anything. But I didn't know about any of this. He used me too. I believe that. Partially. Then maybe it's time you stop letting him. What are you planning to do? I paused and said, something permanent. The last piece fell into place on a Thursday morning. I got a call from Hannah. She had cross-referenced the payment trail between Dad's accounts and the woman we suspected was his former mistress. Not only did the money match, but there was clear evidence of monthly deposits labeled as educational expenses, which wouldn't be damning if the kid wasn't 23 now and living under a different last name. Hannah had even found a photo. The resemblance to Ryan was uncanny. So I printed everything, put it all in a manila folder, and mailed it, with no return address, to my family's house, to my mother. But I didn't stop there, because I wasn't just going to whisper the truth. I was going to make it echo, and I knew the exact moment to strike. The charity gala, a lavish annual event hosted by one of Dad's old military buddies. An invitation-only affair where reputation meant everything. Every year, Dad went. Every year, he dragged Ryan along like a trophy. But this year, someone else got an invite too. Me, as a guest speaker. Because one of the event's themes was financial transparency. And my nonprofit panel, it had reached the organizer. I RSVP'd yes. And on the night of the gala, I stood backstage, folder in hand, watching as Dad laughed and shook hands with people in tailored suits and expensive dresses, completely unaware that the storm was already here. And I was holding the lightning. I'd never worn a tuxedo before that night. It wasn't because I couldn't afford one. After my promotion and the consulting work I picked up on the side, I could have rented 10. But I always saw tuxedos as something reserved for those events. The kind I never got invited to. The kind where I was either forgotten or deliberately excluded. The kind where Dad and Ryan belonged. But that night, I belonged. I arrived at the gala 10 minutes early, which put me ahead of fashionably late and just behind the truly important. The ballroom was massive, gold trim, crystal chandeliers, the smell of money and perfume mingling in the air. A string quartet played something classical in the background while servers moved silently between conversations, offering champagne in tall, trembling flutes. And there he was, my father, standing near the center of it all, like always. Perfect posture, silver cufflinks, the polished gleam of someone who believed the world still hadn't caught up to his greatness. Ryan stood beside him, less confident than usual, a little stiff, eyes darting. He'd seen the folder. That much was clear. He wasn't laughing or charming anyone. He looked like a man trying to hold a house of cards still in a wind tunnel. They hadn't seen me yet. I kept to the shadows, sipping water and watching the pieces move. Then the host took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, she said into the mic, thank you all for being here tonight. Our theme is truth in financial leadership, a topic more timely than ever. A soft wave of polite applause. I'd like to introduce someone whose story moved me. A story about integrity, about silence, and about speaking up when it matters most. Please welcome Nathan Whitmore. And just like that, every head turned. My father's included. His eyes found mine, and for the first time in my life, I saw panic. Not frustration, not disappointment. Panic. I walked slowly to the stage. Calm, collected, every step deliberate. The lights hit me like a wave, but I didn't blink. I stood behind the podium, took a slow breath, and began. When I was growing up, I said, I thought silence was strength. I thought keeping your head down, working hard, and not rocking the boat would eventually earn you respect. But what I've learned is that silence often protects the wrong people. I let that sit for a second. My father taught me that. Not through words, but through actions. A murmur rippled through the crowd. I glanced at him. He stood frozen, jaw tight, Ryan whispering something into his ear that he clearly wasn't hearing. I won't name names tonight, I continued. Because this isn't about revenge. It's about accountability. It's about recognizing the damage that comes from prioritizing image over integrity. I shared a carefully curated version of the story, how I discovered falsified documents, fraudulent transactions, years of deceit. I spoke of the pain of being overlooked, the weight of carrying secrets that didn't belong to me, the exhaustion of pretending everything was fine just to preserve a lie. And then I dropped the hammer. These documents, I said, holding up the now infamous manila folder, have been submitted to the appropriate legal authorities. Investigations are ongoing. The evidence is clear. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's this. Eventually, the truth finds its way out. Silence. Thick. Tense. Charged. I didn't need applause. I didn't need validation. I stepped down from the podium and walked past my father without acknowledging him. The crowd parted like a sea. Eyes followed me all the way to the exit. And that was enough. The fallout wasn't immediate. It never is with men like my father. They scramble. They flail. They deny. For 2 weeks, he did exactly that. Told everyone I was bitter, that I'd fabricated everything, that I was lashing out because I couldn't handle Ryan's success. He played the part well, right down to the forced tears when he called Mom the only real victim in all of this. But the thing about forensic accounting, it doesn't care about your reputation. It cares about numbers. And the numbers didn't lie. Neither did the signatures, or the time-stamped emails, or the voice memos. The IRS launched a full audit. 2 private property buyers filed fraud complaints. His name was quietly removed from the board of the veterans charity he once chaired. By the end of the month, 3 different lawsuits were pending. His lawyer quit. The house in New Haven, his retirement escape, was frozen as part of a legal hold. Mom filed for legal separation shortly after. I never asked her to, but when she called, I could hear something in her voice I'd never heard before. Freedom. As for Ryan, he played dumb, tried to distance himself, claimed he never knew, that he was just following instructions. But the digital trail was messy, sloppy. He'd signed more than he realized, involved himself in more than he remembered. The SEC sent him a letter of inquiry regarding his role in an investment deal tied to Dad's fraudulent accounts. Nothing criminal, but enough to scare his employer. He was let go quietly 2 months later. Last I heard, he was bartending in Hoboken while trying to land a job that didn't require background checks. I didn't feel sorry for him. He'd had every chance to stand beside me. He chose to stand on me instead. People often ask what I gained from all this. I didn't get money. I didn't want it. I didn't get some viral video or a book deal. I didn't even get a thank you from half the people who whispered behind my back at that wedding. But I got peace. I got silence that wasn't suffocating. I got space to breathe in a world where I didn't have to shrink myself to fit someone else's mold. I got late mornings and strong coffee and quiet evenings where I sat on my balcony watching the sun melt behind the city skyline. My skyline. Mine. And every now and then, I get a message. Someone from that wedding. Someone who laughed when my dad raised his glass and called me a disappointment. They write things like, I didn't realize how bad it was. You were always the better man. I'm sorry for not speaking up. I don't hold it against them. People follow the loudest voice in the room. For years, that was my father. But not anymore. Now they listen when I speak. Because the quiet ones? We're not weak. We're just waiting for the right moment. And when it comes, we don't shout. We shake the earth.